Chapter 1, Classic Dungeon, Family of Four. Family of Four. Prologue, because of Xie Yi's bath, the family underwent earth-shattering changes. Objective, survive until 5 p.m. 1. I don't like to talk much. 2. Grandma and Dad really like Xie Yi. Any request can be fulfilled, but they are rarely home. 3. Xie Yi doesn't like to eat hard things, soft and melted things are more suitable for Xie Yi. 4. Sometimes there is the sound of porcelain colliding in the house. At those times, just wait quietly on the sofa until the sound disappears. 5. From 3 p.m. to 4 p.m., find someone to help Xie Yi find the bathroom and take a bath. 6. Never let her give Xie Yi a bath. What is this? The back of my head and throat were burning with pain, and Xie Yi struggled to open his eyes. The room was dim, like it was covered with a cloth, the entire room exuded a lifeless smell. Xie Yi got up from the bed, his hand unconsciously touching the small clothes beside him. Where is this? As his consciousness slowly returned, memories that did not belong to him rapidly filled his brain. This is a ghost story? Am I dead? How did I die? Blue Star, which is similar to Earth, was invaded by ghost stories 10 years ago. People chosen by the ghost stories would experience dungeons here. It is said that if you complete 10 dungeons, you can return home. But if you accidentally die during those 10 dungeons, you die forever. No. I want to report that I'm not from this world. Why was I chosen? Xie Yi wanted to find a place to appeal, but it seemed there was no place to voice his complaints. This kind of crossover drama actually happened to him. The probability was so small, even smaller than winning the lottery, and yet he encountered it. Life really is full of shocks. Helpless, Xie Yi's brainstormed for a long time, but in reality, it was just a few seconds. He accepted the reality. But there's no choice but to accept it. Xie Yi got off the bed and sat at the edge, buffering the headache and sore throat, while recalling. This seemed to be the original host's first time being selected into a ghost story. Before coming here, it seemed that he had a severe cold and fever. On the way to buy cold medicine, he fell into a roadwork pit. Unfortunately, when his consciousness was about to fade, the ghost story chose him. He was chosen and entered just for less than a minute before he died, then it was his turn to appear. Ha, same name, same surname. Had I known, I wouldn't have named myself Xie Yi. How? Can I? My throat hurts so much. I forgot, I am now severely sick with a cold and fever, my throat so sore that I can hardly speak. So tragic. Sick and nearly dying, and yet I have to enter the ghost story. What kind of bad luck is this? Xie Yi rubbed his throat with his hand, his dejected expression seemed to be thinking about something. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, as if he had found some hope. Right, this kind of crossover story should have a golden finger, right? Like, maybe I'm special or something? If I'm not special, how could I have ended up crossing over? With this thought, Xie Yi carefully called out in his heart. System? 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 He called 3 times in his heart, but there was no response. Xie Yi. This is not good. Could it be that there is no golden finger? The endless silence around him signaled the worst-case scenario. Let me die. Xie Yi didn't want to move anymore. He lay back down on the bed. In a place where he couldn't see, rows of bullet comments quickly passed by. Another one lying down, so boring. He must be scared silly, today's another day I wasn't selected by the ghost story, so happy. Watching the new person's livestream is so boring, besides lying down like a corpse or lying down waiting to die, I'm used to it. After Blue Star was invaded by ghost stories, thousands of people would be pulled into the dungeons every day. The people pulled in would have their experiences live-streamed for those who were not pulled in to watch. It's a kind of perverse fun of the ghost story, making those not pulled in feel panic, living in anxiety every day. However, the ghost stories always underestimated the adaptability of humans. When they realized that even if the people pulled into the ghost stories failed, it wouldn't have any bad impact on the real world, other than the fact that there was one less person in this world, after the total number of people on Earth decreased. They, besides being terrified every day that they might be chosen, also found new ways to laugh in their pain, to take pleasure in others' misfortune, and to make money by streaming and talking about these strange tales. Anyway, once they accepted this setting, they would automatically digest it. As a newcomer, Xie Yi was just today's amusement in their eyes. Usually, new players were erased by the dungeon and had no fun at all, sometimes even bringing bloody scenes that ruined people's moods all day, so many just left Xie Yi's livestream room. After digesting the sadness of not having a golden finger or a cheat, Xie Yi lay on the bed, not doing nothing, but opened the few lines of text that had first appeared. The words floated in the air on the system interface. A family of 4. Prologue, because of Xie Yi's bath, the family went through earth-shaking changes. Clear condition, survive until 5 in the afternoon. 1. I don't really like to talk. 2. Grandma and Dad love Xie very much. Any request she makes will be satisfied, but they are not often at home. 3. Yi doesn't like to eat hard things. Soft, melting things suit her better. 4. Sometimes there will be sounds of porcelain colliding in the house. Just sit quietly on the sofa and wait for the sounds to disappear. 5. Between 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, find someone to help you take a bath in the bathroom. 6. Never let her give Yi a bath. So strange. Because of Yi's bath, the family went through earth-shaking changes? Will something happen if Yi takes a bath? Then it must be done carefully. But Rule 5 says to find someone to help Yi take a bath, and to help her find the bathroom. Does that mean Yi can't find it herself? Rule 6 is also weird. Don't let her help Yi take a bath. Who is her? Grandma? Does family of 4 mean me, Yi, grandma, and dad? Then what role am I playing? Their son or their daughter? After reading the rules, Xie Yi only felt his head buzzing. There weren't many rules, but he still couldn't figure out what they meant. The only one that seemed good for him was the first rule. 1. I don't really like to talk. Just right, his throat was hoarse and not suitable for talking. Xie Yi found a little comfort in his pain. Better go out and have a look. Staying in the room won't help. Xie Yi got down from the bed, walked to the bedroom door, and carefully held the doorknob, turning it slowly. Kaka, the sound of the lock turning rang out. He swallowed hard, and his heart thumped wildly. Please, don't let some ghost jump in my face. So careless. What if a ghost jumps right in your face? Shouldn't you first listen to see if there's any sound outside before opening the door? Newbies are always like this. No. Xie Yi's courage vanished the moment the lock clicked open. He hadn't even opened the door a crack before he let go. Forget it. Anyway, no one's rushing me. As the saying goes, the early bird gets the worm, but another saying goes, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Xie Yi chose the latter. Outside was silent. Inside, only his heartbeat could be heard. Thump, thump, thump. So nervous. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from just outside the door. Yi, are you up? Mom made food. Come out and eat. Through the door, Xie Yi's skin exploded with goosebumps, and a cold chill crawled up his spine. How did she get there? There wasn't a sound outside just now. Could it be she was crouching right behind the door the whole time? Thinking of that, Xie Yi became even more terrified. The fear in his body doubled instantly, and his heart pounded violently. Chapter 2, A Family of 4, No Fever, Great. My throat hurts. Forget it, better not talk. His automatic response was suppressed by the pain in his throat, and Xie Yi couldn't make a single sound. Yi, still not awake? Mom's going to open the door and check. If Mom finds out you're awake but didn't answer her, Mom is going to get angry. Under the dim view at the door lock was twisted to show a distinct curve. The second question from the other party clearly changed tone, not something a fool like Xie Yi couldn't tell, it was a blatant threat to him. It brightly told him that if the content didn't match reality, there would be serious punishment. It can't be. With the door lock twisted to the limit, about to be pushed open by the person outside, Xie Yi took a deep breath and pulled the door open to face whatever was outside. Bang, the door was opened from the inside. So sudden? The strange being outside the door was momentarily stunned, unable to believe the person inside actually opened the door themselves, but it seemed like the person had just pulled the door open. Never mind pulling the door open. But why were they still glaring at her with wide eyes and an impatient face? What the hell? Am I strange, or are you strange? Why don't you seem scared at all? The strangeness was unbelievable. The live stream viewers were even more shocked. My goodness, facing the strange directly, much stronger than the average newbie. Amazing, how did he notice there was a ghost sticking to the door outside? If he hadn't opened the door before the ghost spoke, he would have been directly erased by the strange. I saw players in other streams who opened the door directly and got killed by the strange outside, only those who waited for the strange to open the door and speak survived. It's just a coincidence, he must have been scared after twisting the lock and gave up on opening the door. The truth, bro. I don't think so, he doesn't look scared at all, and he's staring at the strange with wide eyes. Normally, scared people would close their eyes tightly, right? Of course, that's because people have different habits. Xie Yi stared at the other party with wide eyes. Usually, when people are scared, they close their eyes tightly in the face of the unknown, but Xie Yi wasn't like that, he preferred facing fear head-on. He believed that even if he had to die understanding why, and one couldn't leave regrets in life. Looking at the mom in front of him, Xie Yi was actually quite terrified inside. Just thinking about the fact that the other party was a ghost deepened his fear. But Xie Yi wanted to live, so he wasn't sure what was going through his mind, but he thought, should he greet the other party? After all, the other party had already said so many caring things to him. A little response shouldn't be a big deal. Maybe by showing a good image of himself, he could extract more information from the other party. After thinking about it, he decided to do it. Then unfortunately, before he could even say mom, the pain in his inflamed throat struck him fiercely. It hurt so much, and for some reason, his condition seemed to have worsened. His head was starting to feel dizzy. Xie Yi didn't speak, he lifted his hand to touch his forehead to see if he had a fever. If he had a fever now, it would simply mean he couldn't continue to live. He touched his forehead, and it wasn't very hot. No fever, great dot. Still alive. What's wrong, Yi? Do you feel unwell? The mom at the door saw Xie Yi touch his forehead and immediately shifted from a shocked expression to a caring one, stepping forward to check on him. Xie Yi was stunned by the sudden concern, not managing to dodge in time, and blankly accepted the hand that reached out to touch his forehead. The slightly cool hand touched his somewhat warm forehead, and the concerned look on mom's face deepened. However, Xie Yi didn't seem to be affected by this emotion. At that moment, his mind was occupied with one thought. Is it okay to be touched? Would the strange contaminate him by touching his forehead? Xie Yi had never played this before, he was just guessing randomly. Xie Yi snapped back to reality, wanting to assure that he was fine, but as usual, his throat hurt. He couldn't utter a single word. For a long time, he struggled to make 3 different tones of but still couldn't speak a single sentence. Alright, your throat wins. He could only express himself through body language. Xie Yi shook his head, gently removed the other's hand from his forehead, and patted the back of the hand softly to signal that everything was fine, and he was okay. He wasn't sure if the other person could understand. Oh, Yi is saying it's okay, right? Mom understands. Mom placed another hand over Xie Yi's hand and lightly patted it to show she understood. Unexpectedly, the other person understood. Xie Yi immediately nodded vigorously, eagerly agreeing. Mom smiled a relaxed smile, then Yi, come out to eat. So cute. Seeing the other person say that, Xie Yi had no reason to refuse and followed her out. After they walked out, Mom closed the door. Is this correct? Is this newbie so strong as to act dumb? Really can't say a word, just ABA? Haha, I'm dying, he actually survived after ABA that. Rule 1 is real? I thought it was meant to scam players. I watched, several players in different streams spoke too much, and their moms' faces turned dark. They seemed a bit dazed after that. They really just went ABA, quite pitiful. This newbie is good, I'll stick around this stream eating seeds. Xie Yi came out into a not too big, not too small room, a 3-bedroom apartment. The lights were off in the room, and the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room were covered with curtains. The outside light could only seep in a little, making the room dim and oppressive, creating an unsettling feeling in the heart. He didn't know whether it was morning or afternoon outside. In the living room, there was an old sofa, a large black TV screen in front of the sofa, and a coffee table in the middle. It was a very standard family-style decoration. From where he stood in the living room, he could clearly see the layout of the entire home. After Mom came out, she went to the kitchen not far away. Xie Yi glanced around the house, then noticed a small black shadow by the dining table. The pitch-black shadow was sitting with its back to him on a high stool, crookedly, looking like a small animal. What is that? Xie Yi was shocked, instinctively swallowing. Please don't be something that kills you on contact. Xie Yi ignored it, he didn't want to die out of curiosity. He decided to first look for a clock to check the time. Turning around, he found the clock on the wall of his own room. It was 11 a.m. 11 o'clock. Living until 5 p.m., is that hard or not? After checking the time on the clock, Xie Yi looked over at Mom's situation. At this moment, Mom was still in the kitchen, probably preparing a few dishes, and she had reignited the stove to cook something. Seeing that Mom was still busy, it probably wasn't mealtime yet. After all, she had said it was a family of 4, so they should wait for everyone to arrive before eating. Even if they didn't wait for everyone, they should at least wait for Mom to eat together. After thinking it over, Xie Yi decided to use this time to look for clues and make some preventive preparations. He didn't proactively walk over to the dining table. With that black shadow around, Xie Yi felt uneasy, as if there was some bad magnetic field between him and that thing. A strong feeling of repulsion. He decided to go check the sofa instead. Rule 4 said that if you hear the sound of porcelain clashing at home, you must immediately sit on the sofa and wait for the sound to disappear. He went to check the position to ensure that in case of danger, he would be ready. Reaching the sofa, Xie Yi first extended his hand to cautiously feel it, not sitting down immediately. Quite cautious, but isn't this being overly cautious? The first floor's mouth is sharp, it's better to be cautious, but then they say you're being too cautious. You really managed to cover both sides, speaking as if you are the only one. First floor. Ha ha ha. Laughing until I faint. This newcomer isn't curious about what that black thing is, not bad, very self-controlled. Are you sure he's not avoiding curiosity because he's scared? Ha ha, I'm laughing so hard, the battle power of today's netizens is really strong. Xie Yi roughly checked and found no danger, like hidden needles or knives in the sofa. He slowly sat down. So soft. The first feeling when sitting down was this. Actually, he had already felt it when he touched it with his hand earlier. Really, so soft. His neck resting on the ergonomic pillow that came with the sofa, his dizzy brain slowly cleared up a little. His round butt and bony spine perfectly sank into the soft sofa without any gaps. Unconsciously, Xie Yi closed his eyes. So sleepy, my throat hurts so much, and my sick body really can't handle such a soft sofa. Ah, I can't sit on the sofa, I'll die. Ah. My throat hurts so much, my head is so dizzy, my chest is so tight. Xie Yi took deep breaths of the hard-earned air, his chest rising and falling strongly. The blurry vision in front of him gradually became clearer, and his scattered consciousness slowly gathered. Xie Yi was completely confused. What's happening to me? Looking at the scene in front of him, his body was preparing to sit on the sofa. He was now at the front of the sofa, just one sitting motion away from sitting down. Wait a minute, didn't I already sit on the sofa and gradually fall asleep? How did I suddenly return to the moment just before I sat down? Is this a hallucination? Or a bad thought appeared in Xie Yi's mind. Could it be that I've already died? But if I'm dead, how could I wake up again? Another beautiful thought appeared in Xie Yi's mind. Could it be that I can be resurrected, that I can return from the wrong path and make the right choices again? How many times could I turn back? Can I make choices recklessly? The answer, uncertain. At the moment, Xie Yi could only be sure that his golden finger should be this death rewind that had no detailed introduction. Thinking of this, Xie Yi's wildly beating heart gradually calmed down. It seems that the current situation isn't that bad. Although the underlying code for triggering the golden finger is death, which would hurt, at least it's not a real death. He should still be thankful for getting this golden finger. For someone like him, whose thinking and observation abilities are not top-notch, having the chance to return on major life decisions really feels like his family is burning incense for him. But still, he should use this golden finger less. After all, it's not clear if it's unlimited. He's just afraid that once he has this golden finger, he'll start messing around and end up dying in the process, and it'll be really embarrassing. Xie Yi stood in front of the sofa for a moment before leaving. Having unknowingly died once on the sofa, it gave him a bit of PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, about sofas. Better not sit on the sofa for now. Wait until the relevant conditions happen and then go. Xie Yi took a step and shifted his position. The viewers in the live room were left stunned, watching as Xie Yi had just prepared to sit on the sofa, then suddenly decided not to and walked away. Bro, seriously, just testing the sofa? Aren't you going to sit on it? Such a pure purpose, bro. I don't get it, did he sense something when he was about to sit? Why did his face suddenly show panic, like he was drowning? Could it be that someone died on the sofa, and he sensed it? Ah. I didn't mean it like that. Oh no. Someone else died in another live room. What? Less than 5 minutes into the stream, someone died again? What happened this time? How is that even possible? They sat on the sofa, and somehow, their tense expressions suddenly relaxed, and as time passed, they closed their eyes, then strange things happened. The sofa suddenly seemed like an hourglass, pulling them all into it. What? Did everyone sitting on the sofa die? They died. So, Xie Yi almost sat on the sofa just now, but he chose not to midway. That was close. Xie Yi almost died. Yeah, why can't we sit on the sofa? Is Rule 4 fake? Not sure. Maybe sitting on the sofa at the wrong time causes problems. Could it be that Xie Yi figured this out and decided not to sit on the sofa? How could he have thought of that? Who would have guessed? Hey, buddy, open your eyes and see, the fourth to last floor figured it out. Maybe that's the clue, if you sit on the sofa at the wrong time, it causes problems. Wow, Xie Yi is pretty smart. I'm keeping an eye on this newcomer. Cautious, careful, and clever. Not bad, not bad. And his looks are pleasant too. I think the last point is why you're paying attention to Xie Yi. Hee hee, don't say it out loud, you ghost. Having died once, of course, one would know. He really wasn't careful enough. If he weren't a genius, he'd probably already be dead, his soul gone to the heavens. Xie Yi returned to the place where he had first come out. The brief moment just now hadn't wasted much time. Even though he felt like he had experienced many things, in reality, less than 5 minutes had passed. Surviving from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m., at first, Xie Yi didn't think it would be easy, but he never imagined it would be so difficult. Danger is everywhere. Xie Yi carefully observed his surroundings again. In the kitchen, his mother was still heating something. The dark figure at the dining table sat there motionless. From a distance, it didn't seem dangerous, but who knows what would happen if he got closer. The clues he already knew were that the sofa in the living room was dangerous, and going to the 3 bedrooms now would seem odd, so he had no choice but to explore what that dark thing at the dining table was. After making up his mind, Xie Yi cautiously walked toward it. He hadn't explored that dark thing before because he was afraid of dying. Now that he had died once, he naturally felt a little more confident. By the way, most of the rules mentioned a name. Xie Yi. He hadn't figured out who the protagonist of this rule was yet. This would definitely play a key role in whether or not he could clear the level. So, who exactly is Xie Yi? Is it that dark figure? If Xie Yi is an animal, that would explain why they need to find someone to help Xie Yi take a bath, which is the confusing rule. Xie Yi moved toward the dining table. The restaurant was also unlit, and the dim room gave off a deathly, stagnant smell. As he walked deeper into the room, the light only grew gloomier. In the kitchen, his mother's cooking sounds grew clearer. The buzz-buzz sound of the range hood working reached Xie Yi's ears, and he could smell a delicious, unidentifiable meat fragrance. As he got closer, he was still a little far from the dark object. He glanced at the kitchen. At this moment, his mother was stirring something in the pressure cooker with a metal spoon. Is she making soup? Meat soup? Is it really meat soup? Xie Yi asked himself 3 questions in a row. In a strange world like this, he couldn't help but overthink everything. Chapter 4, A Family of 4, Dying Again. Forget it, forget it. Even if it's human meat soup, it's not something he can stop right now. Let's first see what that dark figure is. Xie Yi slowly calmed his pounding heart. One part of his life philosophy is to live as long as he can, and when he truly can't, there's nothing he can do about it. The dim dining table was filled with various items: a dry, wrinkled dish towel, a fruit bowl with rotting fruit, dirty bowls that hadn't been washed after eating, and a baby's bottle and milk powder can. These are the child's belongings. Xie Yi looked at these items on the dining table, and when his eyes landed on the bottle and milk powder can, he couldn't help but feel a doubt arise in his heart. Does this family have a child? The small dark shadow that appeared in his sight made him think again. Could that shadow be a child? Xie Yi moved his eyes toward the shadow, and only then did he notice that the high stool it sat on was a baby's eating chair, the kind that could hold a child tightly, stopping them from falling off while moving during a meal. Commonly called a baby chair. Ha! When he realized this, Xie Yi's pupils widened in shock. That dark thing was actually a child? No matter how he looked, it didn't seem like a child at all. Xie Yi stared carefully at the figure, and slowly he began to see its limbs. The shadow's 2 hands were quietly placed on the small table attached to the baby chair, and its tiny legs were stuck in the special grooves, just like a good child waiting to eat. It really was a child. Could this child be Yi? The thought that Yi might be an animal vanished completely from Xie Yi's mind. He stared at the little figure, his gaze moving from its small head down to its toes. Judging by its size, it was about as tall as a 1.5-year-old child. With this result, Xie Yi began to think. A child around 1 year old indeed wouldn't be able to bathe themselves, so the Yi mentioned in the rule list was most likely this child. But why was this child all black? Could it be that the child didn't exist anymore, or was already dead? The moment this thought appeared, a coldness spread through Xie Yi's whole body, and an icy chill climbed up his back. He quickly shook his head. No, maybe this dark child would only change at a specific time. After all, when he checked the sofa earlier, there was no issue with it, but after sitting on it, he experienced death. So maybe some things would only change when a specific time or event happened. Thinking this way, Xie Yi felt a little more at ease. The thought of not just staying in the same room with something eerie, but also with a dead child, was simply terrifying. But Xie Yi didn't completely dismiss his previous guess. Without solid evidence that the child was already dead, he leaned toward the latter theory being correct. After all, the later guess had reasoning behind it. It seemed that the black child wasn't dangerous. Xie Yi noticed he had been standing here for a while, and the child on the baby chair didn't even look at him, as though it treated him like air. Xie Yi pouted. His mind was just like that of a child, grumbling inside. If it treats me like air, then fine, I don't want to talk to you anyway. Xie Yi then turned his gaze toward the kitchen. At this moment, his mother had stopped stirring the soup in the pressure cooker with a metal spoon and was heading toward the deeper part of the kitchen. Xie Yi saw his mother seemed to still have something to do, so he thought it would be better to go search for some clues in the room. Currently, the guess that the black child at the dining table was Yi, mentioned multiple times in the rule list, didn't have any solid proof to back it up. The deduction based only on rule number 5 wasn't enough to support the idea. He still needed to find a family photo or more information about the child, to see if it matched the child at the dining table, and to confirm if this child was really called Yi. After making up his mind, Xie Yi turned and walked toward one of the 3 rooms in the apartment. Unknowingly, as he turned to leave, the black child, who had been quietly sitting on the baby chair, turned its head to look at him. Then, slowly, it revealed a wide, grinning smile. That's creepy. I want to complain. Why is this dark thing smiling at me? I'm not a player, why are you scaring me? Although the black little child was so dark that the specific face couldn't be seen, the shadows around the mouth clearly indicated that some expression had been made, causing them to bulge out a bit. Just from those shadows, it was enough for the god-level Xie who was focused on watching the Creepy Talk livestream to imagine how the other person was smiling eerily while waiting for Xie Yi to encounter danger. No, who can understand the feeling of focusing on watching Xie Yi find new clues and suddenly seeing the child's smile appear in front of the camera? Smile, already scared to death, please don't disturb. Creepy Talk, you understand how to use terrifying camera angles. If our country's movie directors could have your level, they'd probably win awards non-stop. Nonsense, our country's films emphasize science, how could there be ghosts and such? Haha, little sister, just say the things people like to hear. Xie Yi didn't notice the black child behind him who glanced at him. If he had known, he probably would have collapsed and kneeled before them. Say something like, "Ancestor, you are my ancestor, please don't scare me, ancestor. Don't take my life, anything is fine." What he feared most was being suddenly scared. When he arrived in front of the 3 closed room doors, looking at them, Xie Yi was surprised. He only then realized that the room he had come out from was the one in the middle. According to a normal 3-room apartment layout, the middle room should be the biggest one. But why didn't he notice this at the time? In his memory, the whole room felt like it was covered with a thin layer of gray cloth. At that time, his body, newly arrived in this world, was not feeling well. Either his back of the head hurt, or his throat hurt. So, was it because his body was uncomfortable that he didn't carefully observe the room he was in? But he had time to look at the rules list and time to go out, so why didn't he have time to observe his own room? When Xie Yi realized this, his mind exploded. He felt like a stupid pig. How could he be so careless? Are you an idiot, Xie Yi? Maybe there were key clues in his own room, maybe there was a clue for a safe escape there. Thinking this, Xie Yi quickly reached for the door lock of the middle room, tightly grasped it, and swiftly turned it before easily pushing the door open. Creak, the sound of the door opening suddenly rang out, and Xie Yi, with an excited expression, stepped inside. Inside, a blinding white light lit up. Xie Yi thought he had discovered something crucial that triggered the game's lighting effects, trusting his instincts to enter. But the next second. Walk died again. Opening the door leads to death? How is that possible? The logic doesn't add up. This time, Xie Yi didn't feel the intense suffocation he felt the last time on the sofa. This death only made him feel like his consciousness was wiped out in an instant, as if telling him that opening the door was wrong. Opening the door leads to death? Impossible. Xie Yi couldn't imagine it. It wasn't his first time opening a door, why did he die this time and not last time? Chapter 5, 4-person family, died twice again. Xie Yi turned his gaze to the other closed rooms, suspicion rising in his heart. Is it only the door of my room that leads to death when opened, or does any door lead to death when opened? After thinking this through. Walk. All death, what is going on? Xie Yi tried opening the doors of the other 2 rooms, and as a result, he died twice. Twice. Why? Why? The result of death was the same both times, his consciousness being wiped out in an instant. The pain was bearable, but the reason? Why couldn't he open the door? Xie Yi felt that he had to calm down first, to recall what exactly went wrong in the middle. Why didn't he die the first time he opened the door, but now he did? Thinking this, Xie Yi's body shook, his eyes immediately brightening. Wait, should I try again? Maybe the problem lies there. No, brother, what have you been staring at the door for so long? I don't know, it feels like he's been through a lot of things. Hey, didn't you guys notice that his face has once again shown a sudden emotional fluctuation? It's like nothing happened, but at the same time, it feels like so many things happened. Hearing you speak is like hearing words of wisdom. Xie Yi cautiously walked to the door of his room. If he survived this time, it would prove that his deduction was correct. He swallowed hard, slowly reaching his hand towards the metallic door lock, twisting it with a click sound. The lock had been twisted to its limit and could no longer be turned. Thump, thump, thump. Xie Yi's heart uncontrollably pounded violently, his palms already drenched in cold sweat, gripping the door lock as if it were a scorching iron. Sweat continued to seep from his back, 3 deaths had left indelible marks deep within his soul. He was still very nervous. Okay, now slowly release it. Xie Yi followed his instincts, mainly because his throat hurt and he couldn't speak. After successfully releasing his grip, Xie Yi realized he was still alive. He was still alive. Oh yeah. Amazed face, / Living is victory. The audience watched as Xie Yi held the door lock and released it but couldn't open the door, then showed a meaningful smile. What? A line of question marks soared. No, brother, what are you so happy about? Did you find some important clue? Indeed, he found an important clue. Xie Yi accidentally discovered the underlying code that operated this punishment setup. Only by opening the door would he receive the preset punishment, but if he just twisted the lock without pushing the door open, or if someone else twisted the lock and he pushed the door open, there would be no punishment. He remembered the time when he woke up here and first opened the door. The first time he decided to open the door, he stopped halfway because he was too scared. The lock had been twisted, but he didn't push the door open. The second time, it seemed strange, as the lock was twisted to the extreme. He just gathered his courage and pulled the door open, facing the strange situation without twisting the lock and pulling the door at the same time. It was precisely because of this detail that he didn't die. Heaven really allowed such a coincidence to happen. Xie Yi couldn't believe it. He never expected that if such a coincidence hadn't occurred, he might have already collapsed in the room, dying instantly from the setup of opening the door. Who would have thought that twisting the lock and pushing the door couldn't be done at the same time? If you did both, you'd die. Is this some kind of creepy game for people to play? Xie Yi deeply questioned within himself. If he didn't have the death rewind, he probably wouldn't even know how long he had been dead. But why? This setup has a bug. There shouldn't be a setup without a proper solution. What would someone without a death rewind do? There must be a ghost. The room he hadn't carefully observed at the beginning must have been hiding some truth. Otherwise, why would he have chosen to leave without checking his room? Could it be that he was really too careless? While Xie Yi was troubled by what he might have missed, he didn't know when his mom had come up behind him. Yi, what are you doing? A voice as soft as a ghost's whisper came from behind, and Xie Yi's back immediately shot through with an electric current, sending goosebumps all over his body. He froze in place, too scared to move. Uncontrollably, he started to swallow, feeling like he almost got scared to death. When did she come over? How could there be no sound at all? Mom, you can't do this to me. Wah. Ah. His throat hurt so much. Flustered and eager to explain that he wasn't doing anything, Xie Yi's explanation stopped as soon as he opened his mouth because of the intense pain in his throat. As expected, his throat still hurt badly. Xie Yi lowered his head, his eyes wide open in fear, his hands clenched tightly due to nervousness, and his whole body stiffened, unable to move. Even if he wanted to run away now, he couldn't. How could a person be this useless? He wanted to cry but had no tears. Was he going to die? No, please no. In the dimly lit living room, it was clear that Xie Yi was truly out of options. However, the strange figure behind him widened its eyes at the sight, not only refraining from harming Xie Yi but also wearing a face full of disbelief. His mother showed an incredulous expression behind Xie Yi, her heart shaken. No. Are you not going to say a word? At a time like this, you're still not speaking? Could it be that this person is naturally mute? His mother slightly parted her lips in surprise, watching Xie Yi, who stood with his back to her, unmoving and his hands tightly clenched. In the end, she had no choice but to concede. She originally thought that by scaring him while he was lost in thought, she could make him scream and trigger the death rule. Although from the beginning, she couldn't find any sign that he was afraid of anything. After all, he had very cleverly chosen to open the door and face her directly at the start, truly unexpected. When he first attempted to open the door, the lock turned, but he still didn't open the door. Then, on the second attempt, she set up a two-pronged danger. Whether he opened the door himself or didn't, he would be punished. Yet, he still waited for her to turn the lock to the fullest before pulling open the door. He opened the door. Do you know how shocked she was at that moment? Just because he opened the door without triggering the extended death rule, she couldn't kill him. Other players either triggered the extended death rule by opening the door themselves and died obediently, or they stayed asleep until she opened the door for them, never touching it, coming out safely. But this player was different. He acted freely, played with the strange rules, leaving an unforgettable impression. Now, because she had frightened him, he dared to lower his head, clench his hands, and prepare to fight her? This is terrible, things are going terribly. This person wouldn't have figured out the truth, right? Could he have already regained his memories? After enduring a storm of thoughts, his mother finally began to calm down. Forget it, after all, the room they were in already had answers. Some players could indeed start with clear awareness and figure out the underlying principles. Her expression returned to normal as she calmly walked over to Xie Yi, seemingly unconcerned by his behavior. She gently took his clenched hand, slowly smoothing it out, and softly said to him, Dinner is ready. Come with mom to the table and eat. Ha? Xie Yi suddenly looked up at her, startling his mother. Why does he always startle me like that? He scared me twice in one day already. The corner of his mother's mouth twitched ever so slightly. Xie Yi, completely unaware of his mother's emotional shift, was now brimming with joy inside, though he looked calm on the outside. Ah, mom isn't going to kill him. Ha, he didn't have to die. Mom, you're such a good mom. Chapter 6, The Four-Person Household, Dead Again, and Again. Xie Yi was deeply moved inside. He thought he had done something wrong, thinking his earlier silence might have upset his mother. But instead of being angry, she had invited him to eat. There's nothing better in the world than a mother. A child with a mother is like a precious treasure. Humming a little tune in his heart, Xie Yi immediately followed his mother out of this unfortunate place where he had died 3 times. Arriving at the dining table with his mother, the black child was still sitting in his high chair, and now there were 2 more dishes placed on it. One was a steamed egg with chestnut pumpkin, and the other was meat soup. Xie Yi's gaze was entirely drawn to the meat soup, watching the floating, worm-like white foam in the bowl. A large piece of meat with bones was placed in front of him, and Xie Yi felt disgusted in his heart. Children shouldn't be advised to eat too much oil and salt, right? He slowly sat down, and in front of him were these 2 servings of food, but besides these 2 dishes, there were also other foods on the table. There was stir-fried meat with chili and braised pig's feet. Xie Yi looked at those 2 dishes, and the last bit of hope in his eyes vanished. They were things he couldn't eat right now. His throat hurt so much that even speaking was a struggle, let alone eating something spicy. Xie Yi sighed inwardly, but despite the food not being to his liking, he didn't feel unhappy. After all, he wasn't here for a vacation, and there was actually one thing here he could eat. He could eat the steamed egg with chestnuts and pumpkin. This he could just gently place in his mouth and nibble on. Speaking of which, he was indeed already hungry. The food should be fine, right? Xie Yi thought for a moment. The rule only mentioned this. This black child should be the Yi mentioned in the rules, and the only thing he couldn't eat right now was that meat soup. He felt disgusted just looking at that meat soup, not knowing what kind of meat was used to stew it, so it might be better to take it away. At this moment, his mother slowly walked out of the kitchen, carrying 2 bowls of rice. One was placed in front of her, and the other was prepared to hand to Xie Yi. Xie Yi saw his mother handing over the rice and took it without thinking. Don't take the rice. You'll die. Ha, now he knows, taking the rice will kill him. Woi? Why? Xie Yi was confused. Sitting on the sofa will kill him, opening the door will kill him, taking the rice will kill him. Is there some other ridiculous way he's going to die? Is this how this ghost story works? Other players' worlds must have collapsed by now. So there's definitely something he hasn't figured out yet. Otherwise, how would players who don't have death resets play? How would you tell him to play? Under the dim light, his mother slowly walked over again, carrying 2 bowls of rice. As before, she placed her rice on the table first, and then handed over the remaining bowl of rice to Xie Yi. Xie Yi looked at that bowl of rice, feeling like he was staring at the Grim Reaper, and involuntarily swallowed. Let's try this, maybe it'll work. A dead horse might as well be treated as a live one. In silence, Xie Yi shook his head like a rattle, signaling that he didn't want the rice, then pointed at the steamed egg with chestnuts and pumpkin in front of him and nodded again, signaling that this would be enough. After doing all this, Xie Yi waited for the judgment. He had already mentally prepared himself that if he rejected her, he would be killed. But right now, there was no way to reject her, no other way to act. He also wanted to communicate with his mother, telling her that just the steamed egg with chestnuts and pumpkin was enough, no need for anything else. But his throat hurt too much, it kept getting worse, and Xie Yi feared that he might actually lose his voice later. There was no choice. Xie Yi could only helplessly express his meaning with his hands, not knowing if his mother understood, or if this impolite behavior would make his death even more painful. Please don't let that happen. As Xie Yi waited for his death, his mother, under the light, unexpectedly showed no signs of acting. Instead, she smiled slightly and gently took the bowl of rice back. Her soft voice asked Xie Yi, are you saying that the steamed egg with pumpkin is enough and you don't need the rice? His mother looked at him with a loving expression. Xie Yi was stunned. Before his brain could process it, he nodded repeatedly in agreement. What's going on? Did he really reject it successfully? This was the right thing to do. His mother, having received the answer, wasn't angry at all. Well then, is there anything else you don't like to eat? Xie Yi's eyes were even more shocked and brighter than before after hearing his mother's words. What a great opportunity. Now, Xie Yi's brain finally started to think. When his mother asked if there was any food he wasn't used to eating, did it mean that this was the perfect time to take away all the meat soup from both their tables? After all, the rules say he can't eat hard things, and he himself feels disgusted by the meat. This is truly a great opportunity. Ah! His throat hurt so much. Xie Yi was so excited that he wanted to speak directly to quickly achieve his goal. After all, speaking is the most direct and convenient way for an adult to express their needs. But now, Xie Yi was once again suppressed by the intense pain in his throat, preventing his instinctive actions, causing no words to come out. He couldn't. Xie Yi could only obediently start using his hands and body to express his needs. Xie Yi lowered his head and pointed at the meat soup on his table, then pointed at the meat soup on the black, small child's chair beside him, and finally shook his hands from side to side to show that he didn't want it. He didn't notice, but as he pointed to the meat soup on both tables, a slight look of surprise appeared on his mother's smiling face. Xie Yi really didn't notice. When he saw his mother take away the meat soup from both his table and the child's table, he just focused on his own happiness. Happy, he began to eat the chestnut pumpkin steamed egg in front of him. But while he was happy, the outside world exploded with disbelief about what had just happened. Walk. There are still people alive in this instance, and it's a newbie. Shocking, how did this newbie survive? Can someone explain for the viewers who've been watching? What's going on? Why are they suddenly saying this? Don't you know? In this instance, it seems the only one still alive is an old player who's cleared it 9 times and is about to go home. We only just found out that a newbie is still alive here, and all the other 20 new players are dead. Walk. Dead? It hasn't even been an hour, what kind of instance is this? I thought the newbie was playing pretty smoothly, thought it was an easy instance, didn't expect it to be this hard? How did they die? I think I only saw the door kill, sofa kill, but back then there were still 10 livestreams fine. How did 8 of them die all of a sudden? It's basically a complete annihilation. Because 3 of them died after accepting the rice from their mother's hand, 4 died because they dared not disobey their mother's suggestion and ate the spicy stir-fried meat and braised pig's feet on the table, and the last one avoided everything but still didn't escape the meat soup. He died after drinking a sip. Ha! So many strange ways of dying? Ridiculous. Bro, why have I never seen any of this? Our side, Xie Yi never encountered his mother's difficulties, didn't even have the scene where his mother suggested eating more vegetables, and even more so, his mother took the initiative to ask if there was any food he wasn't used to eating. Are we sure we're seeing the same mom? That netizen asked a soul-stirring question, and this question was perfect, just so clever. Chapter 7, 4-person household, another death. Use your brain. In the instance, the mother is always the same. Actually, the old player who cleared the final instance 9 times was in the same situation as the newbie. I think this newbie, like the old player, has figured out the truth hidden in the rules. How is that possible? This is just a newbie, that other person is an old player who cleared the instance 9 times and is about to go home. You know, only 150,000 people worldwide have successfully cleared 10 instances. Can a newbie be compared to an old player? Isn't there a rumor that once a newbie enters their first instance, if there are old players who have cleared 5 instances, the newbie? The dungeon was hellishly difficult, it was absolutely impossible for a newcomer to clear it with an old player who had already beaten it 9 times. I've heard of that, but I can't believe that Xie Yi actually survived after entering the same dungeon with an old player who's completed it 9 times. I can't even imagine how strong the other player must be. I had this feeling from the start, I always thought this newcomer was not simple. TCH, stop boasting. I think he's just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse and getting lucky. Is it so hard for you to admit someone else is good? Xie Yi had no idea that his first dungeon was actually hellishly difficult, and he had no clue that only he and an old player who had cleared it 9 times were still alive. If he had known, he probably wouldn't even have bothered to leave the starting room. Now, after finishing the meal, time seemed to pass incredibly fast. Mom took the used dishes into the kitchen, and Xie Yi stayed seated at the dining table for a little while longer. Mainly because he really had no other options, the doors to the 3 rooms were all shut, and opening any of them would lead to death. The kitchen, bathroom, and living room were open, but there was no guarantee that hidden dangers lurked inside. He decided to cherish his life and not waste it unless absolutely necessary. If there really was a limit to how many times he could reset after dying, he feared he might be in serious trouble now. Thinking this, Xie Yi sat at the dining table for a full half hour. During that half hour, there wasn't a hint of danger. Mom was in the kitchen washing, and he sat there parallel to the black-haired child. It turned out that sitting quietly in the dining room posed no danger at all. After discovering this, Xie Yi couldn't help but feel that his previous deaths were truly strange. If the deaths had provided any clues about the truth, if he had known why he died like that, then it would have been a death with purpose. But now, he had no clues at all, and he was beginning to fear the unknown death. Had he died too many times? Once on the couch, 3 times from opening doors, and once from eating rice. What was the clue behind these deaths? As Xie Yi puzzled over it, he suddenly heard the sound of a phone ringing in the silent room. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling, the phone's ringtone echoed through the quiet house. Xie Yi turned his head to look, scanning the entire living room, and finally saw the phone lighting up on the shoe rack by the entryway. Whose phone was it? Should he go check it out? Xie Yi thought, glancing at his mom in the kitchen. She didn't seem to hear the phone and was still busy with something in the kitchen. Xie Yi moved away from the dining table and approached the phone. The caller ID showed Dad. Dad? Seeing Dad on the screen, Xie Yi remembered something. The rules mentioned Dad and Grandma. It also said that Dad and Grandma weren't often at home, so if Dad was calling, there must be something important. Could it be some important clue? Thinking this, Xie Yi reached out to grab the phone. Ah. No, don't pick up the phone yourself. That's not the right way. You'll die. Ah, is this newbie going to die? I thought he could match up with the old players. What a shame, what a pity. Wait, something's not right. Why did he suddenly stop reaching for the phone? Did he pull back in time? That's really unusual. Unpredictable. Xie Yi immediately pulled his hand back, avoiding the phone like it was a poisonous snake. He felt like he was going crazy. Why would picking up the phone cause death? This didn't make any sense at all. Ding-ling-ling, the phone continued vibrating and ringing. It sounded like a death knell, constantly reminding Xie Yi that time was running out. Xie Yi had already tried it. He had died twice. No, not once, but twice. Once, he died right when he picked up the phone. Once, he died for not picking it up, letting it ring until he didn't even make it back to the dining room before losing consciousness. Such a watery, unlucky thing happened to him. So what should he do? The feeling of frustration kept piling up inside his body, and Xie Yi felt like he was about to suffocate. He couldn't take the phone himself, nor could he just ignore it. So what should he do? Should he answer it? But if he answers, he must pick up the phone. Xie Yi looked at the phone's model. It wasn't one of those that could just use smart voice commands, so... In the end, Xie Yi directed his gaze to the kitchen. The only idea that came to his mind was one. Have his mom answer the phone, and then he could listen to it. He had to confirm whether the phone ringing suddenly was going to give him some important clue. Maybe he just needed this one clue to understand the cause of everything. He had to do it, or he felt like he was going to go crazy. After thinking like this, Xie Yi acted quickly. He rushed into the kitchen and sought his mom, without any hesitation. He originally planned to speak and ask her to answer the phone, but his throat hurt too much, so he could only desperately point outside with his finger. His face was full of urgency. Xie Yi's mom in the kitchen saw him rush in, and after being momentarily startled, quickly regained her calm. She seemed to know what was going to happen, and softly asked him, Yi, is something wrong? Xie Yi thought, if he could speak, he wouldn't have to do this, but he couldn't. His throat hurt so much he couldn't speak, and the phone was about to stop ringing. He didn't want to die again. Xie Yi tried to grab his mom in one go, but the strange body situation was still beyond his plan. So he could only keep walking out while signaling his mom to come with him. His gestures to guide her were almost comical and awkward, but in the end, his mom really understood what he meant and followed him out of the kitchen. Once they were out of the kitchen, his mom's ears seemed to suddenly work. She exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, the phone rang. How didn't I hear it? You're amazing, you knew to come tell mom about the phone ringing. I'll answer it right now." Xie Yi watched his mom go toward the phone and didn't notice how strange her words had been earlier, quickly following her. Now he just needed her to answer the phone and let him listen. Thinking like this, Xie Yi reached the shoe cabinet, watching his mom pick up the phone from the cabinet and the beep sound of it connecting. Hello. His mom spoke first. Xie Yi looked at the phone being answered, preparing to ask his mom for it so he could listen. But before he could do anything, his mom hung up the phone. Xie Yi's face was full of question marks. The last thing he heard his mom say was, "Okay, I understand. I'll pay attention to opening the door when Grandma comes back." Hung up? Just like that, hung up? Didn't his mom and dad have anything to say? Only a few seconds, and it was over? She didn't even give him a chance to interrupt. Xie Yi was stunned. Xie Yi was on the brink of collapse. Chapter 8, The Family of Four. Who exactly is Xie Yi? How could they treat him like this? Xie Yi blinked his eyes, standing there in a daze for a long time. Even after his mom took the phone away, he stood still for a while longer. When he finally snapped out of it, it felt like he had recovered from the earlier sadness and restarted his mind to think about the clues he had just gained. Since his mom hung up the phone so quickly, it meant the player didn't need to answer the phone. All that was needed was for his mom to answer it. But what clue was that phone trying to give the player? In the end, his mom said something: she would pay attention to opening the door when Grandma came back. Grandma? Grandma is coming back? When is Grandma coming back? What is Grandma coming back for? These questions piled up in Xie Yi's mind, growing more and more. There is no correct answer, only distractions that leave him feeling endless irritation and a heavy chest. Now he has not solved a single problem, but instead, more problems crowd in. What is the true story behind all this? Xie Yi returned to the dining table in frustration and sat down again. He needed to calm down, only calmness could help him understand what these deaths were really about. Think with your mind. 1 death on the sofa was due to suffocation. 3 deaths from opening the door happened because of a moment of white light consciousness gone. 1 death from receiving rice was because of consciousness disappearing. Twice dying from taking a phone was also due to sudden loss of self-awareness. Only the death on the sofa was different. Why was only the death on the sofa different? Could it be that the other similar deaths were reminding me that they all died for the same reason? Thinking of this, a faint glimmer finally appeared in Xie Yi's dull eyes. But this glimmer was still too weak, his mind was muddled. He still couldn't figure out what he had violated that led to death. What common point was there among these several deaths? There seemed to be no pattern at all. While Xie Yi was scratching his head in thought, a fragment suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait a minute. Who am I? Xie Yi's pupils suddenly shrank, every detail that had been overlooked began to play in his mind like a film reel. The introduction began with a 4-member family. From the earlier phone call, it was clear that Dad and Grandma are outside now, while Mom is at home. If this black child is the Xie Yi mentioned in the rules, then who am I? What role do I play in this family? Thinking of this, Xie Yi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The chill on his back shot from his feet to the top of his head, freezing him in place. He couldn't bear to imagine who this Xie, whom his mother gently called, really was. Yi. Could I be Yi? Am I that black child? How is that possible? Xie Yi's mouth slightly opened, pupils shrank, and his hands dropped helplessly from his head to the dining table, his whole body feeling a dreadful chill. His body felt like it had stiffened, with his head mechanically turning slowly to the right in search of answers. When he met the black child beside him who was also turning with a dark face, Xie Yi realized that all his previous thoughts were right. He was Yi, he was this black child before him. The same obedient posture sitting at the dining table, the same quiet waiting for Mom to serve food. Everything explained why he felt safe at the dining table. Why the food he and the black child ate was the same, both chestnut pumpkin steamed egg and meat soup placed in front of them. Because they were the same person, so it was alike. All the unanswered questions were suddenly resolved like breaking the ice at that moment. Xie Yi understood the truth behind all the deaths. Why sleeping on the sofa led to suffocation death? Because a small child sleeping alone could easily suffocate. Why he died from opening the door? Because a small child might reach the door, but had no strength to open it. Why he died from receiving rice? Because a child of this age was not suitable for eating rice, and accidentally because he was disgusted with meat soup, he let his mom take it away, along with himself and the black child. If he had just let his mom take away the bowl of meat soup in front of the black child, he would surely have died from the soup in front of him. All these unresolved questions were resolved when Xie Yi realized he was actually a child. So it turns out Mom was always calling her own child. How similar they are. It's just that his name contains the character E. Just automatically thinking that the E my mother mentions is E. A moment of realization brought more overlooked clues. In fact, it also further confirmed that he was a child. After all, such a young child naturally doesn't know how to speak much, at most they can call their parents, and sometimes they express themselves with hands or crying. If it weren't for his throat hurting badly, he probably would have died countless times under this rule. Sometimes, he really does some silly things, fighting with his brain. If it weren't for the death reset, he might not have even found the pattern of death. After Xie Yi thought everything through, he slowly accepted this reality. Thankfully, it wasn't too late for him to react. He also came up with a countermeasure. Since he was a child now, it was easy to handle, he would just act like a child. However, when Xie Yi looked up again, for some reason, the scene in front of him looked strange. The dining table seemed to be at almost eye level with him. Looking down, Xie Yi's pupils suddenly shrank again, and he almost screamed in shock. Why am I sitting in a baby chair? Wait, wasn't that black child sitting in the baby chair just now? Why am I sitting in it now? No. Could it be that just thinking about it made me really become a child? After realizing this, Xie Yi quickly surveyed his surroundings, and he jumped in shock when he saw it. He really was sitting in the baby chair that the black child was sitting in, and his body really had turned into that of a child. Why did this suddenly happen? I really just thought about it. Could it be that when I realize who I am, I will truly become that child? So now I've fused with that black child? Before Xie Yi could recover from the shock, a list of rules suddenly popped up in front of him. The rule list didn't show any new rules, but all the meanings changed just by changing one name. 4-person household. Forward, because of my bath, a tremendous change happened at home. Mission requirement, survive past 5 p.m. 1. I don't like talking much. 2. Grandma and dad really like me, any request can be fulfilled, but they are not often at home. 3. I don't like eating hard things, soft and meltable things are more suitable for me. 4. Sometimes there will be the sound of porcelain clashing in the house, at that time, just stay obediently on the sofa until the sound disappears. 5. At 3 p.m. to 4 p.m., ask someone to help me find the bathroom for a bath. 6. Never let her give me a bath. It's all about me. So this is the real rule. Xie Yi looked at the rule list carefully for a long time before his racing heart gradually calmed down. He began to consider what to do next. Although there was a death reset, it wasn't omnipotent, and Xie Yi still worried that there might be a limit on the number of resets, so he wanted to try to clear the stage with his own abilities. Even though his abilities were at the level of a novice. Since the mission requirement hadn't changed, it meant that surviving past 5 p.m. was the goal. Now, the key to surviving was in the remaining 3 rules. As long as he got through these 3 rules, he could clear this level. So how could he uncover the hidden truth in these 3 rules? Should I not let anyone give me a bath? Why would my bath cause such a huge change at home? While thinking about this, the sound of footsteps came closer, and before Xie Yi realized what was happening, he saw his body slowly rising and then gently falling to the ground. Then, he faced a face with bright red lipstick, the lipstick as red as fresh blood, and that red mouth started moving up and down as it spoke to him. When Grandma comes back. You stay with Grandma for now. Mom has some things to do, and I will come back later to give you a bath, okay? Facing his tall mother, who had squatted down in front of him, Xie Yi's first instinctive reaction was fear, as if he were living in a world of giants. Everything around him had become so big that it only increased the pressure on him. Xie Yi, feeling the oppression from the giant-like presence, instinctively nodded obediently to show that he understood. Just at that moment, ding-ling-ling, knock-knock, the sound of someone knocking on the door came from behind. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Mom's mouth. It's Grandma coming back. I'll go open the door. Chapter 9, Family of 4, Epilogue. Mom stood up and walked toward the entryway, and Xie Yi turned his head to look. After his body shrank, it became incredibly difficult to move. When he looked at the things he had touched before, Xie Yi suddenly realized the truth. The position of the door lock was out of his reach, and the shoe cabinet at the entryway was just as unreachable. No wonder he died. Mom opened the door, and Grandma quickly walked in. She bypassed Mom and went straight to Xie Yi, picking him up. Did you miss Grandma? Grandma asked Xie Yi happily. Xie Yi's head buzzed as he held back his discomfort and responded. Being picked up made Xie Yi feel as if he were soaring into the sky, his head and body buzzing with discomfort. After becoming a child, he was truly at the mercy of others and unable to speak. Xie Yi held back the nausea from the weightlessness and immediately nodded in response, fearing that not responding would make the strange one angry. Hearing her grandson respond, Grandma's face lit up with joy, and she prepared to carry Xie Yi into the house. However, at that moment, Mom suddenly spoke at the doorway. Well, Mom, since you're back, I'll head out first. They're just missing me for their team, and it's getting late. I already promised them I'd go, and it wouldn't be good to cancel now. Mom's tone wasn't very firm. The atmosphere suddenly felt like it was cut with a sharp blade, and the originally warm ambience turned icy cold. Grandma, whose face had been full of joy just moments ago, abruptly changed her kind tone and angrily said, "How dare you say that? You, as a mother, are raising a child like this? As soon as I come back, you're about to leave? If I hadn't come back, would you have just left the child alone at home? Or, if I hadn't told my son to call you, you probably wouldn't have even been home, right?" Grandma's words were fierce, and her face turned red with anger. Mom looked embarrassed, but she didn't refute a single word and just stood at the door, letting Grandma speak, as if everything Grandma said were the truth. Xie Yi's frown deepened as he listened from Grandma's arms. He was shocked. Something wasn't right. Why hadn't Mom said a word in response? Xie Yi couldn't understand. Grandma's words seemed exaggerated, didn't they? What kind of mother would leave such a small child alone at home to go out? And didn't Mom answer the phone from Dad? Wouldn't she wait for Grandma to return before going out alone? What if, at that time, there was no Mom at home and he was the only one left? If Grandma came back and knocked on the door, he wouldn't be able to open it. And if he couldn't open the door, would he die? Thinking of this, Xie Yi suddenly stiffened, his entire body frozen in Grandma's arms. A chilling thought appeared in his mind. If, hypothetically, everything Grandma had said was true, and Mom's response was an indirect acceptance of Grandma's reprimands, then one of his unresolved deaths could be explained. There was still one death that hadn't been explained yet. It was the time when he let the phone ring without telling Mom to answer it, yet his consciousness still vanished and he died. Since it is all about the point of consciousness disappearing, then he must have done something unforgivable that led to his death, just like opening the door to kill. Right at that moment, there was a thought: if mom didn't answer dad's call and really left the child alone at home, then when grandma returns, the child, Xie Yi, would open the door and die. So, letting the phone ring without notifying mom would mean that even if he didn't die at that moment, he would later die from opening the door for grandma or being home alone. The death rewind directly assumes that he will die later, so it conveniently skipped the long wait and made a judgment right away. If this step was not taken, each death would return to the moment the phone rang. Because letting the phone ring without answering is itself an incorrect choice, it had to rewind to correct the mistake. After thinking about everything, Xie Yi suddenly understood a bit more about his death rewind. It turns out it could be so intelligent. If he ignored the pain that death brought and the unlimited number of deaths, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the scenario, or even be an immortal existence? Wouldn't passing through 10 scenarios and returning to Blue Star be as easy as pie? Ahem, this thought is too sci-fi and unrealistic. Xie Yi quickly dismissed this idea. First of all, Xie Yi felt that dying too many times was a bit much for him to bear, and besides, he wasn't a genius, so there was no need to waste time. It's still better to pass the levels honestly and slowly figure out the logic of how the death rewind operates, which is the key for later. While Xie Yi was lost in his thoughts, mom had already gone out, and now the whole room was left with just him and grandma. Grandma first put him down and said in a kind voice, "Stay by yourself for a while, grandma is putting the things she bought in the fridge." Hearing this, Xie Yi was naturally very happy. He still had some thoughts he hadn't finished considering. Xie Yi stood by the dining room and didn't stray too far from grandma. After all, it's safest for a child to stay close to an adult. Seeing grandma busy, Xie Yi continued to ponder the things he hadn't fully thought through. From grandma and mom's conversation, it was clear that grandma disapproved of mom's actions and confirmed that mom had left the child home alone many times. Otherwise, grandma wouldn't have guessed what mom would do or made those mocking remarks. Can a mother really leave her child, who is just over a year old, home alone? If it was because of busy work, then as long as mom coordinated with grandma about watching over the child, the small matter would be entirely doable. But in that earlier situation, mom clearly didn't want grandma to know she was going out but was forced to let grandma know she would be going out soon. It's really hard to evaluate this mother's sense of responsibility toward her child. At present, Xie Yi had no further thoughts. He can only confirm one point from the previous clues. Regarding these 2 points in the rules, he already knew who he wanted to bathe him. Undeniably, others have also guessed who he would choose to bathe him. With grandma by his side, the time passed extraordinarily quickly. Around 1:30 in the afternoon, the sound of crash bang filled the room, as if 2 pieces of porcelain collided. The moment Xie Yi heard the noise, he immediately thought of Rule 4. Peaceful days didn't last long before something exciting happened again. It really didn't let anyone live comfortably for a moment. Xie Yi was afraid he was going to die again, so he urgently pointed at the position on the sofa in front of grandma. "Grandma, you must have good eyesight and understand what I'm saying." Xie Yi prayed in his heart. Humming and mumbling for a while, he couldn't express a complete sentence, but thankfully, grandma understood what he wanted to do. "Yi wants to go sit on the sofa? Okay, grandma will take Yi there." Grandma was sitting on a small stool, busy with vegetables, but when she saw Yi in the baby chair pointing towards the sofa, she immediately agreed to Xie Yi's request without any sign of refusal. Seeing this situation, Xie Yi kept confirming who would give him a bath. Xie Yi was held by grandma onto the sofa, and she brought the vegetables to the coffee table in front of the sofa. Grandma began to sit with Xie Yi, picking vegetables while occasionally checking on Yi's situation. Smaller Xie Yi sat on the sofa, clearly feeling how big the sofa was, easily wrapping around his current self. As long as his body accidentally faced inside the sofa, it would be very difficult for him to break free with his small frame, which also explained why sitting on the sofa could lead to suffocation. And the reason he wasn't dying now, Xie Yi thought, might be grandma's company and the sound of porcelain clashing mentioned in the rules. However, now he thought that the sound of porcelain clashing coming from nowhere in the room sounded like the noise made when playing mahjong. Whoosh, whoosh represented people playing mahjong. Bang represented playing a card or a kong. Whoosh, whoosh represented machines washing mahjong. It seemed like the quality of this sound couldn't be mistaken. Xie Yi was puzzled. He looked at grandma, who was picking vegetables, and it seemed she hadn't heard that sound. Xie Yi was doubtful. Could it be that only he could hear this sound? If only he could hear this sound. Then, was this sound of porcelain clashing like the sound from mahjong giving players some kind of hint? Was the appearance of this hint related to future dangers? Now he seemed to have gone through only 2 rules, and if he could get through after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he would succeed. During this time, wouldn't there be unknown things waiting for him? Chapter 10, Family of 4, Dungeon Clear. Whoosh, whoosh, bang, whoosh, whoosh, bang. Xie Yi thought on the sofa, uncertain about too many things, his head felt like it would explode. Whoosh, whoosh, bang, whoosh, whoosh, bang. Damn! Is it this disruptive? Can't someone think? The sound of mahjong seemed to be a magic sound. endlessly circling the entire living room, entering Xie Yi's right ear and exiting his left ear, as if it only targeted him, making him restless and irritated. Especially every time he heard the bang, the sound was particularly loud. It felt like it was purposely playing that loud when someone was winning or had a good con. Each sound felt like it wanted to smash open the entire ceiling of the living room. Why is it so noisy? Xie Yi was super annoyed, his head was pounding. When the mahjong sound first came out, he thought it was just a moment's thing and didn't mind it, but who knew it would keep ringing, non-stop, as if the sound would never end. Xie Yi was numb. Worse still, because of this continuous mahjong sound, feelings of unease, anxiety, and fear began to overflow from deep inside him. These negative emotions grew as the mahjong clashing sound continued, resembling a raging fire surrounding him, wanting to burn his body until nothing remained before disappearing. So hot, so uncomfortable. My body hurts so much. I feel like crying. I really want to cry. Why do I feel so helpless? Why do I feel abandoned by the whole world? Woo woo. I don't know where the sound of a baby crying came from. The crying echoed in the quiet living room, weak and helpless, carrying a sense of grievance and pain, as if it had personally experienced an helpless situation. Clearly, there was still the sound of mahjong coming from afar, yet no one came to see him. He felt so lonely, so empty. It was as if he was about to be burned to death by the evil fire carried by this mahjong sound. Woo woo. Why is no one coming? Why is no one here to save me? I'm in so much pain, it hurts so much. The mournful cries kept echoing, as if they would crawl out of Xie Yi's heart and become real, to take revenge on everything around him. Xie Yi's consciousness sank, he could still clearly hear the sound of the mahjong tiles outside and the crisp sound of his grandmother pinching the vegetables. But why? Why couldn't his body move at all? Is it sleep paralysis? Why does it feel like everything is drifting away from him? It felt like something was crawling out of his chest, about to tear him apart, to shred him. So painful, why is it so painful? It's like I'm dying. Just as his consciousness was about to fade, a voice appeared, like the only beam of light in the dark night, showing Xie Yi the right path ahead and saving him from the painful abyss. That voice was gentle, easily breaking through the heavy resentment and shining into the depths of Xie Yi's soul. Yi, why are you crying? My dear, don't cry, Grandma is here. Did you have a bad dream? Don't be afraid, the nightmare will go away, don't disturb Ari. The calm, weathered voice acted like a sedative, soothing the frightened heart as soon as it sounded, turning the evil spirit that was trying to crawl out into ash. Grandma gently patted him, reinforcing the sense of security that came from having someone by his side. Xie Yi's head was fuzzy, his vision seemed to be covered in mist. He couldn't tell who exactly the voice was that had saved him, but in that moment, that voice had become his salvation. Xie Yi's heart gradually calmed down, and he no longer felt the burning pain or the abandoned emotions from being left alone. His soul relaxed, and he felt grateful. So I'm not alone, someone is comforting me. Who? Xie Yi woke up. He woke up so clearly that he didn't know what had happened, so clearly that he thought he had died and come back to life. What happened to me? Opening his eyes, looking at the familiar living room, the tea table not far away, the turned-off TV, Xie Yi felt dazed. Did I die again? He wasn't sure. After dying so many times, it was hard to tell which time it was. Are you awake? Only when that gentle voice came did Xie Yi realize he had been asleep just now. Why didn't I notice that I was sleeping just now? Grandma sat beside him, gently patting his chest to comfort him as he woke up. Humming a lullaby that children love, calming the Yi who was lying on the sofa. Good baby, my dear baby. The soothing, warm voice echoed in the living room, and the constant mahjong sounds that once filled the air were now gone. Xie Yi relaxed for a moment, his thoughts slowly returning. Everything that had happened was so strange, it caught him completely off guard, as if everything he experienced in the dream had been real. The real despair, the real pain. Clearly, someone had been nearby, but no one had come to check on him. Could this be Yi's memory of death? Xie Yi had this suspicion in his heart. Why did this thought come to him? Xie Yi wasn't sure, but he felt unusually certain about it. When he first met Yi, the person was completely black as coal. At that time, he had wondered if Yi was dead, but there hadn't been enough evidence, so it was put aside. Now, after experiencing that dream, he was sure Yi was definitely dead. The cause of death was either being burned alive, or being scalded alive and then burned to death. These two were the sensations he felt in the dream, and now that he was awake, the feeling only grew clearer. Even Yi's name, made up of 4 characters of fire, further confirmed his deduction. This also revealed that the game had already revealed the truth from the very beginning. But only after going through so much would the players be able to understand the truth. Everything matched up. Xie Yi took a deep breath, unable to summarize his feelings. Instance completion. The real world. Any machine that could transmit sound suddenly blared a cold, mechanical announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom player Li Yang for successfully completing 10 instances and going home. Becoming the 5024th person to return home in the Dragon Kingdom. First instance. Second instance. Third instance. 10th instance. 10 instance settlements completed. As of 5 o'clock and 1 second p.m., there were still 129,384,983 Dragon Kingdom players suffering in turmoil. Announcement complete. This voice came suddenly, but after it ended, there was a resounding cheer around. Finally after 3 days someone cleared the game. That's great. Li Yang. Who is this? Whose family is this? Hurry to the Ghost Talk Center to pick someone up. Bring me good luck, pick my son up and give him good luck. Pray that he can clear the 4th instance smoothly. Chapter 11, Family of 4, Final Wrap-Up. 10 minutes ago. Upon learning the truth of the story, Xie Yi felt terrifyingly powerful. An absolutely invincible existence. Of course not. But at least he had no fear regarding the last 2 rules. The rule said any request could be fulfilled by Grandma, so Xie Yi signaled Grandma to lock the door from the inside, preventing Mom from coming in to bathe him. Around 3 in the afternoon, Xie Yi signaled Grandma to give him a bath, but just as they were about to start, a loud knock rang at the door. Bang 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 bang, the sound was particularly aggressive and intense. He was extremely scared at that moment, afraid that Grandma would disobey his request and open the door for Mom, also afraid that Mom would find another way to open the door. The knocking grew louder, filled with a strong sense of crisis. Xie Yi signaled Grandma to hurry, but it seemed like bath time just took that long. In the bathroom, Xie Yi felt the door was about to break open when a man's voice came from outside. Then Mom screamed in agony. The sound was so loud it was clear she was in pain. After that, Xie Yi finished his bath and stepped out, only to face his father, who had never appeared before. Dad held a bloody axe in his left hand, and a bloody severed arm in his right, walking straight to the kitchen. Grandma seemed not to notice that the severed arm belonged to Mom, and kept saying, "You actually brought back pork trotters, then let's give the some good nutrition." Okay, Mom. Dad's face, splattered with blood from chopping Mom's arm, responded calmly. Xie Yi thought these 2 people were even more terrifying. Although they were his key to survival, they were not any less scary than Mom. Oh my, this family is full of crazies, how terrifying. Until he finally made it past 5 o'clock, during which no danger occurred, so Xie Yi successfully completed the game. In the resting space, 10 black rooms of the same size appeared in the vast white space, looking particularly striking. After Xie Yi came out, the door of the black room he was in closed with a click, then light successfully shone white from within. Looking at the situation before him, comparing the phenomenon of 9 black rooms and 1 white room, Xie Yi understood roughly. The 10 rooms represented the 10 instances he needed to clear. Each time he cleared an instance, one of the rooms would light up, and when all 10 rooms were successfully lit, he could return to Blue Star. Although returning to Blue Star was not the same as returning to Earth, it was still safer than the Ghost Talk, but he couldn't go back to see his real family. The loss was real, but it couldn't change the current situation. Walking, Xie Yi reached the door of Room 1, looking at the first room that lit up from a successful clearance. The door plaque read, Family of 4, multiple solo instances, cleared successfully, 2 survived. 2 survived. Seeing the words 2 survived at the back, Xie Yi was somewhat surprised. Someone actually managed to survive. Xie Yi marveled slightly. He didn't know how many times he had died in that copy, unable to imagine how players without death rewinds got through it. Although looking back at those rules, it was clear they pointed to him being a child. But how did he know this in the room at the beginning? Xie Yi recalled, and for some reason, an unfamiliar image appeared in his mind. At the moment the covered memory reappeared, Xie Yi's eyes widened in shock. His hand unconsciously touched a small piece of clothing beside him. Small clothing. Xie Yi discovered this detail, and more bits and pieces of information tied together in his mind. The small clothing indicated that there was a child in this home, and he was on this bed. Although he couldn't clearly define himself as a child at this moment, according to the copy mentioning a family of 4, with grandmother and father often out, he could fully confirm his identity as a child once his mother at the door made a sound to indicate her identity. So that was it. It turned out there were hints from the beginning, it was just that the memory had been blurred. Thus, the only 2 players who cleared the game had revealed their identity as a child right from the start, allowing them to avoid all subsequent dangers. So impressive. Xie Yi sighed, wondering when he could have such a clever mind. Then he sighed again, mocking himself. A brain doesn't become smart overnight, he should just save himself some effort. However, Xie Yi recalled that the original host was quite smart, but when he had just crossed over, his mind had been muddled, and the memories of the original host had vaguely transmitted into his brain. Now that he thought about it, there were many things he could not remember. But it didn't matter, the original host's parents were traveling abroad, so living alone meant he wouldn't quickly attract the attention of people around him, even with the identity of the original host. Forget it, thinking too much would explode his mind. He might as well rest here first and adjust his body clock. Then Xie Yi just lay down on the ground, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Fortunately, although he had a severe cold and was mute in the copy, everything was fine here once he exited the copy. This also allowed him to sleep well. While Xie Yi slept, many changes occurred outside. Dark clouds covered the entire city, as if there were ominous signs of something significant about to happen, with an air filled with a scent that didn't belong here. At this moment, a dazzling white light lit up in the sky, directly landing and connecting with a certain spot on the ground, as if some ritual was being initiated. The nearby people, seeing this phenomenon, were not afraid at all. Instead, they showed joy on their faces, with hope shining in their eyes. Because they all knew that this phenomenon did not herald some terrifying event, but rather that their chosen companions from the ghost stories had returned safely. At the headquarters of the Ghost Tale Center, the beam of light from the sky covered a 50-square-meter canvas. The canvas illuminated by the ray shone, and the pitch-black painting changed, revealing countless black spaces hidden within the dark canvas. Those black spaces were endless, moving like little boats in the canvas, without disturbing each other. Among them, one black room lit up like a firefly in the night, standing out from the numerous black rooms, becoming the most eye-catching presence. Once the black room lit up, it quickly grew larger until its frame perfectly matched the canvas, slowly rising out of the canvas space, transforming from a two-dimensional flat shape into a three-dimensional geometric figure. The crowd gathered here, who had been paying attention to the ghost story situation every day, looked at the returning companions near the fence. This was the entity transport array of the Ghost Tale equipment after Ghost Tales invaded Blue Star. Every different area will have a canvas that carries the crowd absorbed by the strange tales from that area. These canvases meticulously encompass every region, allowing those who return to get home within 2 hours using the fastest transportation. Among the crowd, local journalists have quickly arrived. Hurry! Fast! Our Strange Tales Entertainment Variety must grab an exclusive interview with the player Li Yang this time. Although those who enter the Strange Tales do not bring effective profit or negative impact to the whole country, they can indeed boost the entertainment economy. The rare individuals who come out of the Strange Tales can easily earn money and subsidize their household by sharing their experiences through entertainment live streaming. The more exciting the challenges are, the larger the fan base they will reap. The Strange Tales Entertainment Variety has long set its sights on Li Yang, as his live streaming run reached an astonishing 5 million viewers starting from the third challenge. Do not underestimate this 5 million online viewers, even top stars only have 3 to 4 million viewers at most. So they have firmly decided on Li Yang for their Strange Tales Entertainment Variety. Li Yang walked out from the white room, facing the sea of people. He should be very happy to return to his country, but there was not a hint of joy on his face, just plain indifference, as if there were still unresolved issues buried in his heart. Chapter 12, Bus Fright, Am I Famous? In the lounge. Li Yang accepted the invitation from Strange Tales Entertainment Variety, and they offered $1 million. Li Yang did not know he had become famous, so when suddenly someone offered him $1 million after he previously had no money, he naturally agreed without hesitation. Soon, a preview of the entertainment interview video was released on major short video platforms. The preview instantly went viral. The preview was edited from Li Yang's last challenge, the 10th one. Because according to Li Yang, if it were not for him obtaining a true eye from the 9th challenge, breaking through the fog setting in the starting room, and discovering a pile of small clothes on the bed, he would not have been able to quickly conclude from the information on the rules list that he was a child. If he could not conclude at the start that he was a child, he would definitely fail in the last challenge and be unable to go home. When Li Yang said this, he directly expressed his anger. The last challenge was as disgusting as dumping nuclear waste privately. However, the metaphor he used while recording had no one who could comprehend it, and it ultimately got cut out. By Wednesday, the number of reservations for this episode had exceeded 5 million, and by Thursday, the episode was aired as scheduled. All the viewers watching the variety show exclaimed, "Li Yang is handsome, Li Yang is strong." However, amidst the exaggerated praise for Li Yang, a new hot topic quickly emerged. Li Yang said it was difficult, so how did the newcomer Xie Yi pass the challenge? Yeah, Li Yang said he uncovered the truth because of the true eye from the 9th challenge, so what does Xie Yi have as a newcomer? I remember that this newcomer Xie Yi even provoked the strange beings at the start, trying to open the door in extreme ways and caught them off guard, which really shocked me. Walk. Is that true? A newcomer actually dared to provoke the strange beings? Not only that, he was incredibly lucky. I watched that newcomer's livestream, everything went unusually smoothly for him. The sofa was dangerous, and just when he was about to sit down, he suddenly changed his mind and didn't sit, leaving the audience dumbfounded, all commenting, "Aren't you just going to touch the sofa?" After other players died, we realized that sitting on the sofa was dangerous, and we have no idea how he knew he couldn't sit on the sofa. It was very strange, I really couldn't understand. Wow, I'm hearing the fifth floor mention this. This newcomer's thinking is exceptionally strong. Starting without any items, he can actually clear the hell difficulty dungeon. I find it puzzling too. So, along with Li Yang, this newcomer Xie Yi has also become popular. It is quite a case of right time, right place, right people. If it weren't for Li Yang's own popularity, plus Xie Yi's outstanding looks and unique way of clearing levels that makes people curious, this newcomer wouldn't have quickly gained fame and attracted over 1 million followers. Don't underestimate the attraction brought by this million viewers. These are all real fans, not dead fans. Soon, the Ghost Stories entertainment show began to take notice of this newcomer. They wouldn't question Li Yang's own words that the dungeon is very difficult, so the sudden appearance of a newcomer clearing the dungeon would surely become a hot topic in public opinion. If they take a gamble and live stream the next dungeon with this newcomer, focusing on deciphering the logic behind his surprising actions, could it get a good rating for the next episode? Thinking this way, the production team began to file it and prepare the plan. Therefore, the Ghost Stories entertainment show announced a new type for the next episode online. Veteran player Li Yang personally certifies that a family of 4 completed the hell difficulty, and since a newcomer has cleared it too, the next episode will be a live stream mode to analyze whether the newcomer is truly lucky or truly skilled. The program will invite experts to analyze every move of the newcomer. If you're excited, give a follow, make a reservation, and we'll see you live. Time flew by. By the time Xie Yi entered the second dungeon, he had no idea how long had passed, and in the real world, the number of people reserving for that live analysis had reached 1 million. Xie Yi had no clue he had become popular. It was too easy to become famous. Xie Yi opened the second black room's door, without any hesitation, and headed towards the second dungeon. During his break, he constantly sized up the doors of the remaining 9 rooms, trying to see if he could open the doors and enter, but unfortunately, he couldn't. This is interesting, it means he can't play until the time is right. What a bizarre rule. Could it be that the rooms are limited, and he has to queue up to play? So, Xie Yi waited and waited, almost feeling hopeless. The main issue was that there were no entertainment facilities here, he didn't feel hungry, and the surroundings were all white and black, so much so that if it weren't for the black color, he would be afraid of going blind from all this white. Finally, just as his mind began to blur, Xie Yi woke up from his sleep to see the door to the second room open. It opened. In that instant of the door opening, Xie Yi was extremely excited and rushed in without hesitation. As he entered, he saw the sign that read. Looking around, he seemed to be in a desolate wilderness area. Thick white fog consumed everything around him, and various black shadows loomed like giant beasts lurking in the abyss. The visibility was less than 5 meters, close by was a deep gray road, winding endlessly. The scenery on both sides of the road was even more blurred, with only the weeds by the roadside clearly visible. The surrounding atmosphere gave Xie Yi a chilling and eerie feeling, extremely uncomfortable. The second dungeon is unexpectedly in the wild, that's okay, that's okay. Although Xie Yi comforted himself that it was fine, he had already been walking for a while. He thought that since the dungeon was called Bus Horror, something would happen in the city, he didn't expect it would be in the desolate wilderness. After all, a bus is a bus. When thinking of a bus, what comes to mind is also a bustling city. How could it be in the wilds of uncaring mountains, in a place where no one might discover if he died? This terrifying buff is stacking up. How many times do I have to die, oh my goodness? Xie Yi silently began to tally up in his heart. At this moment, several unusual gazes turned toward him, and Xie Yi felt something was off. He glanced across. As soon as he entered the instance, there were already 4 people standing opposite him. One was a tall and burly man, with a fierce expression that suggested he was hard to provoke. Another was a delicate woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses, her face cold and her aura sharp. A girl with long hair and a pink hairpin smiled sweetly at him when she saw his gaze, as if they were quite familiar. Lastly, there was a refined young man standing next to the girl with the pink hairpin. After she smiled at Xie Yi, he looked at him with a wary expression. Xie Yi was shocked. Omega, why are you smiling at me? And why are you looking at me with such suspicion? As the venue fell silent, the tall and burly man spoke first. My name is Jiang He, just call me Brother Jiang. His tone was steady and comfortable, making it easy for those who listened not to feel any pressure. By speaking first, he instantly swept away the initial impression of being someone you wouldn't want to mess with. He clearly projected the image of a warm-hearted big brother, despite his muscular build and the scars on his face leading others to mistake him for a thug. Xie Yi reflected inwardly. In the future, he must never judge someone by their appearance again. It was inaccurate, very inaccurate. After Jiang Yi introduced himself, the pink hairpin girl followed up. I'm Jiang Nianku. Her voice was sweet, matching her lovely appearance perfectly. The refined young man beside her originally didn't want to introduce himself, but ended up not needing to as the girl introduced him instead. He is Su Li Zhe, and since I know him, I helped introduce him, so please don't mind. Finally, it was Xie Yi's turn to introduce himself to the woman wearing the gold-rimmed glasses. Song Xiuji. Xie Yi. Wow, is this the new player Xie Yi, who was said to have found the instance that even Li Yang thought was difficult? He really is extraordinary looking. Here they come, everyone's quite good looking, especially Xie Yi, who stands out even more. I didn't expect there to be two people who already knew each other in this instance. I hope they won't make things difficult for the newcomer. I look at that refined guy and feel that he must be a smiling tiger. His gaze at Xie Yi is very unsettling. Scary. The scariest thing is if they target each other within the instance. After the live broadcast of the horror talk show started, it quickly went live on major platforms. As of now, the number of reservations has exceeded over 1 million, flocking in as soon as the broadcast began. At this moment, the live room was especially lively, and the entertainment show was gearing up to break down the magical actions of the new rookies. Inside the horror instance. After a plain introduction, Song Shoji first suggested, "Here's the rules sheet I found earlier, come look at it quickly, the bus will be arriving soon, check if you have any tickets on you." Song Shoji took out the rules sheet, which had a total of 5 pages, and distributed them to the other 4. The 4 took the sheets and looked at the rules. Bus nightmare. 1. The bus is a relatively safe place, but not absolutely safe. 2. Outside the bus is filled with unknown dangers, but not absolutely dangerous. 3. You need a ticket to get on the bus, those without a ticket are outsiders. 4. Outsiders may be in danger, but it's not absolutely dangerous. 5. Be careful when choosing your seat on the bus. 6. Safe driving depends on the driver, do not disturb the driver while driving, and protect the safety of the journey. Completion condition, successfully arrive at the place marked Valley of Villains to complete the instance. After Xie Yi looked over the rules, he was completely baffled, his eyes filled with confusion. Why did he feel like several of the rules said the same thing without saying anything at all? Was it his illusion? Or was he just too dumb to analyze? Chapter 13, Bus Nightmare, I feel like someone is targeting me. Maybe he was just too dumb to think things through. Xie Yi secretly took a glance at the others. The 4 people across were still looking at the rules. He couldn't analyze anything at all. However, he remembered it all clearly. Maybe we should wait and listen to everyone's speeches later, perhaps he can gain insight from their words. After all, not all 5 people can be fools, there must be a few smart ones among them. Thinking this way, Xie Yi decided to wait. Wait, did the little brother read the rules that fast? My computer hasn't even finished analyzing, and you've already finished the questions? Incredible, you are faster than the computer. The other 4 are still looking at the rules, yet Xie Yi has already finished reading. This is terrifying. Are you sure it's not because he couldn't understand it and therefore didn't look? Come on, is it so hard to admit someone else's excellence? That is a dungeon that even Li Yang thinks is difficult, and he is still a newcomer. How can he understand it with normal thinking? I also think so. That profound gaze he casts on others must have other meanings, he might be using this extra time to evaluate them, likely preparing to find allies. Exactly, this dungeon is clearly not simple. A master is indeed a master, making precise use of time down to the second. Laughing to death, a group of people just there awkwardly flattering. In the ghost story. The other 4, who were looking at the rules, could feel Xie Yi's heavy gaze, and an involuntary sense of pressure crept up their backs. Among the 4, at least 2 had already felt uncomfortable. Su Zhe suddenly clenched the rules sheet in his hand, and the corner of the sheet became wrinkled. The gaze hidden under his hair became fierce. Xie Yi, who doesn't know who you are? You are a top student. If you see through the rules, just see through them. What are you showing off? Zhang Yanke noticed Xie Yi's gaze and slightly lowered her eyes. Sure enough, smart people shine wherever they go. I might as well not hold them back and see if I can help later. Unaware, Xie Yi thought, wait, what am I showing off? And where am I shining? If I really shone, I'd be gone. Soon, the other 4 finished reading the rules and all looked at Xie Yi. Xie Yi had no ideas and originally planned to listen to others' exchanges first, but the 4 people's gazes all fixed on him at once, seemingly waiting for him to say something. Xie Yi felt bewildered inside. Why is everyone looking at me? I didn't write anything on my face. Xie Yi hurriedly avoided their gazes, but accidentally met Zhang Yanke's gaze looking back at him, and their eyes paused for a second, filled with confusion. Why does this girl always look at him with a knowing gaze? Do they know each other? Seeing Xie Yi looking at her, Zhang Yanke thought Xie Yi was signaling her to express her views on the rules first. During experiments back in college, they really could often tell what the other meant with just a glance. Without suspicion, Zhang Yanke stepped forward and said, I'll go first. I just heard Ms. Song Shoji mention checking if we have tickets on us. I looked at myself and found I don't have any tickets. If nothing unexpected happens, none of us have tickets. Tickets? I haven't checked if I have any tickets yet. Hearing this, Xie Yi realized he had seemingly forgotten to check for tickets, so he hurriedly searched his pants pockets. The others were originally continuing to listen, but upon noticing Xie Yi's movements, they all stopped and turned their attention to him. It was quite strange. Ever since they were gazed at by Xie Yi's deep eyes earlier, they couldn't help but think he was smart and would think of things they couldn't. So, whenever he moved, they wanted to be the first to know what he was doing it for. They originally thought Xie Yi would just simply dust off his pants, but until he calmly took out several tickets from his pocket with a cold expression, the atmosphere in the room subtly changed. The cold expression and calm demeanor were actually because Xie Yi was shocked and frozen in place. He had no idea he could find so many tickets just by casually reaching into his pocket. So the act of taking out the tickets appeared calm and composed to others, but in his eyes, it was actually a desperate attempt to express his confusion. He was truly frustrated. How did these tickets end up with you? Su Lizhi immediately spoke up, arms crossed in questioning. You didn't check them earlier because you wanted to hide the tickets, right? His hostility towards Xie Yi was subtly emerging like bamboo shoots after rain at that moment. Xie Yi hadn't even reacted from the shock when he was questioned, feeling a surge of anger inside. He also never expected so many tickets would be in his pocket. Who was he supposed to explain this to? Feeling the hostility from the other side, Xie Yi wanted to explain, but suddenly thought again. It was true that others had already reminded him, and he had overlooked checking whether he had tickets on him. Now finding so many tickets on himself, only pulling them out now instead of earlier, would indeed raise suspicion of hiding tickets. Thinking this way, Xie Yi decided not to argue with the other person. Due to his habit of not speaking in the last scenario, Xie Yi still hadn't changed, so he decided to avoid quarreling as much as possible. Harmony was the priority. First, he needed to count how many tickets he had in hand and distribute them to everyone quickly before the train came and things became chaotic. With this thought in mind, Xie Yi calmly started counting the tickets in place. He didn't feel there was anything wrong with his actions, thinking that he was maintaining peace for the team and avoiding conflict by holding back his explanations. But it backfired. Xie Yi's refusal to respond and his calm demeanor as he counted tickets in the thick mist only made the already tense atmosphere among the team much worse. Others obviously felt that Xie Yi didn't care about Su Lizhi's doubts at all, not only indifferent but standing there confidently counting tickets in plain view. It was a direct, cold, and effective response from a strong person facing doubts, maintaining his dignity while quickly putting the other at a disadvantage. The one stirring up trouble, Su Lizhi, was getting more irritated by Xie Yi's indifference. The audience watching couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, is this the highest realm of humiliation? Ignoring one's doubts and leaving them half dead with anger? Ha ha, I'm rolling with laughter. Xie Yi completely disregards the other person, not responding at all. Wow. I thought Xie Yi would at least explain a little, instead, he just ignored it. Nice. I can't stand people who love to question others for no reason. What's up with Su Lizhi? No one questioned yet, but he questioned first. I think Xie Yi must have noticed Su Lizhi's hostility from the start and deliberately made him look foolish. Ha ha ha, I also think Xie Yi had a plan from the beginning, and there will definitely be a big move later. The atmosphere froze on the scene. Seeing that Xie Yi didn't respond to him, Su Lizhi's face darkened, his refined facade failing to hide the jealousy on his true face. Zhang Yan, observing the situation, promptly tried to mediate. Since we have the tickets, let's count how many there are and distribute them since the bus hasn't arrived yet. Song Shouji and Zhang He didn't pay attention to Su Lizhi's doubts. Zhang Yi thought Xie Yi just forgot to check if he had tickets, which wasn't a big deal. One shouldn't think of a petty person's intentions regarding a noble one. But Song Shouji didn't see it that way. She believed Xie Yi was deep and not simple. Although the other party had taken out the tickets, why had they waited until now? Why not show them earlier? It was precisely after seeing the rules that the tickets were pulled out. It simply makes one unable to stop wondering what schemes the other party might have. Moreover, the other side's speed in understanding the rules was so quick, clearly seeing through the content, it was openly stated that without a ticket, one is an outsider, and outsiders are in danger, indicating they must use tickets to board. If only Xie Yi had a ticket while boarding, it would be easy for others to suspect him, but now that the other party has taken out a ticket, are they intending not to be that standout person? But if they just didn't want to stand out, what difference does it make whether they take it out early or late? Now, taking it out late instead puts themselves in a focal position, making people suspect if they have ulterior motives. Song Shouji found it hard to understand. This is definitely a point worth digging into. There are surely clues she has not discovered yet, and the other party's actions are definitely not simple. The other party certainly could not have just discovered that they had a ticket. Seeing how they weren't arguing with anyone and calmly counting tickets earlier, they must have their own plans. It's just that she doesn't know what they are planning or why they only brought out the ticket now. But regardless of their plans, being able to plot against those around them from the beginning makes them someone she absolutely cannot easily provoke. Over here. Xie Yi felt hopeless. He didn't even realize that the human brain could come up with so many bizarre thoughts in such a short time. Isn't it just the simple fact that he didn't notice he had a ticket? How could he think of so much? Who would have thought that the initial quest wouldn't distribute the tickets into everyone's pockets but would put them all in his pocket? His pocket isn't some golden nest or silver den, why do the tickets love to stay there so much? However, Xie Yi also admitted defeat. If he hadn't forgotten to check his pocket, how could he have been suspected of swallowing the ticket? He was really fed up, it was already disadvantageous at the start, and one person had misunderstood him, he couldn't be misunderstood by others again. Quickly, just finish counting the tickets and distribute them to the others. Xie Yi hurriedly counted the tickets. Nearby, 4 pairs of sharp eyes had been staring at Xie Yi counting the tickets for quite a while. Actually, Xie Yi didn't take much time to count the tickets, after all, there were only 5 of them, so how long could it take? It was just that the intense gaze from 4 pairs of eyes made the time feel elongated. When Xie Yi counted to the 4th ticket and did not find the 5th one, everyone's expressions changed. Why are there only 4 tickets? Zhang Yan questioned suspiciously. Only 4 tickets mean that one person among the 5 will not have a ticket to board the bus. And not having a ticket to board the bus, who knows what could happen? Now that all 4 tickets are in Xie Yi's hands, he has complete distribution rights. If the others dislike someone, they can entirely choose not to give that person a ticket, and something very unfriendly just happened. Over here, Su Lizhi suddenly had a bad premonition, his hands dropped down, his brow furrowed, and his gaze was fixed on the 4 tickets in Xie Yi's hands. Beside him, Song Xiuji and Zhang He changed their expressions upon hearing that there were only 4 tickets. Chapter 14, The Bus Nightmare, Bad People Have Their Good People Refining 2 and 1. Zhang He couldn't understand why there were only 4 tickets, they didn't have enough to share among the 5 of them. And beside him, a flicker of light crossed Song Xiuji's eyes behind her golden glasses, she finally understood what this young man named Xie Yi was planning. This plan was incredibly meticulous, successfully allowing her to select the most suitable partner for cooperation. What a big game this is. Just a moment ago, she was still wondering why Xie Yi didn't take out the tickets at the start, but only now, what exactly was the plan? These questions had no answers until she saw there were only 4 tickets. Song Xiuji's heart received a confirming thought. This young man named Xie Yi had counted the number of tickets from the beginning and realized there were only 4 tickets, so he thought there must be one person without a ticket boarding the train. At that time, everyone had not yet looked at the rule sheet, so he could not be sure whether the tickets had any specific purpose, and it was reasonable that he did not take out the tickets. It was not until the young man quickly understood the rule sheet and figured out that everyone needed a ticket that he thought about taking it out, and everything suddenly aligned. In the midst of this, Song Xiuji also discovered an astonishing detail. At that time, everyone was still looking at the rule sheet, only the young man looked up at them after finishing reading the rule sheet. She initially thought the young man was waiting for them to finish reading the rule sheet before reporting back, little did she know he was possibly observing them. Observing which of them were suitable to possess a ticket and board safely. At that moment, she felt the young man's gaze was peculiar, filled with inquiry and evaluation. It turned out that from that time on, the young man had already started to filter out who among them could qualify for a ticket. What a brilliant plan, step by step, ring by ring, indeed very cautious. Song Xiuji's eyes sparkled behind her golden glasses. If Su Lizhi hadn't jumped out earlier, she probably would have genuinely worried about not getting a ticket. After all, 2 women in the group were considered a vulnerable group, and they would preferentially choose to give tickets to men. But now it's good, she felt that the young man already had a perfect answer for distributing the tickets. That man named Su Lizhi probably had no idea there were only 4 tickets, nor did he realize that the reason the other person did not retaliate against him was not indifference, but that he had already quietly retaliated in a more threatening way. Unthinkable, the other party appeared calm on the surface, but actually had a character that would repay a grudge tenfold. After Song Xiuji thought through everything, she tried hard to calm her wildly beating heart after discovering the truth. She thought it was better not to provoke the other party, this person was too good at planning. Meanwhile, Xie Yi's heart felt like it had just shattered, it could not be worse. 4 tickets? How could there only be 4 tickets? Xie Yi was on the verge of a breakdown. This was deliberate, wasn't it? 5 people and only 4 tickets, what harm would it cause to just give one more ticket? Why go through such a disgusting ordeal? Xie Yi wanted to cry but had no tears. How was he supposed to distribute these tickets? Although the rules did not state that you could not board without a ticket, or that boarding without a ticket would be dangerous. But if everyone else had tickets and he didn't, who could accept such a thing? Even those with death rewinds couldn't accept it. He wasn't crazy, only making things worse for himself. So how exactly should it be divided? Woohoo! Welcome to this season's first hot discussion topic. Guess how Xie Yi will distribute the tickets? A. Only leave one for himself and tear up the rest. B. Let's all die, tear them all up. C. Don't give Su a ticket, give the others a good person ticket. Come, the prize guessing begins now. Haha, what is the director's team doing, just asking questions with obvious answers? Haha, if it were me, I would choose A, indiscriminate harm, be a selfish person. Then I choose B, let's perish together, fellow countrymen. The second and third floors are not good people. Xie Yi will definitely choose C. Just looking at him, he does not seem easy to deal with, very vengeful. Well then, let's wait and see how Xie Yi will choose. In the ghost story, Xie Yi had already made up his mind. He looked at the crowd, his demeanor completely different from just now, as if he had undergone many experiences in that brief moment, and he had changed completely. The crowd felt a shiver down their spine under Xie Yi's cold gaze. They felt as if a waking beast had bitten their necks. Su Li's gaze was intensely fixed on the 4 tickets in Xie Yi's hand. He had already thought that Xie Yi would definitely not share the train tickets with him, no matter how much he questioned earlier. Given their relationship in the real world, the other party would certainly not give him any. Since it had come to this, he would just snatch it. Su Li suddenly moved, rushing straight toward the train tickets in Xie Yi's hand through the thick fog. His target was decisive, his movements as fast as lightning, and everyone was caught off guard by Su Li's attempt to snatch. For a moment, the other 3 turned their astonished gaze towards Xie Yi. The audience was even more anxious, flying into a panic. Oh no, Su Li wants to snatch it. Don't let him get it, Xie Yi. If a person like this gets it, it's over. Xie Yi, it's better to shatter than let the enemy have the weapon to retaliate against you. The viewers watching the live broadcast were extremely nervous, as Su Li was about to grab the 4 train tickets, but an unexpected situation occurred that no one could have predicted. Su Li's hand had just touched the 4 tickets in Xie Yi's hand, and Xie Yi remained motionless. It was already evident that the 4 train tickets would be snatched away. However, in that brief moment, Xie Yi suddenly slightly turned his body, moving like flowing water, taking a sidestep, perfectly brushing past the directly charging Su Li, incredibly smooth. Su Li, due to inertia, ran forward several steps before he managed to stop, looking extremely awkward. Meanwhile, Xie Yi felt the breeze on his face, calm and composed. When the sound of footsteps stopped, he turned his gaze slightly, his eyes sharply fixed on the opponent. The entire live broadcast room fell silent for a full second. Ha? Ha? A barrage of puzzled question marks flashed. Oh my, what did I just see? Xie Yi dodged at the last minute. He dodged. What an extreme blink. I didn't just see that, did I? Xie Yi just slipped away like that? Young man, nice figure. Awesome. The tickets weren't snatched. Cheers. The other 3 on stage looked at the situation in front of them, stunned and involuntarily gulping. They suddenly felt immense pressure, sensing they had encountered someone formidable. Zhang Yan was shocked. When did Xie Yi's reaction speed become so fast? The nerd actually had a day of awakened agility? To be able to dodge Su Li, who had gained the agility item, that was incredible. Zhang Yi, wow. This little brother must have learned Wing Chun, huh, so cool. Song Xiuji, terrifying, not only strong in intellect, but also quick in reaction. No wonder the instance awarded all the tickets to this young man. It's entirely because he possesses enough strength to control the entire situation. With him around, there's no way the tickets would be snatched or damaged. Thank goodness I haven't offended him. The 3 were continuously amazed, not caring about Su Li, who was shocked and wondering why he had failed despite possessing the agility item. They all looked towards Xie Yi. Watching Xie Yi move effortlessly in the thick fog, standing relaxed with the tickets in his hand, he looked like a gang leader. No one dared to easily provoke him. The 3 couldn't help but suck in another breath, worried that the focus would shift onto them. However, on Xie Yi's side, Sai, really forgetful, using this kind of tactic again. Xie Yi felt slightly disdainful in his heart. You and I have no grudges, it's all because you're such a nuisance. Su Li, do we know each other? Why are you always targeting me? Xie Yi didn't want to explain how he had dodged the opponent's attempt to snatch the tickets. That was a bad memory for him. In fact, the reason was very simple, he had already died once. However, the reason for his death was certainly not because he got angry about the tickets being snatched and chose to die actively to avoid the mistake. That was a move out of anger, he wouldn't do it. The reason for his death was due to the conflict on the bus. At that time, Xie Yi hadn't realized Su Li was going to snatch the tickets, and indeed, the tickets had been taken away by Su Li, who naturally didn't share them with him. When the 4 were preparing to get on the bus, Xie Yi was arranged by Su Li to be the first aboard. The others argued that what Su Li did was wrong, but he threatened the remaining 3 with 4 bus tickets, warning them not to speak up if they didn't want to be without tickets. Zhang Yanke stepped forward and said, if you don't want it, then don't. You're acting so proud, it was a waste to know you as a classmate. Zhang Yi also spoke up, saying, if you don't distribute tickets to Xie Yi, we won't say anything. There are already too few tickets, but not giving tickets and still letting someone board first is too obvious. I don't agree. Song Xiuji slightly expressed her stance. Su Li, you are in charge of the other 3 tickets, so you should take on the responsibility of the leader. It should be you who boards first with the tickets. Suddenly, the three strangers all stood by Xie Yi, and Xie Yi said it was false to say he wasn't touched. He was emotionally overwhelmed. He never expected to meet so many good people in such a fleeting encounter. Song Shoji, actually, I was afraid of being schemed against and needed your brilliant mind around, so I spoke up for you. Xie Yi, I got happy for nothing, right? What brilliant mind? Me? That's a joke. Zhang Yanko, no, we are the best friends, so I support you. Zhang Yi, I can't stand injustice, so I stepped in to help. Xie Yi, alright, this counts as you helping me, I'll remember this, and I'll definitely make sure you all get through safely, though I'm not even sure myself. Anyway, at that moment, the three stood by Xie Yi, which infuriated Su Lizhe to the point of tearing up the remaining three's tickets. Then, Su Lizhe isolated the four of them all by himself, clearly the king of the kings. Here, the king refers to a kind of turtle, the term to show disdain. Xie Yi was eventually pushed onto the bus first by Su Lizhe, not wanting to drag his companions down. No, actually, he just felt that since he was first, he wanted to see what other tricks Su Lizhe had up his sleeve. With someone like this, if you don't force all his sneak attacks out to strike decisively, you will face many problems later on. Xie Yi decided to go all out with the other party. He wanted to see whose luck was thicker. Su Lizhe, you only have one chance, don't let me catch even a hint of your true desire to kill me. The bus was empty inside, with only a female driver. At that moment, everyone was anxious about whether Xie Yi would have any issues due to not having a ticket. But thankfully, the female driver answered that it was okay without a ticket, as long as one bought a ticket at the final station. Although it was unclear how things would proceed, getting on the bus was the priority. However, choosing a seat became a big trouble, as the rules had warned to choose seats wisely. As the first to board, Xie Yi quickly chose the seat he wanted to sit in. He wasn't sure if that seat would bring any danger. Xie Yi even thought that if an accident did happen, he could just use death to rewind and try again. But what Xie Yi didn't expect was that even before he confirmed whether to rely on death to verify the seat, Su Lizhe rushed over to fight him for it. At that time, Xie Yi's anger rose, and he almost got into a fight with Su Lizhe. He thought the other party was a fool. With so many empty seats, why did he want to compete for his? Was he rushing to reincarnate? The bus was about to depart, and after it left, many dangers would await. The female driver had also reminded them to sit down quickly. Reluctantly, Xie Yi chose another seat. However, because he chose another seat, when the bus doors opened the second time for someone to board, that person walked directly to the seat next to Xie Yi and, without warning, began stabbing at Xie Yi's abdomen with a knife. Because no one knew when that man had gotten the knife or when he started stabbing at Xie Yi, by the time everyone reacted, Zhang Yi rushed to stop the attacker, while Zhang Yanko hurried to stop Xie Yi's bleeding. However, it was all too late. As Xie Yi lost too much blood and closed his eyes, the last image he saw was Su Lizhe smirking with satisfaction at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Xie Yi's desire for revenge reached its peak. Although reason told Xie Yi after dying and resetting that his death was not planned by Su Lizhe, the cause of his death was closely related to Su Lizhe taking his seat. The first seat he chose was safe, but the seat he chose after being robbed was dangerous. So, Su Lizhe had still indirectly caused his death once. Thinking of this, Xie Yi's gaze turned to the now embarrassed Su Lizhe, who couldn't get a ticket, and his eyes narrowed. No one knew what Xie Yi was thinking. Then the audience saw a faint smile on his lips, a smile that held not a trace of warmth, but rather a hint of the calm before the storm, so quiet that it tightened people's hearts. Instantly, the viewers in the livestream went crazy over Xie Yi's expression and faint smile. Oh, what did I just see? Xie Yi's gaze is so regal, his whole demeanor so steady, it feels like victory is in hand. Ah, he smiled. He actually smiled. His usually cold face is smiling. Walk. I don't know why, but I always feel something is off about Xie Yi's smile. Sisters, I feel the same way. That smile is too strange. Ha Su Lizhe, you've really hit a wall this time. Within the horror story. The other three were shocked, getting goosebumps from Xie Yi's smile emerging from the thick fog. Even Su Lizhe, who was still confused as to why he hadn't gotten the ticket, sensed something was off. Su Lizhe thought, a mysterious killing intent from who knows where, something isn't right. Xie Yi's gaze at him suddenly felt wrong. He only took a ticket, furthermore, he didn't even get the ticket. Why was the hostility suddenly so great? As if he had done something terribly wrong. Xie Yi casually glanced at Su Lizhe, not caring at all, he had plenty of ways to deal with him. Ignoring Su Lizhe, Xie Yi strolled up to the three people still frozen in place and extended his hand to give them 3 tickets. Then, with a steady tone, he said, "Take this, the bus will be here soon." Hearing these concise and steady words, Zhang Yanku and Song Shoji were even more convinced of their thoughts. Wow. The words are clear and concise, he looks like a real boss. Xie Yi was astonished. No. Don't overthink it. I just have a habit of not saying much. Besides, talking too much is wasteful, and there's no water for sale in the wild. What if I get thirsty from speaking too much? It's better to say only what's useful. Yes, that's how it is. Zhang Yanku, explanation is a cover-up is the truth, don't listen. Xie Yi. Chapter 15, Bus Scare, now does everyone believe me? Nonsense. Seeing that he not only failed to get a ticket but also lost the trust of the other three, Su Lizhe nearly gritted his teeth. Watching Xie Yi stroll to the roadside with the tickets in hand, standing in the fog waiting for the bus with an air of ease, his inner anger surged. He was waiting for Xie Yi to come and question him about why he did this. He had already prepared his explanation, but the other party completely ignored him. What does ignoring mean? Does it mean he looks down on him? Alright, Xie Yi, you did great, we shall see what happens. Su Lizhe forced down his resentment and pretended to be nonchalant as he walked back from a distance. The other three did not overly reject Su Lizhe coming back, although what he did to steal the ticket was indeed disgraceful and a bit extreme. In a horror story, everyone wants to survive, so there's nothing to criticize, survival of the fittest. Moreover, since Xie Yi, the one from whom the ticket was stolen, didn't make a fuss, they decided not to get involved in the matter either, focusing instead on completing the quest outside the vortex in an orderly manner. The fog thickened all around, as the wind whirled the dry grass in the silent wilderness, the temperature constantly dropping. If the bus did not arrive, they would be like kites with broken strings, abandoned by the wind at this place, with no destination and no way back, only able to suffer and perish. Just when the crowd was about to feel anxious, a glimmer of green light appeared in the distance, gradually transforming from a point into a line blurred by fog, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The buzzing sound of a car driving approached their ears. In this quiet place, where only the sound of the wind and sand existed, finally a sound that did not belong was heard, bringing hope back to the crowd. Soon, an old-fashioned bus covered in rust slowly appeared before them, like an elderly woman full of years and experience. When it successfully stopped in front of everyone, they could see more of its details clearly. The bus, eroded by years of wind and sand, had a body rusted to only a mottled dark red base color. The windows had varying degrees of breakage, and when the wind blew, a whoosh sound echoed, filled with desolation and loneliness. At the front of the bus, a display showed information, its corners rusted black, accumulating green grime from who knows where. The green light inside the screen was murky and weak, struggling to flicker and display the basic information of the Route 494 bus. In the thick fog of the desolate countryside, the appearance of an old bus intensified the pressure even more. Not to mention, this bus flashed lights with colors reserved for the underworld, making people hesitate to think about what might happen next. Moreover, this was a bus marked as Route 494. Phonetically meaning to die is to die bus. This phonetic pun had clearly been explored by urban legends. Xie Yi chuckled softly. Indeed, when people are left speechless, they really do laugh, especially since this was the second time he had looked closely at this bus, still inevitably scared yet laughing in misery. That laugh has a deeper meaning. Su Lizhe was so blatant, why hasn't Xie Yi struck back? Isn't that too cowardly? No, Xie Yi is definitely plotting a big move. Keep dreaming, there has been no face-to-face confrontation. I think Xie Yi just managed to avoid it by luck. Now he must be avoiding conflict, scared of being retaliated against. Made me laugh with anger, blind haters will be waiting to get their heads smashed. Xie Yi is someone who even dares to play tricks on the Yuri, how could he be afraid? Of course, it wasn't fear, but he didn't want to die. However, even if he laughed in misery due to fear, Xie Yi still decided to be the first person to board the bus. It wasn't because he was brave, nor was he selflessly contributing with the intent to test Death's rewind feature. It was because he clearly realized that goodness among people should be relative. Before he died, he remembered vividly that, although everyone stood firmly on his side, resisting Su Lizhe's decision to let him board first, no one spoke up about snatching the bus ticket. This indicated that deep down, they also recognized the survival of the fittest perspective. If you have the ability, you can grab, you can fight, but you cannot have everything. Naturally, Xie Yi wouldn't be the kind of person who wanted everything, but it wouldn't be bad to be able to do so. He divided the bus tickets, as at least he had to take the lead when boarding the bus. After all, he had boarded once, so it shouldn't cause any problems. He remembered that safe spot. Moreover, he was the first to board also to prevent the butterfly effect causing the safe spot to be taken. He had to make cautious plans. See, he still had a bit of sense left. At that moment, with a creak, the door of the bus opened from the inside, the mechanical sound like an old woman's horse cough. Xie Yi stood just at the door. As the door opened, a cold and damp smell engulfed Xie Yi's face, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Xie Yi boarded the bus, skillfully inserting the ticket into the ticket slot. The driver's seat revealed a figure shrouded in green, sitting there with her hands gripping the steering wheel. After Xie Yi cast his vote, she slowly turned her gaze towards the voting area, having a brief moment of eye contact with the person getting into the car. Xie Yi looked at her, unable to hold himself together for even a second, his legs trembling slightly. The one sitting there was a female driver, and when Xie Yi first met her, she had scared him half to death. Now, seeing her for the second time, he was somewhat prepared, not about to kneel down in front of her as he did with his grandmother. The female driver sat there, hunched over, the green light from the front of the car casting a glow on her withered face, making her look as if she were half buried in the ground. Her clothes were tattered, and her hair was a mess. She seemed not to care much for herself, appearing a bit malnourished. If it weren't for her eyes still moving, Xie Yi would have thought she was already dead. Stepping into the car, Xie Yi had made a mistake once before, so this time, he quickly went to the right spot to sit down. His actions were swift, decisive, and straightforward. "Aren't you picking this fast? Are you sure? Yi-shan? Shouldn't we think it over a bit more, be more cautious?" Seeing Xie Yi sit down in that spot directly, the audience's eyes brightened with clarity, chatting amongst themselves. Didn't the rules say you should choose your seat carefully? How can he be so certain to sit down? I don't get it either. Could he have seen which seat is safe in an instant? That's impossible. It's only been less than 30 seconds since getting in the car. Indeed, the world of geniuses is beyond us ordinary folks. How terrifying. The second person to get in was Zhang Yanke, who was startled by the female driver's appearance. But luckily, everyone knew what to expect when getting in, so they were on guard and didn't lose their composure. Zhang Yanke put her ticket in, and as she entered the car, she saw Xie Yi already sitting in his seat. He seemed relaxed, hands resting comfortably on his legs, glancing left and right, as if he hadn't faced any life-and-death challenges but was on vacation instead. Zhang Yanke's eyelashes fluttered, and she didn't doubt why Xie Yi had chosen his seat so quickly. That was a skill he should have. She merely felt fortunate that with Xie Yi around, the overall casualties shouldn't be too heavy. After unintentionally exchanging a brief glance with Xie Yi, Zhang Yanke hurried off to observe the seat she would be taking. After their brief gaze crossed, Xie Yi fell into confusion once again. Do I really know her, right? He solemnly asked himself, actually wanting to ask the deceased original owner if he was acquainted with Zhang Yanke. Otherwise, how could there be a chance for romance in this bizarre tale where life and death were at stake? Maybe he was overthinking it. Xie Yi turned his attention to the third person getting on, but his mind was still somewhat distracted. In fact, when he died last time, Su Liza had threatened everyone not to meddle or he would tear up their ticket. Zhang Yanke seemed to have been the first to stand up against him. It seems this girl had some feelings for the original owner, otherwise, she wouldn't have helped. What a pity, he had crossed over, otherwise, who knows, the original owner might have sparked something with this girl. Thinking too much was pointless, it was impossible, after all. The third to get in was Song Shouji. Zhang Yi indeed followed his own operating mode, trying his best to protect the vulnerable. He was a warm-hearted big brother, otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed to stop the murderer without hesitation upon finding out he was stabbed, controlling the situation inside the car. Unfortunately, he couldn't hold on and died. When Song Shouji got in, he saw Xie Yi sitting relaxed, observing their side. Watching Xie Yi, who was assessing them, she couldn't help but feel a bit tense. For some reason, ever since Xie Yi had easily evaded Su Liza's grab, she felt a deeper wariness and fear towards this young man. Chapter 16, Bus Horror. Look at you, thinking too much, aren't you? Song Shouji didn't look at Xie Yi anymore. The other party's quick seat selection seemed beyond her ability to analyze. If she could still analyze the logic behind the ticket incident, right now, she didn't even know what kind of seat she wanted to choose. 5. Be cautious in choosing a seat on the bus. What basis can she rely on? What punishment could come from choosing the wrong seat? Song Shouji looked at Zhang Yanke, who was still observing the seats. The other party seemed to have almost picked a spot. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yanke had taken the spot she had chosen. She watched as the second person also settled on a seat. Song Shouji no longer looked at Zhang Yanke. Zhang Yi had also arrived at the bus door, and she had to quickly choose a seat. If she waited for the last person to get on, the bus might depart right after the doors closed, and at that point, she wouldn't know what would happen if she didn't choose a seat. Song Shouji scanned the various seats. The entire bus flickered with barely noticeable yellow lights. Its interior was dilapidated and rusty, the air filled with a strong smell of decay, and the white paint on the sides had long peeled away, leaving only the ugly iron beneath. The hanging rings inside the bus dangled loosely from the iron frame, as if they would fall off with just a gentle tug. Seeing the state of the entire bus, a sense of ominous premonition arose in Song Shouji's heart. She glanced at a seat to her right, which had a conspicuous black patch on it, like paint that had dried in place. But how could there be paint here? It was most likely blood, already darkened, and she couldn't imagine how long ago it had been left there. She hurriedly looked at the seat to her left, which was in much better condition. The blue plastic seat was relatively clean. There was no thick fabric cushion underneath, just layers of dust accumulated over the years, but it was better than the bloodstains on the right seat. She chose to sit here. Cough cough. Just as Song Shouji was about to sit down, she heard the young man's cough from behind. In an instant, she straightened her posture, without a moment's hesitation, and decisively decided not to sit. She was not someone who could easily change her choice because of others. But in such a clear indication from the other party, she was still willing to accept the change. She noticed that the young man's gaze had initially fallen on the left seat she had just chosen. Just as she was about to sit, he suddenly coughed, then decisively shifted his gaze to the right seat, lowering his hand that had been covering his cough. His eyes finally locked firmly onto the position to her right, seeming to clearly convey to her the message to sit in that spot. Yes, exactly, this was a hint for her. Song Xiuji decisively abandoned the left seat and moved to the right one. After she settled in, she glanced at Xie Yi, hoping to receive one last confirmation. When their eyes met, Song Xiuji felt a bit nervous, unsure how a 29-year-old woman could be impacted by the aura of a young man, but it was not a big issue, surviving was what mattered. Focusing on the young man's eyes, Song Xiuji finally received the response she was looking for. She saw the young man pause for a second before slowly giving her a smile. That smile held appreciation and approval. In an instant, Song Xiuji's entire body relaxed in her seat, her watermelon-sized worries evaporating. She was safe. Why are you looking at me? Can't one cough on the bus? Xie Yi was filled with question marks, somewhat confused, thinking he shouldn't have done anything uncomfortable. Why was Ms. Song Xiuji looking at him? If it weren't for the heavy, cold smell of the bus, he wouldn't be sniffing and then suddenly unable to hold back a sneeze. He absolutely wasn't doing it on purpose. You have to remember that when an elite lady is staring at him, Xie Yi's social anxiety erupts, leaving him completely unsure of how to respond in his seat. Nothing he could say would be suitable, and not saying anything felt wrong too. In short, he was in a difficult spot. And of course, he said nothing, while Ms. Song Xiuji continued to look at him, making him feel like he wanted to dig a hole and bury himself. Helpless, Xie Yi could only respond with a faint smile, believing that smiling was the best way to treat a stranger. Even if the other person was not looking at him, smiling wouldn't be too awkward. What he didn't expect was that after he smiled, Ms. Song Xiuji turned her head back. Turned back. At that moment, Xie Yi's mind was completely blown. What a strange operation. Why did she look away after seeing him smile? Ms. Song Xiuji, what are you doing? Isn't she looking at herself? Otherwise, it would be too strange. Xie Yi turned his head to look behind him, thinking that Ms. Song Xiuji shouldn't be looking at him, otherwise, it would be too odd, wondering what was so interesting about him. As he turned, he caught eyes with Zhang Yanke again. How coincidental. His social anxiety erupted again, and Xie Yi hurriedly gave Zhang Yanke a simple smile before turning back to sit properly. He decided not to look around anymore. Xie Yi reminded himself not to look anymore. If he kept looking, he didn't know how many more smiles he'd have to return, and his face would get stuck in a smile. Returning to his thoughts, Xie Yi pondered carefully. It seemed that just now, Song Xiuji was making eye contact with Zhang Yanke, and after that, she inadvertently looked at him. Just as I thought, how could it be that she was looking at me? See? You were overthinking it. Xie Yi settled back down, deciding not to think anymore. However, he did discover something earlier, which was not a big deal. Just now, Song Xiuji almost chose the wrong seat due to the butterfly effect, but thankfully she realized something at the last moment and ended up sitting in a safe position. In contrast, Zhang Yanke, whether last time or this time, always seemed firm in her choices, as if she had her own criteria for selecting a seat. Xie Yi thought again, the original host was a smart person, and if Zhang Yanke was indeed his friend, it made sense that she wouldn't be affected. Is this the world of geniuses? I really want to blend in. Right now, Zhang He also picked a seat, and it was just like last time. Finally, it was Su Lijia's turn. He had no ticket and was explaining himself to the female driver, apologizing, portraying an elegant male image. If nothing had happened before, Xie Yi might have thought he was a good person. But not anymore. As Su Lija passed by him, he shot Xie Yi a hard glare, showing his malice without any pretense. Xie Yi didn't care, anyway, Su Lija couldn't outplay him. This time, Su Lija chose a seat himself, neither trying to take the one he was sitting in nor sitting in the second choice he had made. What a pity. Saying it was not a pity would be a lie. Xie Yi had thought that someone who specifically targeted others was mindless. But it turned out not to be the case. He didn't even choose the risky seat he picked last time. It was truly strange. If this type of person was smart, why did they choose his chosen seat last time? He wasn't even sure if that seat was safe. Could it be that they noticed his chosen seat was safe last time? But if they could see that, why not just choose a different one? Why take his? It seemed they were intentionally being malicious. Xie Yi felt a flare of anger rising again. He had to find a chance to fight back. After the car started, Xie Yi stopped thinking about these issues. Now, none of this matters. What matters is the danger ahead. Currently, Xie Yi can only confirm that the positions of 4 people, including himself, will be safe once someone boards at the next stop. He just doesn't know how many more stops the bus will make in the meantime. He has no idea how many people will get on at the next stops. What worries Xie Yi the most is that maybe his position is safe at the first stop, but danger could arise at the second stop. After all, the rules only say to be cautious when choosing a position. It doesn't say that a chosen seat won't bring danger. Moreover, it does not mention that passengers can't change seats at each stop, nor does it say they can't move after sitting down. So this is a big problem. Xie Yi resignedly closed his eyes, like a puppet drained of all its strength, allowing the cold, damp sand-laden wind from the leaky bus window to hit him. He hoped that there would be fewer deaths. Xie Yi closed his eyes, he is enjoying himself. Wow, while everyone else is anxiously glancing left and right, afraid of danger, over here, it's different, it's like a game for Yishun. Can't you see that except for the isolated Su Li, everyone left is very obedient to Yishun? Oh? Really? Yes. Song Shouji is the most obvious. When she was choosing her seat, Yishun merely coughed, and she instantly realized she picked the wrong one, immediately following his gaze to select the seat she's in now, without any hesitation. It shows her great trust. Wow, your brother has an 8 times zoom vision? So, that means Xie Yi is kind-hearted, right? Helping people so cautiously. Of course. Humble goodness is the least impressive thing about Yishun. What about Su Li's? Is Yishun just going to let him off? I don't think Xie Yi will let Su Li's go, he must be holding back a big move. Keep talking, you bunch of brainless fans. Xie Yi, if I die, will you still think I'm faking sleep? Look in my eyes, tell me, answer me. Chapter 17, Bus Panic, did he say he's going to die? The leaky bus window kept emitting a whoosh sound as the wind blew in, mixed with the patter of sand and gravel hitting the window, all crashing into the ears of the crowd. The endless noise lingered throughout the bus, dim yellow lights flickering inside, creating extreme unease in everyone's hearts. The temperature on the mountain road was low, looking out at the thick fog, it was impossible to see where they were going, only the cold, biting wind continually seeped through the leaky window, hitting everyone's faces. Not buttoning up their coats and staying away from the window was like suddenly entering a winter at below -10 degrees, cold enough to make people shiver. Xie Yi, huddled tightly in his seat, was practically glued to the bus seat, doing everything possible to avoid the cold wind's invasion. But there was nothing he could do. The mountain road was treacherous, and the bus was bumping violently. In just a few minutes, they felt themselves bouncing up and down, swaying left and right, making it impossible to maintain a steady sitting position for half a minute. They simply had to sway along to lessen the impact of the bus's movement. If the driver's skills were any worse, everyone might just very well vomit up their bile, sharing a gallbladder bonding experience. Truly, the dangerous moment had not yet arrived, and already half his life was lost on the bus journey. Xie Yi felt nauseated. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes before reaching the next stop. Mainly because closing his eyes amplified all his bodily sensations, sitting there felt no different than being on a thrilling roller coaster, wanting to die. Besides, keeping his eyes open was Xie Yi's habit, closing his eyes to wait for death was not his usual style. He had always believed that if one was to die, one ought to die with one's eyes closed, otherwise it would be a waste to die. You can't die for nothing. Xie Yi began to examine the layout of the entire bus. In fact, considering he had already died once, he believed that the layout in the bus was not the key point, the real key lay with the people getting on the bus. Reflecting on the initial rules. 1. The bus is relatively safe, but not absolutely safe. 2. Outside the bus is filled with unknown dangers, but it is not absolutely dangerous. The first 2 rules express a point, that the dangers inside and outside the bus are not absolute, indicating that at certain times, the dangers inside and outside can change. The rules 3 and 4 also express a point. 3. You need a ticket to get on the bus, those without a ticket are outsiders. 4. Outsiders may pose a danger, but they are not absolutely dangerous. It states that those without tickets, the outsiders, pose a danger, but outsiders are not an absolute danger. This also reflects that those with tickets are absolutely safe. When you combine these 4 rules, it gets quite interesting. For example, the next stop is Station A, 5 people get on at Station A, 2 of whom have no tickets, indicating these 2 are outsiders, and outsiders may carry danger. Originally, these 2 potentially dangerous people were outside the bus, meaning there was only danger outside, but when these 2 got on the bus, the danger inside the bus could now appear. This danger is changing. The changing danger fits perfectly with the explanations of Rules 1 and 2. Rules 3 and 4 actually provide a way to recognize this changing danger. Look at the ticket. The only way to uncover this danger is to observe whether the people getting on the bus have tickets. No ticket means the outsider poses a danger, and staying away from these outsiders can ensure one's safety. Ensuring one's safety means one can stay on the bus until reaching the destination. And when they reach their destination, they can happily get through, haha. Thinking of the bright future in Victoria's blueprint, Xie Yi almost laughed out loud. Xie Yi really wanted to applaud himself, to praise himself. Indeed, after experiencing death, the effect is different. His brain's development had reached an unprecedented height, and the thought process was incredibly smooth, it was impossible not to understand. Practicing problems actually has its use, it just happens to be a bit costly since this problem requires using life to practice. But who cares, as long as he can clear the level. Xie Yi was ready to verify his thoughts. Just then, the bumpy bus began to decelerate. Xie Yi held onto the back of the seat in front of him, waiting for the old man who would get on the bus. He wanted to see if the old man who had stabbed him last time had a ticket when he got on. Boom! The bus came to a steady stop at the roadside. Although the brake was not too sudden, everyone still couldn't avoid their bodies lurching forward slightly before steadying. Creak! The door opened. The already cold bus became even colder as a stronger wind from outside rushed in. For someone to get on midway was unexpected, but it was also something that made sense. Xie Yi was positioned closest to the door among everyone. When the door opened, Xie Yi immediately entered a state of high alert, as if he had a premonition that danger would occur. Xie Yi saw Xie Yi becoming alert across from him and couldn't help but want to give him a thumbs up and praise him vigorously. No wonder Xie Yi was the first to come over to stop him last time when he was stabbed. With such a high level of alertness, how could his reaction not be quick? I must say, he was a selfless and dedicated good person. A variety of people began to get on the bus, a total of 5 people, 3 women and 2 men. The first 3 to get on were all aunts. They naturally presented their tickets when getting on, then glanced briefly at them as they passed and went to find their favorite seats. The last 2 men came up, and the last man had no ticket. Xie Yi fixed his gaze on the other man, and when the man's face fully appeared in front of his eyes, Xie Yi confirmed that this was the man who had decisively stabbed him to death during the last return of death. The man had a fierce look on his face, with a stubbly beard and unsteady steps, swaying as he walked down the aisle, clearly having drunk quite a bit. He was clutching a standard black briefcase under his arm. The briefcase was held tightly, with hard objects inside creating a clear, straight knife-like outline. If Xie Yi guessed correctly, the fruit knife that had stabbed him once was in that briefcase. Being out and about, especially in such a remote area, having drunk a lot, looking disheveled, and getting on the bus with a briefcase containing a weapon, all of these signs indicated that he was very vengeful. It was very likely that he would kill someone over the slightest inconvenience. For example, Xie Yi had previously sat in the seat that the man liked, and hence was killed. Now, thinking back to being killed for such childish reasons, Xie Yi really wanted to cry. Please, can't you control your desire to dominate others' lives just a little? Did he say he wanted to die? Couldn't you respect a person's wishes just a bit? The bus started up again, cruising down the road, and a long silence fell inside the bus. Only the sound of wind blowing in could be heard, whoosh whoosh. This time, everyone on the bus was safe, and Xie Yi let out a sigh of relief. It seemed his thoughts were correct. Avoiding the man with no ticket ensured his safety. However, he didn't expect Su Lisa to have avoided it too. TSK, a bit angry. Chapter 18, Bus Scare, Mad and Not Caring Anymore. Everyone actually avoided danger. Looks like everyone picked the right seat. Walk. Su Lisa, who isolated everyone by himself, actually also picked right. I thought people like him wouldn't be smart. Look, even the big boss Xie Yi is frowning, clearly unhappy that Su Lisa is still alive. I think so too. It's really kind-hearted of the big boss to have endured until now. I was still hoping Xie Yi would retaliate. Now it's a bit boring. It's still early, and you don't see how many seats are still empty on this bus, not to mention how many stops it will have to make. Next time may not be so lucky. Ah, if you say that, doesn't Xie Yi have danger too? What danger can Ishan have? I'm most afraid of him scaring us, treating us like monkeys, and not dodging danger until the last second. It's really too reckless. The audience fell silent. Do you think he wants to do that? Who let death return to such an extreme time? Xie Yi sat in his seat, taking a deep breath. It just so happened that the return of death had gone back to the time just before the second door was about to open. The bus reached the next stop again, and those getting on faced the danger of the second door opening was about to begin. This time Xie Yi was more nervous than ever. If it was just about saving his own life, it would be much easier, but the key was how to save Zhang He's life. That's right, he died 2 more times. Really unlucky. He is indeed very unfortunate. At that time, the seat had no issues during the first door opening, yet when the second door opened for someone to get on, a big ant appeared right in front of him, and without warning, stabbed scissors into his chest, fast as if she got on the bus just to kill him. Is this enough already? Can killing be so casual? Why does it always have to be him? Are they trying to boost their performance? If they are going to kill him, fine, but why drag others down too? At that moment, Zhang Yi came over again to stop the ant from committing the act, but, unfortunately, this time he wasn't as lucky. Unexpectedly, behind the ant were 2 more ants who were her accomplices. Directly seeing Zhang Yi, he immediately used a pair of scissors to stab at Zhang Yi's back, stabbing dozens of times. Zhang Yi eventually couldn't withstand Auntie's speed and was defeated. The strong and sturdy Zhang He couldn't hold on, so Xie Yi had even less chance of surviving. When he closed his eyes, Xie Yi firmly remembered one thing. He had to be cautious of the uncle who killed carefully, and also the auntie who killed carefully. None of them were good people. After dying for the first time, Xie Yi planned to quickly change his seat before it happened again so as not to implicate others. As a result, he did move to a good position, but unexpectedly, there was a problem with Zhang He's position. The last man to get on the bus had no ticket. He directly approached Xie Yi, wanting to stab a syringe filled with an unknown drug into Xie Yi's neck. But Xie Yi reacted quickly, and he was originally able to stop it successfully. However, when the bus started, the needle directly stabbed into Xie Yi's neck. Within a few seconds, Xie Yi fell down, and that man, seeing Xie Yi fall, sat down in Xie Yi's seat with a smug expression. Xie Yi watched the situation, furious. His lungs felt like they were going to explode. He couldn't hold back at all. He had finally managed to stay alive, and then a troublemaker suddenly appeared halfway through. While the bus was still moving, Xie Yi chose to go crazy right there. He frantically ran to the back, snatched the scissors from Adi's hand, and after obtaining the handy weapon, quickly returned to Xie Yi's position, then decisively stabbed at the man who had killed Xie Yi. Whatever happens, I'll kill him first. Damn. I finally managed to stay alive, and in the end, someone killed my savior from last time. Who could tolerate that? After killing that man, Xie Yi couldn't escape Auntie's fury for having the scissors taken back. He was then killed by Auntie. After going around in circles, when he woke up again, after venting his anger, his mood finally felt a little better. He was gradually regaining his rationality and would not be so impulsive anymore. Now Xie Yi was clear that among the 7 people who got on the bus, 3 aunts and 1 uncle had no tickets and were dangers. And the only direction that could allow him and Xie Yi to move safely was the direction of Xie Yi's current position. He just didn't know if Xie Yi would listen to him and change seats. Creak, the door of the bus was about to open, and Xie Yi no longer hesitated, immediately moving, quickly reaching Xie Yi's side to sit down amidst the shocked and confused gazes of everyone. When Xie Yi saw Xie Yi sit next to him, he was startled. Being on guard against the passengers who were about to get on, he nearly shot at Xie Yi, thinking he was an outsider. Xie Yi immediately said, "Come sit across from me." Because he was too anxious, his voice sounded a bit harsh. Xie Yi worried Xie Yi would doubt him since he had no convincing abilities in the team. How could others easily agree to change seats based on just his words? Changing seats was a risk that could lead to death. Okay. Xie Yi quickly agreed, leaving Xie Yi's mind in a daze for a second. But their actions didn't change at all. Even though Xie Yi was still dazed and Xie Yi didn't understand, they managed to sit in the position Xie Yi had already chosen when the door opened and a ticketless auntie was about to get on the bus. The moment they sat down, Xie Yi hurriedly pulled Xie Yi into the seat a bit, and after doing that, watching the 3 aunts leave with unwilling expressions, his heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally had a bit of breathing room. Thump, thump, thump. His violently beating heart felt like having been on a thrill ride, very stimulating. Someone with a weak heart would probably feel like it was going to explode. Xie Yi was so stimulated that his face turned pale. Let go of Xie Yi's arm, the whole person leaned against the seat, looking forward, slowly easing the thrill of escaping death just now. It was truly a scare without real danger. This time they should have avoided everything. After Xie Yi sat down, he quickly looked at Xie Yi, although his mind was filled with questions about why Xie Yi suddenly changed seats. But when he saw another man sitting in Xie Yi's original position, his urge to ask Xie Yi disappeared instantly. Until the bus started again, Xie Yi didn't ask a single question, yet the vast number of internet users were in an uproar. What just happened in a flash? Oh mama, I can't understand. A stream of question marks flashed across the screen. The audience was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why did Xie Yi suddenly change seats? And even more, why did he take Xie Yi along to change seats? I didn't see any dangerous situations. Did I miss some details? Incredible, Xie Yi actually agreed to Xie Yi's seat change. How much trust must he have in Xie Yi? Wait, can someone explain to me why? Chapter 19, Bus Panic, Analyzing and Analyzing Again. In a situation where there were no topics to discuss, the Ghost Story Entertainment quickly seized on this unresolved question from the public to begin professional analysis. Now let's invite Chen Chen, who is passionate about dissecting ghost story scenarios and has millions of fans on a certain platform, to answer everyone's questions. Hello everyone, I am Chen Chen, and now my assistant and I will explain why Xie Yi did what he did just now. On a circular seat, the assistant asked Chen Chen beside him. The netizens are very curious about what Xie Yi discovered. Why did he suddenly change seats, and why did he change seats with Xie Yi? After hearing this, Chen Chen crossed his hands on the table, excitedly saying, "Actually, I am even more excited than everyone to start explaining Xie Yi's actions. You must not have noticed that Xie Yi actually discovered the key to clearing this scenario from the very beginning. From the rule mentioning the danger of outsiders without tickets boarding, Xie Yi began observing every passenger who boarded without a ticket. When the doors opened for the first time, 5 people came on board, 3 women and 2 men, but only the last man didn't have a ticket. At that moment, Xie Yi was staring at that ticketless man like he had a vendetta. I was curious why Xie Yi was suddenly staring so intently at such a person. Then, looking from Xie Yi's perspective, I was shocked to find that the man actually had a fruit knife hidden in his briefcase. I was stunned. Who would carry a fruit knife in their briefcase when drunk in the wilderness? Clearly, he must be someone whose career is failing, preparing to lash out at the slightest discomfort. In that moment, I finally understood why Xie Yi was observing that man. After that, I replayed the video of that man boarding several times, and finally discovered the secret. Although that man was drunk and staggering, since he boarded, his gaze was fixed on one spot. That spot was the exact seat he was occupying. After thinking carefully, what if that man's gaze had been directed at an occupied seat rather than an empty one? Would he have already pulled out the fruit knife from his briefcase to start killing? After all, outsiders pose a danger, and this man is clearly a bomb that could explode at any moment. Though this is nearly a terrifying hypothetical, we cannot rule out the possibility. So, when I saw Xie Yi change seats with Jiang He when the doors opened the second time, I became even more certain of all my previous thoughts. A ticketless outsider boarding the train will kill, but this act of killing is triggered by a seat. If you sit in the seat that the outsider wants to occupy, you will be killed, but if you give up your seat before the outsider boards, nothing will happen. This is why the fifth rule says to be cautious when choosing seats on the train. Since the first time the door opened, Xie Yi discovered this key to survival, so during this time when the door opened, he observed everyone boarding, and found that 3 aunties without tickets were eyeing his seat, and then he accidentally noticed that Jiang Yi's seat was targeted by the last ticketless man. He could have moved away and saved himself, but he chose to save Jiang He. Honestly, I was touched when I saw Xie Yi save Jiang He. I can only say that Xie Yi truly deserves to be a rising star. After a passionate and moving response from Chun Chen, the audience who admired Xie Yi erupted. Wow! So that's how it is. I understand. Master, so that's the reason. Ah, I said that Xie Yi's greatest weakness is his kindness. So touching. It's really thrilling. If it weren't for Jiang He's decisive trust in Xie Yi, he might have been in trouble too. Woo-woo, I hope my dad can meet someone responsible like Xie Yi in the supernatural tales. Wait, don't get emotional yet, I still don't understand. There were 7 people boarding this stop, the first 3 aunties without tickets can be explained since they boarded at the front, but how did Xie Yi see that the last uncle boarded without a ticket? Xie Yi moved Jiang He to another seat before everyone boarded. Can someone explain this unsolved mystery? Ask at Chen Chen. Ask at Chen Chen. +1. +100. Inside the screen, Chen Chen's assistant saw this question pushed to the top and was about to ask Chen Chen when suddenly, her legs were kicked from an unseen spot under the table. Instantly, the assistant decided not to ask anymore. Chen Chen cleared his throat twice and quickly passed the microphone, switching the camera back to the live broadcast. The audience saw Chen Chen suddenly disappear and a row of question marks flashed. In the backstage, Chen Chen was drenched in sweat. I don't know about this either, I focused on the details of the first door opening, not mentioning the second. How did Xie Yi discover that 4 out of the 7 people had no tickets during the second door opening, and how did he move before everyone boarded? He truly didn't have any insight. Really, don't make things harder for a video analysis blogger. It's too difficult, he wants to go home. Let those who want to earn money do so. His career was almost ruined analyzing Xie Yi. Inside the supernatural tale. Xie Yi's heart, pounding fiercely, finally calmed down. However, while he relaxed, Song Xiuji sitting behind him became anxious. Seeing Xie Yi jump from the back seat toward Jiang He and then shift into the opposite seat, Song Xiuji, as a bystander, saw everything clearly. No matter how hard Song Xiuji racked her brain to analyze, she couldn't understand why Xie Yi did this, just like how it was impossible to analyze why he picked a seat when he first boarded. Is this the world of geniuses? Song Xiuji questioned herself with a soul-stirring inquiry. Incredible, it turns out seats can be swapped. Should she change her seat? No, her seat should not be changed, this seat was deliberately chosen by Xie Yi. If she were to change seats, Xie Yi would have taken her directly. It turns out believing in Xie Yi was right, her position hasn't faced any danger in 2 rounds of the bus opening its doors. She didn't expect that Xie Yi was so kind, choosing a safe seat for her while she sat in a risky one. Song Xiuji remembered this young man, and if she could safely return to her hometown, she would definitely go to thank him. Zhang Yin in the back row saw this situation and had no doubt about whether Xie Yi's actions were right or wrong. In her eyes, she had already witnessed Xie Yi's talent in the real world, so she just sat in her seat, gently tucking her loose hair behind her ear, feeling emotionally stirred for a moment before calming down. But Xu Zhe, sitting further back, felt a sharp pang of anger in his heart when he saw Xie Yi successfully evade the assassination. He had observed Xie Yi's behavior the moment the bus door opened for the first time, discovering that the man Xie Yi had been staring at was hiding a fruit knife in his briefcase. Then during the second door opening, after Xie Yi moved seats with Jiang He under the puzzled gazes of everyone, everything clicked for him. It turned out that the outsiders without tickets were there to kill. Their precondition for murder depended on whether their chosen seats were occupied. If someone occupied their preferred positions, they would kill the original occupant. Xu Zhe was furious and regretful. This huge life-saving secret was only now revealed to him. Xie Yi had discovered this earlier, how could it have been better if it was discovered later, when he was already dead? Xie Yi, what did you discover? Are you sure that what you found is correct? Chapter 20, Bus Panic, Who to Ask? Ask me? After sitting down, Xie Yi took a long time to realize what a good position he had chosen. The direction of Jiang He's original seat was actually right behind the driver's seat, facing the back seat of the female driver. In this old bus, the main driver's seat had no protection, allowing a clear view inside from a distance. The dim green light typical of the bus front illuminated not far under their feet, and the female driver's upper body was completely shrouded in this eerie green light from the display screen, as if she were in another world. This was still the second time Xie Yi was so close to the female driver, aside from when he first boarded the bus. Close enough to see the tiny pores on her face through the front window, close enough that focusing on her pupils revealed a nearly numb despair in her eyes. Her face was pale and bloodless, eyes filled with bloodshot, hunching her back, and her arms stiff as she drove the bus along the mountain road. Sitting at the back earlier, Xie Yi had never thought the bus was being driven in such a way by the female driver. Now that he knew, he felt that it was sheer luck that the bus hadn't flipped over yet. The bus continued on the road, with no differences from the previous times. Jiang He sat next to him, looking particularly calm, which puzzled Xie Yi. He had actually prepared a speech in his heart even before the rescue action for Jiang He, just waiting for Jiang He to ask him why he did it. But unexpectedly, the bus had been moving for over 5 minutes, and Jiang He still hadn't spoken. Xie Yi couldn't help but relax a bit, but also felt a bit regretful. He felt relaxed because he was inherently socially anxious, and to take action with someone who was not entirely unfamiliar, yet still somewhat a stranger, had exhausted almost all his courage. If he had to explain, he didn't know what convoluted words would come out. So he felt very relaxed not having to explain. However, it was a pity that the prepared words weren't needed. It felt kind of regrettable. He had thought long and hard about it. When the third door opened, Xie Yi prepared as the female driver made a distinct braking motion. First, he didn't want to die, second, their current position made it difficult to change seats, and third, he had to carefully observe how many more people would board this time to minimize the number of backward steps. Xie Yi was fully alert, staying on high alert. The river beside had long ago begun to be on guard without anyone knowing when. The two of them stared at the car door that was about to open. Creak, the car door opened again, and a cold wind rushed into the car, blowing towards Jiang He and Xie Yi, who were closest to the door. Looking at the thick, gray fog outside the window, which was bottomless, there was not a single figure at the door. Xie Yi felt puzzled. Is there no one? That shouldn't be. If there was no one, the female driver wouldn't open the door. Xie Yi turned his gaze to the female driver and saw that she made no obvious move to close the door. It seemed she was sure someone would get in, so he refocused his attention on the doorway. Sure enough, not half a minute later, urgent and hurried voices came from the fog. Wait, I'll be there soon, just wait a bit, huff huff huff. Soon a figure appeared from the thick fog. The other person hurriedly reached the car door, breathing heavily, and after getting in and taking a few deep breaths, he spoke after a while. Sorry, how much to rent a village? Can I pay in cash? The young man stepped into the car, and after catching his breath, the first thing he did was ask the female driver about the fare. He looked young, tall, and of medium build, wearing a warm brown coat, with a bright red scarf tightly wrapped around him. After asking the female driver, before she could answer, he planned to take money from his pocket. Hearing the man's words, the female driver slowly shifted her numb gaze towards him after a long pause, then replied in a hollow tone, "We don't accept cash, you can buy a ticket when you get off, we are about to depart, so choose a seat and close the door." Seeing the female driver respond like this, the man's action of taking out his wallet paused. A hint of confusion gradually appeared between his brows, but he quickly listened to the female driver and began to find a seat. Xie Yi stared at the man, and when he scanned their seats, he felt a little nervous, fearing the man might take his spot. However, that didn't happen. The man simply glanced over, seemingly just looking for an empty seat, and soon chose one. But unexpectedly, the man chose the seat directly behind Jiang He. Once seated, the man made no extra movements, he merely loosened the towel around his neck. The bus door closed and the bus departed again, signaling that the crisis of opening the door for the third time had been lifted. Xie Yi sat in his seat, feeling that something was strange. Was it weird that only this one person got on during the third door opening? Or was it because this man had spoken to the female driver? Xie Yi thought back and realized that none of the previous people without tickets had asked the female driver about what to do, only this man had conversed with her. And the man mentioned a place called Runde Village, which was another unfamiliar name they had gotten from outside the rules list. What connection does Runde Village have with the Valley of Evil mentioned in the rules list? Since the man mentioned Runde Village, does that mean he also knows where Valley of Evil is? While Xie Yi was deep in thought, suddenly a harsh screech sound echoed, and the bus abruptly slammed to a halt. In the midst of deep contemplation, Xie Yi did not react at all. His body flew forward rapidly. Just as he was about to crash into the iron board in front, suddenly his arm was grabbed by a hand, and his whole head was pulled back violently before hitting the iron board. After being pulled back, Xie Yi's head was completely dizzy. He had been feeling carsick all along, and with such a strong jolt, he almost vomited rainbows. What's going on? Why did we suddenly stop? Xie Yi felt utterly dizzy, and it was only when he regained his senses that he realized something big had happened. The gradually clearer sight first saw Xie Yi, who was vigilantly on guard beside him, and then a group of muscular men standing in front of the car. Robbery! Everyone in the car, don't move. If anyone moves, they'll die. At some unknown time, the car door was opened, and 5 fully disguised robbers boarded, 2 of whom were holding shotguns, while 3 others wielded sharp weapons like knives and axes. One of the men with the shotgun first controlled the driver, pointing the gun at the driver's forehead, while the other shotgun wielder took control of the passengers in the back. Once the situation stabilized, the 3 robbers without shotguns began to move around the car. All 5 robbers were covered with black hoods, exposing only a pair of bloodshot eyes. One of the robbers suddenly yelled again, scaring the passengers in the car. Everyone, hand over your valuables now. Wallets, gold necklaces, cards, everything. Put it all down next to you. If you think about hiding something, you can try the taste of bullets. Under this threat, sounds of rustling filled the car, as many passengers began to pull out their valuables for the sake of safety. Seeing that everyone was quite compliant, the 3 robbers exchanged sneaky laughs and started rummaging through the belongings of everyone in the car. One person robbed, another collected, and the last one stuffed everything into a bag, working together as though they were seasoned criminals. Watching this scene unfold, every passenger fell into a kind of silent panic. None expected to encounter robbers midway through, and no one dared to resist, all obediently handing over their valuables. The robbers moved around the car. Xie Yi was wide-eyed, trying to stay calm in his seat. It was his first time seeing live robbers, and he felt a bit nervous. But surprisingly, the robbers didn't seem to target them players, as if they knew they were broke to the bone. The robbery unfolded before them like a scripted event. Zhang He had stayed on guard for a while but saw no hostility directed at them from the robbers, which left him puzzled. He slowly leaned back and then looked at Xie Yi, quietly asking, "What should we do in this situation?" The moment Xie Yi was asked what to do, his tense eyes cleared up. Who are you asking? Me? Wak, you're asking me what to do in this situation? Is that right? Ah. Xie Yi was confused, not understanding why Zhang He asked him what to do at such a tense moment. He also didn't know what to do. Xie Yi swallowed hard and could only feign calmness as he quietly replied, "Wait a minute. Let's just see if I can figure it out later, Zhang He." Seeing Xie Yi fearlessly and calmly say wait, Zhang He silently encouraged him. Waiting indeed seemed like the best decision when they were uncertain of the situation. Since Xie Yi said so, Zhang He decided to obediently wait, continuing to observe the robber's movements from his seat. Chapter 21, Public Bus Horror, Help! Walk! It's quite strange that robbers appear in such a remote area. Is it abnormal for robbers to appear in a remote area? They're not even robbing the players' pockets, as if they're ignoring the players altogether. Just thinking about the robbers rummaging through the pockets of broke players makes me laugh. So what are the robbers here for? To rob money, idiot. I meant, since the robbers aren't taking money from the players and aren't causing trouble for them, what does it mean for the robbers to appear? I don't know. Xie Yi said to wait, so let's see what the robbers want to do. Being anxious won't help. The 3 robbers who went to loot the passengers returned with their spoils, their excitement palpable as they walked back. Among the 2 robbers with shotguns, one came forward to rummage through the bag's contents and upon seeing the plentiful loot inside, couldn't help but laugh proudly. Not bad. Second brother, pack up and let's go. As soon as he spoke, it confirmed his role as the big brother. The robber big brother was about to put away his gun and take his brothers down, but when he turned around, he saw the second brother still holding a gun to the female driver's forehead. What are you doing? The robber big brother narrowed his eyes, asking knowingly. The robber's second brother did not respond to the big brother. He kept the gun against the female driver's head and loudly ordered her, with everyone watching. Get out of the car. Hearing the command, the female driver moved. Her blank, hollow eyes looked at the robber as if being threatened by a gun was something she had grown used to. Her expression did not fluctuate much. She slowly rose from the driver's seat, preparing to get out of the car with the robbers. Seeing the driver about to get out of the car with the robbers, someone shouted in panic. If she gets out, who will drive? You've robbed us of money, are you planning to destroy the evidence? In this wilderness, how will we survive without a driver? You're not accomplices, are you? Deliberately leading us here to rob us? It really is possible. Look how fast that female driver is getting out. As soon as the robber said to get out, she followed. Walk. If a gun was pointed at your forehead, you would get out even faster than her, believe it or not. Speechless, everyone. The mouths in this car are really foul. So the trap is here. Are they going to force the player to fight against armed robbers to save the female driver? Hey, why are there frames in the comments? You don't understand, this is making a distinction. What will Xie Yi do? Will he get out to save the driver? It's unrealistic, right? Is it a must-die scenario? Oh my god, it can't be. Players with the same terrible feelings were currently pondering this question. Without a driver, they couldn't continue driving on the road. No one had expected that the robbers had come not just to rob but to take the driver too. Now, they clearly had not yet reached the evil man's valley mentioned in the rules, so what would happen next? To save or not to save? Xie Yi watched as the robber held the female driver and was about to get out of the car, unable to restrain the urge to step in to save her. But suddenly, the robber big brother came to a halt, and his stop made the restless people in the car become somewhat fearful. The only pair of eyes exposed from the tightly wrapped body were like two killing knives. He picked up the shotgun in his hand, skillfully loaded it with a click, and pointed it at everyone, his gaze full of disdain as he threatened fiercely. If you keep talking back, I won't hesitate to kill one of you first. I have 10 bullets in the gun, but there are 20 more in my bag. That's enough for each of you, so just stay calm in the car, and maybe my second brother will be in a good mood, and the female driver will be sent back to you soon. Just behave, you country bumpkins. As soon as he finished saying this, everyone who had just argued in the car fell silent, afraid to make any sound, lest they get shot. Once the robbers all got out, the car made a bit of noise again. Will the female driver really be sent back? From what the robber said, it seems they aren't working together with the female driver. Of course they aren't. Why would 5 big men take a woman somewhere? Can't you understand this? Oh, then are we not going to get out to save her? Save what? Didn't you see they have guns? Do you want to die? I don't want to die, so let it go. The more he heard these ugly words, the tighter Song Yang clenched his fists. He simply couldn't stand it anymore. Everyone in the car knew how dangerous it was for the female driver to face 5 robbers, yet they didn't want to save her. Are they still human? Song Yang suddenly stood up from his seat and faced everyone in the car angrily. You really believe the robbers will let the female driver go? Without a driver, you can't leave here. So what if they have guns? Why should we be afraid when we are so many? Who is with me to save her? If you're a man, come with me. Song Yang tightly wrapped the red scarf around his neck, and after saying that, he rushed down. Soon, his bright red scarf disappeared in the car door along with his running. Xie Yi was moved by the righteous act of the other party and wanted to follow along. But he didn't blindly choose to follow. He planned to ask the sensible Xie Yi about what to do in this situation. However, before he could turn around to ask Xie Yi, he saw a figure standing up beside him, and then heard Xie Yi's decisive call. Who will go down with me to save? Let's go. Xie Yi was the first to respond, as he had wanted to go down and save her. Xie Yi saying save now was undoubtedly the right choice. Xie Yi was not surprised by Zhang Yi's response. He knew Zhang Yi would definitely save her. Even when Xie Yi had told Zhang Yi to wait last time, Zhang Yi had waited, but what followed was the sudden disappearance of his consciousness and his death. A strangely familiar way of dying made Xie Yi pay extra attention. When consciousness suddenly vanished and he opened his eyes again, he returned to the moment when the man who boarded for the 3rd time got off to save the female driver. Without hesitation, Xie Yi decided to save her. If they didn't go to save, it was equivalent to directly losing consciousness and dying. He remembered this special death method very clearly. In the last copy, not answering his father's phone call was this kind of consciousness death. At that time, he recalled calculating that if death backtracked and felt that this path led to a certain death, it wouldn't wait for you to experience it but would directly issue a death order. So if they didn't rescue the female driver, they would definitely die. Moreover, rule number 6 also stated that safe driving depends on the driver and that they must not interfere with the driver's driving to ensure road safety. Ensure road safety, who ensures that? Only they could. So they must save her. Zhang Yi and Xie Yi were about to get out of the car, but at that moment, Xie Yi felt an uneasy premonition in his heart. He turned back to glance at the remaining 3 players in the car. He didn't know if what he was doing was right, but if it wasn't, then never mind, they could just return to a checkpoint and come back again. Anyway, no one would remember his foolish actions. After thinking it through, Xie Yi once again mustered the courage to look at the remaining players and asked, What about you? Are you getting out? He asked this extra question, not knowing where the reason came from. Chapter 22, Bus Horror, Dramatic Twist. In this critical moment of getting out to save someone, no one would let the girl go out, yet Xie Yi still spoke up, which contradicted the thoughts of all viewers in the livestream. But soon someone stood up. Song Xiaoji was the first. Her gaze was firm as if she had no doubt about Xie Yi's actions. Immediately after, Zhang Yanku also stood up from her seat. But just as she was about to take a step, her wrist was grabbed by a hand. Turning to look, it was Su Lizhe who had gotten up to pull her. Su Lizhe disliked that everyone had to cater to Xie Yi's words, feeling that they had to follow him into danger. Why did some still want to go? He didn't care if others lived or died. Zhang Yanku couldn't die. He grabbed Zhang Yanku's arm and angrily said, trying to awaken her. Zhang Yanku, are you stupid? The robbers below have guns. Why would you go down as a girl? Do you want to die? Besides, didn't you notice that the man who led the way down just now is the one who didn't have a ticket during the third boarding? The rules state that those without tickets are outsiders, and outsiders are dangerous. You're going to save someone with a man who has no ticket, aren't you afraid they are accomplices? You trust Xie Yi this much? If he tells you to go save, you just go? If he tells you to die, would you die too? This is your last copy, you are about to go home. Are you sure you want to take such a risk? Su Lizhe tightly held Jiang Yanke's hand. The voice almost tore apart as it finished saying all the words. He wanted Jiang Yanke to stop, saying that getting out of the car would be dangerous. Couldn't she just stay in the car and enjoy the results? Wasn't that better? It wasn't like no one was going to save the female driver. His logic would never go wrong, so he believed he could definitely convince Jiang Yanke, who was so determined to follow logic. However, Jiang Yanke reached out with her other hand and untied Su Lizhe's grip from her hand. Jiang Yanke didn't argue or explain in defense of Xie Yi's actions, nor did she try to say anything blind. She just calmly looked at Su Lizhe, her voice calm as she said. Su Lizhe, you were wrong just now. You said, the rule says that those without a ticket are outsiders, and outsiders are dangerous. That's wrong. Outsiders aren't necessarily dangerous. The rule only says that outsiders might be in danger. You ignored the word might, which makes the meaning completely different. Besides, did you forget Rule 6? Ensuring the safety of the journey, who is going to ensure that? These are all direct quotes from the rulebook. From the surface of the rule, we can already deduce that the answer is to save the driver. You're wrong now. Are you still going to insist on your opinion? At this point, Jiang Yanke became a bit emotional, pausing for a moment before continuing. Su Lizhe, calm down and think more. Don't let your jealousy ruin everything. Get out of the car. Jiang Yanke had already done what a friend should do. She said all this because of the reality of the world. However, Su Lizhe didn't see it that way. After hearing Jiang Yanke's words, he came to one conclusion. That Jiang Yanke still preferred to believe Xie Yi's decision and was always defending Xie Yi, completely ignoring his correct reasoning. Su Lizhe's eyes widened in anger, his throat hoarse with rage as he said, fine, good advice won't work on a dead ghost. Go ahead, I'll wait for you in the car. Let's see if you come back safely. Su Lizhe seemed to curse Jiang Yanke with his frustration, hoping she would encounter danger getting out of the car, saying many harsh words. But Jiang Yanke showed no emotion on her face. Jiang Yanke didn't continue to persuade him or say anything else. She just hurriedly got off the car with Song Shoji before she got off. Watching Jiang Yanke really get off the car and disappear into the thick fog, Su Lizhe's heart skipped a beat, and he collapsed back onto his seat, looking utterly lost. She really went, I'm still not as good as Xie Yi. Walk, this is too dramatic. A love triangle? Or is it just Su Lizhe being the only obsessive lover? I didn't expect this, didn't expect that 3 out of 5 people in the copy are all familiar with each other. I just want to shout, this world is way too small. This is magical. I've been watching from the beginning and didn't even realize that Xie Yi actually knows both Jiang Yanke and Su Lizhe. I'm so dumb. Me too, sis. I didn't notice the 3 of them knew each other. I thought only Jiang Yanke and Su Lizhe knew each other. TSK, Su Lizhe's jealousy is huge. No wonder he's always targeting Xie Yi. Looks like in the real world, Xie Yi must have always overshadowed him, so his jealousy took over and he kept finding trouble with Xie Yi. No wonder. I always thought there couldn't be unnecessary hate. So this is how it is. I think Su Lizhe's reasoning was actually right. Why didn't Jiang Yanke listen? Could it be because Jiang Yanke likes Xie Yi, so she blindly supports him? What the hell, are you an idiot upstairs? Didn't Jiang Yanke explain so much for nothing? Also, when did Jiang Yanke ever say she likes Xie Yi? Stop spreading rumors, and clearly, Jiang Yanke's explanation is more correct. Su Lizhe distorted the facts and tried to twist others' thoughts. I just blindly support Xie Yi. I don't understand, but I know by the end result. Exactly. What's the point of arguing in the bullet screen? In the end, we'll know by the result. Why are we worried? We're not even in the ghost stories. Why bother? Yeah, I think Jiang Yanke is very smart. I always feel this girl is very steady and humble. I just heard Su Lizhe say this is Jiang Yanke's last copy. Wak, doesn't that mean Xie Yi's second copy is another veteran player's 10th copy? What terrible luck. Unbelievable. Now that I think about it, it's a miracle that Xie Yi, a newbie, has survived this long. The 4 of them got out of the car, and when Xie Yi saw Song Shoji and Jiang Yanke decisively getting down, he felt surprised. He was also gambling. If there wasn't a chance for him to backtrack, he wouldn't have even asked if anyone wanted to join him to rescue. The reason he asked everyone to come down to save the person was simply because he felt this is what should be done in a team copy, but he wasn't sure if that was right. So now, bearing the lives of others, Xie Yi felt a bit nervous. After getting out of the car, the thick fog around became even deeper, but it wasn't as cold as in the car. The wind seemed to have calmed down, and the surroundings were so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Logically, after they got out of the car, they should quickly find the group of robbers by sound and then try to save the female driver, but now after getting out, they found the situation was completely different from what they imagined. There was not a single sound around, it was utterly silent, and the fog was so thick that they couldn't even see where they had just gotten out. At this moment, Xie Yi felt even more nervous inside. What's going on? Why can't I hear anything? Everyone had this doubt in their hearts, feeling anxious and uneasy. Looking at the grey fog in front of them, the four stood back to back, alert to their surroundings. No one spoke, all trying to see or hear something from the dense fog. However, nothing came. Xie Yi felt something was off. How could there be nothing? Was choosing to rescue the female driver also a mistake? Just as Xie Yi was thinking about this, suddenly a rumbling sound came from not far away, followed by the sound of machinery being activated. The moment everyone heard this sound, they realized something. It was the sound of the bus starting and leaving. In that instant of realization, everyone panicked. Xie Yi's heart suddenly sank. He was so flustered that he almost knelt on the ground to apologize to the other three. The moment he heard the bus leaving, Xie Yi froze in the thick fog. His legs felt like they were stuck in mud, unable to move. His mind suddenly went blank, unable to say a word. Why did the bus leave? They hadn't even gotten on. If the bus really had left, how would they go to the evil valley mentioned in the rules? Now they had actually lost their only means of transportation. But why hadn't he automatically died even though the bus left? Without transportation to the destination, why was he still alive? Could it be that the death rollback believes there's still a chance of survival on this path? Chapter 23, Bus Panic, Everything is Wrong, Why? Crazy, they're all crazy. Xie Yi couldn't figure it out. He suddenly realized he might have trusted the death rollback too much. How could he suddenly decide his judgment based on the death mode of the rollback? Although he didn't have much judgment, this dependency on the death rollback was itself undesirable. Xie Yi was troubled and guilty about dying. He couldn't analyze it, and at the moment the bus left, he wished he could start over. He didn't know how to face the people he called down. What to do? What should they do next? Suddenly, as Xie Yi was nearly decided to die and start over, the silent surroundings finally had sounds apart from theirs. Wak, who is that female driver? I saved her, and she didn't even let me on the bus. I'm really fed up. I won't help people again in the future. No good deed goes unpunished. In the future, I'll help dogs but not people. The complaints filled with grievances came from not far away in the thick fog. Everyone was very familiar with that voice. It belonged to the man who had rushed down first to save the female driver. The moment that voice appeared, Xie Yi's desperate eyes were filled with light. Xie Yi quickly wanted to make up for his mistake and said, "Follow the sound and find this person." Because he was too nervous, his words came out a bit blunt. If one didn't listen carefully, it seemed as if Xie Yi was the leader, commanding and strategizing as if he knew such a situation would occur. The other three indeed thought so. At the instant they heard the bus leave, their hearts nearly stopped. But when they saw Xie Yi standing still in place, his face as steady as a mountain, they felt they shouldn't admit defeat so quickly. Perhaps there was still a chance to survive. Maybe they could catch the bus. Perhaps what they heard was just a hallucination. But after a long time with no sounds around, they were indeed on the verge of a breakdown. Just then, another voice suddenly echoed from not far away. Then Xie Yi suddenly commanded them to find this person. This meant everything could still continue, they could still live. They picked up their hope again. It could be said that Xie Yi was now their backbone, their source of reassurance. Soon, everyone worked together and found that man not far away. Song Yang suddenly saw 4 people appearing in the fog and almost thought they were robbers who'd come to fight, but upon closer look, he realized it was the people from the bus. Feeling that there was no danger, Song Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He walked closer, loosened the towel around his neck, and curiously asked, "Did you come down just now to save someone too?" Without thinking, Zhang He replied, "Yes." But after answering, Zhang He realized he should let Xie Yi respond. After all, Xie Yi should know the situation best, and if he answered incorrectly, it wouldn't be good. Zhang He quickly looked at Xie Yi, afraid of making a mistake. But seeing Xie Yi calmly looking at the man without correcting his previous answer, Zhang He suddenly decided not to ask anymore. Xie Yi must have his own thoughts to consider, it was better not to disturb him. Thus, under everyone's tense and eager gazes, Xie Yi finally extended a hand to the man and then asked politely and calmly, "What's your name? When I got on the bus, I heard you planned to go to Rend Village. Now that the bus has left, how do you plan to get to Rend Village? If you have another way, could we hitch a ride?" The moment Xie Yi asked this question, Zhang He and Song Xiuji thoroughly realized everything, all the things they hadn't understood before suddenly made sense. Yes, this NPC staying behind was indeed giving them players hope. The other party also had a place to go, so they couldn't just stay here forever. The other party would surely have ways to take some form of transportation to get there. As long as they could hitch a ride to Evil Man Valley, they would pass the level. The level completion condition didn't state they had to take a specific vehicle. Reaching Evil Man Valley was enough to complete it. Thinking of this, Zhang He and Song Xiuji admired Xie Yi's cleverness. However, when Song Yang answered, all the hope that had just been established in everyone's hearts was completely shattered. My name is Song Yang. I indeed planned to go to Rend Village, but now that the bus has left, I can only walk there. If my phone weren't dead, I wouldn't be waiting for the bus in this wilderness. I would have left long ago. Sigh, what a day, so unlucky. After finishing his sentence, Song Yang continued to complain about his bad luck that day, completely unaware of the clear signs of collapse on the faces of the four people in front of him. Especially Song Xiuji is the most obvious, followed by Zhang He, then Zhang Yanke, and lastly, Xie. Besides these four, the audience is even more devastated. The audience who just praised Xie Yi's amazing moves are now getting slapped in the face. Many have already sided with Su Liza, because now only Su Liza is still on the bus, while the rest, without any means of transportation, are left stranded in the wilderness, waiting for death. No, I don't want to see Xie Yi die. Su Liza actually turned out to be correct. Why didn't I trust him more? The bus has left, and they even lost the only means of transportation. Why don't you believe it? Xie Yi has already turned into ruins, and you are still deifying him. I always feel that Xie Yi's expression isn't one of despair after hearing Song Yang's words, but rather one of thinking about some overlooked detail. Ha, what could possibly be overlooked? The outcome is clearly a guaranteed death. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Even if Xie Yi really will die, I want to see it to the end. Exactly, the conclusion isn't set yet, anything is possible. Ha, your faith is really strong, but it's also speechless. Xie Yi is truly in despair, his mentality has exploded beyond measure. He thought that all the clues he racked his brain to come up with could offer them a glimmer of hope, but Song Yang's response was greatly beyond his expectations. Song Yang's answer didn't match any of his hidden thoughts at all. Why is that? Did he really make a mistake? But if they didn't save the female driver, staying in the bus would also lead to death, and now that they saved the female driver, they have lost their means of transportation. Isn't that also death? How could it all lead to certain death? Xie Yi can't figure it out, he really can't. He's about to become confused. Who can give him some ideas? Who can? Suddenly, a gentle voice appeared in his ears. This voice seemed not to be asking Xie Yi, but it clearly reached his ears. Song Yang, may I ask, do you know if there is a place nearby called Evil Man Valley? This is Zhang Yanke's voice. The moment Zhang Yanke asked this question, the other three regained a hint of hope amidst their crumbling expressions. Yeah, all of Song Yang's words were about the problems he encountered, but those are not their problems. Their key issue is where Evil Man Valley is. Since Song Yang knows a place called Ren Village in this wilderness, he must also know where Evil Man Valley is. Maybe Evil Man Valley is nearby, and they can just walk there. That would mean they pass the level. Thinking this way, they all looked forward to Song Yang's next answer. The audience also regained some hope from Zhang Yanke's question. They all refused to believe that Xie Yi would fall because of this. However, Song Yang's next answer made everyone's mood plunge again. This time, it's not just a simple drop in mood, it directly shattered their long-held belief in the conditions for passing the level. Ha! What Evil Man Valley? I've never even heard of that place around here. Did you mishear? Or are you taking risks here because you believe some fake rumors online that say there is something called Evil Man Valley here? Then you're in deep trouble, even worse than me. Song Yang kept gibbering away, but this time, the unlucky ones he spoke of were them. The four of them could no longer hear what Song Yang was saying when he mentioned that he had never even heard of the name Evil Man Valley. Their minds were left in total blankness. Chapter 24, Bus Horror. The fog has lifted, dawn has come. Dense and heavy snowflakes occupy Xie Yi's brain. He has no time to care about anything else. Xie Yi is bitterly laughing in his heart. He finds that when a person reaches despair, it's really hard to even express suffering or laughter. He is almost numb in feeling now. He wanted to die immediately and start over, but he had not figured out how to come back after death. Once dead, he would face the decision again of whether to save the female driver or not. He hadn't figured out what to do when he went back. Going back would just waste his chances, so he might as well stay a bit longer. Xie Yi wanted to calm down for a moment. He wanted to find a place to isolate himself for a bit. Even if the final outcome was death, even if he remained trapped in this cycle, he still wanted a space to catch his breath. Even if there were others he had let down in that space, he still wanted to rest for a while. No one spoke anymore. Song Yang had finished what he wanted to say. The audience fell silent too, and the ghost storytelling entertainment crew was so quiet it felt like they were about to blow the swan into morn. Time passed continuously, and 5 minutes later, Song Yang suggested. Don't be so gloomy, we are all quite unfortunate. Why don't we walk along this road? Staying put isn't helping. Look at me, I didn't give up when I was alone in the wilderness, I ended up waiting for a bus. Who knows, maybe as we walk, we can catch another bus by the roadside. As Song Yang said this, everyone could clearly hear he was trying to comfort them, but their feelings of despair had not been eased much. However, Xie Yi ultimately agreed with Song Yang's suggestion. Let's walk a bit more. He was feeling quite depressed now, so walking more to use the time he had before dying might help clear his mind. Who knows, maybe when he returned after dying, he might suddenly find the right answer. Anyway, he didn't want to die right now, he would rather die after he thought of a solution. After thinking this, Xie Yi continued on from Song Yang's words. Let's walk, perhaps we will find some surprises. Xie Yi said this with a bit more spirit, his voice carrying a tone of deliberate reassurance. His intention was to help his teammates, whom he had let down, to carry on with hope before they died. After all, he knew he had a chance to come back after death, so he wouldn't be too sad, but others didn't know that. Since others didn't know, he didn't want to let the entire team feel hopeless in the end. A numb day is still a day, and a happy day is also a day. Why not choose to have a happy day? Xie Yi was optimistic, so after he said this, he wanted to see everyone's reaction. He thought his words would sink like Song Yang's comforting words, receiving no response. But unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere of the whole team came alive. Everything felt different, light sparkled in everyone's previously dull eyes. Song Xiuji hurriedly asked, will there really be surprises? Xie Yi looked at this elite woman, Song Xiuji, who had easily placed her hope in him. He didn't want to betray Song Xiuji's unconditional trust in him before. So he could only respond more firmly. Indeed, there will definitely be surprises ahead, you will understand when you see them. Xie Yi turned to look behind him and repeated this statement with more assurance, his gaze was firmer than ever. Xie Yi himself didn't even realize that at that moment, his gaze was as fiery as fire, as sincere as blood. After this action, no one doubted him anymore. Even the trolls in the livestream were stunned by Xie Yi's intense gaze and decisive behavior. The three regained hope and eagerly followed Song Yang and Xie Yi along the road. At this moment, the comments section exploded with excitement. Will there really be surprises? What kind of surprises could there be? No surprise could be greater than suddenly beating the game. I am still very worried about Xie Yi's safety, but I actually have faith in him, just feeling a bit uneasy inside. Me too, sister, Xie Yi's actions make me believe he has definitely discovered something. But, it's a feeling that cannot be put into words. Forget it, let's keep watching. I want to see what the truth really is. The five of them walked on the road for a long time, not knowing how much time had passed. Song Yang had a watch, and he would say something every half hour, but since he had said it 3 times, they hadn't heard the 4th. Walking aimlessly was ultimately wearing down their dwindling hope, and Xie Yi felt even more lost inside. He imagined everything in his mind, repeatedly pondering Song Yang's words, but he couldn't find any way to solve it. What should I do? As Xie Yi sank into thoughts of maybe they should start over, thinking that it wouldn't matter if they didn't find anything, surely there would be new discoveries after dying a few more times, suddenly Song Yang shouted out loud. Walk! You guys quickly look, what's that in the thick fog? Isn't that a police car? Song Yang's shout gathered everyone's attention. Not far ahead, red and blue flashing lights appeared in the thick fog, and then they suddenly heard the familiar sound of a siren, woo woo woo. It really is a police car. Song Xiuji was shocked, her face showing disbelief. Why did a police car suddenly appear here? Could something have happened? Jiang He questioned with confusion. Song Yang didn't care about that, he hurriedly said joyfully, if there's a police car, I can go home. I'm off, you guys take care. Quickly, without waiting for their response, Song Yang ran towards the police car. When the bright red scarf around Song Yang's neck disappeared into the fog, his figure completely vanished from everyone's sight. At that moment, the surrounding thick fog completely vanished, the heavy clouds seemed to be sliced open by a sharp weapon, and light suddenly poured down, illuminating the land and shining upon them. Everything in front of them became clear. Xie Yi saw the intact patterned rocks, the road that ended, and the valley of evil people they wanted to see. The 4 of them stepped closer to that direction, the police noticed them, but they only glanced at their clothing and did not approach to say anything. As they got closer, they found that the bus they had originally taken was now destroyed and empty. The bus, lifted by a crane, was now battered, with nothing inside, not a single figure remained, only blood sticking inside the bus. And looking down, on a layer of metal siding outside the bus lying on the road, there appeared a line of words soaked in blood. It boldly wrote the 3 characters Valley of Evil People. In an instant, when Xie Yi saw these words appear on the bus, he understood everything. The Valley of Evil People was not a place name but referred to the valley where evil people had fallen. Chapter 25, Bus Horror, Epilogue complete. The wind gently lifted their clothes and hair, brushing against their faces. The 4 stood frozen, staring at the scene before them, with no one showing any expression but shock and disbelief. The audience was in an uproar. Walk! What a shocking twist! Why did the words Valley of Evil People appear on the bus? Valley of Evil People, Valley of Evil People, does it mean the valley where evil people fell? Walk. What you said really fits. The bus fell off the cliff and was lifted by the crane, and everyone chose not to save the female driver. Doesn't that mean everyone was evil? That's terrifying to think about. My goodness, could it be that the surprise Xie Yi kept mentioning was this? This is no surprise, this is terrifying. How did he know all of this? Incredible, incredible, from now on, I would like to declare Xie Yi as the eternal true God. Awesome, I have no words left. Inside the horror story. Xie Yi looked around at everything. In his heart, all the unanswered questions began to find answers when the words Evil Man Valley appeared on the bus. Why did Song Yang say he had never heard of Evil Man Valley? It's true he wouldn't have heard of it because Evil Man Valley is actually a signpost. Looking back at the rule sheet, all the rules actually informed them of everything at the very beginning. The passing rule stated that successfully reaching the place marked by Evil Man Valley meant passing, not that reaching the actual Evil Man Valley means passing. They instinctively thought Evil Man Valley was a place name, but it is not. And how did Song Yang and they manage to escape this murder? All of it actually left clues behind. That's right, this is murder, the murder of the female driver. From the moment Song Yang was kicked off the bus by the female driver, it foreshadowed how things would unfold afterward. The female driver not allowing the helpful Song Yang to board was actually paying back Song Yang's earlier help. The whole bus watched with wide eyes as the female driver was threatened to get off, fully aware of what the robber might do to a woman, yet they remained indifferent. At that moment, it completely confirmed the identity of everyone on the bus as evil. It was entirely reasonable for the female driver to retaliate and make a decision of mutual destruction. Besides the obvious hint from the rules, Song Yang's boarding served as a wake-up call for them. Before Song Yang got on the bus, Xie Yi didn't know how many outsiders had been assassinated without tickets. Each death deepened Xie Yi's recognition that outsiders must be dangerous. But fortunately, Xie Yi wasn't too smart. He only thought that outsiders were specifically targeting him to accumulate killing records. He never fully categorized outsiders as dangerous. Otherwise, he might have fallen into the mindset of avoiding outsiders to save others, like Su Liza. Although Xie Yi's actions were coincidental this time, more importantly, it was Song Yang's unusual behavior that alerted Xie Yi. Song Yang said he wanted to go to Rent Village and mentioned giving a bus ticket. Such unusual behavior attracted Xie Yi's attention. When Song Yang did these things before, Xie Yi couldn't make sense of them, but at this moment, everything was explained. The rules had actually indicated that outsiders were not inherently dangerous. This rule existed solely for Song Yang. The Rent Village that Song Yang mentioned hinted again that he was a good person because among everyone on the bus, no one else mentioned their destination, only Song Yang did. So what kind of person can go to Rent Village? Probably only a kind person could go. Or perhaps Rent Village that Song Yang spoke of implied that only he would survive to know where his final destination was. Those who died midway on the bus never knew where they fell, so they didn't know where to get off. After all, this is a remote area, many deaths might go unnoticed. As players, they also didn't know where this bus would go. They were only trying to find Evil Man Valley based on the rules, but no one had ever asked the female driver if there was an Evil Man Valley on this route. Everyone relied on the female driver, yet when she was in danger, everyone weighed whether they should go to rescue her. This is human nature and also the most difficult part of this mission. If Xie Yi didn't have the ability to rewind death, if it weren't for the death rewind indicating that not saving the female driver would lead to his death, he might not have been so decisive in choosing to save her. He wasn't inherently a brave person. Now the truth was all laid bare. Every outsider on the bus was armed with weapons. What is hidden in the briefcase is a fruit knife, placed in the vegetable basket is a pair of scissors, and a syringe with a poisonous needle, yet not a single person steps forward to save the defenseless female driver, while a young man, wrapped in a red towel and unarmed, desperately rushes to rescue her. To be able to kill the weak but not save the weak is extremely ironic. Xie Yi's heart could not find peace for a long time. After a long time, when the truth came to an end, everyone was getting ready to part ways. This way of parting was somewhat expected but also surprising. Song Shoji and Jiang He stepped forward past the warning line, and in an instant, they disappeared from sight. Now, only Jiang Yanka and Xie Yi remained on the scene. Xie Yi was also planning to leave, but Jiang Yanka suddenly called out to him. Xie Yi's gloom immediately lifted, and he instantly became interested in gossip. He knew that the original host knew Jiang Yanka, his previous guess was indeed correct. Then let him chat and gossip. It was just the opportunity to regain a bit of memory, so even after clearing 10 instances and returning to Blue Star, he wouldn't feel shy when facing more people. After the fog cleared, there was a vast wilderness, the sky was a pure deep blue, with no clouds moving, and the wind was gently blowing. Everything was so beautiful. Jiang Yanka tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She first glanced at the bus that was utterly wrecked not far away, where no complete skeleton of a certain person could be found, and then looked at Xie Yi. She slowly said, "We haven't seen each other for 3 years. I'm quite surprised to see you here. Xie Yi thought of responding for the original host, I'm surprised too, but the next words from her made him unable to reply. Hashtag and asterisk. At this point, Zhang Yanke paused for a moment, wiped away the tears that had flowed from the corners of her eyes without her noticing, and said. Alright, no need to say so much, the instance is fraught with danger, everyone has their fate. This is my 10th instance, and I really miss home, so I'm leaving first. After speaking, Zhang Yanke intended to step into the warning line to leave, but suddenly remembered something. Zhang Yanke turned to look at Xie Yi and asked, by the way, which number instance are you on now? Are you also about to go home? In Zhang Yanke's eyes, since she was on her 10th instance, Xie Yi must be at least on his 7th, 8th, or 9th instance. Generally, the matching system pairs players who have a similar number of cleared instances, so a strong player like Xie Yi should also be heading home soon. Xie Yi had been distracted just now, but now he was a bit more focused. This question Xie Yi could answer, but he didn't know if she would believe his answer. Forget it, he couldn't just leave her question unanswered after she talked so much, and he had been quite rude by being offline the whole time. So Xie Yi replied, 2nd instance, haha. Xie Yi didn't think much of it, but as soon as Zhang Yanke heard it was only his 2nd instance, a look of sadness instantly filled her eyes. She exclaimed, how come you're only on the 2nd instance? Xie Yi was surprised, what's wrong with the 2nd instance? Is there any difference? Xie Yi wasn't very clear about this matching pattern. But after Zhang Yanke quickly explained to him, Xie Yi's heart sank with despair. What? Usually, players who are matched together have similar numbers of cleared instances, it's very rare for someone at his 2nd instance to be matched with a veteran who is at the 10th instance, this almost never happens. Chapter 26, Desert City, acting like a pig to eat a tiger, interesting, very interesting. It's really interesting. On the surface, Xie Yi was calm, but inside he had felt dead for a long time. Xie Yi, you truly live up to your name, the instances are ramping up the difficulty for you. Zhang Yanke quietly expressed her shock and offered some comfort to Xie Yi. Although she felt her comfort might not have much effect, after all, anyone would find it hard to calm down in such a situation. Then I'll leave first, you think slowly, goodbye. Zhang Yan said hurriedly as she saw Xie Yi still thinking and left. Only Xie Yi was left standing in shock. The audience was laughing. Haha, it's the first time I've seen Xie Yi look so shocked, interesting. Haha, the big guy has never doubted that he is entering a high-level instance, is this just a mistake that led him to find out that the high-level instance isn't all that great? He never questioned it from the beginning. Xie Yi probably still doesn't know that his 1st instance is someone else's 10th instance, truly a case of accidentally stumbling into a high-level instance twice. That Xie Yi has made it this far is truly a miracle, if it were me, I would have collapsed. This was also the first time he knew that the instance matching mode was like this. It actually matched him into the big guy's room, who was about to go home. What kind of hell mode is this? He was wondering why it was so difficult, it turned out to be targeted. Xie Yi felt a mix of emotions he couldn't describe. Although he thought about why he was matched to such a difficult instance, he still found it hard to accept for a moment. Just as he was feeling down and ready to leave the instance to go back to his room to sleep, something flashed before his eyes. Looking closely, it was a fruit knife, 3 pairs of scissors, and a syringe filled with an unknown substance at his feet. This is a reward? Xie Yi immediately scoffed, humph, as if this little reward could make up for his wounded heart. Before long, a red scarf appeared next to the syringe. It was unclear if the reward was loading slowly or if the instance could hear Xie Yi's voice. When he saw another red scarf item appear, Xie Yi was surprised. Looks like the more you ask, the more you get. So can I ask for a bit more? Feeling cheeky, Xie Yi thought he would give it a try. After thinking this to himself, Xie Yi waited. However, after waiting a long time, no more equipment popped out. TCH, still stingy. Unable to help it, Xie Yi still valued the items that had already appeared. He never expected that the latest arrival would yield quite a bit. Well, these will do, they are decent items. After packing everything up, Xie Yi left his 2nd instance. In the real world. After Xie Yi's livestream screen went black, the audience continued to celebrate. Chen Chen had quickly started to replay Xie Yi's livestream video in the background, planning to make a special video titled How Did Xie Yi Discover the Secrets, specifically creating the E-God series. He had to regain the reputation he had lost, he wanted E-God to gain more attention and to stand up again where he had fallen. This would be his main focus going forward. Beside him, Chen Chen's assistant saw Chen Chen watching Xie Yi's livestream video at 6 times speed with an insane level of excitement, and felt scared. She hadn't seen her boss so pumped and driven for a long time. It was truly unbelievable. In the space, Xie Yi returned to the familiar white space, this time he was like an old friend coming home. After stepping out, he lay down on the ground, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. He didn't care when the door to the 3rd room would open, for now, all he wanted was to rest well. In the real world. Time flew by. Qin Shen's edited video of Xie Yi was predictably a huge hit, even more popular than the videos edited from the Monster Tales entertainment show. Xie Yi's fame soared to another level. Monster Tales Entertainment planned to continue following Xie Yi's livestream, quickly working overtime to promote him and releasing the next livestream link across various platforms. By the time Xie Yi's next livestream started, the number of people who had booked to watch had exceeded 5 million. This was even more fame than Li Yang had back in the day. In the space. Xie Yi had no idea that he had become even more famous. He actually didn't want to be famous at all. Xie Yi saw the door to the third room open. He had been resting here for a long time and also checked his equipment. Indeed, he was now also someone with equipment. After checking his gear, Xie Yi stepped onto the threshold of the third room. Before going in, Xie Yi saw the sign on the door that read City of the Desert, a 5-person dungeon. Another group dungeon. This was really unfriendly for him, a person with social anxiety. Xie Yi silently complained, and then a beam of white light enveloped him in the room. When he opened his eyes again, Xie Yi only saw a vast expanse of desert, the wind and sand brushing against his face. Upon closer inspection, Xie Yi realized he was not on a desert island but in an inn built on the edge of the desert. Suddenly, the tension that had been stuck in his throat eased. He thought he was going to be scared to death. After experiencing the bus horror dungeon, what he feared most was desolate places. Truly, one death and no one would make a sound. There were many people seated in the inn. Tourism seemed very developed here, and the whole environment was lively. After surveying his surroundings, Xie Yi turned his gaze to the 4 players in front of him. One was a man wearing floral shorts and a floral t-shirt. Another was a woman with braided hair wearing a floral skirt. Then there was a woman with a simple low ponytail, dressed in a minimalist style. Lastly, a young man in a leather jacket, filled with exotic flair. Looking at them, Xie Yi felt as if he had returned to the last dungeon. Fortunately, in this dungeon, no one was smiling at him right from the start or showing obvious hostility. Clearly, they were all strangers to each other. No, the man in floral shorts and the woman in the floral skirt seemed to be a couple. How could he tell? They didn't care if there were light bulbs around and were holding hands. Forget it, a couple is just a couple. Xie Yi didn't care as long as they didn't target him. Ah, finally, we are live. I've waited so long that the flowers have withered. Here we go. This time, I will defend Xie Yi and won't question his every action. Me too. Anyone who has seen Xie Yi's second dungeon knows he held the status of a prophet. Ah, was the second dungeon a werewolf game? No, it just means Xie Yi is very impressive. Once Xie Yi's livestream started, the supernatural entertainment show immediately launched on major platforms, with over 7 million reservations up to this point, and old and new fans gathered as the stream began. At this time, the live room was bustling with activity. The supernatural cultural variety show had directly invested heavily, inviting more authoritative and top-notch content creators in the field of analyzing supernatural dungeons, ensuring the audience would be entertained and enlightened. In the supernatural segment, the 5 began to introduce themselves. The first to speak was the young man in a leather jacket, brimming with exotic flair. My name is Su Xiaohua, this is my 4th dungeon. I don't have any skills, I just get by with my words, so don't place your hopes on me. Xie Yi was a bit surprised. It was the first time he encountered someone who mentioned the number of their dungeons and their abilities during the introduction. After all, this had never happened before, leading him to always think that difficult dungeons were just normal. Next was the woman with the low ponytail, dressed in a minimalist style. She said, I am Wenxingyu, also in my 4th dungeon. It's my first time here, please guide me. Her voice was gentle and elegant. Then, it was the lively and cheerful introduction from the couple in floral shorts and skirts. The woman said brightly, I'm Luo Xiaoning, in my 5th dungeon. Don't be fooled by my 5th time. Actually, I came here without knowing anything, so please guide me. Upon hearing this, Xie Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of appreciation. They were all humble people hiding their strengths. The man spoke flirtatiously. As for me, Gu Yanting, isn't that a name straight out of a novel? This name sounds so impressive, it immediately suggests a wealthy family, right? The man asked with a big laugh, looking to gauge everyone's reaction. However, before he could wait for a response, his girlfriend, Luo Xiaoning, delivered a sharp hit on his shoulder and corrected him. Stop joking around, introduce yourself properly. With his girlfriend's comment, the man put away his smile and stopped joking. He introduced himself again. My name is Yang Yanting, don't get it wrong. Currently, I am also on the 5th level, and I'm lucky to be paired up with my girlfriend. Wow, directly changing your surname, huh? Interesting. Looks like this group is quite cheerful, full of energy. Finally, it was Xie Yi's turn to introduce himself. Xie Yi immediately followed the introduction format. Xie Yi, currently on the 3rd level, I'm not that skilled, but I will try my best not to slow everyone down. He introduced himself very earnestly, making it sound like a rookie's preemptive strike for self-protection. But upon hearing that he was only on the 3rd level while they were matched with players from the 4th and 5th levels, everyone couldn't help but look surprised. Especially the surprise on when Xie Yi's face was the most intense. Wow! A big shot pretending to be a rookie, how interesting. Ha ha ha, is the big shot planning to play dumb? Hee hee, I love to watch. It feels like they don't believe Xie Yi is actually on the 3rd level. Who would believe that? The 5th level is a qualitative leap. It's understandable for a 4th level player to come here, but a 3rd level player just barging in? It's like a gold ranked player showing up among glory ranked players. Totally not the same level. Everyone took another look at Xie Yi, their hearts filled with disbelief that this young man was really only on the 3rd level. When Xie Yi couldn't help but think more about it. Could it be that, like her, he was actually on the 10th level? Afraid that everyone would think there was a veteran from the 10th level in this round and get scared of his difficulty, so he lied about his level? But this lie was too low, everyone could clearly see the gap between the 3rd and 5th levels. She mentioned the 4th level simply because someone had said it earlier, and she just went along with it. She didn't expect someone to feign being new at the 3rd level, that was just too clumsy. Doubt and confusion arose in Wen Qinyu's heart as she thought. Could it be that he wanted to hide his identity as a big shot in this way and attract companions who also hid their levels? After all, only veteran players would find this matchup strange, newcomers wouldn't know. Thinking this way, Wen Qinyu was certain that Xie Yi was an experienced player pretending to be a rookie. However, Xie Yi, who hadn't figured anything out or noticed anything, felt quite happy inside, thinking that the players matched with him were of similar levels. After all, this meant this level wasn't that hellish. If he had matched with veteran players from the 10th level, Xie Yi would really have thought he was targeted by some monster story. You just reached the 3rd level and came to this level, you are really quite unlucky. Luo Xiaoning decisively unmuted her mic to speak up for Xie Yi. Xie Yi, you are indeed pretty unlucky. In the games I've encountered, almost no one crosses over 2 levels to come here, Yang Yingting agreed with his girlfriend's words. Hearing what the two said, Xie Yi realized for the first time that it was quite rare for players to participate across 2 levels. Suddenly, Xie Yi felt that he was a bit unlucky. However, he didn't show any negative emotions on his face. After all, his 2nd level was someone else's 10th level, and in comparison, this time at the 3rd level was clearly much better. So, Xie Yi simply smiled and replied, "It's acceptable." However, what Xie Yi didn't know was that when he said it was acceptable, Wen Xingyu's heart was even more certain of his identity as an experienced player. This calm and unhurried response, this composed attitude, made Wen Xingyu no longer doubt him. Chapter 27, Desert City, The Bronze Skin Guide. After the 4 introduced themselves, before they could take any action, a stranger approached them. The other party was dressed in all-white t-shirt and long pants, with a white cloth wrapped around his head, revealing only a pair of dark eyes staring at them. "Excuse me, are you the team sent here by the Corpse Retrieval Company? You fit the description we received." Though the other party's words were a question, his tone already firmly believed they were sent by the Retrieval Company. As soon as he spoke, everyone's attention was drawn to him. Luo Xiaoning dodged a bit, fearing any danger, and stood beside Yang Yanting. Upon looking at the other party, it was clear that apart from his dark eyes, he also revealed bronze-colored limbs. A simple glance at the other's bronze-colored limbs clearly showed that he was very muscular. Though lean, he exuded strength, a skin tone and physique typical for someone living on the edge of the desert for many years. "Yes, it is us." After a brief silence of a minute, someone took the lead in replying to the guide. Indeed, he was their guide for this corpse retrieval mission. As the other party greeted them, a rule sheet for the mission appeared before their eyes. Desert City. Preface: danger lurks everywhere in the desert. 5 adventurers perished therein, and their parents, weeping bitterly, decided to gather money to hire a group of desert corpse retrievers. As long as the bodies of the 5 adventurers are found and the location sent back, and the main team arrives to bring them back, the mission can be successfully completed. 1. The corpse retrievers have dedicated guides. Following the guide is absolutely safe. 2. Losing the guide is fatal. When the simple rule sheet appeared before everyone, different expressions emerged on their faces. Xie Yi's expression was one of surprise. He had never expected that the precautions needed to clear the mission could be so few. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether having fewer rules meant it was difficult or simple. Could it be that this was a mission without the veteran players of the 10th instance, just needing to find bodies in the desert? No, the background introduction said 5 adventurers perished in the desert, which implied they had to find bodies deep within the desert, equivalent to a wild, desolate area. How did it suddenly twist back around like this? Xie Yi suddenly felt uneasy. He had originally thought that logging in at the inn on the desert's edge would be a mission involving human interaction, yet the mission isolated them from others. Were they really afraid that they would die without anyone to retrieve their bodies? Retrieving bodies? Wait a minute. Xie Yi took another look. 5 adventurers perished therein. Aren't they the ones here to retrieve the bodies of the 5? The coincidence in numbers was alarming. Was there some hidden danger? After experiencing 2 missions, Xie Yi's attention to detail had greatly improved, able to make some surface-level analyses, but the current situation was truly challenging him. He quietly observed the expressions of the others through the system interface, hoping to gauge the difficulty of this mission by reading the other players' reactions. Looking at Su Xiaohua, Luo Xiaoning, and Yang Yanting, whose brows were relaxed and showed no signs of tension, they appeared calm. Upon seeing this, Xie Yi almost thought this instance was simple. However, it wasn't until he looked at Wen Qingyu's expression that he realized there was some uncertainty. Wen Qingyu's face did not show the exaggerated shock, she just tightly pressed her lips, looking at a loss, which was overly obvious compared to the relaxed expressions of others. Is there something fishy? Why is Xie Yi staring at the girl with a low ponytail for so long? There must be something fishy. Gotti must have discovered something we don't know. Production team, hurry and check the information on this Wen Qingyu. Wen Qingyu's expression made Xie Yi particularly attentive, but when Yang Yanting replied to the guide, "Yes, it is us," this point of concern was briefly overlooked by Xie Yi. After hearing the satisfactory answer, the guide began to drive according to the procedure. He tore off the white cloth from his face, revealing his full appearance. When everyone saw the guide's true face, an involuntary chill arose in their hearts. The guide was not as old as his hoarse voice suggested, appearing to be just over 30, his face, like his limbs, was a cracked bronze color from the scorching sun. His pupils were not black but a dark blue, only when all the light refracted into those dull eyes could the color difference be detected. There was a vivid tattoo of a poisonous scorpion on the bridge of his nose, the scorpion's head raised high above the right eye, and the scorpion's tail curved like a crescent toward the outer corner of the left eye, taking over the entire bridge of his nose, making one feel a bit chill after looking at it for too long. He said, "Since we have already met, the 5 of you will follow me to put on gear, and after half an hour, we will first take a vehicle to the last location where they left their signal before disappearing, then we will search for their bodies within a radius of 5 kilometers nearby. When we arrive, I will continue to give you instructions. It's pointless to say too much now, you won't remember it, just follow me to put on your gear." After the guide finished speaking, he put the white cloth back on his face, a move that caught everyone's attention. Watching the guide start walking into the guest house, they standing outside could only quickly follow him. Luo Xiaoning made a sound while walking, she whispered in a tone that only the others could hear. "This guide looks a bit creepy. If the rules haven't gone wrong, then isn't he going to be our only compass in the vast desert? With only him leading us, won't our safety be at risk? So you mean we should see what kind of gear the guide gives us? If there are clear positioning tools, we should confirm our current location. If the guide suddenly plays tricks on us in the desert, at least we won't die in the desert, right?" Yang Yanting quickly followed up on Luo Xiaoning's thought. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaoning realized he was right, excitedly kissing the back of Yang Yanting's hand, saying, "Yes, that's what I mean, you understand me." The crowd, who had just started to think, was suddenly interrupted by their display of affection. Everyone, family members, speechless, couldn't avoid dog food even in a horror story. Audience, speechless, didn't expect to watch a survival channel and not escape love. Love is just too broad. Although suddenly splashed with a wave of dog food, everyone did not overlook the concerns raised by the two. Indeed, even if the rules clearly state that the guide is an absolute safe presence, they still cannot let their guard down. Su Xiaohua had been in a state of internal worry, and Xie Yi could not help but glance at him. After a while, Su Xiaohua hesitated and finally spoke up. "Did you guys notice the scorpion on the guide's face?" His comment drew everyone's attention. He spoke in a very low voice, slowly saying, "I used to do folk surveys, and it is said that in the eyes of most tribal people, tattoos of scorpions serve as talismans and evil repellers. It is also said that the ghosts in the desert fear scorpions the most. You guys say our task is to collect bodies. Will we encounter anything dirty on the way?" After he educated everyone, he added deep horror associations, inevitably making the atmosphere among the group sink into a low pressure. A group of people swallowed involuntarily after hearing this, feeling a chill down their backs. Wow, how does folklore education lead to a killing chase? I feel a chill on my back. As expected, this mission isn't simple. When Xingyu noticed the atmosphere in the team was off and quickly spoke up. Although educating about folklore is necessary, we shouldn't worry unnecessarily ahead of time. We should focus on the rule sheet and do what the guide says. We shouldn't question the clearly stated precautions. What she said was indeed not rebutted by anyone. After going through so many missions, everyone knew one thing. The precautions given by the rule sheet were authoritative and indisputable, and in the absence of obvious conflicting rules, these rules were completely trustworthy. For example, they currently had 2 rules. 1. The corpse collector has a dedicated guide, and following the guide is absolutely safe. 2. Losing the guide is deadly. These 2 rules were definitely not conflicting, which only meant one thing. They had to listen to the guide and could not lose sight of the guide. Chapter 28, Desert City, Total Collapse in Vomit. It feels like this group is very cautious and not foolish, their analysis is sharp, and they tell horror stories like experts. Hasn't Xie Yi said anything yet? Isn't he hiding his strength a bit too much? Are you sure he's hiding his strength and not just doesn't know much and can't say anything? Damn, there are still people doubting Ishin's abilities. I suggest you watch a Chen Chen's edited Ishin special video. Exactly, anyone who has seen Xie Yi in the previous missions wouldn't say such foolish things. It's clear Ishin is currently keeping a low profile, ready to astonish. Xie Yi had no intention of astonishing anyone, he just wanted to avoid dragging everyone down. Looking at the gear allocated to each person by the guide based on size and height, which was as large as half a person, Xie Yi felt utterly dizzy. Who could tell him what physical training meant when they came for a creepy tale? Check everything in your backpack against the list. If anything is missing, report it to me now. If you find something missing after we set off, you will bear that responsibility yourself. Also, take out and put on the windbreaker, wide-brimmed hat, scarf, and sunglasses. The clothes have locators in them, these are life-saving gear once we leave the vehicle and walk in the desert. Alright, check quickly. The guide, standing among them with a very responsible attitude, told them what was specifically in their bags and what they needed to do. Everyone started to act according to the guide's instructions. Xie Yi checked his bag, carefully comparing it against the list items one by one. Mainly, if he didn't check carefully, he might lose his own life, so how could he not be serious? When Xie Yi checked a certain item, he couldn't help but feel puzzled, and just as he had a hint of doubt, someone posed a question to the guide. Guide, the tent in the bag means we have to sleep outside? Yes, that's right. Fuel is expensive here, we can only make one trip out and one back, so we need to sleep outside. Guide, I found that there are only 3 jugs of water in the bag, about 3 liters altogether. What if we haven't found the body before we run out of water? That's not something you should be worried about right now. As soon as the guide said this, everyone clearly paused in their actions of checking their backpacks. Everyone unconsciously thought about one point, that the guide's words meant, if they ran out of water without finding the body, they might lose their lives in the process. In an instant, the atmosphere around became much quieter, and the air pressure dropped significantly, as everyone stopped simply checking what they had in their hands. Xie Yi could clearly feel that beside him, Su Xiaohua and Wen Xingyu had started to take out their compasses or other equipment that could determine their current location, just as Luo Xiaoning had suggested before, they had to first confirm where they were, so they could safely retreat later if they encountered danger. Xie Yi planned to do the same and began to search. The guide means that the body has to be found within 3 days, or the players are done for. I thought this mission would be easy. How do you find a body in the vast desert if it's covered? Is it just me, or does it feel like none of the missions Xie Yi encounters are simple? As the checks and preparations wrapped up, nearly half an hour had passed, and everyone began to follow the guide to the place where they would board the vehicle. The boarding place was hundreds of meters away from the inn, situated in a barren patch of land where not a blade of grass grew. The most conspicuous thing in that area was a lone vehicle parked there. Seeing only one vehicle gave everyone an unsettling feeling. No way, 6 people in one car? When did the horror tales become this poor? Could it be that the rules say we can't lose the guide, so we can't even ride separately? Looking at the solitary vehicle, everyone had different thoughts in their hearts. Luckily, this vehicle was not limited to 5 seats, it could accommodate 6 people. The guide instructed them to first place their gear in the back seat, then to get in the car, he would drive off soon. Xie Yi did not have any particular requirements for seating. In the end, he and Su Xiaohua sat in the back seats, Wen Xingyu sat in the front passenger seat, while Yang Yanting and Luo Xiaoning sat in the middle. After they got in the car, the guide started the vehicle and set off. The car drove through the vast desert, and through the windows, they could see the scenery outside. The expansive desert was illuminated by the sunlight, shining like golden harvested wheat spread across the ground, reflecting dazzling light. The wind was dry, whipping up fine sand that hit their faces. Wearing sunglasses could slightly shield their eyes from harm, and looking at the current beautiful scenery, they couldn't help but think that if they weren't in a horror story, it would be a nice trip. However, after driving for 4 hours to reach their destination, they no longer had any nice trip thoughts. Ugh. As soon as the guide parked the car and let them out, 5 people almost simultaneously knelt on the sandy ground and began to dry heave. Xie Yi knelt, propped his hands on his knees, feeling dizzy. His vision was filled with stars, one star dimmed while another brightened. He felt he was about to die in the car. He clearly thought the guide had driven smoothly at first, but halfway through it became so bumpy, one wave of sand dunes after another made the car bounce, treating them like balls kicked around inside. This wasn't just about whether their physical condition was good or not, it was fundamentally about whether they were human. If they were human, they would definitely throw up, locals excluded. The guide looked at the 5 young people kneeling on the ground and dry heaving continuously, showing a hint of disbelief in his eyes. His action of retrieving equipment from the trunk paused slightly. How could their physical condition be so poor? The young people sent by the company were just too weak. This was his conclusion. Wow, a whole car full of people is down. How fast was that car going? I was so busy admiring the beautiful scenery that I didn't even notice Xie Yi and the others. I am really incompetent. The scenery is indeed beautiful. No wonder so many people are at the inn. It makes sense that some come here to explore, thinking it has been developed and is safe, but in the end, they inadvertently bury themselves here. That makes sense, if there were such places in reality. I feel like I will also go play. After getting ready, 3 minutes had passed. Luo Xiaoning was helped up from the ground by Yang Yanting, and even though their faces were half covered by their collars, the pale color was still evident. When Xie Yi slowly leaned against the side of the vehicle to stand up, Su Xiaohua also got up, and finally, it was Xie Yi who stood up slowly. No way, no way. They were not going to collect corpses, they were clearly going to deliver corpses. Xie Yi adjusted his sunglasses and, after struggling to stand up, mercilessly mocked. Everyone, put your backpacks on your backs, and then follow me to look for those 5 people. The guide had taken out everyone's backpacks from the back seat of the vehicle, and seeing that the 5 young people were all standing, he commanded. The 5 saw the guide speak and quickly wiped the water stains from the corners of their mouths and hurried over, then found their backpacks to put on. Chapter 29, Desert City, Brief Calm. The desert weather was inherently hot, and the ground temperature was ridiculously high. After they got out of the vehicle, the few minutes kneeling on the ground caused their body temperature to rise sharply. Now, carrying a backpack weighing at least 10 pounds, the heat was simply adding insult to injury. Yang Yanting looked at everyone carrying a heavy load and felt that this arrangement was not good. He said, "Guide, do we really have to carry everything with us? Can we not leave some things in the vehicle? We should be back near the vehicle by tonight, right?" His 3 questions quickly attracted everyone's attention. Hearing Yang Yanting ask the guide this question, which they all cared about, it was as if they saw God coming to save them. Mainly, the backpack was indeed a bit heavy. If they walked like this for a day, they felt that they could directly perish the next day. The guide, upon hearing this question, did not seem impatient. He picked up his gear and, unhurriedly, explained. Desert weather is unpredictable and can change rapidly. Dust storms and other disasters may occur, so having you carry your bags is to prevent you from getting lost. You can rely on the food to last a little longer, which gives me more time to find you. Moreover, while searching for corpses, we may enter areas with no signal. If we cannot rely on our equipment to return to the current location of the vehicle, at least we can rely on the food to prolong our time while waiting for rescue. The calm and steady voice explained rich safety knowledge about the desert, instantly eliminating all the thoughts of wanting to slack off from everyone's minds. The guide's meaning was very simple: don't think about anything else. Since it's uncertain if you can survive until tomorrow, just hold on to your life-saving things, a bunch of brainless fools. Everyone. Suddenly, no one dared to ask anything else. They actually thought what the guy said made sense. However, the guide did not seem ready to let them off the hook yet. The guide looked at each of them and lowered his voice, saying, "But if you still want to slack off, I don't mind. After all, the one losing their life is you." After saying that, the guide slammed the rear door shut and walked away briskly, seeming somewhat displeased with their desire to slack off. Everyone suddenly shook all over, feeling something was off. Seeing the situation was not right, Yang Yanting quickly surrendered, chasing after the guide to apologize. "No, guide, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. I was just asking, I was wrong. I don't want to slack off anymore." Seeing the guide was angry, everyone completely dared not act recklessly and hurriedly followed with their backpacks. The guide walked ahead, raising an eyebrow. A bunch of kids, spoiled to the point of not knowing how high the sky is. The audience laughed heartily. "Ha, I'm dying from laughter, they surrendered so quickly. Players, not surrendering isn't an option, after all, it's my little life at stake. This guide is great," he explained seriously and patiently. "If that's the case, the rules stated are indeed correct. The guide is indeed a good guide." Everyone had no other thoughts and honestly followed the guide, starting to march through the desert with heavy backpacks. The 5 of them huddled together, quietly discussing the guide's words as they walked. The guide walked alone ahead, but he didn't just focus on finding bodies, he would occasionally look back at them. This situation was very much like a hen worried about her chicks running around, fearing that one moment of inattention would make them disappear. Gradually, after spending a few hours with the guide, they found that he was indeed a good guide and not a bad person. As time passed, the group became united. When a girl couldn't carry her backpack anymore, a boy would take over for a while. When a boy couldn't carry it, they would ask the guide to carry it for a bit. Unknowingly, the sky began to darken and the twilight settled in. With the clear onset of darkness, the guide decided to lead them back along the same path to rest by the vehicle. Though they had gained nothing that day, at least they were exhausted. By the vehicle, everyone was sweating profusely, their hair soaking wet, and their clothes under the raincoat were already drenched. If it weren't for the sun protection gear they provided, they would have quickly lost body fluids and might not have made it through the night. Take out the tents. Use the vehicle as a natural windbreak and anchor point to set them up. Men, get moving. Women, start a fire for me. Don't wander too far, just gather some firewood nearby. The guide issued his instructions again. Even though they were exhausted, their trust in the guide had only grown during their journey. The most important thing in human interaction is sincerity. They saw the sincerity of a bizarre NPC and were naturally willing to follow his orders. Soon, 2 large tents were successfully set up, and the girls gathered some dry branches from the surrounding desert to start a fire. Everything felt quite peaceful. If they didn't have this bizarre task, perhaps they would have enjoyed the cool breeze of the desert night. But there were no ifs. As the guide went to the vehicle to get supplies, they gathered around the fire, looking at each other, all seeming to have many things to say. Crunch, 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 crunch. Suddenly, amidst the silence, the sound of crunching food startled everyone, making them think, is something strange finally about to happen? However, looking in the direction of the sound, they saw Xie Yi sitting in the darkest corner, one hand holding a compressed biscuit and the other a water bottle, eating and drinking. Everyone. Su Xiaohua, Luo Xiaoning, Yang Yanting, as expected of a player from the third scenario, their sense of danger is too low. Wen Xingyu, as expected of an experienced player, eating while listening to conversations is a very efficient use of time. The audience, as expected of Yishen, no matter how big the world is, eating always comes first. Being suddenly watched while eating, Xie Yi paused slightly but didn't stop completely. He finished eating the last bit of food in his mouth, took a sip of water, and then spoke slowly. What are your thoughts? How about chatting while eating? Xie Yi made this suggestion mainly because it felt really awkward to eat alone, even though he had been caught sneaking food. Since it was like this, they might as well eat together. Hearing this, no one objected. They actually admired Xie Yi's ability to eat and drink. Even though they hadn't gained anything all day, this young man seemed not to worry about what would happen next or whether they might truly die in this scenario. Wen Xingyu, however, still had no appetite. Her thoughts grew heavier as she saw everyone taking out food from their bags. She also took some food but felt more troubled thinking that if they couldn't find any bodies in the next 2 days, she wouldn't be able to return to her family. Xie Yi noticed the change in Wen Xingyu's expression as well. Although everyone looked troubled, there was still a glimmer of hope for tomorrow, but Wen Xingyu felt a heavy burden. What's wrong? Xie Yi wanted to comfort everyone in his heart, but he ultimately didn't say it out loud. He had already thought of the most sincere comfort for everyone. If by the 3rd day they had eaten all their food and still hadn't found the corpse, he would just restart by dying again. He didn't believe that in a 5-kilometer radius, it was truly impossible to find a body. Thinking this way, Xie Yi ate especially happily and wasn't worried like the others, appearing rather carefree. Chapter 30, City of the Desert, Where's the Corpse? At night, they took turns keeping watch. Although they trusted the guide, they were still uneasy leaving the guide alone on watch. They decided to have Yang Yanting keep watch with the guide. Why not let Yang Yanting and Luo Xiaoning watch together? It was well known that having couples keep watch in horror movies was a taboo. They would inevitably pay a tragic price for their incompetence. They didn't want to end up dying young because of that reason. They also couldn't let the 2 girls keep watch alone, as that would be even less safe. In the end, the watch arrangements were the guide and Yang Yanting, Xie Yi and Wen Xingyu, Su Xiaohua and Luo Xiaoning, each group taking turns for 4 hours. At that moment, Xie Yi really wanted to interject that having him keep watch with a girl wouldn't be safe either. After finishing his meal, Xie Yi lay down in the tent. When Su Xiaohua came in and saw him so relaxed, he was inevitably surprised. How can you be so relaxed? Aren't you worried about dying in this copy? Su Xiaohua couldn't help but ask. He thought that no matter how carefree a person was, facing death should bring fear, but this young man in front of him seemed to treat it like a vacation. What he didn't know was that Xie Yi had died many times before, and in many different ways. He had long become numb to death and wouldn't care about trivial matters like dying 2 days later. Xie Yi didn't say any comforting words. Aren't there still 2 days? One happy day is better than none. I'm going to sleep now, I still have to take my turn later. After saying that, Xie Yi turned to lie on his side and fell asleep. The audience was directly shocked. I can't handle this relaxation. Is Xie Yi really on vacation? Questioning life. Su Xiaohua was stunned, his eyes wide open at Xie Yi's state. Sure enough, all worries come from a lack of strength, those with strength are different. Seeing the other party say this, Su Xiaohua could only lie down to rest. But no matter how tired he was today, he still replayed the information he had gained during the day in his mind, thinking about how to ensure tomorrow would go smoothly. Soon it was Xie Yi's turn to keep watch. Being woken up from a deep sleep was really uncomfortable, but this copy was clearly a team battle, so Xie Yi quickly got up, put on his jacket, and came out to keep watch. He promised not to hold anyone back, and he would never go back on his word. At this moment, the sky was as dark as ink, and in the distance, there was an endless expanse of black, indistinguishable where the sky began and where the earth ended. The night wind was gentle, the temperature difference in the desert was extreme. As soon as one exited the tent, the bone-chilling cold wind rushed into the body. The sky sparkled with insignificant stars. By the campfire, Xie Yi added some firewood to ensure it would stay warm outside. A sound came from the neighboring tent, and Xie Yi looked up to see Xie Yi walking this way. The two warmed themselves by the campfire and surveyed the surroundings. Before long, when Xie Yi spoke, "Xie Yi, did you discover something today? Why aren't you worried about whether we will find the corpse tomorrow?" When Xie Yi's eyes were filled with unshakable darkness, she asked cautiously, fearing that Xie Yi would think she was overstepping. She really had no other option, seeing the other members of the team equally at a loss. Only Xie Yi remained calm. She couldn't help but wonder if he had discovered something, otherwise, how could he be so composed? Xie Yi heard this question similar to Su Shaohua's, and furrowed his brow. He didn't quite understand why they asked such a question. Seeing Xie Yi frown, when Xing Yu thought she might have offended him and shrank back, the shadows cast by the fire deepening, her mood sinking. Indeed, it shouldn't have been asked. "I'm very sorry." However, before Wen Xingyu could finish her apology, she heard Xie Yi's calm voice gradually reach her over the campfire. "Don't worry, we will definitely find clues about the body tomorrow." His tone was plain and a bit cheerful, but there was no hint of deceit in it. "Ah?" Wen Xingyu didn't understand and looked up at Xie Yi, thinking for a moment that she might have misheard something. Until she saw Xie Yi gazing quietly at her through the flickering firelight, his eyes reflecting the scattered sparks. In that moment, Wen Xingyu understood what he had just said. He had just given her an answer. "Really?" Wen Xingyu asked cautiously, still wanting to confirm. Xie Yi replied again. Hearing his response, although he didn't explain much and only stated a result, for some reason, Wen Xingyu's heart suddenly felt at ease. "Thank you for telling me this result." Wen Xingyu sincerely expressed her gratitude, lowering her head to continue adding wood to the fire. Seeing her calm down, Xie Yi let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Ah, it's exhausting to lie. Finally, he could keep watch in peace. How did he find out again? I'm going to collapse. I have no idea where Xie Yi found the clues. Wait, did Wen Xingyu just let Xie Yi convince her? Isn't this acting dumb to eat the tiger? Xie Yi hasn't done anything all along. Why do people still believe him? A peaceful night passed, and the next day when Xingyu felt much better, everyone packed up and set off again. This time they searched in the opposite direction. After a day of walking yesterday, everyone's backpacks were much lighter, but even though their packs were lighter, they couldn't feel happy about it. Ha! Are you trying to kill me with laughter this morning? After walking for several hours, as noon approached, they decided to find a shady place to rest a bit. But in the vast desert, finding shade was not easy, and they could easily encounter lizards, scorpions, and other bugs while resting in some cave. The guide told them to eat something on the spot, at least with sun hats, it would be a bit better. So everyone sat on their backpacks to eat something and replenish their strength. The noon sun was like a furnace, and they felt like meat being roasted on a cutting board. The desert was just too vast. After walking for a whole day yesterday, today half a day felt like they were enduring torture. Even though they kept thinking about saving water to prolong a line of life, faced with absolute thirst, blurred vision, and fainting steps, they couldn't save a single drop of water. I feel like I'm going to die. Luo Xiaoning sat on her backpack, her head drooping as her mindset crumbled, mumbling like a mosquito. Since yesterday, we haven't found any clues, and I only have one bottle of water left. What should we do if we can't find anything? Is there really no way to find it? She had some conspiracy theories, thinking this was a trap to lure them in and kill them. The more she said, the more emotionally unstable she became. Everyone chose to remain silent. It wasn't that they didn't want to comfort her, but their minds and bodies were already too exhausted to care about anyone else's feelings. Except for Yang Yanting, who moved closer to Luo Xiaoning to comfort her. Don't think too much, Ning Ning, I still have a pot and a half of water. We definitely have enough water, and it's not even the third day yet, so don't worry prematurely, okay? Yang Yanting was comforting his girlfriend. Although he said this, everyone could see that he was also at his wit's end. At such a time, how could anyone not think of bad outcomes? However, there are indeed people who do not want to move at all. Xie Yi, for one, does not want to. Besides being exhausted like a dog, he is not worried at all. Perhaps this is the sense of security the death rollback gives him. Xie Yi took a sip of water and felt a bit strange. When did he fall in love with death rollback? Perhaps it's because he has died so many times that his mind is indeed not normal anymore. I'm going to use the restroom. Who wants to come? Su Shaohua really couldn't stand the bad atmosphere in the group, it was bringing him down. He stood up and asked everyone, but seeing no one respond, he decided to go alone. I'll let the guide know. He left, and the group continued to be in a state of frustration. However, only a little while had passed when everyone saw Su Shaohua rushing back like a grasshopper on a hot pan. What happened? Did he get bitten by bugs in the restroom? Xie Yi squinted, looking at Su Shaohua, who suddenly seemed lively and full of energy, in confusion. Until Su Shaohua exclaimed, "Walk! I think I found clues about the corpse." As soon as he spoke, it was like hot oil splashing into boiling water, creating ripples that instantly attracted everyone's attention. What did you say? Are you out of your mind? Don't joke around at a time like this. It might really be true. When Xie Yi was the first to stand up and choose to believe him. Really, come look quickly. I found their lost equipment. Su Xiaohua repeated, looking sincere, his voice firm. Seeing his earnestness, everyone got up. You let the guide know. We'll go over there and have a look together. Yang Yanting didn't forget to inform the guide and help Luo Xiaoning stand up so they could follow Su Xiaohua. Su Xiaohua nodded and hurried off to notify the guide. Even though their commotion was loud, the guide should have heard them, but who knows if the guide would come without an invitation. The group arrived at the place where Su Xiaohua claimed to have found clues about the corpses and saw a cloth bag exposed in the sand, similar in color to their equipment. Immediately, everyone's eyes brightened. This was a clue they had been looking for a day and a half. They no longer felt tired and quickly pulled out their equipment, starting to dig vigorously in the sand. After digging, they found 5 heavy backpacks, but no matter how they searched, they could not find the corpses. Suddenly, doubts arose. The backpacks were here, so logically, the corpses should also be here, but where were the corpses? Everyone stared at the large pit they had dug and the 5 messy backpacks next to it, falling into silence. Could it be that they threw away their equipment and then left? Without finding the corpses, everyone could only come to this conclusion. Did those adventurers actually abandon their equipment in the desert at the last moment because they simply didn't have the strength to carry on? Let's first see what they are missing in their equipment. Perhaps it's different from what we think. When Xing Yu proposed, and no one refuted it. The guide watched from the side without saying anything, and they began to open and check the 5 backpacks in front of them. Under the hot sun, they spent more than 20 minutes checking, and each person began to report the condition of the backpacks in hand. In backpack number 1, the water bottles are all missing, and small electronic items like the compass and phone are also gone. Backpack number 2 has a similar situation to number 1, but compared to it, it should be missing a camera, and there's used waste film tape here. Backpack number 3 is similar, but the owner of this backpack probably took some pens and paper with them. The rest of the contents were the same as those in backpack number 1. They didn't even bring tents. Even if they wanted to lighten their load, they wouldn't leave behind something for warmth, and there are still a few compressed biscuits left in the bags. Could it be that they didn't throw the backpacks away to leave, but were planning to rest here instead? When this guess was spoken out loud, no one questioned it. Instead, they felt a hint of fear. Because just a moment ago, they were also here, putting down their backpacks to eat. If that's the case, the 5 adventurers were resting here, then what about that person? Suddenly, a sense of ominous foreboding filled their hearts, and this foreboding was entirely confirmed when they prepared to return in the afternoon. It was unclear when the desert weather had quietly changed. On their way back, the surrounding wind grew stronger, lifting all lightweight objects into the air. Every footprint they made in the sand was quickly smoothed over by the wind within mere seconds. This sudden change in nature's weather instilled a primal fear within them. The sky was gloomy, the wind and sand intensified, and gravel was whipped up, making the air turn gray and hazy. The guide led the way ahead, and they desperately humped their bags to catch up. However, the accumulating sand in the air became heavier, and when the next gust came, the sand hit their faces like needles. Reluctantly, everyone had to raise their arms to cover their mouths and noses and pushed forward with all their strength. But they still underestimated the power of this sandstorm. In just a short 10 minutes, their vision shifted from gray to utterly obscured. When the figure ahead completely vanished from view, everyone realized the severity of the situation. It was over. Xie Yi immediately stopped in place. In that moment, he could see no one. Even Su Xiaohua, who had been closest to him, was gone. It seemed like this was not simply the weather playing tricks. Standing there, Xie Yi tried to remain calm, listening carefully to the voices of others calling out in the wind, trying to find them through sound, but it felt as if there was a wall separating them. He could hear the voices but could not see anyone. With the view darkening, the reddish-brown color of the sand became the main hue surrounding him, making Xie Yi's steps heavy and arduous. Suddenly, he spotted a black dot rapidly approaching him in the distance, and thinking he might be mistaken, he squinted until he realized it was a fist-sized rock hurtling directly at him. There was no way to dodge it. Bang! The flying stone struck Xie Yi's forehead with astonishing force, and the next second, everything went black as he fell to the ground. How could one be so unlucky? Was he going to die again? Before losing consciousness completely, Xie Yi felt it was almost theatrical. Was he really this unfortunate? A script wouldn't dare to write this. Chapter 31, City of the Desert, a named theme. It was unclear how much time passed when he heard a voice calling Xie Yi from behind a wall. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Su Xiaohua, who had been calling his name all along. What's happening? You guys. Xie Yi struggled to produce sound. Upon seeing that Xie Yi had finally woken up, Su Xiaohua hurriedly approached to ask, "How are you now? Are you feeling better?" Xie Yi's head was still very dizzy. He felt like his head was going to explode with pain, and any movement of his face sent shooting pain to his brain. Xie Yi is awake. We were so worried. Fortunately, this team is united and didn't give up on anyone. But they have fallen into a situation without signal. What should we do? What happened to me? Xie Yi struggled to sit up from the ground, only to realize he was inside a tent. It was unclear when they had set up the tent, and there was also a fire burning outside. Seeing that Xie Yi seemed to be in better shape, Su Xiaohua sighed in relief and replied, "You were hit on the head by a flying rock during the sandstorm and fainted. Luckily, the sandstorm didn't last long. The guide found you and gave you some basic first aid. Everyone else is also slightly injured, but you really are lucky. The guide said if the stone hits your temple, you are done for." Xie Yi's mind was still in a dizzy and painful state. Listening to Su Xiaohua's description, he reached up to touch his forehead and indeed found a circle of gauze wrapped around his head. Surprisingly, he hadn't died this time. Xie Yi was somewhat shocked. Others thought he should feel lucky to be alive, but he couldn't feel happy at all. It would be better to have died. The persistent headache was also a problem. What's our situation now? How long have I been unconscious? After some time to calm down, Xie Yi asked again, mainly because the tent and the bonfire had appeared, which meant it wasn't early anymore. Su Xiaohua sat back down on the ground and replied, "You've been unconscious for about an hour. Carrying you, the sick patient, has nearly exhausted me. Thank you for your hard work." Hearing that it was Su Xiaohua who carried him, Xie Yi quickly expressed his gratitude. After all, during such a time, the team not abandoning him should indeed be appreciated. "It's nothing, it's a small matter." Su Xiaohua didn't mind. He suddenly changed the subject and explained, "Actually, if it weren't for Luo Xiaoning also getting hit by a stone needing Yang Yanting to carry her, you wouldn't have allowed me to carry you either. We aren't far from the place we were at before, so it wasn't too tiring." Su Xiaohua smiled at Xie Yi as he spoke. His excessive explanation was actually meant to dispel Xie Yi's ongoing gratitude. However, Xie Yi was rather dense and completely missed this implication. He only heard that Luo Xiaoning had also been hit by a stone. Xie Yi was surprised. She was also hit by a stone? Xie Yi was taken aback. He genuinely thought he was the only unlucky one, not realizing that there were actually two unfortunate souls struck by stones. Seeing Xie Yi's surprise, Su Xiaohua commented ruthlessly, "Yeah, I didn't expect that either. You and Luo Xiaoning have such poor common sense. The sandstorm was so fierce, and you didn't know to lie down and protect your head and face. One of you was shouting for people around in the storm, while the other stood up instead of lying down. With both of you ignoring the dangers of the sandstorm, it was naturally more likely for stones to hit you. See, neither of you escaped." Xie Yi fell silent. You're killing me, Su Xiaohua, my mouth is your substitute." Xie Yi is silent now. It turns out the big shot can also be careless sometimes. Xie Yi, actually, I wanted to dodge, but alas, I couldn't react in time. So bold. Daring to joke with the big shot, are you not afraid for your life? Funny. Jap. You've really made me laugh to death. It's the first time I've seen Xie Yi with a face of being ridiculed. Truly unexpected, a rare sight. Let's take a photo. He really wanted to start over again. Suddenly, this thought crossed Xie Yi's mind. Should he restart? Otherwise, moving with injuries wasn't easy. Thinking this, Xie Yi decided to restart. Xie Yi acted decisively. The main reason, of course, was the concern that his forehead injury would hinder his movements, definitely not because he didn't want to continue being an unlucky one. Although when he committed suicide, everyone thought he had gone crazy, he still achieved a good result. He successfully avoided the danger of being hit by a stone on the forehead in this sandstorm. However, because dying returned him exactly to the thrilling moment when the stones came towards him in the sandstorm, Xie Yi couldn't remind Luo Xiaoning of any precautions in advance. Thus, Luo Xiaoning wasn't so fortunate, she still got hit by a stone carried by the sandstorm. When the sandstorm ended, the scene was a complete mess. After Xie Yi got up from the ground, he began to learn about what happened during the hour he missed when he fainted last time. During that hour, everyone first discovered Luo Xiaoning was injured and unconscious when they regrouped, which took some time for them to bandage her. Then, they decided to return along the same route. They discovered that all electronic devices were disconnected, which meant they could not accurately return to where the car was parked to rest, and they did not know when the signal would be restored. At that moment, a sense of unease emerged in everyone's hearts, but no one had given up yet. They decided that if they could not go back, they would continue to search for clues, hoping to find something nearby. However, while they were packing up, they noticed that the 5 adventurers' backpacks they had found earlier were missing. Thus, the disappearance of the backpacks became the last straw that broke their fighting spirit, plunging them into a state of confusion and helplessness. The atmosphere was filled with despair, no one was without dismay, and there was not a spark of light in their eyes. Xie Yi observed this situation in silence. He did not expect that everyone would be in such a terrible condition when he last lost consciousness. Xie Yi wanted to say something to comfort everyone, but he seemed unable to find a good reason. Finally, the guide took the initiative to speak, saying that although they could not temporarily determine the exact direction of their route back, they had to steer clear of the dust storm area and find a place to rest before dark. Hearing the guide, the group gradually picked up hope after the disaster. Yang Yanting bore the unconscious Luo Xiaoning on his back, looking very lethargic. Xie Yi and Su Xiaohua, seeing this situation, voluntarily took on the backpacks of Luo Xiaoning and Yang Yanting respectively. Oh, this pair of star-crossed lovers, my heart aches just looking at them. Fortunately, Luo Xiaoning is okay, otherwise, I can't imagine how hard it would be for Yang Yanting. Along the way, everyone walked silently behind the guide. The turning point of the gloomy atmosphere occurred less than 10 meters after they left the dust storm area. When Xingyu discovered new clues while walking on the sand. Without any hesitation, everyone started to dig. When they dug it out, they found the items they had not found in the 5 adventurers' bags before. Those missing water bottles, the camera they inferred was taken away, notebooks, and pens. They had been blown out of the sand due to the previous dust storm. Seeing the unexpected clues, everyone couldn't have been happier, and the amount of information these clues contained was enormous. However, by the time they dug out the clues, it was already dark. They could not continue to ponder the clues in a dangerous place, so they decided to follow their original plan and first find a stable place to set up camp before gathering clues. Eventually, guided by the guide, they came to a spot behind a rock and chose the leeward side as a place to set up their tents. After it got completely dark, the vast desert fell silent again, and all they could hear was the howling of the wind. Now, everyone, except for the guide, gathered around the lit campfire, preparing to look at the new clues they had obtained. My head still hurts. Luo Xiaoning sighed. She had woken up while they were setting up the tent and was now leaning against Yang Yanting's shoulder, complaining. Seeing this, Yang Yanting turned his head and blew gently on Luo Xiaoning's forehead, gently touching the injured area, as everyone sensed something unusual was about to happen. Yang Yanting softly said, a little blowing, and it won't hurt anymore. The crowd, you two should just go die. Stop tormenting us with your tragic romance. Everyone, how cheesy, it's so awkward being here. I have goosebumps all over. Xie Yi fell into a prolonged silence, forgetting what he was going to do next. He felt suspicious. Why hadn't he seen such a scene last time? Oh, it turned out he had committed suicide too early last time and had not reached the phase of everyone analyzing the clues. Xie Yi felt relieved. Thankfully, he only needed to experience this scene once. After a brief silence. People can't say that eating dog food is bad, but definitely eating too much doesn't help with digestion. However, everyone can understand Luo Xiaoning's current situation. After all, the injury on her forehead only received a simple treatment, and without painkillers, it really hurts when she wakes up. Complain about it doesn't mean much, especially since she only complains to her boyfriend, which makes it even less of a problem. Xie Yi also very much understands the pain on Luo Xiaoning's forehead. After all, he has experienced it himself. If it weren't for the intense pain, he wouldn't have chosen to start over. As everyone gathered to look at the clues, Luo Xiaoning leaned on Yang Yanting's shoulder, quietly complaining. Why did only my head get hit by a stone? Her complaining voice wasn't enough to disturb the others who were looking at the clues, but coincidentally, Xie Yi happened to be sitting right next to her. Suddenly, Xie Yi felt a bit guilty and unconsciously swallowed. Inner thoughts, of course you're not the only one who got hit. Actually, I got hit too, but I can't tell you that. Yang Yanting diverted his attention, came over and comforted her. Ning Ning, learn a lesson this time. Remember to crouch down and protect your head and mouth as much as possible in such situations, okay? MHM. Luo Xiaoning felt a bit aggrieved, and Yang Yanting continued softly, it's my fault for not protecting you well. I don't blame you, you did well. Luo Xiaoning did not mean that and hurried to explain. Yang Yanting knew what she was saying, and he continued, just hang in there, let's quickly analyze the clues with everyone, who knows, we might find the body soon, and once back into space, it won't hurt anymore. Okay. Luo Xiaoning felt comforted by Yang Yanting, although her face still looked pale and bloodless, her mood seemed to be much better. It shouldn't be continued. After eating this wave of dog food alone, Xie Yi quietly turned back to continue looking at the clues without showing any emotion. He felt miserable inside. Why did I voluntarily listen? This was not my second dose of dog food, I haven't escaped once. As everyone looked at the clues, the notebooks, pens, and cameras they found were carefully stowed away in their bags, while the 5 water bottles they found were roughly tied together with rope and carried casually. Why this difference in treatment? It's not just because of the material of the water bottles, it's also because when they found the water bottles, they discovered something strange. At first, they thought the bottles were light, but when they went to pick them up, they found the bottles were very heavy. They initially guessed could it be that the water inside was still well preserved? However, when they opened the bottles, they found them filled with sand, with no water at all. At that moment, they wondered why the 5 adventurers would put sand inside the water bottles. To ensure that all the bottles they found contained sand, they opened the remaining bottles as well. Without exception, all the bottles were filled with sand. Suddenly, everyone felt intrigued, wondering why this was. Soon, someone guessed that there might be clues inside the bottles. Perhaps the 5 adventurers used sand to secure the clues inside to prevent the bottles from being blown away by the wind? With this hypothesis, everyone quickly cleaned out the bottles to check them, but the result was very disappointing. Inside the bottles, it was just sand, nothing else. They even found no clues after cleaning everything thoroughly. Helplessly, as it was getting dark, they couldn't finish examining all the clues and could only pack up everything to take away. Because all the bottles were completely filled with sand, their attitude toward the bottles became somewhat repulsed. It wasn't that they were overly suspicious, but rather that this place was different, and the strange tales made them think too much. If it were elsewhere, people would just think this group was idle, filling their water bottles with sand as a prank. But in this strange place of whispers and tales, after 2 days without finding useful clues, and with these clues appearing only after a sandstorm, they had to cherish and be cautious with the leads they now had. At this moment, Su Xiaohua was still researching whether the camera could be started, as he had used this type of camera for previous folklore investigations, so this task was handed to him. The group originally wanted to first check the condition of the camera. If it was good, they could directly obtain useful clues. However, unexpectedly, after fiddling with it for half a day, they couldn't get it to work, so they had no choice but to pass it to Su Xiaohua for handling. Right then, when Xie Yi opened up their last clue. A notebook. The notebook was used by one of the adventurers to write daily entries. In the flickering firelight, everyone focused their attention, and when Xie Yi flipped to the middle to find the entries recorded by the 5 adventurers after arriving in the desert. For the first 10 days, the 5 adventurers rested in the inn, feeling quite pleasant, and they were captivated by the remarkable desert journey, even wanting to stay there forever. Then, from the 10th to the 12th day, the 5 adventurers heard someone mention that there was a city in the desert. It was said to be far from the inn, basically undeveloped, and the citizens in that city would only come out to buy supplies when necessary. At that time, the 5 adventurers decided to head to this rumored desert city. They found a local guide and wanted him to take them there, but they didn't have enough money to pay for an extra vehicle for the guide, so they could only get a map from him and go on their own. The 5 adventurers thought if they couldn't reach it in one day, they would return, so they set off early for the journey. The 13th day was the day they set off. Along the way, the owner of the notebook documented many beautiful sights and their excitement to see the desert city. However, the joyful atmosphere abruptly changed on the afternoon of the 13th day. In the afternoon of the 13th day, they encountered a severe sandstorm, and hiding in the car, they narrowly escaped this danger. But they realized that, despite their luck, the car was stuck in the sand, making it impossible to drive out. They even had to climb out through the roof. Seeing this situation, the 5 adventurers immediately thought of signaling for help, but after the sandstorm, all their equipment was out of signal. They fell into a state of panic. Chapter 32, Desert City, The False People. Without a signal, they couldn't go home. They kept trying to send signals using the car's built-in positioning equipment, but they didn't know which attempt would succeed. Thus, the 5 adventurers spent their first night in the desert by the car. On the second day in the desert, they tried the signal again but still got no results. Helpless, they began to dig out the car as much as they could, only to realize this was too difficult for them. Moreover, halfway through their digging, the car had already sunk too deep into the sand, causing many functions to become inoperative. This meant that even if the car was dug out, it couldn't be driven away. Finally, the 5 adventurers decided to take the equipment from the car and try to walk to find a place with a signal. It was better than waiting in one spot to die. Seeing this, Luo Xiaoning couldn't help but complain softly, "They might as well stay in the car and wait for rescue. Maybe we would have already found them and brought them home." Her complaint wasn't entirely wrong. After all, their current task was to find the bodies of the 5 adventurers. People are selfish. Alright, don't say that. They probably don't know their cars have successfully sent out the positioning signal, so they are waiting in pain, choosing to save themselves. And if the bodies were so easy to find, this would not be the 5th instance. Yang Yanting explained once again, softly calming Luo Xiaoning's currently low spirits. He didn't notice that when Xing Yu, beside him, tightened her grip on the diary when she heard the 5th instance. Luo Xiaoning nodded and leaned against Yang Yanting's shoulder, a bit too weak to defend herself, and confessed, "Yeah, I know, I just heard too much and couldn't help but complain." Luo Xiaoning bit her lip, forehead dripping with virtual sweat, and let out a breath. "What's wrong with you?" It was at this moment Yang Yanting noticed that Luo Xiaoning's condition was a bit off. Usually, she wouldn't admit her faults so quickly. He quickly reached out to touch her forehead. Just 1 second of contact felt as hot as fire. "Why is it so hot?" Yang Yanting didn't expect Luo Xiaoning to have a fever. Everyone was surprised to hear that Luo Xiaoning had a fever. When Xing Yu immediately closed her notebook and hurriedly said, "You should take her to the tent to rest. I'll boil some hot water later to help her." Yang Yanting hurriedly responded, "Thank you," then packed up Luo Xiaoning and carried her toward the girl's tent. Suddenly, with this incident happening, everyone realized they had to quickly find clues about where the 5 adventurers had gone, otherwise, in the end, it would just be one death after another in the desert for various reasons. When Xing Yu first started boiling the water, then continued to look at the diary. In the glow of the fire, only 3 people were still reading the diary. 0921. We still have a lot of food, but not enough water. At most we can hold on for 2 more days, hoping we can find a signal to go home soon. 0922. Last night, it seems something strange happened, but I don't know if I was just half asleep and saw it wrong. I clearly saw Xie squatting in the sand in the middle of the night, facing away from the tent, secretly pouring something. After I looked closely, I found out he was dumping out the water from his canteen and filling it with sand. I ran up to question him about what he was doing, but that guy just turned to stare at me, not responding at all. In the dead of night, his silence and intense gaze scared me, and I didn't dare to continue asking him, so I returned to the tent, planning to ask him the next day. But the next day, before I could ask Xie what happened last night, he discovered that his canteen was full of sand instead of water, and he started blaming us for pouring out his water. I replied, "Wasn't it you who poured it out?" He said, "No way, water is such an important resource, I wouldn't throw it away." What Xie said made sense, and I was sure I hadn't seen it wrong. We all fell into a terrifying assumption. They say strange things always happen in the desert. Could it be that we encountered it? So to prevent more strange incidents, we chose to quickly move away from the place where we rested yesterday. But at night, it happened again. This time it was Su Chao. I didn't dare to question him, so I quietly woke everyone up. When I saw Su Chao resting peacefully in the tent, I realized something was seriously wrong. Everyone saw what that Su Chao was doing. He was squatting in the spot where they had gathered their backpacks, leisurely taking out the water bottles, then dumping the water and filling them with sand. We watched our water being poured out cup by cup, too scared to approach because we feared facing some real danger. 0923. We spent a sleepless night in fear. That guy disappeared at some point. I accidentally fell asleep, and when I asked the others, they all said they had no recollection of when he left. It's really strange. I feel like my mind is truly not okay. After 2 nights of water being poured out, we completely ran out of water, and the kettle is full of sand. So tired, still no signal. Water, I want to drink water. There is hope. A city, it's a city. The later the writing gets, the more chaotic and vague it becomes, as if written during a moment of mental instability. Especially the later entry on the 23rd, the phrase, "there is hope, a city, it's a city," takes up an entire sheet of paper, and if you don't look closely, you can't even tell what those words say. After the 23rd, there are no further entries. Upon reading this, the 3 of them furrowed their brows in tension. It's not that they are at a loss, but rather that the amount of information is overwhelming and they need to pause. There is actually a fake person setting here. When Xie Yi first extracted the key from the diary, directly pointing out this term, leaving Xie Yi a bit confused. What? What is a fake person? Before Xie Yi could ask, Su Shaohua directly spoke up. The fake person you mentioned is something that can almost replicate a person's voice, memory, appearance, and even behavior patterns. Achieving a kind of fake makes real effect, right? Yes. Wen Xingyu confirmed. Hearing this, Su Shaohua's expression became serious. If there is a fake person setting here, we need to be careful. Agreeing with Su Shaohua, Wen Xingyu said, "Exactly, if a fake person mixes into our team, it would be bad, and we just experienced the sandstorm that the 5 adventurers went through. Those fake people appeared after that storm, so it's highly likely we could get mixed in with such monsters." After hearing this, Xie Yi finally understood. This means that some of their teammates might not be the original ones, some may have been replaced by fake people. Experiencing this setting for the first time, Xie Yi felt a chill run down his spine, with goosebumps all over his body. Chapter 33, City of the Desert, My Native Language is Silence. Oh my god, Xie Yi must be the real one. If Xie Yi is replaced by a fake person, then what should I look at? Ah. How could the god perspective be fooled too? I want to know the truth. Is it real or fake? Although we indeed couldn't see the player's specific situations the moment the sandstorm completely covered us, if the replacement is successful, then what's the point of playing? It shouldn't be like that. I'm getting goosebumps, I can't look. By the campfire, Xie Yi could clearly feel that the atmosphere was somewhat off. When they learned from the diary that there would be fake people appearing, everyone instinctively looked at each other, and after a brief moment of silent eye contact, they returned to looking at the notebook. Su Shaohua couldn't stand the suspicion anymore, stood up and said, "I'm definitely not one." Seeing him so agitated, Xie Yi didn't respond, quietly averting his gaze. When Xingyu glanced at Su Shaohua with a somewhat meaningful expression, Xie Yi could see that it was a look of someone thinking him foolish. Because explaining or not explaining would both be very vague now. If you explain, others will think which fake person would admit to being a fake person. If you don't explain, others will think, oh, you not explaining means you are the fake person. Those who believe you will always believe you, and those who don't believe you won't believe no matter what you say. And right now, the most critical thing isn't whether you admit you are a fake person, but rather that they need to find certain ways to prove that the other person isn't a fake person. That's the key. You can't just say it yourself, you need to provide evidence. Thinking of this, Xie Yi suddenly felt a bit surprised. Hey, when did I become so smart? Seeing no one responding to him, Su Shaohua sat down again and asked, what do we do now? When Xingyu wasn't anxious, she seemed to have experienced such things before and quickly came up with a solution. I took another careful look at the contents recorded in the diary, and the fake person only did one thing in the records, came out at night to pour the water out of the kettle and fill it with sand. I think if we want to distinguish who the fake person is, we can see if anyone comes out at night to refill our water. After she finished summarizing, she looked at Xie Yi and asked, you think the same, right? When Xingyu softly asked Xie Yi, wanting to know if he thought similarly. Because when she just flipped through the diary, she saw Xie Yi was also looking at it, and earlier Xie Yi had been silent, perhaps they had come to the same conclusion. Moreover, yesterday Xie Yi said they would find clues about the corpse today, and it turned out to be true, which made her even more curious about Xie Yi's thoughts this moment. So after waiting for a second, when Xingyu saw Xie Yi slightly nod in response, and at that moment, when Xingyu was certain the method was correct. Then it's not wrong, when Xingyu relaxed, her expression relieved as she looked back at the diary. However, Xie Yi, suddenly mentioned by Wen Xingyu, was stunned. This is not right, something is off. What does she mean by, then it's not wrong? He didn't even have a reaction just now. And why did she suddenly ask him if he thought that way? Whoa! Why did Wen Xingyu suddenly ask Xie Yi what he thought? Did I miss something? No, you didn't miss anything. It's natural for Wen Xingyu to ask Xie Yi what he thinks at this moment. Huh? Why does she trust Xie Yi so much? He hasn't done anything, right? Xie Yi did something big. Yesterday, he said that there would definitely be clues today when Wen Xingyu had no hope at all, and now that clues have appeared, Wen Xingyu naturally trusts Xie Yi even more. Huh? I always thought that was just a kind lie from Xie Yi. I didn't expect so many of you to believe it. Xie Yi lying? Ridiculous, how could Xie Yi possibly lie? Could it be because he said there would definitely be clues today and the clues indeed appeared, so they think he is very capable and came to ask him what he thinks? No way. Xie Yi was shocked for a while, not daring to think it was such an absurd reason. But if it weren't for this absurd reason, he and Wen Xingyu wouldn't have had any other contact. This misunderstanding is big. Really big. Su Shaohua listened to what Wen Xingyu said and felt it made sense. Just then, the water that Wen Xingyu had placed by the fire boiled. Wen Xingyu looked at it and slowly poured the hot water back into the kettle, saying, the water just boiled, I'll go check on Luo Xiaoning's situation. Su Shaohua nodded in response, okay. Xie Yi, still in shock, didn't respond. However, in the eyes of Su Shaohua and Wen Xingyu, he appeared in a different state. A state of calmness, composure, tranquility, and unflappability regardless of the situation. Su Shaohua had noticed that Xie Yi was different from others yesterday. But at that time, he only thought Xie Yi was a new player in the third instance and thus not worried. But now, after Wen Xingyu deduced the clues, she actually took the initiative to ask Xie Yi what he thought. What's going on? Su Shaohua didn't understand. So after Wen Xingyu left, he hurriedly sat over. Are you really in the third instance? Su Shaohua stared at Xie Yi and asked. Huh? When Xie Yi came back to his senses, he heard Su Shaohua ask him this. Then what do you think my instance is? Xie Yi countered, really too lazy to explain, feeling that somehow he had mistakenly made others think he was very capable. Forget it, let it be. Whoa! Not pretending anymore, huh? Su Shaohua was shocked inside. He confirmed that Xie Yi must have falsely reported the number of instances originally, and now questioned, so he simply stopped pretending. Xie Yi. The sixth instance? Or the seventh? Su Shaohua cautiously probed, not daring to guess too big, or else his life would be at risk. Xie Yi watched Su Shaohua's anxious appearance and fell silent for a while. Forget it, it's not easy for anyone, and Su Shaohua even helped him last time. So Xie Yi decided not to mess with him. I really am in the third instance. Sincere, certain, with no false reply. However, Su Shaohua said firmly, I don't believe it. I won't be deceived by you again. Xie Yi. Alright, so this is how you want to play it. Xie Yi didn't want to explain anymore, the sixth copy. I knew it. Su Shaohua clapped his hands and was extremely happy after guessing right. Xie Yi, percent and. Is this something to be very happy about? You see, Xie Yi lied, but said he wouldn't lie. Isn't that a slap in the face? Wak, why are you still chasing after killing? When it was time for their night watch, they decided to wait for the rabbit tonight. To prevent the imposters from dumping all their water at night, they moved some water bottles ahead of time, but to avoid alerting the imposters who were sensitive to water, they buried the water bottles in the sandy ground not far away. Now, all of them, except for Yang Yanting and the guide who were outside on the first night shift, were anxiously waiting in their tents. They thought that perhaps no one in their team had been replaced, as the imposters could appear out of nowhere. But this thought ran into problems during their first wave of night watch. Xie Yi accidentally fell asleep during his shift, and he was awakened by Yang Yanting. Su Xiaohua was also awakened, and then they received an astonishing message. The guide is an imposter. This news hit them like a volcanic eruption, like the moon exploding. How is that possible? Su Xiaohua was the first to be shocked. However, Yang Yanting immediately shushed him with a gesture. Be quiet, I was shocked when I found out too. Reminded by Yang Yanting, Su Xiaohua immediately nodded and lowered his voice. Have you notified the girls over there? Xie Yi asked out loud, remembering this point. Yang Yanting shook his head, I haven't had the time. Then he suddenly remembered something, and before he even settled back down, he said, I'll go notify them first. Hurry up and get dressed, we'll go confirm it later. Upon hearing Yang Yanting say he would confirm it again, Su Xiaohua was confused and immediately asked. Didn't you see it with your own eyes? Do you still need to confirm? Yang Yanting sighed, I just feel it's unlikely. Didn't you all also think the guide couldn't be an imposter? So I think it's safer for everyone to go see together. After hearing his explanation, Su Xiaohua calmed down and let Yang Yanting go call the girls first. Xie Yi and Su Xiaohua hurried to get dressed, but Xie Yi was a bit confused while putting on his clothes. When did he take off his clothes? Did he take them off while sleeping? Really? Feeling a bit lost, but soon he saw that Su Xiaohua was already ready, so Xie Yi went ahead and got out of the tent without hesitation. As soon as they exited the tent, it was still very cold around them, and the atmosphere was eerie, but thankfully they were dressed. Just as they came out, when Xingyu and Yang Yanting approached. Seeing that Luo Xiaoning hadn't shown up, they guessed that her fever hadn't subsided, which was quite bad. Everyone tacitly avoided mentioning Luo Xiaoning, and Yang Yanting immediately led them to the place where they discovered the guide. Everyone crouched down on the sandy ground, slowly raising their eyes to look. The night was as dark as ink, but they could still vaguely see a white figure on the smooth sand not far away from the black curtain. The figure was crouched on the ground, digging at the water bottle they had hidden before. Everyone saw the white figure dig out the water bottle, pour out the water, and then fill it with sand. Seeing the white figure, the first thing that came to their minds was the guide. Because the guide was dressed entirely in white from the beginning, but the night was too dark, it was still too rash to decisively think that the other party was a false guide. While everyone was unable to make a decision, the figure walked towards them. Damn, in an instant, everyone scattered like mice seeing a cat. What's going on? What are they doing out here at night? What did they see to be scared like this? Hey, when did the campfire go out? Is that a false person? Damn, when was the guide replaced by a false person? Then Xie Yi and the others are in big trouble. There were indeed some cover spots around, and everyone quickly understood and hid behind the rocks of the fixed tent. Watching that white figure approach them, they instinctively felt nervous and began to sweat. Until the white figure brushed past the rocks and headed straight for the place where they placed their backpacks, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xie Yi finally understood the level of collapse that those 5 adventurers experienced upon encountering this thing. The other party was indeed not their guide. When the figure passed them, Xie Yi saw clearly that there was no scorpion tattoo on their face. Each of them had been scared stiff by the scorpion tattoo on the guide's face on the first day they met him, so the impression was particularly deep. At this moment, everyone confirmed that the guide was gone. The false person was moving their backpacks and then continued to take out their water bottle, repeating the previous action of pouring out all the water and filling the bottle with sand. Everyone watched helplessly as the water was poured out, not daring to step forward too much. The main reason was that they only had that one bottle of water in their backpacks, so now that the false person had emptied it, even if they stepped forward to stop it, it would be in vain. They only hoped that the water hidden separately by each of them wouldn't all be lost. Xie Yi looked at this situation, feeling utterly distressed. He wondered whether he should rewind to a previous save point. But rewinding wouldn't solve anything at all. After all, the last time he committed suicide and rewound, he still found himself in a sandstorm. According to the 5 adventurers' records, the appearance of the false person was after the sandstorm, so they couldn't avoid it. However, thinking of this, Xie Yi felt puzzled. Was the guide really replaced during the sandstorm? Now that he thought carefully, the content recorded by the 5 adventurers did not say that a false person replaced anyone. They speculated that there was a false person from the protagonist's record of 2 identical people appearing. But the record only mentioned that 2 identical people appeared, without saying anyone was replaced. So what about their guide? There were too many unanswered questions, and Xie Yi ultimately decided to restart and see where the problem arose. However, after this impact rock suicide, Xie Yi was completely confused. This time the death rewind did not take him back to the point of the sandstorm, but instead back to when Yang Yanting entered their tent and told them, the guide is a false person. Walk. What's going on? How could it be this time point? Shouldn't it still be the sandstorm time point? Xie Yi didn't understand, he was completely baffled. Could this rewind have some meaning? but he couldn't see it at all. Now, after experiencing what happened after being woken up again, Xie Yi stood behind the rock, feeling extremely distressed. He could only conclude that trying to find previously overlooked details through suicide rewinds was not a workable path. Since this path was not feasible, Xie Yi could only analyze from the existing clues. It was known that their guide was now missing. And the rules clearly stated, too. Losing track of the guide is a fatal situation. So were they really going to die here? Xie Yi didn't think so. He clearly remembered that the death rewind had a characteristic. If this path led to a certain death outcome, then the death rewind would directly make his consciousness disappear. But now his consciousness did not disappear. So this means there is still a chance to survive. But where is the way to survive? Now the fake people have poured out most of their water, and even if there is some water left, it is not enough to last until tomorrow. There is enough food, but having no water in the desert is a big taboo. What to do? When he woke up again, it was already bright outside. Seeing the daylight, Xie Yi felt disoriented, then he looked around at the situation. He discovered that their group of people had actually fallen asleep behind the rocks like this. When did they fall asleep? How come there's no memory of it at all? Xie Yi felt strange, an unexplainable strangeness. He clearly was still thinking things over last night. When did he fall asleep? This is truly bizarre, my heavens. The others gradually woke up, and after waking, they looked at each other, all showing surprised expressions. Did you see when the fake people left last night? Wen Xingyu asked this question first with a heavy expression. Everyone was stumped by this question, and in the end, they all shook their heads. I don't know, I just fell asleep out of nowhere. Woke up and it was bright. Damn. Why does this plot seem so much like what those 5 adventurers experienced? Su Xiaohua suddenly remembered something and exclaimed. P.S. I made a new cover, and I hope readers can see which one is better from the comments below. I'm worried that if I change the cover, you won't be able to find me. So conflicted. Thank you. Chapter 35, Desert City, Deeply Trapped, 2, Of course it's strange. Everyone showed surprised expressions upon hearing this. Only Wen Xingyu did not look surprised when Su Xiaohua mentioned this. It seemed she had already thought of them experiencing what the 5 adventurers did when she asked that question. So after a long silence, Wen Xingyu had to draw this conclusion first. We are experiencing what the 5 adventurers went through. Su Xiaohua, hearing Wen Xingyu's affirming response, still could not believe it. How is that possible? But as he spoke, his voice got lower and lower, because the facts were right in front of them, and what was recorded in the diary was happening one by one around them. What sandstorms, what seeing the fake people appear, then seeing the fake people pour out all the water from their water bottles, replacing it with sand, and then now they inexplicably fell asleep, with no one seeing how the fake people finally disappeared. Everything was unfolding in the order outlined in that diary, as if they had become those 5 adventurers. This was a fact they could not accept. Yang Yanting's face grew heavy. He thought for a long time, and finally asked in a low tone, if things develop like they do in the diary, are we destined to die? Everyone, upon hearing this question, lowered their eyes, and their throats felt as if they had lost their vocal cords, unable to respond. Because they all knew one thing, the background introduction had already stated that the 5 adventurers perished, and their purpose in coming here was also to retrieve the bodies of the 5 adventurers. So if they were now experiencing what the 5 adventurers experienced, it meant their ultimate fate was death. Everyone thought of this point, so when Yang Yanting voiced the uneasy speculation in everyone's hearts, the question sank like a stone into the sea, without a single ripple. No one knew the answer, and everyone chose to remain silent. Xie Yi also didn't know how to respond. The only thing he confirmed was that since he had not died due to the disappearance of consciousness brought by the external force, it meant there was still a path to survival. Since there was a way to survive, he could only think of one thing for now. Clear the game before dying. Thinking of this, Xie Yi expressed this suggestion aloud. There are many things he hasn't thought through yet, so it's better to bring up this idea first and see what others think. After a long silence, everyone heard a point they never expected. If we are experiencing the events happening in the diary, doesn't that mean we are getting closer to finding the 5 adventurers? The smooth voice directly reached the ears of the 4 people. Upon hearing Xie Yi say this, the 4 of them turned their gazes toward him. While some still didn't quite understand what Xie Yi meant, Wen Xingyu instantly realized what he was trying to express. I see. We should go find the desert city now. Xie Yi's latter part of the sentence, if we find the corpses of the 5 adventurers before we die, we can complete the mission, had not finished when Wen Xingyu mentioned the desert city. Xie Yi was puzzled, wondering what that city had to do with anything. Until Wen Xingyu began to explain everything, they understood what it meant. Now everyone sat around the extinguished campfire. Yang Yanting first checked on Luo Xiaoning's condition and found that her fever had already broken, which eased everyone's previously tense mood a bit. After all, if they were really going to look for the rumored desert city, having a sick person in the group could cause some trouble. Look at the words written on this piece of paper. When Xie Yi pointed to the last recorded content in the diary. There is save, city, is city. Su Xiaohua read slowly as he recognized the words, and after finishing, he was surprised. Could it be that the city they wrote about refers to the desert city they originally intended to go to? Su Xiaohua looked at Wen Xingyu and asked, while Wen Xingyu nodded. I believe so. After all, their initial purpose for coming to the desert was to go to this city, and only this city would be called a city. For example, the inn we first arrived at, the 5 adventurers continuously referred to it as an inn in their records and never called it a city. Since there are no other cities nearby, we can only say that the city they wrote on the paper refers to the desert city. Hearing this, Yang Yanting stated, so they ended up going to this city, which means we only need to find their corpses in this city to complete the mission, right? When he said this, Yang Yanting had many points of confusion. He felt it wouldn't be so simple and then added some more. I think this city should be special. If it were a simple city, why would the 5 adventurers' equipment be left abandoned in the desert? And why, after seeing the desert city, did the diary stop recording what happened next? If their original purpose was to find the desert city, they should have continued to document the people and scenery after entering and resting. But they didn't. The background information provided by the system says the 5 adventurers perished there, so this desert city is definitely different from the rumors above it. After Yang Yanting finished expressing himself endlessly, everyone understood what he wanted to convey. The desert city is very dangerous. But for some reason, everyone thought these words should be taken over by Luo Xiaoning, perhaps because they often continued each other's thoughts, so it had become a habit. Now that Luo Xiaoning wasn't speaking, everyone felt a bit unaccustomed. Now looking at Luo Xiaoning, who leaned on Yang Yanting's shoulder, her expression was overly furrowed, showing confusion and helplessness. Why does Luo Xiaoning seem a bit off? Can a person with a fever really be okay? I feel that there is more than one false person. Seeing Luo Xiaoning's troubled expression, Xie Yi, thinking that it was the fever from last night that caused the other party to miss the diary session together, she found it hard to piece together many clues in her mind, making it impossible for her to respond to Yang Yanting's words. Yang Yanting felt it too. He was slightly surprised, but didn't think much of it. He assumed Ning Ning was just quiet because she was recovering from her fever. When Xingyu, however, felt differently. After summarizing what Yang Yanting had just said, she gave the final conclusion. These indeed confirm the danger level of the desert city, but not searching is also a death sentence. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, fighting for it may give us a chance at survival. When Xingyu was right, they had no choices left. If their electronic devices were still working, they wouldn't be in this predicament. Moreover, if their real guide hadn't been replaced by a fake one, they wouldn't be without a guide after finding clues that the 5 adventurers might be in the desert city. Now, the only ones they could rely on and save were themselves. So, without hesitation, everyone decided to set off immediately. Yet, while organizing their gear to depart, they discovered a terrible situation. All their water had been completely spilled by the fake people, not a single drop was left. This made them wonder if the fakes were some kind of detector that could identify water sources. How could they find the water that each person had hidden in different places so accurately? To prevent anyone from being replaced by a fake, each person had hidden their water source in a way that only they knew. So when the fakes destroyed the water each of them had hidden, they were baffled and concluded, the fakes are water detectors. Seeing that they had no water left, they had even less appetite for dry food like compressed biscuits, and could only walk under the scorching sun in the vast desert. By noon, they were wandering aimlessly in the desert. They thought that since they were experiencing what the 5 adventurers had gone through, they would eventually find that desert city in a roundabout way. But now they had been walking all morning, parched and weak, with poor overall condition. Moreover, they noticed something strange. Eating the compressed biscuits in their backpacks did not relieve their hunger at all, but instead made them feel hungrier and thirstier. How long do we have to walk? Is there really not a drop of water left in the canteen? Su Xiaohua, carrying the backpack, asked weakly with white lips. Everyone paused. When Xingyu was also exhausted but had not said anything, while Luo Xiaoning, just recovered, had her backpack with Yang Yanting. Yang Yanting also showed signs of fatigue. He was among the ones with the best stamina after the guide, but seeing him struggle meant the others were worse off. Xie Yi was completely worn out. When everyone stopped moving, he simply sat down on the sand, placing his backpack beside him. So tired, hungry, and exhausted. Actually, what Xie Yi couldn't accept most wasn't even the tiredness, but the strange feeling of his death rewind experience. Just a moment ago, wanting to drink water in his exhaustion, he thought about whether to commit suicide and rewind to save the water trashed by the fakes. With that thought, he indeed committed suicide. However, he never expected that this time his suicide rewind would bring him back to a different place. He didn't return to when the sandstorm happened, nor to when Yang Yanting entered their tent to tell them, the guide is a fake, but instead returned to just after dawn, waking up to find they had unknowingly fallen asleep by the rocks. How strange this is, it doesn't even give him a chance to rewind his suicide and save the water. This is something that has never happened before. Xie Yi even doubts whether his death rewind function is malfunctioning. How can it be so strange? It feels like everything happening now is weird, but he can't quite put his finger on what's odd. Chapter 36, City of the Desert, Deeply Trapped, 3 Layers of Depth. As evening approached, when Xie Yi thought that today's hope had come to an end, they found the desert city mentioned by the 5 adventurers. A city built entirely of rock. When they arrived near the city, before entering, they could already hear the sounds of laughter and joy inside. The main color of this city was golden yellow, like the color of the Egyptian pyramids. It had towering city walls, dozens of meters high, seemingly endless, making it unimaginable how difficult it was to build this city, especially in the desert. Just like modern people still cannot understand how the Egyptian pyramids were built only by human power in an age without machinery. Now this city appeared in the desert, giving Xie Yi and his companions the same thought. As they approached the city entrance, they first saw not a bustling city gate, but servants guarding the tightly closed gates. The servants' outfits cannot be described as ancient, but rather as overly simple, dressed only in plain white garments, without any other color. Surprisingly, their white clothing appeared clean and unsoiled. Seeing the gates tightly shut, they all felt a bit uneasy, always sensing an illusion that once inside, they wouldn't be able to come out. But everyone thought for a moment, they were originally here to find the desert city. The 5 adventurers were inside. As long as they found the bodies of the 5 adventurers, they could complete the quest and didn't care about any subsequent issues of entering and not being able to exit. After pondering for a moment at the gate, they continued to move closer to it. Just as they got close to the gate, the servant stepped forward to stop them. The servant raised his hand and pointed to a rule on the wall beside them, saying, "If you want to enter the city, you can first check the entry rules on this wall." The servant's voice was calm and cold, lacking warmth, but he was polite, which did not make them feel too rejected. So everyone quickly walked to the side as the servant instructed and looked at the entry rules he pointed out. 1. It is prohibited to bring any fire source or any external items into the city. The gate guards will check, please obey willingly. 2. Food and water in the city are distributed uniformly and do not need to be purchased. You can go to street number 3 at any time to collect them. 3. The city will periodically turn on the lights at night. If the lights go out, please rest well. 4. There are free accommodations provided for outsiders. You can collect your stay at shop number 4. 5. It is best to close doors and windows tightly at night. 6. Do not pay attention to the voices outside calling stars while sleeping, it can be dangerous. 7. It is hard to tell if the city's doctors are real or fake, please be cautious with medical treatment. Looking at the entry rules, Xie Yi felt an indescribable strangeness. However, after reading the entry rules, it did explain why the 5 adventurers abandoned their equipment in the desert. Because to enter the city, they couldn't bring any foreign items with them, and at that time the 5 adventurers were hungry and thirsty, so upon seeing the city, they would undoubtedly throw away everything they had and then enter the city. As for why the 5 adventurers' backpacks were found so far from the desert city, it might be due to the raging sandstorm. Thinking this way, some unresolved questions could be explained. But upon careful reflection, Xie Yi felt something was wrong again. If the 5 adventurers entered this desert city, in the system introduction it shouldn't be buried within but should be fate unknown. After all, entering the city is equivalent to obtaining food, allowing one to live a long time, but the 5 adventurers still died. Xie Yi believes that the rulebook does not need to deceive them, and he would not doubt the system's issuance of the rulebook is problematic. So, is it because the 5 adventurers violated the city rules that they died? Could it be that this city rule also has the same life and death power as their rulebook? If it has the same effect, wouldn't following the city's rules mean no danger? Thinking of this, Xie Yi is uncertain. He really wants to scratch his head and disregard his image. So annoying, his head is completely not enough. He feels doubt. Is this really a dungeon difficulty where the highest limit is only 5th? Because everyone mentioned their respective dungeons during the introduction, and the highest is only the 5th dungeon. So Xie Yi begins to doubt. After all, his 2nd dungeon was not as difficult even when encountering veteran players from the 10th dungeon. Moreover, difficulty aside, the death rollback has also encountered issues. Could it be that the death limit for the rollback has been reached? Xie Yi speculates while others are also thinking similarly. The crowd unanimously decides to leave all their backpacks outside, and after being checked by the attendants, successfully enters the city. Looking at the tall city gate that closes behind them, it's like the gates of hell have shut, and an indescribable unease fills Xie Yi's heart, but the death rollback has not made his consciousness vanish, indicating a path to survival still remains. Since there is still a way to live, he decides to take a look first. As soon as they enter, the laughter of the crowd they heard outside the city suddenly amplifies several times in their ears. They walk through the black passage at the city gate, and a beam of white light greets them. Then the prosperous scene of the city enters their sight. The city ground is paved with stone bricks, and a straight path leads directly to the entrance of the city, with rock-made houses lining both sides of the path. Not long after they enter, someone steps forward. Welcome to your arrival, you look tired. Do you need to go to shop number 4 to collect your room number and rest? A man dressed entirely in white approaches, his voice is as cold and emotionless as the attendants at the entrance, but his politeness causes them to overlook these details. Can we take a look ourselves first? Xie Yi is the first to respond. Upon hearing this, the white-clothed man gives a slight smile and replies, "You can, but you can first get familiar with your accommodations and the places to collect free food, otherwise, I think it would be a bit troublesome for you to find them on your own." What he said is reasonable. Xie Yi does not refute, and the others do not speak, so everyone follows the white-clothed man. They first go to shop number 4 to collect their room numbers, 1 room per person, and then head to shop number 3 to collect free food. Now they are sitting at one of the seats in front of shop number 3, preparing to eat the food. Xie Yi watches as people in white clothing and wrapped in white cloth pass by them, and these people occasionally glance at them with strange looks, making Xie Yi feel somewhat uncomfortable. The others also feel this way, but since they haven't completed their purpose for coming, they can only endure for now. Do you want to eat? Yang Yanting asks, looking at the food on the stone table. On the stone table are 5 bowls of water and some dry bread. Can we eat this? Su Xiaohua looks around and quietly asks. After asking, he unconsciously swallows, clearly eager to drink the water in front of him. When Xie Yi does not speak, she also wants to drink the water in front of her right away, but she is unsure if the food is poisoned, so she looks at Xie Yi, wanting to ask if the food can be eaten, as she thinks Xie Yi should have a way to know. However, before Xie Yi could speak, everyone saw Xie Yi quickly pick up a bowl of water in front of him and drink it down, then swiftly take a bite of bread. Chew, 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 he quickly swallowed again. The whole process flowed smoothly, and before they could stop Xie Yi, he had already eaten. Aren't you afraid of being poisoned by eating it directly? Su Xiaohua whispered, watching Xie Yi eat recklessly, almost rushing to pull out the food he had just swallowed from Xie Yi's throat. Xie Yi was nervous for Xie Yi on the side, but deep down, she believed Xie Yi knew the food was not poisonous, so he dared to eat. Yang Yanting and Luo Xiaoning, sitting across from him, were stunned by Xie Yi's actions and stood there dumbfounded. Wow, really? Eating it directly? I'm worried from across the screen that it might be poisoned. Haha, as expected of Xie Yi, a flashy display that amazed everyone from the start. How does Xie Yi know it's not poisonous? Did he discover something without realizing it? As everyone looked at Xie Yi nervously, he looked up at them and asked with a soulful tone, "What are you looking at me for? The food is fine, don't worry. We need to eat to have the strength to look for clues." His relaxed tone made it hard for anyone to feel he was under pressure, a mindset that the 4 of them were lacking at the moment. The 4 were under great pressure, but seeing Xie Yi so relaxed brought them a bit of comfort. Xing Yu, that makes sense. Su Xiaohua, as expected of the 6th deputy player, calm under pressure, able to observe the food and conclude it's not poisonous while getting food. Impressive, impressive. Yang Yanting, Luo Xiaoning, I just realized we have this kind of person in our team. Xie Yi felt relieved, I'm not dead, so the food seems fine. Chapter 37, Desert City, Deeply Trapped, 4, Strange, It's All Too Strange. Xie Yi watched everyone start eating with ease in his heart. He continued to eat the dry bread in his hand. It couldn't be said to taste very bad, but it definitely wasn't good, feeling like he was eating air. Furthermore, after eating, Xie Yi didn't feel his stomach was full. He was still very hungry and thirsty. Maybe it was psychological to feel full after eating, so when they walked back to the residence, no one mentioned being hungry. Upon returning to the residence, the local people's gazes were precisely fixed on them, as if they were examining some strange individuals. Perhaps it was because their clothes did not match the place, the locals could clearly tell they were outsiders. When they entered, Xie Yi thought they had to take off their clothes and change into the city's attire to enter. After all, the rules at the city gate stated, no foreign items may be brought in. However, their clothes passed through, indicating that in the definition of the attendants, clothing was not considered a foreign object. Xie Yi's room 204. The 5 gathered around the table in this room. Xie Yi didn't know why they chose his room for their group discussion. But he didn't mind. So why is everyone in Xie Yi's room to discuss together? Isn't it obvious? It must be that Xie Yi's earlier act of eating made the other 4 feel reliable and at ease, so they all came. Oh, that makes sense. Nobody dares to eat so directly and recklessly like Xie Yi. Is that a compliment or a criticism? It depends on how you understand it. Smiling, funny. After discussing for a while, Yang Yanting suddenly brought up. The city gate rules mention that shop number 4 provides fixed free accommodation for outsiders. I've observed that only the 2nd floor of shop number 4 can house people, and there are a total of 5 rooms on the 2nd floor. The number of people is too coincidental. As Yang Yanting said this, Luo Xiaoning, who had been mostly silent beside him, finally spoke up. So, are you suspecting that the room we are currently in was previously occupied by the 5 adventurers? Her voice was a bit weak as she voiced her guess. Yang Yanting quickly agreed, that's right, that's what I was thinking. Wen Qingyu pondered for a moment and suggested, since we are staying in the rooms that the 5 adventurers had lived in before, can we discover any clues from these rooms? Yang Yanting shook his head. No, I discovered this while searching my own room. The furnishings here are too simple, and everything they used is white. We can easily spot anything foreign. That's true, Wen Qingyu recalled, tacitly agreeing. So how do we find anything? Su Xiaohua furrowed his brow and asked, then remembered something and added, also, don't you find the city gate rules strange? Don't you think the city gate rules are like a new set of rules? Everyone's expressions tightened upon hearing this, and they all remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Xie Yi looked out the window. He didn't notice when it had gotten dark outside, just as he didn't notice when the lights here were turned on. The orange-yellow street lights outside illuminated everything here like the color of burning flames. While the 4 were struggling with how to respond if the city gate rules were indeed the new set of rules, Xie Yi suddenly mentioned, the city gate rule number 3 says that the lights in the city will turn on uniformly at night. If the lights go out, please rest well. Did you notice when the lights on the street outside turned on? When Xie Yi posed this question, the 4 paused their thoughts and looked at him. When Xingyu looked outside, the fiery red lights appeared on the street, their hue different from the stable frequency light of electronic products. The light here gave them a warm feeling, as if everyone was sitting around a campfire together, warming up. I didn't pay attention to when the lights came on, When Xingyu replied to Xie Yi first. The other 3 gave the same answer. How could that be? Xie Yi murmured to himself. Isn't that strange? Xie Yi turned back to the 4 and asked. The other 4 thought for a moment, and when Xingyu nodded, it is indeed strange. I've been feeling that today has been quite surreal. Before Wen Xingyu could finish her sentence, Su Xiaohua added, I feel that way too. I thought you all wouldn't sense it, so I didn't bring it up. Yang Yanting remained silent, which was his way of responding. Xie Yi looked at the others, relieved that they felt the same. His tense heart relaxed a bit. It seemed everyone felt it was strange but thought they were alone in that feeling, so they hadn't mentioned it. Since we find it strange, should we go out and see how the lights were turned on without us noticing? Xie Yi suggested, looking at them. Xie Yi's current idea was simple. He wanted to investigate everything he found strange, otherwise, the questions in his mind would just pile up, especially since he felt like something was wrong with his body. He felt that he was still very hungry, hungrier than before when he hadn't eaten the food here. Thinking of this, Xie Yi suddenly felt that this was also a curious point, right? Why did he still feel hungry even after eating the food here? So he quickly asked, are you all still hungry? The others were still contemplating Xie Yi's proposal to check the lights outside when he suddenly asked if they were hungry. The moment this question was asked, the pupils of the 4 shrank, the question splashing like hot oil in boiling water, quickly receiving a response. Hungry, really? I thought I ate little and thus got hungry faster, Su Xiaohua responded excitedly first. I also feel hungry, not just hungry, but also very thirsty, when Xingyu quickly answered honestly about her feelings. Same here, Yang Yanting replied this time as well. Now it was Luo Xiaoning's turn. But when everyone looked at Luo Xiaoning, they found that she had unknowingly leaned on Yang Yanting's shoulder and fallen asleep. Seeing this, Yang Yanting was the first to speak, explaining, she just recovered from a serious illness and walked for a whole day, she must be tired. I'll stay and help her rest, you all continue your chat. After saying this, he slowly stood up, gently picked up Luo Xiaoning, and walked out the door. The 3 looked at each other and said nothing, as they had begun to understand Yang Yanting's way of handling things. To him, the world is vast, but his girlfriend is the most important. As soon as Luo Xiaoning had any problems, Yang Yanting would become abnormal. Are we still going to see the lights? After a long pause, when Xingyu asked Xie Yi. She had been concerned about this question earlier but had put it aside to answer other questions. Now that only the 3 of them were left, they decided to go together. As soon as they stepped outside and walked onto the streets of the desert city, the orange-yellow light that spilled down from above felt as if it was not projected from a lamp but rather came straight from the sky. It felt even more awkward than the light in the room, which had appeared without them knowing when it was turned on. It was strange to feel this way. The 3 exchanged glances, silently agreeing to move toward the source of the light. However, after half an hour of examining many places around them, they still couldn't find where the light came from, as if it had appeared out of thin air. In fact, they discovered something shocking. This desert city surprisingly had no power lines. No power lines meant no power transmission, and without power, how could such a large city light up in the night like this? Especially since the light, when exposed to them for a long time, made them feel their bodies warming up, gradually feeling the heat. This was completely different from the cold they felt during their previous nights in the desert, where the temperature swings had made them shiver. At this moment, they were utterly confused. However, before they could resolve their confusion, new trouble arrived. Luo Xiaoning was poisoned. Chapter 38, Desert City, Deeply Trapped, 5, unlocking 10% of the major chapter. At this moment, they were utterly confused. However, before they could resolve their confusion, new trouble arrived. Luo Xiaoning was poisoned. Now they were in a medical clinic in the city. Inside, on the stone slab, lay Luo Xiaoning, with blood continuously flowing from her forehead, unconscious. According to Yang Yanting, when they went out to search for the lights, he had taken Luo Xiaoning back to rest. Everything had been fine until he turned to leave and a hidden scorpion in the corner stung her forehead. By the time Yang Yanting discovered it, it was already too late, and he could only rush to the street carrying Luo Xiaoning to find a medical clinic. Since the city's rules stated, 7. It is hard to distinguish between real and fake doctors in the city. Please seek medical attention cautiously. Although there was a reminder to seek medical attention with caution, Yang Yanting felt that if he hesitated because of this, it would only lead to Luo Xiaoning's death. So he held Luo Xiaoning and searched the streets, asking nearly all the medical clinics in half the desert city within half an hour. Finally, he identified a clinic he trusted more to treat Luo Xiaoning. Right now, no one knew what to do. Xie Yi felt confused. How could such a coincidence happen? Logically speaking, when they rested in the desert, there hadn't been a single scorpion around them. Why was one of their teammates stung by a scorpion as soon as they reached Desert City? Was it just bad luck, or was it? Suddenly, Xie Yi paused, and he thought of a reason that could explain such a coincidence. Could it be that because they didn't have a guide, many things started to go wrong? After all, the rules given by the system mentioned, too. Losing a guide is a fatal existence. So they should not have ventured into Desert City alone to find the corpses of the 5 adventurers. Should we have come with a guide? This way we could avoid the dangers hidden in the desert city? But in that situation, how could they find a guide? As he thought about this again, a phrase from the guide suddenly flashed in Xie Yi's mind. Also, make sure to wear the windbreaker, wide-brimmed hat, and the headscarf with sunglasses. The clothes have a locator. Once we leave the vehicle and walk in the desert, these are life-saving gear. This sentence suddenly appeared in his mind, causing Xie Yi to look at the clothes he was wearing. The guide had said that the locator was on these clothes. So if they had thought about this earlier, could they have just waited there to meet the guide when he came? Thinking about this, Xie Yi quickly dismissed the idea. No, back then the desert signal was cut off. Even if they had the locator in their clothes, the guide wouldn't have been able to find them without the signal. At this thought, a chill suddenly ran up Xie Yi's spine, cooling him entirely from head to toe. He didn't know why he recalled what Luo Xiaoning had quietly complained about by the campfire. They might as well stay by the vehicle waiting for rescue, otherwise, we might have already found them and taken them home. Then Yang Yanting replied, they didn't know that the signal had already been sent. So, aren't they in the exact same situation as the 5 adventurers? They also didn't know if the locators on them had sent their positions to the guide while they were sleeping. If the signal appeared intermittently, perhaps the guide had already locked onto their location and was on his way while they chose to save themselves to avoid death. Everything lined up, but once it did, everything was wrong. At this thought, Xie Yi sneered to himself, and his heart skipped a beat in that moment. He didn't know if his thoughts were truly correct, but following this line of thinking, it seemed the guide might really not be able to find them. So what path of survival was left now? Could the guide still find them before they die? Xie Yi still firmly believed in death rollback. If it weren't for death rollback, he would have been dead long ago. And in the previous 2 instances, there was a phenomenon: as long as the death rollback deemed a path was a certain death, it would not need to experience what came next, resulting in death. But he had not died yet, so was there still a glimmer of hope? Xie Yi sneered and questioned himself. Where exactly was this hope? While Xie Yi was sinking into despair, the doctor wrapped in white cloth finished examining Luo Xiaoning in the room. In an instant, Xie Yi calmed his emotions. He thought, fine, it was impressive enough that he could think of so much. If he was wrong, then he was wrong, and there was nothing he could do about it. Take one step at a time. If he ultimately couldn't survive, then he wouldn't survive. Whoever wants to live can live. After all, even if he cleared this damned strange tale 10 times, he would return to the blue planet, not back to Earth. Not his homeland, and he wouldn't see his friends and family. To hell with this damned strange tale, each instance harder than the last. Xie Yi cursed heaven, earth, and the strange tale, and finally, after venting everything, he felt much better. He was now mentally and physically feeling a lot better. Now he could finally face everything that was about to come with calmness and composure. Later, he would share this information with the others and see what his teammates thought. Perhaps he was wrong in his thoughts. After all, he wasn't a genius. Perhaps there were some clues he hadn't found yet, and those missing clues might overturn everything he currently thought. So there was no need to give up so early. Xie Yi still held on to hope in his heart, but his body was extremely fatigued, coupled with severe hunger and dehydration, making him uncontrollably irritable, anxious, and angry. He didn't even know what was happening. It seemed that everything started when Yang Yanting entered their tent and told them, the guide is a fake person, and from then on, no matter how much they ate or drank, their bodies showed signs of gradually breaking down. It was completely a state of only consuming without being able to replenish. If their bodies really reached this condition, then even without the interference of the scorpions, they wouldn't last a few days before dying there. At this moment, Xie Yi was lost in thought again, completely unaware of what the doctor said to Yang Yanting. When he saw Yang Yanting crying bitterly while holding the unconscious body of Luo Xiaoning on the stone bed, he could guess what the doctor had just told Yang Yanting from the heavy atmosphere. Condolences, the scorpion venom in a desert like this cannot be cured. Looking at Yang Yanting, who was kneeling on the ground, his cries echoed throughout the room, an anguished and sorrowful sound, tightly holding onto the stone bed where Luo Xiaoning's lips had turned purple from the poisoning, refusing to let go. Xie Yi saw a person die in front of him for the first time. He felt somewhat lost and empty. Half an hour later, Luo Xiaoning completely lost her breath, yet Yang Yanting still refused to let go. At this moment, everyone was engulfed in this sorrowful atmosphere, except for Yang Yanting. No one noticed that the once poisoned, purple lips of Luo Xiaoning had faded and returned to their normal color. The three wanted to send someone to comfort Yang Yanting's feelings. But suddenly, all three of their bodies became weak like a landslide. Xie Yi immediately felt strength being pulled away from his body by some invisible thing. He almost didn't react in time and directly kneeled on the ground. When Xingyu and Su Xiaohua also experienced the same situation, before collapsing, they barely stood by supporting themselves against their surroundings. Su Xiaohua forced himself to stand against the nearby stone wall, frowning painfully, asking, "Why did my body suddenly lose strength?" As soon as Su Xiaohua finished speaking, Wen Xingyu could no longer hold on and sat down, leaning against the stone wall behind him to let his breath stabilize. "I don't know," Wen Xingyu replied, breathing unevenly. "Could it be that the food we ate was slow poison?" Su Xiaohua guessed, recalling the food they had eaten not long ago. Xie Yi sat down on a nearby stone bench, frowning and thinking. It shouldn't be. If the food was slow poison, he would have realized it long ago. Could it be that the death rewind had malfunctioned this function too? Just as Xie Yi was confused, a hoarse voice revealed his thoughts. "The food is not poisonous." "Who is speaking?" Xie Yi immediately looked towards the sound, finally focusing on Yang Yanting, who was slowly rising beside the stone bed. Yang Yanting slowly got up, and while everyone else was weak, the harm he experienced seemed less apparent. "Why are you so sure the food is not poisonous?" Wen Xingyu, after resting for a while, felt she had enough strength to speak, so she asked intermittently. At this moment, Yang Yanting appeared quite dispirited, his eyes hollow and numb, but he still slowly revealed a truth from his hoarse voice. But after he revealed the truth, everyone didn't immediately grasp its meaning. "Because we are currently in an illusion, those foods are fake, so whether they are poisonous or not doesn't exist at all," Yang Yanting said. "In an illusion?" Su Xiaohua replied in disbelief, bitterly retorting, "How is that possible? Do you not believe?" Faced with Yang Yanting's question, Su Xiaohua fell silent for a moment and then said, "If it is an illusion, then even if we die in the illusion, we won't truly die in reality. But just now for you, Luo Xiaoning." Su Xiaohua paused for a moment, glancing at the stone bed where Luo Xiaoning had already died. "You cry so heartbreakingly. If she isn't really dead, why do you cry so much? Why do you desperately look for a doctor to save her here?" At this point, Su Xiaohua realized that the person was already dead, and discussing someone else's pain in this way was quite impolite. He said, "I'm sorry, I don't really want to raise these doubts, but I truly cannot understand the logic of your actions." After saying this, Su Xiaohua fell silent. Beside him, Wen Xingyu actually agreed with what Su Xiaohua had just said. Because if Yang Yanting knew they were in an illusion right now, it was just like Su Xiaohua's point of rebuttal. Death in an illusion cannot represent death in reality. Yang Yanting's sadness is an abnormal existence. Currently, the only reason Wen Xingyu could think of for why Yang Yanting said it was an illusion. Perhaps it was because Yang Yanting's mind was not right due to Luo Xiaoning's death. He was fantasizing that they were in an illusion, so he could always feel that as long as he broke the illusion and returned to reality, Luo Xiaoning must still be alive. This was her logic. However, on this side, Yang Yanting laughed coldly in his heart when he heard Su Xiaohua's doubts. In fact, being questioned by Su Xiaohua, Yang Yanting also intended to continue speaking, but when he saw the other two remain silent, it was just an indication of their disbelief in this truth. This made Yang Yanting want to scold them on the spot. Scold them for being dumb pigs? For having donkey brains? He had reminded them to this extent. The three of them were actually not looking for doubts around, but rather pointing the doubts at his unreasonable behavior. Clearly, there were many things along the way that could reflect they were in an illusion, but now, one by one, they thought he was mentally unstable because of Luo Xiaoning's death. Yang Yanting felt helpless in his heart, a cold light flickering in his eyes, swallowing all the truths he wanted to say. In fact, Yang Yanting knew that his behavioral logic had problems. It was right for others not to believe him. He could explain and point out all the evidence that proved they were in an illusion. But he didn't want to anymore. He had originally grown up in an orphanage with Luo Xiaoning. Since childhood, they had been each other's only family. If it weren't for the creepy tales, they would have already held a wedding. So did he still need to live? If they didn't believe it, so be it. Let them all die. Yang Yanting changed his inner decision. He took a deep breath in his heart, then closed his eyes, as if accepting Su Xiaohua's doubts. He was about to answer Su Xiaohua, saying, "Sorry, I'm too sad, so I lied to you." However, before Yang Yanting could say this sentence, an unknown voice analyzing seriously floated into Yang Yanting's ears, momentarily halting the words on his lips. So everything he deduced just now was wrong? Xie Yi pondered, feeling that after his deduction, he had cursed the sky, the earth, and the creepy tales, but unexpectedly, it was all wrong. No wonder he felt that his reasoning was unusually smooth. It turned out to be wrong, haha, really worrying for nothing. They were actually in an illusion. Since they are in an illusion, is it true that they all entered the illusion from the moment Yang Yanting said the guide is a fake person, beginning of chapter 34? If they fell into the illusion at that time, it could explain a series of strange events that followed, such as the bizarre event of his death resetting, and the strange incident of directly falling asleep by the rocks, and... But what was the reason for them falling into the illusion? The sandstorm? That seems to explain as well, but let's hold that for now. So that means the fake persons do not truly exist but are illusions they see? But... Still can't figure it out, right? If the false people are an illusion, how could the 5 adventurers have recorded it in their diaries? Are you saying that even when the 5 adventurers were under the illusion, they still had moments of consciousness? But why have they never been conscious at all? Xie Yi was sure they had never been awake since the illusion began. Because he was always hungry, no matter what he ate, he was still hungry, and the reason for being always hungry was that the real body hadn't been replenished. After all, eating in an illusion was just fake. However, Xie Yi was still confused and muttered to himself. But how did Yang Yanting find out they were in an illusion? Did Luo Xiaoning say something? It shouldn't be. If Luo Xiaoning had said anything, they would have definitely heard it while being together. Wait, thinking of this, Xie Yi suddenly realized he had overlooked a detail. Their team seemed to have been apart for a while. Just now, when the 3 of them went to find out how the lights outside the city were lit, Luo Xiaoning was alone with Yang Yanting. So Yang Yanting must have hidden something from the start, until Luo Xiaoning truly died. He finally concluded that they were in an illusion. Is that how it is? But what did Luo Xiaoning say that made Yang Yanting come to this conclusion? Xie Yi hung his head, desperately trying to think. Because Xie Yi was too deep in thought, he completely didn't notice that someone had sat down in the seat across from him. After Yang Yanting sat down, he did not disturb Xie Yi's immersive analysis. He was also listening to how far Xie Yi could analyze. The reason Yang Yanting didn't disturb Xie Yi was that he realized he had misunderstood Xie Yi by looking at things from a narrow perspective. This made him feel a bit ashamed, wanting to wait a little longer. So everyone was listening to Xie Yi's self-talk analysis, and as they listened, Wen Xingyu suddenly had an epiphany. She realized she had misunderstood earlier. What Yang Yanting said was correct, they really were in an illusion. At that moment of understanding, Wen Xingyu didn't even dare to face Yang Yanting. Su Xiaohua understood later, although he didn't grasp it too thoroughly, he recognized his mistake. So before Xie Yi realized he was being focused on by everyone, Su Xiaohua broke the silence first. Su Xiaohua, mustering his weak and frail body, slowly walked in front of Yang Yanting and sincerely bowed his head to apologize. The instant Su Xiaohua admitted his mistake, Yang Yanting was not surprised. In fact, his previously stiff heart had already begun to soften under Xie Yi's slow analysis. And recalling how Luo Xiaoning had asked him to definitely live before losing consciousness, he had promised Ningning. So to keep his promise, he would continue to live. Alright, let's all sit down and listen to my full analysis. Yang Yanting finally let his feelings show. Wen Xingyu and Su Xiaohua respectively took the last 2 seats at the stone table. At this moment, seeing everyone seated, Xie Yi gradually realized something. However, he realized it, but it seemed everyone else didn't care whether he had really realized it or not. Thus, Xie Yi also threw the earlier little incident out of his mind. He was already eager to hear how Yang Yanting had discovered all of this. Xie Yi felt that if he could understand Yang Yanting's train of thought, perhaps all his remaining unanswered questions could be resolved. Yang Yanting looked at everyone and slowly said, "When Luo Xiaoning was just bitten by the scorpion, I wanted to take her for treatment, but she firmly refused, saying she wanted to ask me one last question. I said go ahead and ask. She asked me if I was really Yang Yanting. I shouldn't be a false person, right? I was confused. How could I be a false person? But then I thought Luo Xiaoning wouldn't ask this without a reason. So I asked her, why do you doubt that I am a fake person? Is there something that makes you suspicious?" She fell silent for a moment and replied, when everyone was looking at the diary and analyzing its contents in the morning, she actually didn't see any words on the diary. To her, the diary was completely blank, with no writing at all. At that moment, Luo Xiaoning felt that there couldn't be all fake people around her. Because just before falling asleep with a fever yesterday, Yang Yanting personally told her some information about these fake people and mentioned that they would have actions at night, assuring her not to worry alone in the tent. Luo Xiaoning remembered this information before falling asleep with the fever, so when Yang Yanting woke her up the next morning, she still wanted to ask about last night's situation. But until everyone was analyzing a blank piece of paper in front of her, and each person was engaging in conversation, Luo Xiaoning felt completely silent. She was afraid that when she woke up, she would find herself the only one alive in the group. Luo Xiaoning didn't dare to say that she saw the diary as blank, fearing that the fake people would discover she had realized their identity and kill her directly. So at that moment, Luo Xiaoning completely forgot to continue analyzing following Yang Yanting's analysis because she only saw a blank piece of paper and couldn't analyze anything at all. And even after she got the diary, no matter how she flipped through it, no matter how she looked at it, she only saw that the last recorded date was on 0920. The following dates, 0921, 0922, etc., were all blank pages. Chapter 39, Desert City, Deeply Trapped, 6, Memoirs of a Deceased Wife, There is Still Hope. Yang Yanting listened to Luo Xiaoning's explanation and found it hard to believe. Why did they see a different situation in the diary? As Luo Xiaoning stated, she only saw the diary written up to 0920, but in their eyes, it was written up to 0923, and then nothing. Why weren't those 3 missing days present in Luo Xiaoning's view? This was one of the doubts. Luo Xiaoning also told him that if she hadn't been bitten by the scorpion, she might never have dared to ask this question. She wanted to know if her loved one was still alive before she died. Hearing this, Yang Yanting felt a sharp pain in his heart, and he immediately took Luo Xiaoning to search for a clinic in the city. During the frantic search for the clinic, Luo Xiaoning, nestled in Yang Yanting's arms, felt very at ease. Looking at the orange-yellow light flickering in her eyes on the street, Luo Xiaoning weakly joked, "Yang Yanting, don't you think the light in the sky is warm, like the sun, like fire? Actually, I haven't just started feeling this way. I feel so strange today. One moment I'm hot, the next I'm cold, then slightly normal, but by nightfall, I just can't hold on anymore. I feel like even if that scorpion hadn't attacked me, I wouldn't survive tonight. I can't figure out so many things. Why are we still hungry after eating?" After the clinic announced the hopeless result, Yang Yanting's heart completely sank. He kept recalling what Luo Xiaoning had said before. He did not believe they would die here. He didn't believe Luo Xiaoning was dead. He had to solve these doubts, and that would give them hope for survival. So Yang Yanting thought. Why was it that only Luo Xiaoning could not see the content after 0920 in the diary? What went wrong here? Then Yang Yanting thought of a point he had overlooked. It seemed that after Luo Xiaoning saw the content on 0920, she was taken to the tent to rest because of her fever. The following content was all narrated to Luo Xiaoning by him. There was a common point emerging from this. Those who had personally seen all the content after the date of 0920 could still see it the next day, while Luo Xiaoning had not personally seen the content after 0920. The next day, nothing could be seen. In such a situation, it can only prove one thing: they are not in the real world. If they were in the real world, the content in the diary would not change, but the content of the diary has changed. So they are not in the real world. But if they are not in the real world, then where are they? Yang Yanting continued to think, and suddenly recalled that when he discovered the guide was a false person, he didn't seem to be fully awake. It seemed like he had slept. When he woke up, he didn't know why the campfire beside him had gone out, and then the guide suddenly disappeared. At that time, he didn't find it strange. Now thinking back, the extinguished campfire was just a signal that they had entered an illusion. What happened next was Yang Yanting waking up one by one the sleeping group to see the false guide. There will be an explanation from Xie Yi later, but first let's see Yang Yanting's late wife's memoir. After hearing Yang Yanting's narration, everyone understood how he deduced that they were in an illusion. But Su Xiaohua still did not understand. If Yang Yanting figured out they were in an illusion later, then his earlier sorrowful crying could be understood. But now looking at Yang Yanting, even though he knew it was an illusion, he seemed no better off, and instead worse than before. Su Xiaohua couldn't ask such hurtful questions anymore, but not asking meant he couldn't explain the reasons behind it. Just when Su Xiaohua was troubled, Yang Yanting gave an explanation himself. His voice was hoarse as he continued. At that moment when I deduced we were in an illusion, I was actually happy. Because we all know that dying in an illusion does not mean dying in reality. As long as there is still a breath in the real body, everything will return to normal after successfully returning to the space. But I was wrong. I remembered what Luo Xiaoning had said. She mentioned that throughout that day, her body was actually uncomfortable, feeling cold then hot, and even if there was no poison scorpion, she felt she would not survive the night. I suddenly thought that in the real world, Luo Xiaoning's body was still injured, and I didn't know if the fever caused by the injury had gotten better or not. If the flow of time in the illusion world is the same as in the real world, then our sleeping bodies in the real world have already been scorched by the desert sun for a day. Without timely medical help, even if someone takes care of her, in a situation of not being able to eat, being injured, and having a fever, she would definitely leave us first. This time, the poison scorpion caused her consciousness in the illusion to leave first. I initially wanted to give it a try, to see if I could break the illusion and immediately allow her to return to the space before Luo Xiaoning's real body dies. But that is no longer possible, the real Luo Xiaoning just died moments ago. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Just moments ago? How could she have just died? Then everyone saw Yang Yanting slowly turn around, his gaze fixed on the stone bed where Luo Xiaoning lay dead. Just now you may not have noticed, but Luo Xiaoning's lip color changed from purple to pale white. This small change means that the Luo Xiaoning in the real world has truly died. You may think that this change may not necessarily indicate the death of Luo Xiaoning in the real world, but look at the orange-yellow light outside. Upon hearing this, the crowd was puzzled, but still followed what Yang Yanting said, looking at the light outside the house. At this moment, Yang Yanting looked calmly at the orange-yellow light outside the door. In an instant, his eyes were filled with these fragmented sparks. Yang Yanting suddenly recalled the last joke Luo Xiaoning made in his arms. Yang Yanting, don't you think the light in the sky is warm, like the sun, like fire? Her voice, like silver bells, gently echoed in his ears at this moment. How he wished he could respond at that time. Like, too much like it. Immediately, Yang Yanting replied to everyone, don't you think that looks like fire burning, like someone has started a fire next to our bodies? Yang Yanting quietly looked at the orange-yellow light outside and responded to the crowd. At the moment they heard this answer, everyone's gaze was stunned, their pupils shocked. Wen Xingyu instantly understood what Yang Yanting meant. Yang Yanting meant to say, some things in the illusion can be influenced by the current situation in the real world. Just like the orange-yellow light in this desert city comes from the reality where the guide is making a fire beside them, the light from the fire is cast onto their eyelids, causing their world in the illusion to light up at night. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain where the light in the desert city, which has no power lines, comes from, even less to explain why this light shining on them makes them feel warm. Everything is because their bodies in the real world are warming themselves by the fire. So now, the change in Luo Xiaoning's lips and tongue means that her body can no longer maintain the state of being poisoned in the illusion, and being unable to maintain this state means that her last breath is gone. So it was like this. Chapter 40, Desert City, Deeply Trapped, 7, A Sudden Transition. 5 minutes ago. While Yang Yanting was still talking about clues, Xie Yi's thoughts were already overseas. Sometimes Xie Yi really found himself to be particularly lacking in insight, with a very poor ability to empathize. When Yang Yanting explained that they were in an illusion and how to know the reasons within the illusion, he decided to examine the questions himself. Just like when a teacher is hard at work lecturing at the front, he chose not to listen and wanted to understand it on his own. As a result, upon realizing those things, Xie Yi felt enlightened, his confusion thoroughly wiped away amidst his astonishment and clarity. He deeply sighed in his heart, realizing this story is layered, one inside another. To be honest, if Luo Xiaoning hadn't brought up the diary at the end, they might not have discovered the truth of being in an illusion until their deaths. Why is that? Because they themselves were already caught in a strange tale, everything inexplicable could be woven with reasonable excuses by calling it a strange tale. For example, the 5 adventurers' diary only wrote that they saw 2 identical companions at night, but didn't say they were imposters. It was Wen Xingyu, with her rich experience, who believed that among the 2 identical people, one was pretending to be an impostor. It was an established setting in a strange tale, so Wen Xingyu thought that way. What happened? This impostor setting directly misled their thoughts. They began to believe that imposters truly existed, not realizing they were caught in an illusion, seeing everything as false. Moreover, this illusion was complicated from the beginning. From the 5 adventurers to the 5 players, successfully deceiving 2 groups of people to doom them indicates that this illusion should not be underestimated. The illusion is like another world. Although it has its fixed illusion NPCs, imposters, the desert city appearing and fixed strange events happening, for example, an imposter pouring water and packing sand, it also tailors itself to the consciousness of your brain, creating illusions that can deceive you. For example, after Yang Yanting woke up and didn't see the guide, he went to search for the guide, and as a result, he saw a white figure squatting not far away in the desert. Upon closer inspection, he found that the white figure was digging up the water they buried with both hands, exactly like what was recorded in the diary. At that moment, Yang Yanting would have thought that the white figure was an impostor. And by a strange coincidence, at that moment, the guide had disappeared, and their original plan was to find out who among the team was replaced by the faceless being. So, by a twist of fate, Yang Yanting, with the intention of finding the impostor, mistakenly identified the white figure as the guide. Thus, they reached the incorrect conclusion that the guide was the impostor. After that, Yang Yanting, with this false conclusion, began waking each of them from their illusions, sharing this result, and naturally, they began to think the same way. Therefore, when everyone later went to see the white figure to confirm if it was the guide, they subconsciously felt that the white figure was indeed the guide. However, at that time, some people still didn't believe the guide was the impostor. After all, the guide had been good to them, and they couldn't just doubt him. As a result, the foundation of the guide was strong, while the illusion was not. The illusion took in each person's thoughts, beginning to transform flexibly in form. For example, to make everyone believe the guide was the imposter, it caused the imposter imitating the guide to not be so realistic, lacking the guide's unique scorpion tattoo on his nose. Damn it, without that obvious scorpion tattoo, who would still believe the guide was the guide? Naturally, they quickly assumed that after the sandstorm, their guide was replaced by the imposter. As such, everyone's thoughts would not focus on how to extinguish the fire, and they would be even less aware of being in an illusion. Moreover, the experiences that followed were even more disgusting. This illusion, knowing from their brains that they wanted to quickly find the bodies of the 5 adventurers to go home, also found the contents of the journal they had seen. So, the illusion began to tailor-make a death cage specifically for each of them. After making them experience those similar things, they gradually reached the conclusion that if they experienced the strange events of the 5 adventurers, they would be able to find the bodies of the 5 adventurers and then go home. Afterward, it brought them to the desert city, allowing them to continue wasting time here, fully immersing themselves in exploring the false clues it had woven. Why did the illusion specifically create these? Because the illusion needed time to exhaust their bodies in the real world, that is, their real bodies, not their consciousness. If they remained immersed in this illusionary, woven false world, their bodies in the real world would die from a long lack of food and water. Then they would end up just like the 5 adventurers, forever dying in this desert. However, the turning point was that they were players, not adventurers, their identities were different, their tasks were different, and there was still a dedicated guide making a fire beside them while they were unconscious. This meant they still had new hope. At least with Xie Yi here, these players would never die. If Xie Yi's real body died, the true death rollback from the monster tale would then take effect. Why would the true death rollback take effect? Isn't the death rollback in the illusion still a rollback? It really isn't. Thinking carefully about his several death rollbacks in the illusion, Xie Yi truly admired this illusion for successfully tricking him, a player with an advantage. The operation of this illusion is to allow Xie Yi to still experience a death rollback, while his consciousness traveled back and forth in specific illusions, but because the illusion didn't grasp how this death rollback of Xie Yi actually worked. This led to the timing of each rollback for Xie Yi being different. While this did cause Xie Yi some suspicion, he only doubted that the death rollback advantage had a problem, without considering that he had already entered the illusion. And the reason this illusion didn't grasp the operational method of Xie Yi's death rollback was. The reason is actually simple. Because Xie Yi himself does not know how the death rewind operates, so the illusion cannot imitate it. Just like Luo Xiaoning's mind does not have the contents after diary number 0920, there is only hearing, not seeing, so the illusion cannot deceive. This is the key to breaking the illusion for them, but it is difficult for Xie Yi to discover. However, Luo Xiaoning's situation is a breakthrough. At first, Luo Xiaoning thought they were fakes and did not say anything, so it is reasonable that she would mention it when she was dying. After all, they were about to die, what was there to be afraid of? Chapter 41, City in the Desert, Deeply Trapped, 8, Collective Analysis. At this moment, after Xie Yi analyzed everything, he happened to catch Yang Yanting directing them to look at the orange-yellow light outside. Xie Yi turned his gaze to look, and then he heard Yang Yanting say to them, "Don't you think it looks like a fire burning, as if someone is making a fire beside us?" After hearing this, Xie Yi silently agreed in his heart. Yes, the guide is making a fire for them outside the illusion, otherwise, they wouldn't be getting warmer under this light, nor could it explain why the city in the desert could have light at night without electric wires. The others were still lost in thought while looking at the light outside. Xie Yi had already thought it over, so he slowly turned his gaze to Yang Yanting. Seeing Yang Yanting sitting across from him, his lips pale, eyes red, staring blankly out the window as if he had seen something, Xie Yi felt a deep emotion. It seems that Luo Xiaoning's death is quite a blow to Yang Yanting. True love is rare. Thinking this, Xie Yi turned his gaze toward the lifeless Luo Xiaoning on the stone bed. To be honest, if it weren't for the clues Luo Xiaoning provided in the end, Xie Yi felt he might not be so relaxed now, he would definitely be racking his brains, anxious and uneasy. Since that's the case, Luo Xiaoning has also helped him. Xie Yi has always been clear-cut about kindness and resentment, he thought. What difference does it make in this world to have one more pair of loving couples? Aside from an increase in food for thought in the world, nothing really changes. Since there's no change, then it's fine to do a favor. At this moment, everyone had finished looking at the firelight outside and came to the same conclusion. So, next, everyone began to follow the thought of being now in the illusion and started searching for ways to break the illusion. But they were indeed a bit unlucky. The first thing they chose to analyze was the city gate regulations of the city in the desert, and just after analyzing the first rule. Besides Xie Yi and Yang Yanting not losing their cool, Su Xiaohua and Wen Xingyu both broke down emotionally. The first rule of the city gate regulations: 1. It is prohibited to bring private fire sources and all external items into the city. There are guards at the gate for inspection, please consciously obey. Recalling the first rule of the city gate regulations, they discovered the problem. Prohibition of private fire sources. At that time, no one thought there was anything wrong, they just felt that perhaps the locals of the city and the desert were afraid that people would secretly bring fire sources and burn their things, so they prohibited bringing dangerous fire into the city. But thinking back now, isn't this just the way to break the illusion? Otherwise, why would the fire in reality be extinguished when Yang Yanting first woke up from the illusion? The illusion could have easily continued the fire burning in the illusion, but it didn't, which made it faster for them to conclude that igniting a fire is the key to waking up. Yet, the illusion didn't do this. Since it didn't, it shows that the illusion is very afraid of fire, afraid that they would ignite a fire within the illusion and then awaken and return to the real world. As they analyzed up to this point, the beginning scene occurred. Aside from Xie Yi and Yang Yanting, whose minds hadn't shattered, Su Xiaohua and Wen Xingyu had both completely broken down. Because now, even though they knew that lighting a fire was the key to escaping, they had no source of fire left. Their backpacks and gear had long been left behind outside the city of the desert. Without a doubt, they couldn't possibly get out through the city gates, their minds were firmly trapped within this city of the desert, and escape was impossible. If they had had a chance to escape before entering the desert city, there might have been a way out, but once they entered, that chance was absolutely gone. How did they come to this conclusion? They derived this from the diaries of the 5 adventurers. Earlier, Xie Yi had suspected why the 5 adventurers could still write in their diaries in the real world after experiencing the hallucination of the false person pouring water and laying sand on the night of September 21st. This was strange, it indicated that the 5 adventurers were not always in the illusion, they had succeeded in coming out and mistakenly thought that the experiences from the hallucination last night were real events in the real world. Thus, they questioned each other about who poured Qin Jie's water, and recorded this on September 22nd. But in fact, there's still one point that cannot be explained. This point is why the pouring water and laying sand in the illusion would indeed turn out to be true after the 5 adventurers woke up. The water was actually poured, and it was filled with sand. Logically, what happens in an illusion is false. However, the water bottle they found in the desert was indeed filled with sand, showing that this event had actually happened. But this point remains unexplainable for now, they set it aside for the moment, hoping that it might be explained later. From the above analysis, they could already know, the 5 adventurers did indeed manage to wake up from the illusion. Now, according to the result that lighting a fire can break the illusion, we can deduce backwards. At the time of the incident, it must have been the case that one member of the 5 adventurers found that the campfire suddenly went out that night, and after rekindling it, went to sleep, not expecting that amidst the mishap, they would easily break through the illusion for the first time. This was the process from September 21st transitioning to September 22nd, similarly applicable from September 22nd to September 23rd. But why was there no transition from September 23rd to September 24th? That is the final key point. Revisiting the diary from September 23rd, it becomes apparent that the mental state of the 5 adventurers was already abnormal on that day. 3 days of severe hunger, extreme thirst, carrying burdens through the desert, and experiencing terrifying events every night had left their consciousness in a haze. This was the perfect time for the illusion to invade. Thus, when it was finally written "There's hope, the city, it's a city," it occupied an entire page of the notebook, making it difficult to discern what was written without careful examination. This further reflected the unstable mental state of the diary's author. And after finishing the last sentence, the 5 adventurers collapsed completely on the sand and subsequently fell into the illusion. Then, in the illusion, they saw the rules on the city gate. Therefore, in a desperate attempt to enter the desert city to replenish their water and continue living, the 5 adventurers decisively discarded all their backpacks and gear within the illusion. From that moment on, the 5 adventurers lost the equipment to light a fire and escape within the illusion, so there were no further records in the diary after September 23rd. Because the 5 adventurers could no longer come out of the illusion. In conclusion, similarly, once they entered the desert city within the illusion, they were utterly trapped and could only wait to die. Thus, after coming to this solid conclusion, Su Xiaohua and Wen Xingyu completely broke down. Xie Yi, however, did not break down. The main reason is that he has a death rewind, so he doesn't need to worry. Yang Yanting also did not collapse, the main reason Xie Yi could guess. Luo Xiaoning's death was a huge blow to Yang Yanting. Yang Yanting might feel that dying this way would be a happy existence, because he could die alongside Luo Xiaoning, and dying like this would not go against the vow to live well with Luo Xiaoning, because this situation was not something Yang Yanting wanted but something he had to face. What a perfect situation, it satisfied Yang Yanting's desire to die with Luo Xiaoning. So when Yang Yanting heard that they couldn't get out at all, his expression was indifferent, his eyes hollow, his face showed no other reaction. But there's no need to worry, Xie Yi dared to guarantee that with him around, this couple would surely get out of this scenario safely. So now, only Su Xiaohua and Wen Xingyu's worlds were hurt, especially Su Xiaohua, who cried for a long time after learning he would definitely die, making a ruckus that disturbed everyone. Next, let's analyze the 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 7th rules of the city gates. These 4 rules serve a similar purpose, which is to confuse their existence. 2. Food and water in the city are distributed uniformly and do not need to be purchased. You can collect them at number 3 street at any time. 4. There is free accommodation provided for outsiders in the city, which can be collected at the number 4 store. 5. It is best to close doors and windows tightly at night. 7. In the city, it is difficult to tell whether doctors are real or fake. Please seek medical advice with caution. If it weren't for rules 2 and 4, who would want to enter the desert city? When facing extreme hunger and thirst and about to die, the desert city offers free food, water, and accommodation, which is an irresistible temptation. For the 5 adventurers, this was expected, so there was not much to say. However, the arrival of rules 5 and 7 of the city gates could only be described as nauseating. This was the unanimous evaluation they gave after their analysis, very disgusting. Because if they hadn't realized they were in an illusion, then Luo Xiaoning's death would only lead them to deduce based on the city rules. Luo Xiaoning was poisoned by a scorpion because they didn't close the doors and windows properly at night, and then because they chose the wrong doctor in the city to treat Luo Xiaoning, which ultimately led to her death. That's the most disgusting part. Rules 5 and 7 not only would guide them to deduce the wrong conclusion but also reasonably place the responsibility for Luo Xiaoning's death on them. After all, the city rules clearly indicated the need to close doors and windows at night, and stated that it was hard to tell if the doctors were real or fake, so it was their own failure to follow the rules and their choice of the wrong doctor that caused their teammates' death. So if this continued, teammates would die one after another for these reasons, and the last person left would surely be in despair. He would be devastated by the fact that he personally sent his teammates away, just like Yang Yanting did with Luo Xiaoning, when in reality he hadn't really sent them away. It was all the influence of rules 5 and 7 that led them to think this way. It was too disgusting, and thus everyone unanimously decided that rules 5 and 7 were very disgusting presences. Everyone felt that this desert city was both despicable and shameless, not only wanting their lives but also ensuring they would not have a good death. It was truly infuriating. Then what remained was the analysis of rules 3 and 6 of the city gates. The city gate rule 3. At night, the city will randomly turn on lights. If they go off, please rest well. Rule 3 of the city gates can clearly be seen as another action to confuse them. However, when analyzing Rule 3 of the city gates, everyone unanimously believed that Rule 3 was a rule made specifically for them, and the 5 adventurers definitely did not have the content of Rule 3. Why do they feel this way? Because they are different from the 5 adventurers, they did not come to the desert as 5 individuals, but they also had a dedicated guide with them. In the city gate rules, Rule 3 mentions 2 points to pay attention to. One is irregular, and the other is uniform. These two correspond well to situations in the real world. Irregular means that the time the guide starts the campfire at night cannot be determined accurately. And uniform means that the moment the guide lights the campfire at night, it can make the desert city in their illusion glow for a second. Uniform refers to things occurring at the same time, but even the fastest electrical transmission has a delay, whereas the guide in the real world can light up the whole desert city instantly. So thinking about it now, it feels so strange, especially since no one felt that these small phrases were so chilling at the time. And there is something even more chilling, which is the next and final rule, City Gate Rule 6. 6. Do not pay attention to the voices outside the door calling star, it can be dangerous. After the group analyzed this, they immediately agreed that the discussed level of City Gate Rule 6 was on par with Rules 5 and 7. If the discussed level of City Gate Rules 5 and 7 is 5 stars, then Rule 6 has a discussed level of 4 stars plus 5 insidious stars. They read the star in Rule 6 several times, and since they had not experienced it, they could not immediately figure it out. Moreover, the hint clearly stated not to pay attention to the voices outside calling star when sleeping, otherwise danger would arise, so even if they encountered it, they would not pay attention. Thus, when analyzing City Gate Rule 6, the group fell into a silence. Until the break came when each of them repeated star several times, when Su Xiaohua made a slip of the tongue and read it as wake up. At that moment, when that wake up appeared, everyone suddenly understood. Damn it! That wake up was the guide calling out to them in the real world, right? Calling them to wake up quickly, not to continue sleeping, because if they kept sleeping, they would die. So now you understand why City Gate Rule 6 has a discussed level of 4 stars plus 5 insidious stars, right? How sinister is that? Who would take risks knowing it's dangerous? Even if Xie Yi has a death rewind, he might not knowingly commit a crime. So this Rule 6 should be cursed by them. In summary, if there was no breakthrough from Luo Xiaoning, and no player like Xie Yi with a death rewind, when this dungeon reached the desert city, they would be doomed. In such a difficult dungeon, no one had ever encountered it. So soon, someone questioned that this dungeon's absolute highest limit was not the difficulty of the 5th dungeon. Even if Su Xiaohua said that there was a 6th dungeon veteran among the team, everyone still did not believe this dungeon was of the 6th difficulty. At least Xie Yi did not believe it at all, because he had never encountered a player from the 10th dungeon in the 2nd dungeon who had such a tough time. So it can be imagined that this dungeon must at least be as difficult as the 10th dungeon. And he was obviously in the 3rd dungeon, yet Su Xiaohua insisted he was in the 6th dungeon. However, at least Su Xiaohua did not mention who it was, which was good, otherwise Xie Yi would have had a fierce confrontation because Su Xiaohua was lying about the military situation. Then, after a period of silence, the truth surfaced. When Qingyu came out and actively admitted that she lied about the number of dungeons and openly said she was a veteran of the 10th dungeon, Xie Yi felt as if he was struck by lightning, his soul shattered. Xie Yi knew, that this dungeon was someone else's 10th dungeon. He just knew that the strange tale had not let him go, and at first, he was pleased that he finally encountered a simple quest. What was the result? The result was that he was foolish enough to believe that the strange tale could be so kind. In the end, everyone did not say much about Wen Qingyu's confession. After all, they were all going to die, and it had no meaning to blame each other for lying. Anyway, Xie Yi also thought it was unnecessary. The main reason was that, although Xie Yi was furious that his third quest encountered players from the 10th quest again, at least he didn't have to worry about dying at all. With the death rollback in place, he had already surpassed 99.99% of the players surviving the strange tale. Xie Yi knew that he was standing and talking without pain, so after knowing the truth, he just silently vented his emotions and didn't make a real fuss. He couldn't just know he was an unlucky guy and not have any feelings at all, just accept it completely. How could that be? If that were the case, Xie Yi would not be Xie Yi. Xie Yi had to complain about the strange tale when he needed to, and he had to use the death rollback cheat granted by the strange tale. It was just that double standard. During the wait for death, everyone analyzed some unresolved questions to divert their current attention. The main reason was that their deteriorating bodies in the real world were gradually affecting them in the illusion. What they felt now was not just severe hunger and thirst, but also nausea, dizziness, blurred vision, muscle atrophy, irritability, rapid heartbeat, arrhythmia, and so on. So if they didn't find something to do, they would be unable to divert their attention and would experience the torment of gradual death without any doubt. It was very painful, something an ordinary person couldn't accept. Thus, everyone lay on the stone table and weakly raised what doubts they still had. For example, when Qingyu asked, "Why was the guide not affected by the illusion? Was it because we are players?" But the 5 adventurers were also affected, which means that anyone can be affected, so why was the guide not affected? Chapter 42, Desert City, produces an illusion. Then, Su Xiaohua, lying on the stone table, answered Wen Qingyu's question. Su Xiaohua replied, because the poisonous scorpion tattoo on the guide's nose played a role. He had previously said that in the eyes of most tribal peoples, scorpion tattoos act as amulets and protective items. Previously, he had no evidence to prove whether this poisonous scorpion tattoo really had any special effect. But now seeing that the guide did not enter the illusion with them showed that this poisonous scorpion tattoo had an effect. Furthermore, the tattoo on the guide was not made from the same materials as the normal tattoos they thought. This tattoo would include a thing in the material. Although he didn't know what this thing would be, it must play a role in warding off disaster and attracting good fortune. After Su Xiaohua explained this, everyone understood. This explanation indeed made sense. After solving this question, everyone fell into a long silence again. Time continued to flow, and Xie Yi didn't know how long had passed until his last thread of consciousness disappeared completely in the illusion. Xie Yi knew that his true death rollback had kicked in. When he opened his eyes again, the sky was tinged with a faint yellowish hue. In the evening, Xie Yi saw the desert city appear before him. Seeing that the death rollback point was set at the desert city, Xie Yi was somewhat surprised. He thought the death rollback would return to the time of the sandstorm. However, he could understand the death rollback point being set outside the desert city. Because usually, the death rollback goes back to very critical moments. It was just like testing whether he could avoid danger at the limit. Entering the desert city meant certain death, not entering meant survival, so the death replay brought him back to this choice fork. At this moment, some long-forgotten voices surrounded them. "There really is a desert city here, should we go in?" Su Xiaohua asked tentatively. "We came here to find the 5 adventurers, so we must go in," Wen Qingyu replied calmly. "Ning Ning, why have you been silent all the way? Are you still feeling unwell?" Yang Yanting reached out and touched Luo Xiaoning's forehead. He found it wasn't very hot. But Yang Yanting didn't know why his heart was racing, feeling a sense of unease, as if something bad was going to happen. Luo Xiaoning, touched by Yang Yanting, had an unusual expression, just shaking her head without replying. Next to them, Xie Yi watched the 4 discussing whether to enter the desert city and recalled their desperate expressions when they learned they couldn't leave once they entered. Thinking about these memories that only he possessed, Xie Yi felt it was a pity. After all, he had done a good deed, making this world have an additional happy couple. Alas, it was a pity no one knew he had done a good deed, but it didn't matter, he never sought recognition for his good actions. My heavens, there really is a desert city here. Is this the desert city the 5 adventurers heard rumors about? If the desert city looks like this, I want to come. What is Xie Yi thinking about? He's definitely thinking about whether to enter the desert city. Of course, we have to go in. Otherwise, why have they come all this way? Absolutely not. Hurry up and start the fire and leave. Staying here even a second makes Xie Yi feel creepy. Xie Yi quickly placed his backpack on the ground and began searching for what he needed inside. At this point, the other four were ready to head to the desert city, but suddenly saw Xie Yi putting down his backpack to look for something, stopping in confusion. Not just the four felt puzzled about what Xie Yi was doing, the fake bullet comments were also worried about him. What is Xie Yi doing? He pulled out a lighter? What is he doing with a lighter? Could it be he wants to start a fire? Aha, no. The four saw Xie Yi pull out the lighter and then saw him holding it out in front of everyone. The four didn't understand why their gaze was drawn to such a small lighter. But then, they heard a crisp click in the air, like the sound of a key unlocking a door. Then, a small flicker of flame emerged from the lighter's opening. Though tiny, it was like the only guiding light in the midst of confusion. In an instant, the four didn't even react to what was happening as their consciousness was forcefully peeled away like layers of silk from hair. When they opened their eyes again, looking at the scene in the tent, the four were dumbfounded. Aha, great! Xie Yi finally woke up. What the heck is going on? Why did they sleep for a whole day? And why did they all sleepwalk last night? I can't think about it. If Xie Yi doesn't wake up today, the guide will return tomorrow, and then they will be doomed. Have you all noticed, except for Xie Yi, who looked calm when he woke up, everyone's expressions were shocked? I saw it. The four were shocked and anxious as soon as they woke up, but even though they were confused, they still looked at Xie Yi simultaneously. What could have happened to make all four look at him at the same time? The four looked at Xie Yi at the same time? Did Xie Yi do something we don't know about? So what happened to them while they were sleeping? I am really confused and urgently need answers. At this moment, it was already late, and the guide had just picked up some firewood from not far away. Originally, the guide was about to put the firewood into the dug sand pit to start a fire, when he saw a few figures rising from the tent. Seeing those people waking up, a hint of surprise appeared in the guide's dark blue pupils, but soon returned to normal. After waking up, Xie Yi directly exited the tent and walked toward the guide. The other four also stumbled out of the tent, still confused about how they suddenly returned from the desert city to the tent, and saw Xie Yi going to find the guide, which made them even more unable to understand what Xie Yi was doing. The four hurriedly gathered together and quickly followed him, eager to hear what Xie Yi was going to do with the guide. Did Xie Yi discover something? Look at the way he walks with such confidence, he must have found something. I'm so surprised, he actually ended our noble god perspective. This operation is too outrageous. Chapter 43, The Last Clue of the Camera in the Desert City. At this moment, the firewood in the campfire had been ignited by the guide, and the blazing flames flickered in everyone's eyes. After all four sat down next to the guide and Xie Yi, they saw Xie Yi examining the camera left by the five adventurers they had picked up before. Looking at Xie Yi carefully studying the camera and not having much exchange with the guide, the four wanted to hear the rough truth and looked at each other in surprise. When Xing Yu watched Xie Yi study very seriously and did not interrupt him. Although she did not know why Xie Yi was studying this camera, she carefully thought about it during the time they walked over and already figured out some things. Except for not understanding how Xie Yi knew that lighting a fire could escape the illusion, she had almost figured everything out. Therefore, when Xing Yu planned to ask Xie Yi for advice once he finished what he was doing. On the opposite side, Yang Yanting and Luo Xiaoning saw Xie Yi continuously studying the camera and did not disturb him. For some reason, they felt that knowing the truth was not that important anymore. After waking up, Luo Xiaoning had already told him about the strange diary. After Yang Yanting pondered carefully, he realized they were in a dream, and thinking about Luo Xiaoning worrying about him being killed by an imposter made him feel heartache. So now Yang Yanting only wanted to spend quality time accompanying Luo Xiaoning in their final moments here. He believed that since Xie Yi was able to perceive they were in a dream while everyone else did not, it should not be difficult for him to leave this place. Even if it was difficult, they could discuss it together later. For now, he just wanted to quietly accompany Luo Xiaoning. Finally, it was Su Xiaohua sitting next to Xie Yi. Looking at Xie Yi picking up the camera, Su Xiaohua could not help but want to intervene. He actually wanted to say that this camera had been buried in sand for too long and could not be opened. But recalling how Xie Yi suddenly did something unexpected in the dream, he began to doubt whether he had checked carefully enough back then. Xie Yi's actions in the dream truly shocked and surprised him. Suddenly, Xie Yi's mysterious image in his mind rose sharply. He completely dared not joke around with Xie Yi anymore. Even when Xie Yi admitted he was an old player of the sixth instance, Su Xiaohua felt doubtful. Now, he could only be certain of one thing: Xie Yi must be a big shot, and not just any big shot, but a rare one who possessed humble, low-key, cautious, kind, and beautiful qualities. Thinking back to how he initially thought Xie Yi was a newcomer, Su Xiaohua felt he really lacked insight. In an instance, normal newcomers in the game would usually be nervous and scared. It's simply impossible to sleep leisurely, so one can guess that Xie Yi is an experienced old player. He actually doubts that Xie Yi is a naive rookie, which is truly a bit presumptuous. So, the four of them, each with their own thoughts, exchanged glances, and in the end, no one spoke, just focusing their eyes on Xie Yi. Xie Yi still hadn't noticed that the other four were looking at him, yet the viewers watching this strange scene were baffled. Why is everyone silent? I didn't lower the volume. Walk. Could it be that if Xie Yi doesn't speak, no one will? What's going on? Did I miss something? After just one night, has Xie Yi become their leader? What is Xie Yi doing with that camera? Aya, it's so annoying. Can you stop asking questions? There are no answers here. The fire continued to burn, and everyone waited silently for Xie Yi to study the camera. Suddenly, Su Xiaohua leaned back slightly, wanting to stretch his neck. As he relaxed his neck, Su Xiaohua saw that the camera, which had been black, was now lit up. Ha! Su Xiaohua was instantly filled with questions. What's going on? Wasn't it black just now? Su Xiaohua leaned in a bit closer to look. Gradually, he could no longer see that the camera was lit up. When he looked again, he saw that the camera was lit up. At that moment, Su Xiaohua suddenly realized something. Ah! So the camera display screen had a privacy film on it? But wait, why didn't he notice that during his previous inspection? Su Xiaohua was puzzled. Could it be that he really didn't check carefully? Not long after, when Xie Yi paused on one of the photos, Su Xiaohua's thoughts returned a bit, and he leaned over to look. At this moment, the display screen was frozen on a photo of the desert at night, where the only light was the burning fire in the center. As he looked down, he noticed a man with closed eyes, motionless, squatting next to a backpack, in a stiff position as if pouring water. Looking at this photo, not only was it strange, but the information it provided was pitifully little. Su Xiaohua didn't manage to figure anything out. However, when Xie Yi saw this, he began to understand some issues. During their collective reasoning, they had left one unresolved question. About why, even though it was a situation of pouring sand from a water jug in a hallucination, why was the water jug in the real world still filled with sand? Now it seems this hallucination wasn't just making people dream, it could also make people somnambulate and do things. For example, it could control them to pour out the water they had on them, making them die a bit faster. Alright, this unresolved question has also been answered, and now it was finally time for the last critical question. Xie Yi felt good, raised his head, and stretched his neck. Finding this photo in the camera that was almost out of memory took him a long time, his neck felt sore. Seeing that Xie Yi was moving, everyone immediately turned their gaze to him. Xie Yi initially wanted to tell everyone to go find the bodies, but when he looked up, he saw the other four looking at him intensely. Xie Yi's movement to stretch his neck immediately stiffened, filled with suspicion. Ha! What just happened? Why are they all looking at me like that? Xie Yi was puzzled. He hadn't done anything special just now, why is everyone suddenly looking at him? Until Xie Yi saw Wen Xingyu's gaze fall on the camera in his hand. Xie Yi quickly understood. Oh. So they are all looking at the camera, you scared me. I thought they were staring at me. You guys take a look at this. Seeing everyone so eagerly waiting for the camera, Xie Yi first passed the camera to Su Xiaohua beside him. As soon as everyone saw it, they immediately got excited, oh. They just knew that Xie Yi was fiddling with the camera to find clues. The clue has been found. Excited. Xie Yi. The camera passed around, and after the four people finished watching, they looked at each other without knowing what to say. Seeing that they didn't ask anything after watching, Xie Yi started chatting with the guide. Little did he know, the four of them were now in agony inside, wanting to ask questions, but Xie Yi was chatting with the guide and they could not interrupt. However, if they didn't ask, they wouldn't understand. In the end, none of the four chose to ask. If they didn't understand, so be it, as long as they could clear the level, that was enough. The audience was even more confused, but they changed their strategy and decided not to think for themselves anymore. They threw away their thoughts, directly handing everything over to the Strange Tales Entertainment production team to figure out. After all, this episode of the Strange Tales Entertainment was focusing on analyzing Xie Yi's behavior and invited the most authoritative and top-up masters in the field of Strange Tales analysis. So if the production team couldn't provide a reasonable explanation for why Xie Yi behaved this way, and merely brushed off the audience's questions like last time, they absolutely wouldn't allow the production team to make a second episode. Chapter 44, Desert City, the instance will begin tomorrow afternoon. At this moment, the director of the Strange Tales Entertainment production team was sweating profusely. The guests invited in the background were at a loss for what to do. They were on the verge of a breakdown. The reason they hadn't said a word in several days was not because they didn't want to showcase themselves and gain followers, but simply because they couldn't understand at all. Completely unable to grasp what Xie Yi was doing. They finally understood why Qin Shen had said to them, "Good luck, earning money isn't easy," when he learned they would be analyzing Xie Yi. At the time, they were dismissive, thinking that analyzing a newcomer who had just made their debut was not a challenging task. Even if the other party dealt with strange tales through mathematical formulas, they could figure it out. But what was the outcome? The result was that it felt like the other party had done nothing and yet was about to clear the level. Where were they supposed to analyze this? Especially since they couldn't even understand the initial audience question, why did Xie Yi stare at Wenxingyu for so long? They hadn't figured that out yet, let alone the subsequent developments. It was tough. They promised that after this analysis, they would never come back again. Just when the production team and the Upmasters were feeling miserable, the information they had investigated about Wenxingyu the day before yielded results. The Upmasters hurried to look at this only clue they could find in the real world. When the Upmasters saw that Wenxingyu was currently on the 10th level, their pupils suddenly dilated, and adrenaline surged rapidly. Ah, they finally knew how to analyze it, everything connected in their minds, finally no need to worry about losing their jobs. In the strange tale, Xie Yi chatted with the guide and basically figured everything out. From the guide, he learned two surprising pieces of information. First, the guide had heard of the existence of a city in the desert, but as someone who often roamed the desert and had collected bodies for many years, he had never seen it with his own eyes. He assumed it was a trick and didn't mention it to them. Xie Yi understood this. He had asked the guide if he knew the purpose of the scorpion tattoo on his face. The guide said his parents had tattooed it on him when he was 10, only saying it could ensure safety, with nothing more, and after he turned 10, his parents disappeared in the desert. Upon hearing this, Xie Yi fell silent for a moment. He didn't expect the guide to have such a tragic background. But this did not stop Xie Yi from continuing to ask questions, because if he didn't, the one facing tragedy next would be him. Xie Yi asked the guide how long he had been doing the body collection work. The guide said after his parents passed away, he was suddenly hired at a high price by a body collection company, and since he needed to make a living, he signed a lifelong contract for body collection. Upon hearing this, Xie Yi understood a bit why the rules state so. The body collectors have special guides, and following a guide is absolutely safe. Losing track of the guide is a deadly situation. The body collectors have special guides, and the word special is particularly noted here. Xie Yi has good reason to suspect that this body collection company knows some insider information about the desert city. Or, in a more sinister thought, the body collection company must have put effort into promoting the desert city. The body collection company knows, more or less, that the desert city does not exist, but in order to keep making money, they start spreading glorious rumors about the desert city around the area, causing those who originally came to travel to become curious and then decide to go. This perfectly matches what the 5 adventurers wrote in their diary. The 5 adventurers did not know from whom they heard that there was a city in the desert. It is said to be very far from the inn, basically undeveloped, and the citizens of the city only come out when they need to buy supplies. At that time, the 5 adventurers decided to go to this rumored desert city. After heading there, the 5 adventurers had a chance of perishing in the desert. And no matter what, the body collectors would definitely make money. The guides here were probably all hired by the body collection company, and those with scorpion tattoos were hired at a high salary. The 5 adventurers once mentioned in their diary. They found a local guide and wanted him to take them there, but they didn't have enough money to pay for an extra vehicle for the guide, so they could only obtain a map from the guide to go by themselves. So if the 5 adventurers hired a guide, then the body collection company made money. And if the 5 adventurers didn't hire a guide and died, then the body collection company still made money. In any case, the body collection company was guaranteed to profit. This company is truly heartless. Xie Yi felt this way. If thought about it carefully, the rules hinted from the very beginning just how ruthless the body collection company was in making money. It's just that only after experiencing all of this can one see these clues. For example, the background introduction mentioned that the 5 adventurers perished in it, and their parents wept bitterly, deciding to pool money together to hire a group of desert body collectors to go. Deciding to pool money together is something that can only be done by 5 families. One can imagine how high the body collection fee must be. This body collection company is truly unscrupulous to make money. This is what Xie Yi analyzed after obtaining the first piece of unexpected news from the guide. And the second piece of unexpected news from the guide was that the body collection company's people were coming tomorrow afternoon. When Xie Yi heard this news, he almost thought he was too eager to return to the space and misheard. As it turned out, it was true, and Xie Yi felt it was a bit far-fetched. After all, how could they find the bodies just when they fell into a delusion? Was it intentional? However, after Xie Yi listened to how the guide found the 5 adventurers' bodies, and combined it with his own experience, it seemed a bit reasonable. From before, when they collectively reasoned, they deduced that the 5 adventurers' bodies would be near their own equipment. Because the 5 adventurers completely fainted on the sandy ground after seeing the desert city. At that time, they had equipment on them, so it could be concluded that the equipment was with the bodies. But why didn't they find the bodies when they found the equipment? It might have been affected by a sandstorm earlier, but the general location wouldn't shift too much. the guide also thought this way. So at the moment the signal was restored, the guide returned to the place where they had previously found the equipment to look again. Then the guide found the bodies of the 5 adventurers. After the guide found the body, he sent out the signal. When the body retrieval company replied that they would come tomorrow afternoon, the guide initially planned to leave, but feeling uneasy about them still unconscious, he returned to take care of them. Then he saw them waking up just as night was about to fall. After hearing what the guide said, Xie Yi quickly calculated the time based on the body retrieval company's reply. According to the idea that the time in the illusion world equals the time in the real world, Xie Yi vaguely remembered dying in the illusion around the afternoon of the next day. When he realized this, Xie Yi actually wanted to curse out loud, as if the body retrieval company had timed their arrival just right. Otherwise, why would they come tomorrow afternoon? It felt like they calculated that if they could not escape the illusion, even if the guide found the body, they still wouldn't be able to pass the level. After all, their only condition to pass was to wait for the body retrieval company to arrive. And they would undoubtedly die in the illusion before the body retrieval company got there. So Xie Yi thought this was both puzzling and reasonable. Xie Yi summarized it: they had to leave the illusion, otherwise, they would die. After all, who let the main rule to be so clearly displayed, and not something else? So, they had to go through the illusion part to find the body and pass the level. Xie Yi was speechless, he really wished he could just go back to his space and rest. These past few days had been too exhausting. Chapter 45, the main stage of the Strange Talk Entertainment. The moment Xie Yi cleared the instance, the audience in the live broadcast room erupted into an epic celebration. Ah, I knew Xie Yi was the strongest. Excited, screaming, celebration. I feel like I understood what they were saying, but also didn't really understand, but it's okay. Xie Yi cleared the level, which means I can keep watching the instances with him. Happy. What should I do? Melancholy, I'm already looking forward to Xie Yi's 4th instance. Waiting for updates is really torturous. Me too, sister. You said Xie Yi takes a few days to enter an instance, and the time isn't fixed. It's not fair compared to other players. Maybe Xie Yi needs to rest too, but as a fan, I want to watch his livestream every day. But I also hope he can go home alive. Exactly. Right, hurry up and demand answers from the Strange Talk Entertainment production team. This team has been pretending to explain Xie Yi, but they don't explain anything at all. It's completely deceptive. We can't let them profit off of Xie Yi's hard work without cause. Yes, that's right. Last episode, we were completely fooled by the Strange Talk Entertainment production team. They said they didn't invite enough hosts, so the analysis wasn't adequate. This time, they invited 8, but even 1 less than last time. Exactly. These 8 have not said a word since the stream started, just sitting there like wooden stakes. Whenever the audience asks something, it's as if their eyes can't see. It makes me so mad. They are making money so easily, I feel like I could do it too. Complain. Exploiting Xie Yi's hard work. Boycott this useless production team. The audience's calls grew louder, and the director of the Strange Talk Entertainment production team was sweating profusely in the back room. At this moment, the 8 analysts were struggling to keep calm, holding their scripts, quickly going over the clues they had analyzed throughout the previous day, and soon gave the director an okay gesture. Inside, the 8 analysts were feeling bitter. Thankfully, Xie Yi's instance would take until tomorrow afternoon to clear, or they wouldn't have had this much time to analyze the entire logic of the instance. To be honest, analyzing Xie Yi alone was far more difficult than analyzing a group of people. They finally understood why Chen Chen said that it was hard to earn money analyzing Xie Yi. If it weren't for the fear that their career plans would be ruined, they wouldn't even want to explain, even if it meant losing money. They had already decided that no matter how much the program team offered next time, they wouldn't come back. It was too hard. The 8 of them had struggled for a whole day and night just to piece together some clues. Imagine how difficult it was for the commentator Xie Yi. At the front desk of the program team, the host looked at the smoky comments section in front of her, and for a moment, she didn't know how to adjust things. It was all complaints. All she could do was try to calm everyone down. Dear viewers, please wait a moment, don't be anxious, we will provide an explanation shortly. Although the host appeared calm on the surface, she was anxious and worried inside. A day had passed, and she wondered if the 8 commentators had prepared themselves. As the host was feeling uneasy, the director team signaled her with an okay gesture. Upon seeing the director's gesture, the host instantly felt relieved and quickly got into a professional state. Facing the camera, the host couldn't hold back her relief and spoke up. Thank you for waiting so long, everyone. First of all, let's congratulate player Xie Yi for successfully completing the Desert City dungeon. From this dungeon, we can clearly see that player Xie Yi possesses very strong hardcore skills, otherwise, he wouldn't have breezed through a dungeon where there are veteran players from the 10th level. This is truly astonishing. The host continued calmly, but the audience exploded. Did the host just misspeak? What did she say? She said Xie Yi completed the dungeon where there are veteran players from the 10th level. How is that possible? Walk. This can't be real. Didn't the player introduce himself and say which dungeon he was in? No one said they were from the 10th level. Did something go wrong? Shocking. Did someone lie? Who would lie? How could they dare to hide such an important matter? Who is so bold? Could Xie Yi have already found out who lied? Am I the only one that noticed? Xie Yi encountered veteran players from the 10th level again, for the third time. Is it a coincidence or is he just unlucky? Very confused. Jap. I think it should be that Xie Yi is just too unlucky. Funny joke. Jap. Deep soul questioning. Is Xie Yi being targeted by some horror story? Little cat puzzled. Jap. The moment this news broke, the viewers who had just been accusing the program team of profiting from Xie Yi immediately filled the live chat with question marks upon hearing the news. Seeing the audience continuously expressing their existential questions, the host smiled subtly. The host quickly seized the rhythm and said, "Since everyone is so shocked by this news, then let's invite the 8 commentators to explain everything to us. I believe that after the 8 commentators finish their explanations, all your confusion will be resolved." As soon as the host finished speaking, the director team skillfully switched the camera to the 8 seated commentators. The 8 commentators quickly introduced themselves one by one to the audience. The introductions were fast, although the audience didn't remember all of them. That didn't stop them from listening to the commentary. Can they really explain it clearly? It feels very unreliable. Let's listen. I want to see how they explain Xie Yi's amazing moves. If they don't do well, I'll give them a piece of my mind. On the screen, the first commentator quickly took the lead. He said slowly and steadily, "Just now, everyone received a very significant piece of news from the host. That is, in this dungeon, Xie Yi encountered another veteran player from the 10th level." At this point, the first commentator sighed deeply. Seeing this situation, I can't help but wonder, is player Xie Yi just very unlucky, or is he so powerful that he is targeted by some sinister forces? How could we encounter such a hellish dungeon with veteran players again? It's truly hard to believe. Number 2 looked at number 1's dejection and immediately responded, "I think it's because Xie Yi is too strong that he got pulled into the dungeon with veteran players from the 10th instance. As everyone knows, when the game first started, we discovered an unsolved mystery about why Xie Yi stared at Wenxingyu for so long. This problem was completely unresolved at that time, but now thinking back, it feels creepy." The audience was confused by number 2's mysterious words. What's creepy? Could it be that Wenxingyu is a player from the 10th instance? As soon as an audience member guessed this, number 2 immediately spoke up. "That's right, congratulations to this audience member with the username Professional Eating Athlete for guessing correctly. Wenxingyu is indeed a veteran player from the 10th instance in this dungeon." Chapter 46, Strange Tales Entertainment Show Team's Home Court 2. Upon hearing that Wenxingyu was truly a veteran player from the 10th instance, the audience was all stunned. Walk. I can't believe Wenxingyu is a veteran from the 10th instance. I don't understand. If Wenxingyu is a veteran player, that means she has strength, so why did she lie during her introduction? Oh ho, it's simple. Wenxingyu must be worried that if her teammates knew she was a veteran player from the 10th instance, they would lose confidence thinking this dungeon is too hard, so she lied about her number of runs. Damn. Why does this woman have such complicated thoughts? Even if that's the case, it's still not a reason to lie. The audience kept accusing Wenxingyu of lying. Number 3, the commentator, saw the comments from the audience and agreed, saying, "Exactly, even if it's because she's afraid of her teammates having a negative mindset about clearing the dungeon, that's still no reason to lie." However, suddenly, number 3 raised his voice. Luckily, Xie Yi discovered Wenxingyu's poor lie from the start, which prevented the deaths of all team members later. The audience, hearing this, was all shocked and confused. Xie Yi discovered that Wenxingyu was lying from the beginning? Is that for real? But how does Xie Yi discovering Wenxingyu's lie relate to everyone dying? The audience was befuddled, completely unable to understand what number 3 was implying. Seeing the confusion and misunderstanding in the comments, number 3 began to explain confidently. "I believe everyone knows that with Xie Yi's strong strength, it's easy for him to tell if someone is lying. In fact, if we look back at the situation then, we can also see that Wenxingyu was lying, and it was very obvious." As number 3 explained this, the director smoothly cut the live broadcast to the segment where the players just received the rule sheet and analyzed it. Look, after Xie Yi quickly read the rule sheet, he glanced at everyone. His gaze was undoubtedly purposeful and not casual at all. As we all know, in the previous instance, Xie Yi had encountered the 10th instance players, so after joining the new dungeon, he would definitely be worried whether they would meet veteran players from the 10th instance again. Thus, with Xie Yi on high alert, when his gaze swept across Wenxingyu's face, he saw her look of helplessness, which quickly caught Xie Yi's attention. This explains why Xie Yi stared at Wenxingyu for so long. He sensed something was off with her state. From that moment on, Xie Yi was on guard against everything Wen Xingyu did. After hearing number 3's explanation, the audience felt it was unbelievable. Wow wow wow. No wonder it's Xie Yi. A big shot is a big shot, his observational skills are indeed extraordinary. Ha ha, I said that every action of Xie Yi has extraordinary meaning. There aren't many cautious and careful big shots. No, even if Xie Yi knows that Wen Xingyu lied, how does that relate to avoiding the total annihilation later? Yeah, Wen Xingyu just lied once, can it really affect the lives of everyone? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? The audience quickly seized on this doubt to inquire, and number 3, seeing there was no immediate explanation, simply smiled slightly and looked at number 4 beside him. Number 4 understood that number 3 was intentionally giving him a chance to speak, so he turned on the microphone and explained. It's not that commentator number 3 is exaggerating. We 8 commentators have all considered whether this guess is exaggerated, but the outcome shows it isn't. No matter how we review it, Wen Xingyu's lie this time carries at least 50% of the responsibility for the total annihilation. If Xie Yi hadn't discovered the key, I'm afraid none of them would have escaped from the dream. At this point in the commentary, the audience was once again confused. When did a dream pop up? However, once commentator number 4 finished explaining, they all understood. Commentator number 4 continued, did you not notice that whenever key clues are mentioned, Wen Xingyu always changes the subject? For example, when Su Xiaohua was explaining the role of the scorpion tattoo on the guide's face, Wen Xingyu, sensing the team's atmosphere was off, directly said not to worry too much. Who knew Su Xiaohua's explanation was right on target for the situation ahead? Xie Yi looked troubled at that moment, but he repeatedly glanced at Su Xiaohua, so at that time, Xie Yi must have felt that Su Xiaohua's explanation was crucial. Xie Yi's approach to any clue is that it is better to catch it wrong than to let it go lightly. But Wen Xingyu is different. She not only did not develop such good habits like Xie Yi but also led everyone's thoughts astray. This is Wen Xingyu's first mistake. The second mistake by Wen Xingyu is that she insisted on testing whether Xie Yi had also lied like her. She treated Xie Yi as her kind, which is actually the most detestable part. When Xie Yi stated he was in the third copy, Wen Xingyu's reaction was the most obvious among the other 3. Because deep down, she knew she had lied, so when she heard that Xie Yi was in the third copy and she was in the 10th, she was very surprised and wondered if Xie Yi was also an experienced player in the 10th. When Wen Xingyu had this suspicion, she later asked Xie Yi on the first night by the campfire, she proactively asked him, did you discover something that's why you aren't worried about finding the corpse tomorrow? This question clearly had the intention to test Xie Yi's true situation. If Xie Yi responded, Wen Xingyu would confirm they were the same kind. If Xie Yi didn't answer, she would think of him as the kind of big shot who hides his capabilities. So at this moment, we can see from the footage that Xie Yi's expression was one of impatience and frowning. The director smoothly switched to the scene of Xie Yi and Wen Xingyu alone by the campfire at night. Look, Xie Yi's face is written all over with I don't want to answer. He slightly turned his head, avoiding Wen Xingyu's gaze. Wen Xingyu noticed it too, but she didn't pursue the questioning. Instead, she lowered her posture, took a step back, and apologetically said, I'm very sorry. She even proactively changed the subject, as if to help Xie Yi out of trouble. This retreating tactic was clearly intended to elicit sympathy. Sure enough, after 2 seconds of silence, Xie Yi nodded and gave a brief yet crucial answer. At this point, number 4 sighed deeply and said, if it weren't for the kind heart of the great Xie Yi, Wen Xingyu's tactic of retreating to advance would not have worked at all. So when we analyze this, we couldn't help but marvel at Xie Yi's broad-mindedness, which was truly unexpected. However, the above 2 mistakes made by Wen Xingyu are not the most serious is what happened later. The seriousness of the latter almost cost everyone their lives. We all know that during the group analysis, Xie Yi remained silent and kept quiet. At that time, everyone thought Xie Yi was unable to analyze anything and felt he was too silent, which did not fit the image of a boss. But in reality, Xie Yi's silence perfectly reflected his identity as a boss. We all remember that when Wen Xingyu finished reading the strange events recorded by the 5 adventurers in the diary, he directly concluded that there were imposters here, and then Su Xiaohua immediately echoed Wen Xingyu and started explaining what an impostor was. Only Xie Yi didn't say a word at the time, just quietly listened to the back-and-forth dialogue between the 2. We all thought Xie Yi remained silent because he did not understand the knowledge about imposters, so he chose to listen to Su Xiaohua's explanation. But in fact, we guessed wrong. Xie Yi chose silence not because he didn't understand the knowledge of imposters, but because he disagreed with Wen Xingyu's conclusion that there were imposters here. We can clearly see this from the playback. At this time, the director smoothly switched back to Xie Yi, who remained silent while listening to Wen Xingyu and Su Xiaohua discuss the imposters. In the footage, when Xie Yi heard Wen Xingyu draw the conclusion of imposters, he immediately frowned. Just as he was about to say something correct, he was interrupted by Su Xiaohua's explanation, which directly cut off Xie Yi's intent to deny it. At this moment, someone would surely ask why Xie Yi didn't continue to speak afterward. Isn't that obvious? Being interrupted is definitely unsatisfying. And, facing a crowd of enemies with only 2 people on his side, continuing to debate the wrong conclusion would be like playing the lute to a cow. So when we analyze this, all 8 of us commentators fully agree with Xie Yi's choice to remain silent, and we felt deeply moved. Because Xie Yi's actions completely embody the image of a boss that we understand, one who remains awake while everyone else is intoxicated. Then there was the question of why, after everyone slept for a day and woke up, only Xie Yi's expression was calm and indifferent, while the other 4 had shocked expressions and looked towards Xie Yi. At that moment, we didn't know why, but when we viewed it from a god's perspective and observed Xie Yi's smooth conversation with the guide, we could see. Xie Yi must have made an extraordinary contribution in the dream. For instance, Xie Yi saved the lives of the other 4, otherwise, the other 4 wouldn't have looked towards Xie Yi upon waking. It must have been that Xie Yi's actions were shocking and left them with lingering thoughts. Therefore, based on these known facts, the 8 of us commentators have drawn a conclusion. The reason Xie Yi could successfully clear the 10th veteran player's dungeon is entirely due to his exceptionally strong abilities. If it had been anyone else, they would have been dead long ago. So there is no doubt that Xie Yi's strength is the most formidable existence. Number 4 commentator, excited and spirited, stopped speaking here, and the audience was shocked and surprised after hearing this. Oh my gosh, so this is how things are. Ah, I knew Xie Yi was the strongest. Right now, I can't say anything other than praising Xie Yi as amazing. I thought Xie Yi was already very powerful, but I didn't expect he could be even more powerful. Oh dear, I've said it long ago, Xie Yi is very impressive. The audience was still in a frenzy of amazement and celebration during the live broadcast, completely forgetting about the production team. The commentators, seeing this situation, all sighed in relief. Finally, it was over. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. The author, begging, is online asking for book reviews, hoping to have some joy during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Thank you. Chapter 47, 5 Rooms, Died Mysteriously, Completion. After returning to the space, Xie Yi fell into a deep sleep. The few days spent in Desert City had tanned Xie Yi's skin a shade darker. Had he not returned to the space where all influences would vanish, he would have to consider how many days it would take to return to his original fair skin. Now, Xie Yi didn't know how long he had slept. Anyway, when he got up, he saw that the door to the 4th room was open. Xie Yi felt puzzled. Why did it seem like he hadn't rested for long before the door opened? Could it be that the more times one clears the level, the faster the next room's door opens? Xie Yi walked up to the door of the 4th room and took a peek. After seeing what was written on the sign of the door, Xie Yi fell silent. To be honest, he didn't want to go in. The sign read, 5 rooms, single exclusive personal instance. Exclusive personal? Xie Yi looked at these 4 words, his eyes wide open. Even a fool could tell what this meant. This was a special instance set up just for him. Xie Yi immediately had a bad feeling. Something's wrong. Why is there a special instance set up just for me? Is this intentional? Or is this just how the mode works here? No one told Xie Yi about the appearance of such a mode instance, right? In the end, Xie Yi still walked in. Although he thought about not going in, his actions were still honest. After all, his mindset had long since become unbreakable through constant death. So, whatever, dying early or late is still dying. Anyway, he couldn't truly die, so it was better to clear the level quickly and return to a safe place to rest. The moment he entered the 4th room, white light quickly engulfed Xie Yi's entire body. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a long, bright white corridor. The long corridor was a closed space. The incandescent lights on the ceiling illuminated everything here, leaving no place to hide. On the left side of the corridor, there was a door at equal distances, and he could easily see 5 doors along this corridor, perfectly matching the title of the instance, 5 rooms. Then, on the right side of the corridor, there was a table and a stool made of wood, both brown-colored, placed alone in the middle. Their presence in the empty, bright white corridor was quite jarring. Xie Yi planned to go over to that table first because he seemed to have spotted something white on it, probably a rule sheet. Just as Xie Yi was about to head over, he suddenly noticed there was also a closed door behind him. Immediately, Xie Yi stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the door behind him. Seeing that there was also a door behind him, Xie Yi felt puzzled. For some reason, when this door appeared behind him, it felt like he had entered this instance through this door. Xie Yi didn't recklessly touch it. He believed it was better to be cautious. At this moment, in a place where Xie Yi couldn't see, a group of people was celebrating wildly. Xie Yi, you're finally here. I feel like my sky has fallen without you. Here, I've waited so long the flowers have wilted. Oh ho ho, what instance will Xie Yi have this time? I'm excited. Walk. It's actually Xie Yi's exclusive personal instance. What? Xie Yi has reached his own personal instance so quickly? Walk, I never believed one could be this unlucky. This is probably the 4th instance for Xie Yi. Why is the difficulty increasing again? Here, let's digress a bit. The difficulty of a personalized instance is tailored according to the player's overall strength. The stronger you are, the harder the instance becomes. I can hardly imagine how tough this instance must be for someone as powerful as Xie Yi. Damn, won't that be disastrous? Xie Yi's usual abilities can defeat veteran players in the 10th instance. Does that mean this instance is on par with the 10th or even harder? Ah, not again with the difficulty of the 10th instance. Please, my Xie treasure. The moment Xie Yi started his livestream, Strange Tales Entertainment quickly reopened the live room. This time, the reservations were multiple times higher than before, causing a massive influx of viewers right at the start of the stream. Moreover, it's worth noting that during Xie Yi's time away from streaming, Strange Tales Entertainment successfully topped the ratings for their channel this week. This gave the director a sufficient budget to invite more authoritative contributors from the realm of Strange Tales for analysis. However, what's strange is that despite the hefty budget, they only invited 3 commentators this time. Each invitee seemed to have heard a rumor that analyzing Xie Yi was akin to analyzing an unknown abyss, insisting on more payment to come. The director was puzzled. How can analyzing one person be so difficult? But, in order to cash in on this wave of popularity, he could only grit his teeth and pay up. Inside the Strange Tale. At this moment, Xie Yi had already arrived at the wooden table opposite room 3, picking up the rule sheet for inspection. 5 rooms. Background intro: your starting identity is an investigator of heresy who has come here to investigate. Alright, please start your investigation. Once the system determines your investigation is complete, the door in the corridor will immediately open, and then you can leave here. 1. The order of opening each door is very important. 2. Every abnormal detail needs attention. 3. Please break your cognition and boldly hypothesize. For, some foods in the rooms cannot be eaten, while others can, so choose wisely. After reading the rule sheet, Xie Yi couldn't say he was confused, he could only say it felt very strange. From the background introduction, he understood that the condition to clear this instance was to complete the investigation here. And the standard for reviewing whether he could clear it was based on the system's judgment. So what if the system doesn't let him out? Thinking of this, Xie Yi finally realized where his previous bad feeling was coming from. It was waiting for him here after all. Could it be that the Strange Tales found his external help too powerful, and thus wanted to confine him? No, let's not think this way. Xie Yi quickly dismissed this suggestion in his mind and continued to analyze. He could leave as soon as the door in the corridor opened. Looking at this line, Xie Yi glanced towards the end of the corridor on his left. It was the place he had just come from. So that door behind him was the exit. Realizing everything, Xie Yi began to act. Xie Yi thought it's just a matter of dying a few more times. Since there are heresies here, he could just die to find out where they are. But he certainly wouldn't waste his life recklessly. Xie Yi would never do that. So it seems this instance was truly designed specifically for him. After all, it's all unknown, and no one knows when they might die. Normal people would probably have no hope of surviving, but it's different for Xie Yi. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Xie Yi bitterly smiled. It must have taken a lot of effort for the Strange Tales to prepare this instance for him. The audience was shocked at this point. Wow! I didn't expect Xie Yi's exclusive instance to be so absurd. Is this the difficulty of the 10 copies? Let the system determine the completeness of the investigation? This is the first time I've seen this kind of clearance method. Don't you think the background introductions line, "You start as a heretic investigator coming here to investigate," seems to leave something unsaid? It feels like only half was told. The background introduction feels very strange. I always have a sense that something bizarre will happen. Oh, don't worry. Whatever issue you've noticed, the great Xie Yi has certainly already caught it. We just have to wait for the Grand Master's miraculous operation. Oh, is that so? This is my first time watching Xie Yi's livestream. I don't quite understand, and I have a feeling it's a bit suspenseful. Yes, that's right. It's nonsense. Xie Yi opened his eyes and found himself back at the exit, feeling an absurdity deep inside. He never expected he could die so quickly. This completely refreshed his view of this dungeon. Do you know what he just experienced? What Xie Yi can say is that he died in a very nonsensical way. He doesn't even know why he died. Thinking carefully, he just chose to knock on the door of room 1 first, then began his investigation. At that moment everything was fine. A woman in her 20s came out of room 1. When she saw Xie Yi standing outside the door, she didn't seem surprised at all, nor did she have any confusion about Xie Yi's presence. It was as if she regarded him as a delivery guy standing in the hallway. Indeed, she thought of Xie Yi as a delivery guy. The first thing the woman said was, "Sorry, delivery guy, I'm 10 months pregnant, my belly is too big, the light bulb at home is broken, and I can't change it myself, so I can only tip you to help me change it, please come in." The pregnant woman's voice was very sincere and her attitude was good. Naturally, a kind-hearted young man like Xie Yi would choose to help. However, when Xie Yi looked down, he found that the pregnant woman's belly was flat, and she was far from being 10 months pregnant. Immediately, Xie Yi's mind rang alarm bells. Believing this pregnant woman was a bit problematic. However, Xie Yi himself came to open the door in a half-dead state, and now that the pregnant woman had already invited him in, if he didn't go in, something bad would definitely happen. So Xie Yi entered room 1. While exhaustively changing the light bulb for the pregnant woman, he kept on guard against her attacking him, resulting in him not looking for any clues at all. The result was that Xie Yi completely overthought it. After he finished changing the bulb, the pregnant woman swiftly kicked him out. He came out of room 1 completely intact. Xie Yi was shocked. Being intact was certainly good, who would want to end up in trouble, but Xie Yi always felt something was off. This kind of aimless exploration really gave Xie Yi a headache. Because you have no idea when danger will appear. Then, while Xie Yi suspected whether he had paranoia, and decided whether to relax a bit, he casually knocked on the door of room 2. As a result, when the door of room 2 opened from the inside, a short-haired man in his 20s saw him and, without saying a word, forcibly pulled him into the room. Xie Yi had no ability to resist, and then he saw a bunch of people inside. Due to the chaotic scene at the time, Xie Yi was trapped by the short-haired man's arms around his neck, causing him to struggle for breath and making his vision blur, failing to take in anything. Then, as his consciousness wavered, Xie Yi could feel a knife cutting into his stomach, not understanding what this group was doing to him. After dying, Xie Yi thought that dying would send him back to the moment the short-haired man forcefully dragged him into the room. After all, each death reset is incredibly extreme, and he was prepared to use the fruit knife obtained from the second instance to fight back against the short-haired man. But the result of the death reset brought him back to the very beginning, just when he first entered this instance. Xie Yi stood at the exit, looking at the familiar white corridor in front of him, feeling a sense of absurdity within. Outrageous, outrageously absurd. The audience saw Xie Yi standing still and became puzzled. It's been 3 minutes since the stream started, why is Xie Yi still standing still? Is he not planning to take action yet? Big guts, when will the boss take action? Can you just butt in? Funny. Don't you think Xie Yi's expression seems off? His brow is tightly furrowed, as if something bad has happened. Is standing still going to help him discover something wrong? If that's the case, then Xie Yi is too amazing, right? Gradually accepting the fact that he had died for no reason, Xie Yi began a new round of trial and error. This time, he planned to head directly to room 3, with a plan to look through all the rooms here first. As he passed the wooden table opposite the door of room 3, Xie Yi glanced at the rule sheet on the table but did not linger. Having just looked at it not long ago, a quick glance showed it was filled with rules, so there was no need to look again. Thus, Xie Yi directly knocked on the door of room 3, without paying much attention to the rule sheet. Xie Yi didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his behavior, but the audience in the livestream was shocked and confused as he skipped the rule sheet to knock on the door of room 3. Walk. Is he going to open the door without looking at the rule sheet? How confident is he? I can't imagine. Could it be that Xie Yi discovered some mystery just by standing there? I can't understand why Xie Yi isn't looking at the rule sheet. The boss can't be that reckless and careless. Quick! At Guai Tan when you to come and explain. Many audience members at Guai Tan when you for an explanation. Among the 3 commentators, one named Yu Fengwa saw this question and provided an explanation. This is easy to understand. Xie Yi, as an experienced player, certainly wouldn't skip the rule sheet. Furthermore, he just looked at it. The only reason you didn't notice is that he scanned it too quickly. When the audience heard this explanation, they were all shocked and confused. Oh my goodness! Is it true that Xie Yi has already looked at the rule sheet? But the time was so short, he actually finished looking at it? I don't believe it. How could that be possible? Exaggeration can't be this exaggerated. Seeing that there were still audience members who didn't believe it, Yu Fengwa smirked and calmly said, "Just watch this moment." The director quickly projected the earlier footage of when Xie Yi passed the door of room 3 and the wooden table onto the big screen. Yu Fengwa immediately got excited and explained, "It is obvious from the footage that Xie Yi stood still for a full 3 minutes before setting off." Why did he stand for 3 minutes before moving? Because he was analyzing the layout of the entire area. Take a close look. What stands out most in this corridor? Isn't it that table and stool? These table and stool could clearly be placed nearer to the player, so why are they placed right at the door of room 3? Isn't that strange? Xie Yi must have discovered this oddity, which is why he was thinking that this table might be hinting that he needs to enter room 3 first. So, after standing still for 3 minutes, Xie Yi headed straight for room 3. Everyone says that Xie Yi did not look at the rule sheet, but that is not true. When Xie Yi walked towards room 3, he slightly turned his head to glance at the rule sheet on the desk. Although his gaze only lingered for 3 or 4 seconds, he indeed saw it, and that is the key point. From our perspective, Xie Yi rushed into room 3 without looking at the rule sheet, but from Xie Yi's perspective, he merely simplified the time and wanted to hurry to investigate the clues. So, do you all understand? The world of the big shots is not something that ordinary people can comprehend. After Yu Fengwa finished speaking, he took a deep breath, and his words were passionate and inspiring. The entire live broadcast room suddenly fell into a rare silence. After a full 3 seconds, the barrage finally started to run at high frequency. Oh my goodness, Xie Yi is amazing. What the heck, I can't believe this. How did I never notice Xie Yi is this incredible? Ah, he actually took only 3 seconds to read the rule sheet, he is simply a super god. Unbelievable, unbelievable, Xie Yi is secretly improving while we are in the space. Xie Yi knocked on the door of the third room, completely unaware of how shocked the audience outside was by his action. He knocked twice on the third door, but there was no response from inside. Just as Xie Yi was feeling puzzled, a crisp sound echoed, and the door was opened from the inside. Xie Yi instinctively took a step back. The sudden death in the second room had a significant impact on him. It was a long and painful death, so he decided to be cautious. After the third door was opened from the inside, it slowly showed a trend of moving outward. Creak, the sound seemed not to be pushed by human strength but opened due to some vibration. Xie Yi watched as the door opened, but in the end, it only opened a crack. At once, Xie Yi frowned slightly. Could it be that there was no one inside? But how did the door open if no one was there? With this doubt, Xie Yi pulled the door open. Inside was empty, and a horrific red color rushed towards him, carrying a suffocating heaviness. For some reason, even before entering room 3, Xie Yi felt the oppressive and closed atmosphere inside, making him hesitant. But adhering to the thought that he was already here, not going in would seem too cowardly. Ultimately, Xie Yi took a step inside. Entering room 3, there was no bedroom, no bathroom, no windows, nothing at all, just a vast 30 square meters of emptiness. All the walls in the room were dark red, as if covered in blood-like liquid, creating an extremely oppressive feel, as if compressing a person into a dark red box. The barrage in the live broadcast room flew up. This room is so strange, all red. Not just all red, but there is nothing at all. So creepy, if there's no one inside, then who opened the door for Xie Yi earlier? It can't be a real ghost. Walk, don't scare me at night up here. Xie Yi seems completely unafraid in this scary environment. Not only is he not afraid, he even wide-eyed to look around. Wow, the big shot truly is above ordinary people. Xie Yi was extremely frightened, standing there with wide eyes, unconsciously swallowing hard. Just now, as soon as he entered, the door behind him closed by itself. At that moment, Xie Yi felt like his heart almost stopped. Fear is not something you become immune to just because you've experienced it many times. Xie Yi was the type to feel it acutely, especially when facing it alone. The feeling of fear would multiply in his heart. If you want Xie Yi to die, that's one thing, but you can't scare him, that isn't fair. Calm down, stay cool. The door closed, but that doesn't mean it can't be opened, just believe it was only a coincidence. Xie Yi did not turn around to check if the door could be opened again, because being certain of fear requires a certain amount of courage. Checking if the door could open would of course be reassuring, but what if the door couldn't be opened? Would that mean not searching this room? How could that be possible? It took a lot of courage to come in here, isn't that ridiculous? Xie Yi started to move. The entire room was red. Not only was the space small, but it was also oppressive, with no clouds in sight. To be honest, there was nothing to search for. Just as Xie Yi turned to leave, suddenly something appeared in a distant corner. Xie Yi walked over to take a look and discovered it was actually a loaf of bread. Food from the heavens? Interesting. However, just as Xie Yi was still thinking, another loaf of bread appeared next to the first one. Then 3 more identical loaves appeared one after another. 5 identical loaves of bread appeared on the ground. They looked like French baguettes, but there was no packaging. Amidst the bazaar, there was a sense of celebration. Xie Yi looked at these 5 French baguettes that appeared on the bright red mat, his brows furrowed slightly, genuinely caught off guard. Remembering that he was an inquisitor, he couldn't help but feel that being an other was truly so other. So can this food be eaten? Xie Yi's thoughts changed quickly. 1 second he was distracted, and the next second he began to think seriously. Looking at these French baguettes, Xie Yi remembered the last rule. For, some food in some rooms can be eaten, some cannot, choose carefully. If uncertain, then just take one and taste it. Just as this thought appeared, the bread was already in Xie Yi's mouth. Chew chew chew, chew chew chew. Xie Yi squatted in the corner of the wall, savoring it carefully. The live stream audience was dumbfounded. Oh my, oh my, oh my, he just eats directly? What else is this boss afraid to eat? Xie Yi said, food that falls on the ground can be eaten if it has been on the ground for less than 3 seconds, that's just how casual he is. Oh my god, isn't he afraid the food is poisonous? Doesn't the rule say to choose food carefully? I don't understand. Quick at Weird Tales Entertainment to quickly ask the boss why he directly ate food from the ground this time. In Weird Tales Entertainment. At the circular table, 3 commentators sat there. At this moment, Yu Fenghua appeared the most relaxed, while the other 2 commentators exchanged glances, sweat starting to bead on their foreheads. Out of the camera's view, the director was frantically shouting into the commentators' earpieces. Hurry, Yufengwa just appeared, you two pick one to explain why Xie Yi directly ate food from the ground. The director's urgency was incredible, with an undeniable tone. The other two commentators, hearing this, felt guilty and dared not respond, only looking at each other, attempting to communicate with their eyes. You say it, or should it be you? The two commentators were in agony. How do they explain this? Xie Yi suddenly eating food from the ground, with no warning, no one could reasonably explain it. Making things up also requires a reason, but where would they find that reason? Both commentators regretted agreeing to come here for the extra money at that time. Neither dared to look directly at the director, afraid that one careless move would get them pointed out by the director. They tried to endure the delay, hoping the director would soon pick one to go first so at least one of them could escape. But the director didn't notice their awkwardness, still desperately speaking into the earpiece. As time stretched, the atmosphere in the live room became restless again. The audience started to raise a fuss. The director was so anxious in the earpiece. Hurry, what are you thinking? Someone come to comment quickly. The three commentators' earpieces were interconnected. After so long, Yufengwa's ears were practically calloused from listening. Yufengwa couldn't help but feel confused. Aren't these two commentators professionals? How could they not compare to a fraud like her? It's said that when you eat from someone else's plate, you become soft. She received so much funding from the production team, shouldn't she help share the burden of her colleagues? Thinking this way, Yufengwa made her appearance. So, as the two commentators fell into a panic, believing their careers were coming to an end, Yufengwa's calm voice shone like a beam of light in the dark night, giving them immense hope. It's very simple. As Yufengwa's crisp voice rang out, the director quickly switched the camera to her face. The restless audience in the live broadcast room and the director, eager for the commentators who had taken so much money to answer, seemed to calm down a bit at this moment because of Yufengwa's words. Have you not noticed? She passionately posed this question to pique everyone's curiosity. Rule 4 clearly states that some food in certain rooms cannot be eaten, while some food can be eaten, so choose wisely. From this point, we can conclude that the edibility of food is directly related to the environmental factor of the room it is stored in. So let's take a look at the environmental factors of this room. The director quickly cooperated with Yufengwa's pace, switching the screen to the moment Xie Yi entered the room. Yufengwa continued, at this moment, we can see that the whole room is filled with red and emits a strong feeling of discomfort, clearly full of danger, which blatantly indicates that the food in this room cannot be eaten. But Xie Yi still ate the food on the ground. What does this mean? It means that Xie Yi must have discovered something that we have not, which is why he decided to eat the food that appeared out of nowhere in room 3. As Yufengwa said this with excitement, she paused for a moment and turned the conversation around. Though I haven't discovered what Xie Yi found yet, think about it the other way around. From every little bit of Xie Yi's journey through the levels, is he a reckless person? Clearly, Xie Yi is not a reckless person. After all, if Xie Yi hadn't discovered something, this tasting would simply be a gamble with his life, with only a 50% survival rate. How is that possible? Who would dare to be so bold? I believe Xie Yi would never do that. He is definitely not that kind of reckless person. Since Xie Yi is not that reckless, why must we chase after him with inquiries every time he does something we don't understand? At this point, Yufengwa took a deep breath and slowly said, the world of geniuses is not something ordinary people can comprehend, just like Newton discovered gravity because of an apple, while you, my friend, would only lament about being hit by an apple today. That's the difference. So friends, don't just ask when you don't understand. As a commentator, I can boldly admit that I don't understand either. But I have always believed that Xie Yi is not reckless, he is an intelligent and extraordinary being. Thus, we should not maintain a skeptical attitude towards Xie Yi, but rather trust and believe in each other. Don't you agree, my dear friends? Yufengwa passionately delivered her explanation again, her words invigorating and uplifting. In an instant, the entire live broadcast room and even the entire production team fell into silence. Then erupted into a storm of bullet comments. OMG, what this commentator said ignites my passion. Right. We should believe in Xie Yi. Exactly, the power of Xie Yi in the first 3 levels is clear to all. Just as the girl said, the world of geniuses is not something ordinary people can understand. We should not question whenever we have doubts, but believe in Xie Yi. Wow, where did this production team find this commentator? So awesome, it's so much better than the previous group. Haha, spending money makes a difference, right? Wait, why do I feel like the girl just insulted all of us? Ha, the one above, are you just realizing it now? No matter how crazy the outside is, it's so quiet here with Xie Yi. Surprisingly not dead, good. It can be confirmed that the food in room 3 is safe. Xie Yi breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and stood up, preparing to go out. Actually, when he was eating earlier, Xie Yi was not very relaxed, always on edge, fearing something dangerous would happen. But fortunately, he finished eating and didn't die, and at that moment he felt much more at ease. Then he finished all the leftovers. After all, it would be a pity to waste food, and he wasn't full anyway. As Xie Yi walked to the door of room 3, he was still recalling the taste of the French bread he had just eaten. I have to say, it had been a long time since he had eaten normal food. It was quite nice. He just didn't know what food would refresh when he next came to room 3. Thinking of this, Xie Yi was a bit surprised. He actually was no longer afraid of this place because of the food. Not only was he not afraid, but he also felt a bit expectant about what food might appear next. This feeling of calm didn't seem to come from nowhere. Xie Yi walked out of room 3, and the door automatically closed behind him. Watching the door close by itself, Xie Yi felt it saved him from the trouble of closing it. Although a bit strange, it was acceptable. As Xie Yi continued walking towards room 4, he couldn't help but wonder that room 3, so frightening and red, was actually the least lethal existence. Not only was there no danger, but there was also delicious food to eat. This anomaly was somewhat interesting. P.S. There will be less of this narration moving forward, soon they will understand less and less. Don't worry, I've realized my commentary isn't funny at all, I need to reflect on this. Chapter 49, 5 rooms, am I just a child again? Completion. On the way to room 4, Xie Yi's mood was fairly good, however, when he knocked on the door of room 4 and a man walked out, his previously pleasant mood was instantly shattered. The moment room 4 was knocked on, someone inside opened the door. Seeing a short-haired man in his 20s appear before him, Xie Yi's pupils suddenly shrank, unable to imagine why this short-haired man would be in room 4. Xie Yi couldn't be certain about much, but one thing he was absolutely sure of was that this short-haired man was the one who had killed him in room 2 before. At that time, when Xie Yi knocked on the door of room 2, the short-haired man had looked at him as if he had seen an enemy, directly pulling him into the room and choking him hard. He had struggled to breathe and lost consciousness, and then a group of people had cut open his belly while he was unaware. Now recalling the horrible experience of being tortured to death, goosebumps rose on Xie Yi's back, and his eyes instantly filled with vigilance. Xie Yi's tension rose to his throat. If the short-haired man made any move, he would definitely act first. But when the short-haired man saw him, he simply lowered his head and said, "What is this?" His tone was filled with confusion and impatience. In an instant, Xie Yi's constantly tense awareness suddenly became confused. What's happening? Xie Yi's guarded eyes suddenly became clear, filled with astonishment. Not killing him? What's going on? Didn't he drag him into the room to kill him the last time? Why did he see him this time and first say, "What is this," while looking down and not directly at him? What the heck? Xie Yi was utterly puzzled. However, before Xie Yi could act further, there came new sounds from inside the room. A woman in her 20s suddenly appeared beside the man with short hair. The woman had long, wavy hair, and when she appeared next to the short-haired man, she casually hooked her arm through his and peered outside the door, showing a very dependent posture. Xie Yi could clearly see what the situation was with this couple. They were likely a couple living together. But what confused Xie Yi a bit was whether this long-haired, wavy woman had also appeared in room 2. Xie Yi wasn't very sure. After all, he had been dragged into the room by the short-haired man in a suffocating manner, his consciousness was in a kind of blurry state, unable to see or remember clearly, and then he was brutally injured, making him too pained to care about anything else. Now, if this long-haired, wavy woman had appeared in room 2 as well. Does this mean the two of them are murderers? Murderers who plan to kill him together? Damn, it can't be true. The thought of running into two murderers as soon as he opened the door to room 4 made Xie Yi feel incredibly unlucky. What a surprising gift package, can he refuse it? What should he do now? They wouldn't want to silence him, would they? Xie Yi felt alert, his heart racing violently. He glanced at the long-haired, wavy woman, fearing that she and the short-haired man were about to collaborate on something murderous again. However, after waiting for a long time, he only heard the long-haired, wavy woman slightly lower her head and look at the ground, saying, "Maybe it's someone else's, who cares, let's hurry back inside, we have important things to do." The long-haired, wavy woman's voice was spoiled and her posture relaxed. After she spoke, she cuddled against the chest of the short-haired man, acting as if no one was around, and started to get affectionate with him right at the entrance, almost about to kiss in front of Xie Yi. When Xie Yi saw them actually kiss right in front of him, his pupils dilated sharply, and his expression was one of immense shock. Xie Yi thought in disbelief, what? They really kissed? I'm a living person still standing here, can't you see me? Are murderers this open about kissing in front of me? Xie Yi felt it was unbelievable. He had never expected them to perform such an intimate kissing scene right before his eyes. Even after the couple embraced, kissed, and took off their clothes before retreating into the room and shutting the door, Xie Yi remained in shock, unable to react. Oh my god, this is too intense. What are they doing? What are they doing? Do they not regard Xie Yi as a person? Ah, so awkward. I could dig a hole to the Pacific with my toes. The live stream was also shocked by the couple's affectionate act. Xie Yi, even dogs don't behave like this. It's too eye-burning, I feel like my eyes are going to go blind. I really can't accept this, I'm no longer clean, I'm no longer clean. The audience felt no fondness for such kissing scenes, they thought that such intimate happenings should be done behind closed doors. It was too revealing and made people uncomfortable. If the door had been closed a moment later, it would have shown everything to the hundreds of thousands watching, who did not want to see such a scene. Goosebumps all over. Xie Yi took a long time to gradually come back to his senses. Regarding the scene just now, it might be simply described as kissing and hugging, but it's too much for words. The imagery is not something an ordinary person can accept. Damn it! Xie Yi felt an uncontrollable rage welling up inside him. After being furious for a while, Xie Yi's mood finally improved a bit, and he slowly let his thoughts return to their normal track. Now, let's think about the information he had just gained. As Xie Yi walked towards the last room 5, he rubbed his eyes. Xie Yi felt that after seeing that scene just now, his eyes were about to develop styes. From room 4, although Xie Yi did not enter the room to explore, he noticed two unusual things. First, when the other person talked to him, they always looked down at the ground, as if they were very short, like a child. Xie Yi was able to guess that the other person saw him as a child because he had the experience from the first instance. As the saying goes, one learns from mistakes. After being deceived once without experience, Xie Yi would not be fooled again. Therefore, whenever Xie Yi encountered something now, if he couldn't speak, couldn't walk, couldn't open a door alone, or couldn't accept rice, he would first consider whether he was a child. Xie Yi was now standing in front of the door to room 5, deep in thought. Actually, when he thought carefully, if he truly appeared as a child in someone else's eyes, it could explain why the couple spoke with their heads down. But how had he become a child again? Xie Yi furrowed his brow, looking more crumpled than layering mountains. Wasn't he an anomaly investigator? How could he be a child? Moreover, when he opened the first door to the pregnant woman's room, he was clearly still a delivery person. It was strange, when had his outward appearance changed? Xie Yi was puzzled, but after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't find clarity. Helpless, Xie Yi temporarily chose to give up on this thought and switch to the second point of suspicion he just discovered. The second suspicion was, if he really was a child, how small would a child have to be ignored by this couple, who were kissing in public? This was a point of suspicion, but it wasn't very precise, because if this couple could band together to kill him, then perhaps kissing in public wouldn't be impossible, they might engage in even more thrilling actions, so the second point could only be taken into consideration. However, from the big, wave-like woman and the short-haired man in room 4, it could be inferred that he must have appeared rather short at that time, yet Xie Yi still couldn't understand why he had turned into a short person. This suspicion was the same as the previous unanswered question. Xie Yi couldn't make sense of it. Xie Yi knocked on the last room's door. The door to room 5 creaked open from the inside, and before Xie Yi could do anything, a dog's head peeked out. With golden, sleek fur, it was a full-sized golden retriever. Seeing this dog's head, Xie Yi suddenly twitched his eyebrows while standing by the door. A dog? Non-human creatures could appear here? Xie Yi had not encountered any animals before, except for the scorpion in the illusion of the desert city, but that scorpion had only been described by Yang Yanting, he had never seen it himself, and it was also an illusion. So Xie Yi thought no species other than humans could appear in the instance. Now, seeing a large golden retriever peeking out from behind the door, he had to say he was stunned. Xie Yi felt no fear in seeing the dog. In fact, he had liked dogs quite a bit when he was on Earth. So even if the other party were some rare and strange creature, he still wanted to reach out and pet it. Holding this mindset, Xie Yi walked into the room and directly reached down to stroke the dog's chin several times. Watching the dog lower its head, appearing very comfortable with his touches, not looking up at him, Xie Yi understood he also seemed like a small child in the dog's eyes. With this thought, Xie Yi suddenly had an idea. If he was a child, should he crouch down to take a look? Perhaps he would discover something? Thinking this, Xie Yi crouched down, but after crouching, nothing changed around him. This left Xie Yi somewhat confused. However, he was not too disappointed. He thought that since he had entered the room with a dog, he should go in and take a look, perhaps he would discover some clues. So, Xie Yi removed his hand from the golden retriever's neck and walked into the room. The golden retriever felt the emptiness under its neck and immediately turned around to follow Xie Yi, drooling as it walked up to rub against Xie Yi's thigh. Xie Yi was a bit surprised to see the golden retriever so enthusiastically following him. Although he knew that the dog was not typically aggressive toward strangers, it was still astonishing for it to follow him so closely right from their first meeting. Xie Yi ignored the presence of the dog and began to examine the room. In fact, when he first entered, Xie Yi had already taken a look around this 30 square meter enclosed space. It had no furniture, no equipment, and no partitions. What it had were piles of dog food and some treats, cans, and other snacks that little dogs love. This room seemed to be specially prepared for dogs. Xie Yi focused his attention on the dog food, noticing some of it was scattered into a small mound while others were in bags. Next to it was a bowl of water. It seemed there was nothing of interest to discover. Xie Yi furrowed his brow in confusion. He felt that he had gathered a lot of information by reaching this point, yet he still had not made any significant discoveries. Feeling puzzled, Xie Yi walked toward the doorway of room 5. Just as Xie Yi stepped out of the dog room and his feet touched the bright white corridor outside, his consciousness suddenly vanished in an instant. Who? The sudden disappearance of his consciousness left Xie Yi, who was now opening his eyes again, with a face mixed with disbelief and a hint of confusion. This familiar feeling of consciousness fading was back. Xie Yi's pupils sharply contracted. He was unsure whether it was the unexpected arrival of this familiar sensation or the emergence of consciousness fading that led him to form an incredible new hypothesis. In any case, Xie Yi's face was filled with both confusion and understanding, these two states intertwined, prompting him to seek verification of his hypothesis immediately. Looking at the bright corridor, Xie Yi immediately set off towards room 5. As soon as the live stream started, the audience watched Xie Yi head straight for room 5, filled with confusion and shock. Does Xie Yi not check the rules? Why is Xie Yi heading directly to room 5? What the heck? What's going on? Can someone explain the expert's behavior? Xie Yi reached the door of room 5 and knocked. A big golden retriever appeared from inside. The audience was taken aback to see the golden retriever. Aha, such a cute golden retriever. Xie Yi is the first to open the door and encounters a dog. But why did Xie Yi choose room 5 first? Xie Yi entered room 5. The golden retriever, different from last time, was not overly enthusiastic and seemed somewhat resistant to this stranger, but it did not show any aggressive behavior. Xie Yi noticed the change in the golden retriever but still needed to validate an important hypothesis, so he didn't pay attention to the dog. He stood still in the golden retriever's room for a moment, feeling that enough time had passed, and then began walking toward the door of room 5. Just as Xie Yi was about to step out of the doorway of room 5, he suddenly changed his position, dropping down to lie on the ground. In an instant, the livestream comments were filled with question marks. What is Xie Yi doing? Why did he go from standing to lying on the ground? I don't understand, what's going on? Has the expert been contaminated? During the flurry of question marks on the livestream screen, the audience saw Xie Yi lying on the ground and slowly crawling out from the doorway of room 5. Then, they noticed that as Xie Yi crawled out, he seemed to have understood something, and his face was filled with joy. The audience was completely stunned. What the heck? What is Xie Yi doing right after the broadcast started? So absurd. What is Xie Yi laughing at? Is there something to be happy about? Oh my god, is Xie Yi going crazy? Inside the strange tale, Xie Yi was incredibly happy, as if he understood the situation clearly. Xie Yi came out from room 5 and did not die this time, but the last time he came out from room 5, he died. Why is that? It is actually easy to guess, because after coming out of room 5, Xie Yi became that dog, became that golden retriever. So, when he crawled out from room 5, he did not lose his consciousness and die. However, the last time Xie Yi clearly remembered walking out of room 5 standing up, and because he was standing, that was when he lost his consciousness and died. Chapter 50, Room 5, The Heretical Truth, 2 and 1. After all, a dog cannot walk freely, so when Xie Yi came out of room 5 last time, the moment he placed 2 feet on the corridor, everything went wrong, and it would immediately cause him to lose his consciousness. This is just like the punishment in the Family of 4 copy. Once the child Xie Yi turned the door lock and pushed the door open, he would immediately die on the spot. Because not meeting the habits of the character he was playing would lead to death. So now Xie Yi understood the thing he had been puzzled about before, why his identity had suddenly changed. Previously, Xie Yi could not figure this problem out, but now there was an answer. But currently, Xie Yi was lying on the ground, making it hard to move, and he could not think deeply. So Xie Yi stood up, and in the instant he stood up, he lost his consciousness and died again. As his consciousness gradually awakened, Xie Yi looked at the familiar, bright white corridor ahead, his face full of peace. This time, after waking up, Xie Yi directly started walking toward the wooden table. When he arrived at the table, it was like he had returned home. He immediately picked up the rule sheet on the table, sat down on the adjacent stool, crossed his legs, and then looked at the content on the rule sheet in his hand. Having gone through it many times, Xie Yi was becoming a bit overly cautious. So much so that the audience who had just entered the live broadcast room saw Xie Yi looking casual, heading straight for the wooden table, then picking up the rule sheet and sitting comfortably with his legs crossed on the adjacent stool, looking at the rule sheet. It seemed he was not here for a disaster, but for a vacation. Suddenly, this caused a wave in the live broadcast room. Whoa, is the big shot really that relaxed right from the start? Wait, isn't Xie Yi afraid of the flag that says sitting on a stool means instant death? Could it be that the experienced big shot finally figured it out and is no longer pretending to be a newbie in front of the screen? Wow, it looks so nice to clear the level like this. God has finally figured it out and is no longer pretending. The broadcast room was full of disbelief. How could Xie Yi be so casual? Because in the past, Xie Yi was still a bit restrained and even cautious in their eyes. But when did he start to become so adept? However, on this side, Xie Yi was only thinking about acting quickly. After all, he knew there was no danger, so he could naturally move faster without exhausting himself. What's wrong with that? At this moment, Xie Yi was carefully re-examining the rule sheet. When he looked at the rule sheet given by the system again, Xie Yi discovered a very obvious problem. He did not notice this obvious issue when he looked at the background introduction, but now, combining it with his earlier experience, Xie Yi found a very obvious problem with the sentence, "You start as a heretical investigator here to investigate, alright, please begin your investigation." Like there seems to be more to say after investigation? For example, your initial identity is a food delivery worker, but later your identity will be a pregnant woman? A pregnant woman? Why do I think this way? At this thought, Xie Yi suddenly paused, and a chilling assumption flashed through his mind. Wait. Xie Yi sat up straight in his seat, looking down at the rule list in front of him. Uncertain whether he was overthinking or if this was really the case, he decided to keep reasoning. Xie Yi thought, if he listed all the strange things that happened during each reset, found common points among them, and then followed the hints on the rule list, could he identify some anomalies? With that thought, Xie Yi began to list them in his mind. The first experience of reset was: the first room had a woman, clearly with a flat belly, claiming to be 10 months pregnant, who asked Xie Yi, a delivery worker, to come in and change a light bulb. After changing the light bulb, Xie Yi exited room 1 and knocked on the door of room 2. As soon as he knocked on the door of room 2, he was forcibly dragged inside by a short-haired man who emerged from behind the door, who first strangled him, leaving him gasping for air, and then killed him by disemboweling. That was the first death. The second time, Xie Yi entered room 3, where he ate safe food. After that, he knocked on the door of room 4, and this time he encountered the short-haired man from room 2 again, but instead of killing him right away, the man treated Xie Yi like a child. Afterwards, Xie Yi, appearing as a child, knocked on the door of room 5 and met a big golden retriever. He found nothing unusual in room 5, so he came out, and then he died. That was the second death. The third death happened because Xie Yi wanted to verify if he had turned into a golden retriever in room 5 and if walking on the ground was the cause of his consciousness dying, so he ran back to verify, and the result was death. This meant the verification succeeded, confirming that after entering room 5, coming out, Xie Yi would become a golden retriever. These are the processes of the 3 deaths. After reviewing his 3 deaths, Xie Yi looked at the rule list in his hand. 1. The order of opening each door is very important. 2. Every abnormal detail must be noted. Staring at the first 2 rules and combining them with his previous death experiences, Xie Yi came up with a guess. It seemed that each time he entered a room and came out, his identity changed, and the corresponding scenario would be different when he knocked on the next door. For instance, going to see the dog in room 5, the second time he visited as a child from room 3, and the golden retriever was warm and friendly, but the third time, going as himself, the golden retriever seemed estranged and somewhat repelled. This was a striking contrast, but such comparisons were still scarce, and Xie Yi decided not to continue guessing, as the current death experiences were too few to ensure that all room conditions were the same. Only a few more tries could verify if this conjecture was correct. With that thought, Xie Yi took action. But he acted with a smile, while the audience watching from a god's perspective was utterly confused. The audience saw Xie Yi after reading the rule list, smiled, and then directly walked to room 1 to knock on the door. After safely changing the light bulb for the pregnant woman inside, he skipped room 2 and went directly to room 3. No one knew why Xie Yi would skip room 2 and head straight to room 3. Suddenly, the live stream audience exploded. Help! Save me! I'm very confused. What is the big boss doing? I know the big boss is amazing, but how can it be that we don't understand anything? Oh my gosh, is this Xie Yi's exclusive dungeon? Who is saying this is hard? Why do I feel this is as simple as pie for Xie Yi? No, exclusive dungeons are based on the player's overall strength. How could it be so easy for Xie Yi? The audience was completely bewildered, just watching Xie Yi stay in room 3 for a moment, then a new joy spread across his face, as if he had discovered some kind of truth, which made him so happy. But these viewers completely didn't understand what Xie Yi was happy about. The audience was totally at a loss. However, at that moment, Xie Yi in room 3 discovered a huge secret. He found that this room 3 was actually a uterus, a female uterus containing a child. You might not believe it, but when Xie Yi realized this enormous fact, he couldn't believe it himself. But according to the rule, 3. Please break your preconceptions and bold guesses. When Xie Yi thought of this rule, he was sure that room 3 was a uterus. 3 minutes ago. Xie Yi had just come out of room 1 and went straight to room 3 because when he died for the first time, he had already been to room 2, so there was no need to go to room 2 to die again. Xie Yi wanted to see if every time he entered a room and came out, his identity would change. So, he entered room 3 with the identity of a pregnant woman from room 1, to see if there would be any unexpected clues. Thinking this way, Xie Yi entered room 3. In the first 10 seconds, nothing happened in the dark red room 3 until a deepening, loud, and heavy thump, thump, thump of a heartbeat suddenly filled the air. When he heard this heartbeat, Xie Yi couldn't directly guess that room 3 was a woman's uterus until he felt the same sound coming from his own belly. At that moment, Xie Yi was completely petrified in place, unable to imagine that a thump, thump sound could come from his own stomach. If it weren't for the assumption that he might gain an identity every time he entered a room, Xie Yi would really doubt if something was wrong with him. After all, how could a man's stomach make a thump heartbeat sound? At most, it could make a gurgling hungry noise. Therefore, when the thump sound from Xie Yi's belly overlapped with the full red walls of room 3, Xie Yi understood that room 3 was a woman's uterus. Wow! The moment he guessed this result, Xie Yi couldn't believe how creatively this spooky game was designed, actually pulling this trick. Although there was a hint saying, 3. Please break your preconceptions and bold guesses. No matter how bold it was, it couldn't really be imagined that a room was a woman's uterus. Although room 3 matched many aspects of a uterus, such as dark red, enclosed, oppressive, airtight, and occasionally having unwrapped healthy food appear, it was still far from the answer uterus. If Xie Yi didn't have that previous experience, he might have been trapped in these 5 rooms for a long time. Now that he knew room 3 was a woman's uterus, Xie Yi understood why he became the identity of a child after leaving room 3. However, what Xie Yi doubted was whether the child in this room 3 truly belonged to the pregnant woman from room 1. But looking at that pregnant woman's stomach, it was clearly flat and not at all shaped like a 10-month-old child, so what was going on? With questions, Xie Yi decided to verify. So, Xie Yi hurriedly exited room 3. At this moment, Xie Yi instinctively wanted to close the door, but suddenly a seemingly overlooked small detail popped into his mind. It seemed that the door had closed by itself when he last came out of room 3. Xie Yi was instantly enlightened. It turned out that the clues had already begun to appear at that time. If the door of room 3 was closed by Xie Yi himself last time, he would probably have lost consciousness instantly. After all, after coming out of room 3, Xie Yi was a child, and such a small child couldn't possibly close the door. Plus, room 3 represented a womb, so the child should not be too big. So, Xie Yi had narrowly escaped last time. What a coincidence! Xie Yi was somewhat surprised, but he did not stop moving because of this unexpected detail. He quickly headed back to room 1, eager to see if the child staying in room 3 was the baby of the pregnant woman in room 1. He needed to verify it. With that thought, Xie Yi knocked on the door of room 1 again. The audience in the live stream exploded in confusion. "Ber? Xie Yi, why did you return from room 3 to room 1 again?" Ishan seems very confident, but why am I getting more and more confused? Is this the scene where the big boss's power is fully unleashed? It's terrifying, I really don't understand what's happening. I'm just afraid that while we don't understand, Xie Yi suddenly clears the level and catches us completely off guard. Hey, don't say, it's really possible. After knocking on the door of room 1, Xie Yi waited for the pregnant woman inside to open the door. Soon, just a few seconds after the knocking, the door of room 1 was opened by the pregnant woman from the inside. Xie Yi wanted to watch the pregnant woman's reaction before entering to observe closely, but the pregnant woman seemed not to see him. After opening the door, she looked outside several times without looking at him. Not only did she not find him, but she intended to close the door. Seeing the door about to close, Xie Yi put everything aside and rushed forward. He thought that if he rushed over like this, even if the child's body was too small, he would at least bump into the pregnant woman. However, just as Xie Yi thought he would collide with the pregnant woman, suddenly, he and the pregnant woman seemed to be misaligned in time and space. They should have collided but ended up passing through each other without a scratch. After passing through the pregnant woman's body unharmed, Xie Yi stood there, astonished at what was happening, but the next second, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in room 3. What? How did I return to room 3, this womb room? Xie Yi was dumbfounded? Completely stunned. The continuous twists left Xie Yi standing in room 3, trying to process everything for a long time. How could this happen? Xie Yi thought carefully. He had come out of room 3, so his identity at that moment was the child inside room 3. But why couldn't he enter room 1 while carrying the identity of the child from room 3? Moreover, the pregnant woman in room 1 didn't see him at all, and he had just directly passed through her. Xie Yi was incredulous, his eyes full of shock. Standing in place for a long time, Xie Yi was contemplating the strange events that had just happened. Why did he directly cross from room 1 to room 3? Xie Yi frowned deeply. Gradually, he seemed to think of a possibility. Could it be that the pregnant woman's belly is the passage connecting room 1 and room 3, and this passage can only be traversed by the child belonging to the pregnant woman? So, just now, while carrying the identity of the child from room 3, he couldn't bump into the pregnant woman, but he could travel directly from room 1 to room 3 through her belly. Only this explanation makes sense. Xie Yi also believed this explanation quite a bit. Chapter 51, 5 Rooms, Level Clear Combo, Big Chapter. With this thought in mind, Xie Yi walked out of room 3 again. It is now certain that the pregnant woman in room 1 is the mother of the child in room 3. It was also inferred that room 3 is the womb of a woman, which explains why the French bread Xie Yi ate from room 3 was safe. After all, since food can appear in the womb, the mother must have already checked the food. If the food was dangerous, room 3, being the womb, probably wouldn't exist anymore. With this in mind, a wave of discomfort suddenly surged in Xie Yi's stomach. Xie Yi. Xie Yi actually didn't want to admit that he had felt quite happy while eating the French bread, just didn't expect that the French bread had already been eaten by the mother. But luckily, the womb only transmitted the nutrition of the French bread that the mother had eaten. This doesn't count as eating something someone else has already eaten. Thinking this way, Xie Yi's mood improved a bit once more. Then, thinking about why there was a thump sound of the child's heartbeat coming from room 3 earlier, it was probably because the child in room 3 felt excited due to the mother's arrival, thus creating a thump of a rapid heartbeat in response to the mother. But if it were someone else, there wouldn't be any heartbeat sound. Just like when Xie Yi first entered room 3, he only found the French bread and did not hear any thump of a heartbeat. So now Xie Yi can be sure. Every time he enters a room, his identity changes after he comes out, and when he opens the next room with a new identity, the triggered story will be different. Now that Xie Yi came out of room 3, he is in the identity of the child from room 3. At this moment, Xie Yi was standing in the corridor, re-examining the 5 rooms. Xie Yi wondered what other anomalies he had not discovered yet. After all, the background introduction states, when the system determines that your investigation is complete, the door at the end of the corridor will immediately open, and at that time you will be able to leave here. Xie Yi looked to the left, and the door at the end of the corridor was still closed. This indicates that there are still anomalies he has not discovered, or that he has not yet revealed the whole truth of the story. After going through so much, Xie Yi had a guess. He speculated that the people in these 5 rooms knew each other and that their relationships were not simple. Why did he think so? Because it is already known that every time Xie Yi enters a room, his identity changes when he comes out, so the man with short hair in room 2 did not kill Xie Yi himself, but rather the pregnant woman identity he obtained after coming out of room 1. After all, Xie Yi entered room 1 first, and then knocked on the door of room 2, before being killed by the short-haired man. At that time, Xie Yi thought the other party was attacking for no reason. Now thinking back, the short-haired man actually viewed him as the pregnant woman from room 1, thus killing him. Now a new question arises, why did the short-haired man want to kill the pregnant woman? Was it a crime of passion? Xie Yi then recalled his experience at the door of room 4. The short-haired man was obviously being intimate with a woman with long wavy hair in public. Logically, if the short-haired man and the long-haired woman were in a relationship, then why did he still want to kill the pregnant woman from room 1? The presence of doubts indicates that there are still matters to explore, that proves there are still anomalies that have not been discovered. Xie Yi pondered his thoughts. He seemed to be unclear about the situations inside rooms 2 and 4. So if he thoroughly investigates the situations in rooms 2 and 4, wouldn't he be able to know the entire process of events? Thinking this way, Xie Yi prepared to take action. However, just as Xie Yi was about to act, he suddenly remembered that he was still a child now. Xie Yi clearly remembered that he couldn't enter the house if he was a child. First, from the reaction of the short-haired man in room 4, it seemed that the short-haired man did not recognize this child. Second, who would let a strange child enter the house? Thinking of this, Xie Yi was very confused. So who could successfully enter the house? Xie Yi, now a golden retriever, successfully entered room 4. Xie Yi didn't even expect that the dog in room 5 served this purpose. Similarly, he could also use his dog identity to go to room 2 later to see the truth and understand why the short-haired man killed the pregnant woman. But he had to first understand what was happening in room 4 and figure out the relationship between this couple. At this moment, Xie Yi, who had successfully entered, was lying on the sofa watching the couple flirting. If it weren't to gather information, Xie Yi really wanted to leave. By the way, why was he lying on the sofa? Because lying on the floor was very uncomfortable, Xie Yi moved around for a while before finally lying on the sofa. After all, it's reasonable for a dog to lie on the sofa, as long as it doesn't stand up to walk or talk, there wouldn't be any problems. So Xie Yi lay on the living room sofa, doing nothing, and easily seeing everything. At this time, the short-haired man was sitting on the other side of the sofa, with a big wave-haired woman sitting on his lap. They both glanced over at Xie Yi at the same time. Xie Yi, caught by their sudden stare, felt a bit nervous. Although Xie Yi tried to remind himself that he was a dog now, and there was no need to worry about it, he still felt guilty and couldn't look them in the eye. Fortunately, the big wave-haired woman only looked at him for a moment before turning her gaze back to the short-haired man, then spoke in a shy, complaining tone. "You came over, so why did you bring the dog? Look, that dog is on our usual sofa, covered in dog hair, and it will be a hassle to clean up later." The big wave-haired woman expressed distaste for the dog, trying to make the man send the dog away. Meanwhile, Xie Yi, lying as a golden retriever on the sofa, was like. Seeing the big wave-haired woman in his arms complain, the short-haired man helplessly wrapped his arms around her waist and softly said, "I can't help it, she's about to give birth. How can I come out to see you without a reasonable excuse? Is it reasonable to come out under the excuse of walking the dog? Then she's too easy to deceive, the big wave-haired woman interrupted the short-haired man, quietly sighing. The short-haired man smiled and nodded in agreement, gently touching the big wave-haired woman's lower back, and then kissed her cheek, comforting her. All right, just hang in there, the time will come soon, and I will not let you suffer like this. At this mention, the big wave-haired woman's mood noticeably lifted. She suddenly didn't care about the dog on the sofa and began to flirt with the short-haired man. Xie Yi lay on the sofa, watching the two in their passionate moment, could only tightly close his eyes and bury his head in the sofa to block out the sounds, causing his thoughts to become quite chaotic. Fortunately, after 3 minutes, Xie Yi would be able to leave. Fortunately, the short-haired man's time wasn't long, otherwise, Xie Yi felt he would have really gone crazy as a dog right there. Xie Yi silently complained. How could these two do such things so openly in front of a dog? Hadn't they thought that beneath a dog's appearance, there might be a person? Ah, so annoying. After finishing his complaints in the hallway, Xie Yi did not linger and went to room 5 to change back to his dog identity, then headed to the last unresolved room, room 2. After successfully entering room 2 alive, Xie Yi couldn't help but feel emotions. Indeed, as a dog, everything went smoothly. Is this the privilege of being an animal? It's really nice, except lying on the ground is quite uncomfortable, everything else is pretty good. Safe and able to investigate clues. So after entering room number 2, Xie Yi chose a suitable position lying on the sofa, and then listened to the exchanges of these people. At this moment, there were a total of 4 people in the room, not including the dog, a short-haired man, a woman with big waves, and the parents of the short-haired man. From their plotting, Xie Yi realized that they seemed to be planning to target the pregnant woman. The reason was that the pregnant woman was the short-haired man's legal wife, while the woman with big waves was the mistress. The pregnant woman was about to give birth, but the woman with big waves proposed that she wanted to see how the child was born from the pregnant woman's belly. So the woman with big waves demanded that the short-haired man perform a cesarean section on the pregnant woman at home. The woman with big waves meant, anyway, giving birth in the hospital is still giving birth at home is also giving birth, it just saves a sum of money. Wasn't it common for rural women to give birth at home? Why was she suddenly so precious? When the woman with big waves said this, the screen immediately flooded with curses directed at her parents. What the hell, can a person say such a thing? I'll be damned, big sister, you have the ability, next time you give birth, do it at home with a cesarean too. What a shocking statement. This whole family is out of their minds. Xie Yi couldn't believe it as he listened on the sofa. Whatever the woman with big waves said, the short-haired man agreed to it, and even his parents were willing to do it. Xie Yi was deeply suspicious. Could this family have been possessed by some evil spirit? Otherwise, how could they be so crazy? After this, what happened was that Xie Yi, as a dog, witnessed the short-haired man forcibly dragging the pregnant woman in from the door, then firmly strangling the pregnant woman's neck with both arms, causing her to temporarily suffocate and lose her ability to resist. When the pregnant woman could no longer resist, the short-haired man immediately gave her a shot. After the shot, the pregnant woman instantly became motionless, allowing them to carry her to the sofa. Xie Yi was pushed off the sofa, watching as they began to perform a cesarean section on the immobile pregnant woman, and the scene was extremely bloody. Xie Yi couldn't help but feel emotional. Seeing this killing process from an observer's perspective was truly hard to accept in an instant, it was too cruel. Having gone through it himself, Xie Yi knew very well that even if the short-haired man had given the pregnant woman a shot, her eyes were closed but her consciousness was still clear. The pregnant woman could still clearly perceive the knife cutting open her abdomen, and hands traversing inside her womb. This feeling was too painful, too unbearable. Especially now, the room even had the cries of the newborn baby, which for a mother was undoubtedly the most despairing existence. Xie Yi could not continue watching and crawled out through the door that had not been closed. When Xie Yi crawled from the room into the hallway, he felt quite sad. Then Xie Yi heard a crisp click sound, the sound of the door lock opening. Instinctively, Xie Yi looked incredulously toward the end of the hallway. Xie Yi thought he might have misheard, but when he lifted his head and saw the closed door at the end of the hallway was now open. Xie Yi's eyes widened in disbelief on the ground. What? The door at the end of the hallway opened? Is it real or fake? Xie Yi could hardly imagine, this was completely outside his consideration, but the door was indeed open. Was this copy so simple? Did he pass so quickly? It seemed Xie Yi had forgotten that he had actually died several times already, just because he saw the door open. So Xie Yi immediately got up from the ground, preparing to go see, but just as he stood up, his consciousness vanished again. I can't believe it, oh my god. When he opened his eyes again, seeing the familiar, glaringly white corridor, countless what the hell flashed through Xie Yi's mind. How could he stand up at the very last moment? He was still a dog at that time, how could he forget he was a dog? Was he too happy? Xie Yi deeply regretted it in his heart. After all, he had to come again, even though he clearly didn't have to come again. The audience that just entered the live stream saw Xie Yi standing there with a frown, and they were all puzzled. Oh dear, why is Xie Yi looking so troubled? Hasn't it just started? Here we go, here we go. Xie Yi finally started the live stream. It's worth the wait for more than a month. What dungeon is this time? Let me see, let me see. Damn, it's actually an exclusive dungeon. It feels like Xie Yi is in for a tough time again. Don't suffer too much, my Xie treasure. At that moment, Xie Yi, who had been gloomy for a while, felt a lot better. So what if he had to come again? It was not a big deal. The audience that just came in then watched as Xie Yi leapt over the rule sheet on the wooden table and rushed straight to room 1. After changing the light bulb for a pregnant woman, he immediately dashed to room 3 to eat the mysteriously appearing French bread on the floor. Then he directly ran to room 5 to pet a golden retriever, and after that crawled away in the shadows, turning to enter room 4, lying on the sofa to spy on a couple being intimate. Before long, Xie Yi returned to room 5 to pet the dog again, then crawled out in the shadows, finally rushing to room 2, where he witnessed a murder. At last, the audience saw that door at the end of the corridor, which had always been closed, swung open. Then they watched in shock as the countdown hit 5 minutes. Xie Yi crawled out from the open door of the corridor. When Xie Yi crawled out from that open door at the end of the corridor, the audience still didn't know what would happen, thinking he had just left temporarily. However, until the live stream screen went black, the system prompted that Xie Yi had already finished this game. Suddenly, the live stream fell silent for a full second, and the next second, the screen was flooded with question marks. What is happening? 5 minutes? Did he pass? The audience couldn't believe it, totally unbelievable. Even the strongest experts wouldn't pass in just 5 minutes. Instantly, the live stream erupted in chaos. What the heck? What did Xie Yi do? How did he pass? Damn. Is this what it means to fully unleash the power of a master? I don't understand at all. I just saw Xie Yi doing this and that, and then he passed. My god, that's terrifying. 5 minutes, just 300 seconds, what's going on? Is this Xie Yi's exclusive dungeon? Who said this exclusive dungeon was hard? Passing in 5 minutes is no big deal. It shouldn't be. Exclusive dungeons are supposed to be very difficult, unless Xie Yi's strength is at a level that even an exclusive dungeon can't stop him. Damn, Xie Yi actually has such terrifying strength. Oh my, it feels like everything I saw before was a facade. This dungeon finally showed me what Xie Yi is made of. One word can't sum up this crazy situation. Indeed, the master doesn't hold back. When he does, it's outright crushing, and you are all just ants before him. The audience remained astonished for a full half hour after the livestream went black and hadn't calmed down. The entire back end and front end of Strange Tales Entertainment were baffled. This was the fastest they ever ended a livestream since they started. It was simply unimaginable. At this time, the last 8 commentators in Shenzhen, who saw Xie Yi pass the dungeon in just 5 minutes, were all dumbfounded, their food and dishes no longer appealing. Oh my gosh. The 8 commentators were repeatedly shocked. Thank goodness we resisted the temptation of money this time and didn't go. Yeah, I can't imagine how much pressure there is to comment on this time. Exactly, how can you analyze in just 5 minutes, such a short time? Outside, everyone was shocked, but Xie Yi himself did not expect to clear the level so quickly. Xie Yi pondered deeply. Is this the exclusive dungeon? At first, he thought the horror story would really trap him inside. He didn't expect the exclusive dungeon to be tailored for Death Rewind. He was truly scaring himself. He couldn't do that anymore in the future. However, the way he cleared the level wasn't very dignified. When he thought of this, Xie Yi quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. What does dignity matter? As long as he cleared the level, that's enough. Who cares about the rest? Chapter 52, Barren Land, explodes with popularity. After Xie Yi returned to the space, he had nothing else to do, but the outside world was in an uproar. Shocking. Xie Yi actually completed the dungeon in just 5 minutes. Incredible. The current fastest record for clearing a dungeon is actually 5 minutes. Walk. Xie Yi is completely revealing his true self. Awesome, I'm willing to call Xie Yi a forever true god. All the well-known commentary bloggers in the horror story scene quickly made clips from the replay of Xie Yi's 4th dungeon stream and uploaded them to various platforms. Each title was quite sensational. Viewers coming in were incredulous, and without watching a second, they started to criticize. The girl buying the nuclear bomb, are people really desperate for views nowadays? Finishing a dungeon in 5 minutes? Who would believe that? So bad that my toes hurt. Who is Xie Yi? A newcomer I haven't heard of? If your title said Handong, I might believe it. The moon isn't round, I won't sleep. Exactly, how can a person I've never heard of clear a dungeon in 5 minutes? This must be some program group trying to make a name for themselves. Wallet cleaner than my face. How much traffic did this program group invest in this guy called Xie Yi? Why is he all over my B station? Can I block this? So annoying. The money-making salted fish, Xie Yi? I think I've heard of him on some program, but today all I find when searching for horror story videos is this guy? It's a bit irritating. The comments section was filled with negative comments, and Chen looked at these comments in the back end, full of disdain. He despised them internally. These people only knew how to blindly criticize. After they watched the entire video, he would see if they still criticized blindly. After venting, Chen took a big sip of his drink and joyfully spun around in his boss chair. He was extremely happy, as if it was New Year's Day today. Because today, he directly gained 200,000 followers, the highest single-day increase ever. And the day wasn't even over yet, he didn't know how much more it would grow. Thinking about his continued growth in followers, leading his peers by many steps, Chen was very happy. Fortunately, he had bet on Xie Yi, or else there wouldn't be today's glory. Chen believed that the most important decision in his life was to specifically edit videos of God Yi. Since editing Xie Yi, he was always able to bring him unimaginable benefits. Chen had made up his mind. From now on, he would definitely follow Xie Yi, editing the replays of Xie Yi's streams, making Xie Yi a superstar with millions of fans right after coming out of the horror story. If he got famous, he had to bring Xie Yi along to fame too. Over here, the Horror Story Entertainment Program Group quickly seized this unprecedented traffic to spend heavily promoting Xie Yi. Although their livestream only lasted 5 minutes, just this 5 minutes of material was far more valuable and useful than the material they usually needed. As the saying goes, quantity doesn't work, what matters is quality. Now, their backend was working overtime, instructing commentators to explain how Xie Yi cleared the dungeon in 5 minutes. Intending to start analyzing frame by frame. At this moment, the two commentators in the background looked at the video of Xie Yi completing the game in 5 minutes, falling into silence. If I had known this, I wouldn't have come even for more money. How can we analyze this? Beside them, Yufenghua, propped up on her chin as she watched the video, was not as troubled. In her eyes, there was no such thing as a difficult task in the world. As long as one could fabricate lies, everything could be solved. However, Yufenghua couldn't help but feel puzzled looking at the mere 5 minutes of footage. She could come up with reasonable excuses through reverse reasoning, but how did this player named Xie Yi know all of this? Completing a dungeon in 5 minutes was simply unimaginable. Thinking of this, Yufenghua decided to stop. Forget it, the world of big shots was not something a fraudster like her could understand. She would focus on the present, finish her tasks, and then go home. So, 3 days later, the analysis video of how Xie Yi completed the dungeon in 5 minutes was officially released, its popularity soaring instead of dropping, allowing more people to recognize this player named Xie Yi. As of now, the number of reservations for the live broadcast of the Strange Talks Entertainment had surpassed 10 million, and the director looked at the steadily increasing number of reservations, almost splitting his mouth in a smile. Inside the space. After waking up from a nap, the door to the 5th room opened. Xie Yi, following his usual habit, went to check what was written on the door of the 5th room. The doorplate of the 5th room read, Barrenland, multiple 5-person dungeon. Seeing that it was a multiplayer dungeon, Xie Yi walked in without hesitation. Because now, Xie Yi completely did not dislike multiplayer dungeons. After experiencing a solo dungeon once again, Xie Yi felt that multiplayer dungeons were better. The sense of being among living people was strong, and even though he was socially anxious, he still chose dungeons with more players. Thinking this, Xie Yi stepped into the 5th room. Familiar white light enveloped Xie Yi's entire body. When he opened his eyes again, he saw distant mountains, layer upon layer, stretching endlessly. A warm wind blew on Xie Yi's face, carrying the dry scent of sun-scorched earth into his nostrils. Xie Yi carefully surveyed the surroundings. The blazing sun was overhead, with dead trees scattered around and yellow dust swirling in the air. From his arrival here, he could vividly feel the barrenness of the entire village. After looking at the environment, Xie Yi shifted his gaze to the 4 players in front of him. One was a young man with messy hair, dressed in a white t-shirt and black pants. One was a strong young man with a buzz cut and slightly dark skin. One was a girl in a floral dress with her hair in twin ponytails. The last one was a girl wearing a light beige hoodie. Seeing them, although they weren't familiar with each other yet, Xie Yi already felt a strong sense of liveliness, which instantly lifted his spirits. Ah, Xie Bao, do you know you are famous now? Ah, it's finally live, it was worth the wait. Wow, is this the player Xie Yi who completed the dungeon in 300 seconds, 5 minutes, lightning fast? That's right, the one upstairs is our Xie Yi, the boss of the 300-second fast clear dungeon. Yi Shun, from now on, I will never doubt you again. With this 300-second dungeon, you will be forever a god. Due to Strange Talks Entertainment and major commentators like Chen editing Xie Yi's video, many people learned that a player named Xie Yi could complete his 4th dungeon in 5 minutes. This caused the latest episode of Strange Talks Entertainment to have over 20 million reservations for the live broadcast. Therefore, the moment the broadcast began, a large number of new and old viewers surged into the live room. Chapter 53, Barrenland, 50 Rules? That can't be true. Inside the strange talk, the five began introducing themselves. The first to speak was the young man with messy hair, dressed in a white t-shirt and black pants. The young man with dreadlocks immediately made it clear he was trendy and cheerful. My name is Han Dong, and in the real world, I'm a rapper. I really want to be famous, but unfortunately, I've always been unknown in the scene. As he spoke, Han Dong sighed sadly, then pulled out a few cards from his black pants pocket and said, come on, not a single one should be missed. If any of you go on a quest, make sure to follow me. While he was saying this, Han Dong gladly and generously distributed the stack of cards to everyone. Xie Yi felt embarrassed to refuse, so he just accepted it directly. However, the other three were clearly a bit slower than Xie Yi. None of the other three expected someone would hand out personal postcards in a quest. Moreover, players rarely bring anything into quests besides clothes. Han Dong was able to bring something else in, which made the other three pay extra attention. After all, since they had just met, was he really just handing out postcards? What if these postcards were something harmful? Should they take it or not? While the three players hesitated to take it, they saw the young man in the shirt directly accepting the card that Han Dong had handed over. Without any hesitation, he didn't even act casually after taking it, but carefully looked at the contents of the card. Immediately, the other three's gazes were drawn to the young man in the shirt for a moment. Seeing how seriously the young man in the shirt regarded his business card, Han Dong instantly wanted to befriend him, not caring that there were three other people still around. Han Dong stepped forward and asked, so, are you interested? Xie Yi was looking at the card Han Dong had given him and was a bit unaware of the atmosphere around him. He reacted when Han Dong approached and asked how it was. Xie Yi looked at the card and replied, it's okay. His voice was flat, not revealing any other meaning, just a simple okay. Seeing this, Han Dong wasn't too disappointed and continued, well, since it's okay, you can keep it. When the quest ends, I'll treat you to a free rap show. Xie Yi had no intention of throwing it away anyway. After all, it was his first time receiving something from another player in a quest, so he definitely wanted to keep it. Hearing what Han Dong said, Xie Yi responded with an and put the card in his pocket. Han Dong was very happy to see Xie Yi take it and said, you're a straightforward person. The other three felt that since Xie Yi accepted it so openly, he should indeed be a newbie, too naive to just accept someone else's things like that. However, they didn't want to throw the card away in front of Han Dong, so they decided to keep it too. The viewers in the live broadcast room exclaimed, wow. Is this the mutual attraction between big shots? Han Dong and Xie Yi connected so quickly? Xie Yi actually accepted Han Dong's card without any hesitation. I can hardly believe it. Does Xie Yi know the card is really useful? Hey! Who is this Han Dong that everyone keeps mentioning? Is he very famous? Of course he is famous. Although he's not as famous as the big shot Xie Yi, he's still noteworthy. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, this quest is Han Dong's 10th quest. When the viewer above said this was Han Dong's 10th quest, Xie Yi's old fans immediately exploded. What? What did they just say? I can't believe my eyes. What? Whose 10th quest? Han Dong's 10th quest. Oh my god, Xia Bao, why is your life so unlucky? Is this 10th quest sticking to you? No way. Although I know Xie Yi is amazing, it shouldn't be that every multiplayer quest has a 10th old player, right? Oh heavens, when will the curse of the 10th lift from Xie Yi? I would gladly trade 20 pounds of flesh from my body for it. In the story of the strange tale, everyone returned to their normal introductions. The second to introduce was a young man with a buzz cut, a strong physique, and slightly dark skin. The buzz-cut youth was not as open as Han Dong with his dreadlocks, but he was not shy either. He simply introduced himself, my name is Li Gao, and I can help with any physically demanding tasks. Next was a girl in a floral dress with 2 ponytails. The girl in the floral dress and 2 ponytails looked like a rare beautiful flower in this desolate and barren land. She smiled slightly and said, my name is Gu Linger. Please take care of me. True to her name, she was lively and beautiful. After Gu Linger finished her introduction, the girl in the cream-colored hoodie followed with her introduction. Zhao Qin, I hope everyone can cooperate well. The girl in the hoodie had a seasoned tone in her voice, steady as if she had experienced a lot. Finally, it was Xie Yi's turn to introduce himself. Naturally, Xie Yi gave another ordinary introduction, without any highlights. The audience was used to it, and they were sure this was just Xie Yi pretending to be simple. They didn't want to say anything. After everyone had finished introducing themselves, Han Dong had quietly found the rule sheet while others were not paying attention. However, this time, the rule sheet looked a bit strange. It had more sheets than the number of people, and the title of the copy, Barren Land, was covered in yellow dust. Even if they tried hard to wipe off the dust, they couldn't see what was written clearly. However, they could see some rules behind it. Background introduction: this land is barren, resources are scarce, and life is difficult. You need to fulfill the wishes of 10 villagers to leave here. Otherwise, you can only leave again when the personal contribution value exceeds 10,000 yuan. 1. Rule 1. The old man Lu's foolish son needs a wife, his wish is to have a wife. 2. Rule 2. The village chief has 10 acres of corn that have not been harvested, his wish is for someone to help him harvest the corn for free. 3. Rule 3. Uncle Li fell and broke his leg while climbing the mountain, his wish is for someone to help fix a good road up the mountain for free. 4. Rule 4. Uncle Zhang's house always leaks, his son is working, and no one can fix it, his wish is for someone to repair it for free. 5. Rule 5. 50. Rule 50. The children have no teacher, their wish is for someone to teach them for free so that they can all score above 80 on the exams. After reading the front and back, each with 25 rules, everyone was stunned. This is not a rule sheet, this is probably a wish list. This rule sheet is fake, right? When everyone fell silent, Li Gao was the first to voice his thoughts. After Li Gao brought it up, everyone began to express their opinions on this topic. The previously unserious Han Dong suddenly spoke seriously. The ways we receive rule sheets are only two types, one is issued by the system, and the other is paper-based. In the past, I have encountered paper rule sheets and copies, but I have never seen a situation where the number of sheets exceeds the number of players, nor have I seen a rule sheet title being obscured by dust and unreadable. With Han Dong saying this, most of the doubts about this rule sheet had been pointed out. Everyone looked at the rule sheet in their hands and fell into deep thought. Indeed, according to Han Dong, there are only two modes for issuing rule sheets upon entering the copy. One type is directly released by the system. One type is that players find paper rule sheets nearby upon arrival. This time, since they came here without any system prompts, it indicates that the rules for this instance are provided on paper. In the past, they never doubted the authenticity of paper rule sheets, but this time, the paper rule sheet made them question its legitimacy. It is indeed very strange, said Zhao Qin, who held the paper rule sheet, in a deep tone. Setting aside the three obvious doubts raised by Han Dong, just the clarity of the 50 rules on this sheet is already outrageous. Anyway, I don't really believe this is the rule sheet for this round, Zhao Qin stated her opinion clearly. The others listened but were uncertain, so they didn't respond. Xie Yi, having listened to much of the conversation, understood what they were specifically discussing. It was just that the rule sheet was full of doubts, and no one believed it. In fact, Xie Yi did not believe it either. Like Zhao Qin, just seeing these 50 rules on the paper made him internally doubt its authenticity. Oh no, it should be called these 50 different people's wishes. Xie Yi deeply felt that this was not a rule sheet. After all, where can you find a rule sheet with over 50 items? This is obviously not right. The audience in the livestream watched these 50 rules and began to discuss. This isn't a rule sheet, this is probably a wish list from everyone in the village. It feels like the players aren't here to fight through challenges but rather to help the poor, very strong déjà vu. I feel the same way. Furthermore, it also mentions finding a wife for old Lu's foolish son. If it were other wishes, I might understand, but finding a wife? That seems very strange. The instance is called Barren Land, and the surrounding environment feels like a deep mountain forest. It makes me think that if players stay inside for too long, something bad will happen. Damn, don't scare me up there in the middle of the day. After everyone discussed unanimously, they still decided to head into the village first. Currently, they all had doubts about the rule sheet, but until there was absolute evidence proving the rule sheet was fake, they had to follow what it said. The five set off towards the village, but before they could walk far, they saw someone approaching them. In the distance, two blurry black figures were gradually drawing closer under the blazing sun. The crowd couldn't help but stop and observe. Slowly the two figures became clearer in the sunlight. However, when they clearly saw the appearance of one person, fear appeared on everyone's faces. One person, elderly and leaning on a cane, walked over weakly and slowly. This was normal, after all, old age brings such ailments. But the other person was quite chilling. The other person looked to be only in their 30s, clearly in the prime of life, yet was missing one eye, one right hand, and even had issues with his feet. As they got closer, the crowd noticed the middle-aged man's leg was severely impaired. He walked even less smoothly than the elderly man beside him, who was over 70, which made everyone feel uneasy. At this point, the elderly man and the middle-aged man had already arrived in front of them. The old man, hunching forward with a cane, approached and spoke in a voice that sounded like a rusty chain, raspy and dry, looking at them and saying, "You must be the ones who came to help our village, right? We've been waiting here since we heard you would come today. The outside is hot, you all should come with me into the village to drink some water and take a rest." The old man's face, like orange peel, became even more wrinkled as he spoke. His words seemed very reasonable and would be hard to refuse, so everyone should have directly agreed to go. However, as the crowd saw the middle-aged man beside him also trying to say something, they hesitated. Instantly, the words that everyone wanted to respond with were stuck in their throats. The crowd saw that the middle-aged man in front had only half a tongue, the tip missing, shaped like a triangle with one corner cut off. As it stirred in his mouth, it sent shivers down the spines of the five people. The audience screamed in fright. Ah, ah, ah. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, he doesn't even have a tongue. Don't scare me. I'm just an audience member, not a player. Don't cross the line. What's going on? I can understand missing a left eye or a right hand, having trouble with legs, but no tongue? Did he get it cut off for saying the wrong thing? This is too strange. I can explain everything else, but I can't understand the tongue. There's definitely a reason for it. The thoughts in everyone's minds were the same as the audience. When they first saw the middle-aged man without eyes, without hands, and struggling with his legs, they felt uneasy, but when they saw that he only had half a tongue, their hearts were filled with wariness. The old man with a cane also sensed the change in the atmosphere and hurriedly came forward, striking the middle-aged man with his cane, his tone slightly reproachful. Look, you've scared the poverty alleviation officials who came from afar. I told you long ago, if you can't speak, don't speak, it will scare them. As soon as the old man's reproach rang out, the middle-aged man instantly cowered like a mouse seeing a cat, completely not resembling a man in his prime. With only half a tongue, he stammered, struggling to make himself understood. The middle-aged man said, "It's my fault, don't be scared of me." His words were unclear, his one deep eye and his one normal eye wide as he stared at Xie Yi and the others, trying to explain in a hurried manner. It's because of other reasons that I only have half a tongue, so don't be scared, I'm not scary, The more he hurried, the less clear he became, and the old man next to him grew impatient, striking the middle-aged man's leg again with the cane. Enough with the explanations. Can someone who speaks so unclearly explain anything clearly? And it's so hot today, making them stand outside to listen to your explanation, is that hospitality? When the old man said this, the middle-aged man immediately closed his mouth. The crowd watching this situation silently thought. Actually, it wasn't very hot, they didn't have to rush into the village, they could still listen to the middle-aged man's explanation. But it seemed they had no power to refuse. After reprimanding the middle-aged man, the old man shifted his gaze to them, his tone suddenly much more polite. Let's go, I'll take you to a place to rest. Chapter 55, Wasteland, Why Bring a Disabled Middle-Aged Man? Hearing the old man say this, the five exchanged glances, and in the end, took a deep breath and hard-headedly followed him. After all, even if the way ahead was a den of dragons and tigers, they had to charge in. Along the way, the appearance of the village gradually became clear before their eyes. The houses here were closely packed together, arranged very tightly. Entering them felt like stepping into a maze. After walking for a while, no one knew which way they had come from. As they walked, they noticed that most houses were wooden, mostly only having one floor, with very few having 2 stories. Every wooden house had its doors wide open, and inside sat a middle-aged man in his 50s, looking perfectly normal, fit, completely different from the disabled middle-aged man accompanying the old man. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but feel puzzled. Clearly, the old man could bring out a normal person to greet them, why bring a disabled middle-aged man instead? Was it to scare them? But that made no sense at all. From the old man's words, it was clear they were here for poverty alleviation. Since this is poverty alleviation, it means doing a good deed, and the old man's attitude also indicates he hopes they come, but he still brought a disabled person to greet them. If this disabled middle-aged man had some good hospitality or outstanding abilities, it would be understandable, but unfortunately, this disabled middle-aged man is missing an eye, a tongue, and a palm, and his feet are not steady. What is the reason for bringing such a person out? All kinds of behaviors reveal a kind of irrationality. As Handong thought of this, his brows furrowed, he couldn't think of a reason. However, he had 2 rough ideas. First, the disabled man is the old man's son, so the old man brought him out to greet them. Second, the old man has some compelling reason to bring the disabled man over, otherwise, it would affect some important outcome. Anyway, this is Handong's current guess. At this moment, everyone was still walking between the houses, not knowing where the old man had arranged for them to stay. But the further they walked inside, the more uncomfortable everyone felt. They found that the deeper they went, the more lewd stares the 50-something men sitting inside shot at them, like wolves eyeing prey. The girl in the floral dress, the prettiest Gulinger, obviously sensed the discomfort. Perhaps women have a stronger sixth sense. Gulinger felt that those men were looking at her as if they wanted to eat her. It was a terrifying and baseless thought, but it popped up in Gulinger's mind. Finally, after passing a few more rooms, they arrived at the lodging arranged by the old man. At this moment, before them were 2 very simple wooden houses, not far apart, but both wooden houses were surrounded by a high and thick earthen wall, blocking the view of each other. The old man glanced at the wooden houses and said to them, "The left is for the boys, the right is for the girls. The things you need inside are prepared, but there isn't much food ready. Our place is very poor, and each household will not give food away for free. So if you want to get food when you run out, you need to work for it." When the old man said this, everyone understood. They had to fulfill their wishes to get food to survive here. "Okay, we understand," Handong politely responded first. The old man was satisfied with the reply and said a few more things to everyone before leaving with the lame middle-aged man. At this moment, only they were left behind. After watching the old man and the lame man walk away, the crowd looked at each other. Gu Linger, who had been holding her discomfort all the way, couldn't help but speak up. I feel something is very wrong. As soon as Gu Linger said this, everyone looked at her. In fact, they all felt something was off, but no one said it. Gu Linger planned to continue speaking, but Han Dong suddenly interrupted. Let's go inside first, there are too many people outside, don't let them hear us. Hearing Han Dong's reminder, Gu Linger immediately nodded, okay. Everyone unanimously decided to go to the boys' place to discuss the doubts from entering the village. As Xie Yi stepped into the house they were to stay in, he immediately saw the bed. Originally, there was nothing notable about seeing a bed, but after noticing what was on the bed, Xie Yi couldn't help but frown. There were neatly folded red bed sheets and stacked red blankets on the bed, everything was in bright red and joyful colors. After seeing all this, Xie Yi couldn't help but think. Now, it just lacks a happiness character on the eaves, otherwise, it really looks like a wedding place. The other few men frowned upon seeing the red items on the bed. It was clear that their aesthetic did not lean towards red. The two girls did not have much reaction upon seeing this. Xie Yi reached out to touch the bed. After all, the place where three men were to sleep together at night needed to be checked out for what was going on below. Yes, this room only had one bed, and it was a bed made of loam, very much like the large Kong of northeast China, but it was clear from its appearance that there was no fire underneath. Moreover, this large Kong was not very big, so one could imagine how cramped it would be for the three men to sleep together at night. Xie Yi lifted the mattress a little and found that, just like the surface of the bed, the underside was still the color of the earth. Xie Yi had thought they would at least put a wooden board underneath to balance the hardness, but there was none. But no board is fine, they were not here to enjoy life. The audience saw Xie Yi, usually quiet and reticent, suddenly lift the bedsheet, and they were all confused. Why is Xie Yi looking under the bed? Did he find something? Is he checking for something soft to make sleeping more comfortable at night? Impossible, Xie Yi has never been someone who cares about quality of life. You must be new here, you don't know that Xie Yi endured 3 days in the desert without washing, changing clothes, or taking care of himself. How could he possibly care about whether the bed is hard or not? Oh, I see. I am indeed new here, I might have said the wrong thing. P.S. Sending heart. Chapter 56, Barrenland, shocked, how could the teammates' thinking be so quick? This house is pretty festive, the three of us big men are going to sleep under a red blanket at night, it's like entering a bridal chamber, just thinking about it makes my skin crawl. Han Dong glanced at the red items on the bed, making a grim face, but his tone was playful, clearly joking. So no one responded to him. After Xie Yi finished looking under the bed, he heard Han Dong say this. Xie Yi was surprised, how did he feel that Han Dong was sometimes serious and sometimes not? Another man in the group, Li Gao, did not respond to Han Dong either. He walked straight to the only table besides the bed in the room to take a look. Indeed, this room was as simple as it could be, apart from the bed, there was only a wooden table, and not even a bench was provided. The surrounding windows were also covered with paper that could easily be torn down with a hand. The audience was shocked upon seeing this. Wow, indeed, the title of the dungeon was not chosen wrong, this really is a barren land. Yeah, I feel like the times have progressed but this village has been left behind, otherwise, it wouldn't still be this poor. Shocked. This room can be said to have directly regressed to ancient times, with nothing in it. I can't help but deeply ponder what year this village is in. Within the bizarre tale. When Li Gao arrived at the table, he discovered there was a wooden cover on it. So he directly lifted the wooden cover on the table. Then everyone saw that inside the wooden cover, there was food. Seeing food appear, everyone's gaze was drawn to it. When the cover was lifted, there were 3 wooden bowls underneath. One of the bowls had some cooked steamed buns, dark, and about half the size of a hand, no more than 3, as if anticipating that there were 3 of them. The other 2 bowls contained some water, just a little bit, not enough for them to drink for a day. Seeing only this little bit of food on the table, Gu Linger couldn't help but wonder, could this be what the old man said was prepared for us? As she mentioned this, Zhao Qin thoughtfully replied, it should be. Then, after Zhao Qin took another careful look around the visibly simple room, she gave an ominous conclusion. And it's very likely that this is all the food for the boys. Upon hearing Zhao Qin's words, everyone instantly understood what she meant. They clearly understood what kind of predicament they were facing now. The food was completely insufficient, which meant they had to act quickly. At this moment, Han Dong looked at the pitifully small amount of food on the table and couldn't help but make another jab. I thought the old man said the food prepared in the house was not much just to be polite, but it turns out it really isn't much. I always thought the old man was being abstract, I didn't expect him to be a realist. After hearing this, everyone fell silent in unison. Ha ha ha, I knew Han Dong could never be serious. I'm dying of laughter, if he were serious, he wouldn't be Han Dong. Ah, why am I not laughing? It feels a bit forced, is it just my illusion? The cat cautiously asked. No, I think upstairs is right. Han Dong said from the start that he wanted to be a rapper, right? This is his way of trying to get famous. Oh, so that's how it is. Then I'll support him. In the strange tale. None of the four responded to Han Dong's comment. Everyone seemed to silently agree that Han Dong would keep hopping between being serious and not serious, so they no longer found it strange. Xie Yi, hearing Han Dong's jibe, couldn't help but think. Han Dong shouldn't be a rapper, that wouldn't showcase his talent. He should become a stand-up comedian, he would definitely become more famous than being a rapper. After 3 seconds, everyone returned to normal discussions. Zhao Qin looked at the little food and thought of something. The old man said before leaving that if we want to get food, we need to help the villagers, then the villagers will give us some food based on how we helped. As she said this, Zhao Qin's expression became serious, and her voice turned low. It seems we must hurry to complete the wish list. However, I still have doubts about the current rules list. I have never encountered a rules list for helping others fulfill wishes, let alone one with 50 items. Zhao Qin still firmly believed in her previous idea before entering the village, and the others had not shaken their doubts about whether the rules list was fake. But currently, the only clue they had was that piece of paper, and now it was not a matter of whether they wanted to follow what was written on it, but rather that they had to do it. Because if they didn't act, relying on the food on the table, they surely wouldn't last long. Only by doing could they obtain food to continue living, and then gradually unravel their inner confusions. Li Gao, after listening to Zhao Qin, thought for a moment and said, "Since we have doubts, we need to resolve them. Why not complete the wishes on the paper that are easier to fulfill first and see how much food the villagers will give us? If the food we get from completing those simple wishes can last us for several days, then we can focus on solving what's bothering us." Li Gao's suggestion was a steady approach, and no one opposed it. Hearing this, Xie Yi couldn't help but feel deeply emotional. How did he match with teammates whose thinking was so fast this time? In this 5th instance, he was matched with several players from the 10th instance. It's not that Xie Yi was exaggerating, it was just that this group of teammates felt completely different from those in other instances. Except for Gulinger, the rest Han Dong, Li Gao, Zhao Qin gave Xie Yi an impression of actively pushing toward the instance. While others were diligently overcoming challenges, these 3 players were different. They sought to understand and find the truth whenever there were doubts. To be honest, this was quite good. Xie Yi lacked that kind of bravery, the spirit to question and seek the truth, so he was somewhat envious. Xie Yi himself could also be brave. After all, he had the cheat of death rollback, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. But unfortunately, this cheat was on someone who feared pain and did not want to die for no reason, so there was no way around it. Xie Yi generally wouldn't go crazy unless he was pushed to desperation. Everyone had discussed it, and finally it was Gu Linger's turn to speak about the strange things she had noticed earlier. In fact, no one ignored what Gu Linger wanted to say outside the house. However, as soon as everyone entered the house, their attention was scattered, and Gu Linger was also distracted. And so, through a series of misunderstandings, everyone forgot the main purpose of entering the house and began to observe their surroundings. After discussing the recent anomalies around them for quite a while, they eventually realized that they might have forgotten something. The first to remember was Zhao Qin. Zhao Qin recalled something and actively asked Gu Linger, "By the way, did you have something to say earlier?" Gu Linger was reminded by Zhao Qin and suddenly thought of the odd feelings she had sensed outside, quickly nodding her head. "Yes, I wanted to say that I felt something was off. Those men sitting in the room were looking at me strangely, as if they wanted to eat me." Gu Linger spoke dramatically, her tone very urgent. This initial feeling of danger, without any real threat, might seem unwise to indifferent teammates, who would just tease, "You're overthinking it, are you paranoid? Maybe only you feel this way. Don't be so worried about shadows." She feared that everyone would dismiss her unfounded feelings since in her previous 4 experiences, the teammates had ignored her senses, resulting in them being left behind in those stories. So Gu Linger worried that this group might not believe her instincts, feeling quite uneasy as she spoke. However, Gu Linger's worries were unnecessary. Chapter 57, Barren Land, the charming and dangerous tune begins. As Gu Linger expressed her concerns, everyone became alert. Zhao Qin even directly asked Gu Linger, "What kind of strange feeling did you have?" At that moment, when Zhao Qin softly probed, Gu Linger felt as if a beam of light had shone on her in the darkness. Gu Linger never expected that Zhao Qin not only would not doubt her sanity but would also carefully inquire about her feelings of discomfort. This truly surprised Gu Linger. The other 3 men also did not overlook what Gu Linger mentioned, listening attentively, as this was originally a time for group discussion, and a teammate's anomaly was a clue that couldn't be missed. Gu Linger felt moved that everyone was paying attention to her feelings. So she quickly explained what her specific feelings were without wasting anyone's time. While explaining, Gu Linger still worried about insufficient evidence and mentioned how in previous experiences, not being believed had led to death. As she said this, everyone took a deep breath simultaneously, feeling a bit tense. Now, while they might not fully believe her, at least they wouldn't ignore her. The audience listened in amazement. Wow! Gu Linger's experience is truly legendary. Is this the incredible power of a teammate's sacrifice? In such a situation, it's unbelievable that Gu Linger is still alive. It really shows that a situation often depends on teammate skills. Luckily Gu Linger met the combo of the big shots, Xie Yi and Han Dong, along with understanding sister Zhao Qin and Li Gao. Otherwise, the situation would be dire. Exactly, and I generally don't question what pretty girls say. What kinds of teammates did she have before? Oh, don't jump to conclusions too soon, my friend. You seem to have forgotten, the most charming, the most dangerous. Why love can make people foolish, referring to the song, Charming Danger. Whoa, the person upstairs with the lyrics is too enchanting, it's all stuck in my head. Inside the monster tale. After Gu Linger finished her explanation, everyone felt that her strange feeling was indeed valid. Zhao Qin pondered for a moment. The tone turned thoughtful. If you feel this way right now, then I suggest we shouldn't sleep alone tonight. Ah? Gu Linger didn't understand clearly for a moment and felt a bit confused. Aren't we sleeping together? Zhao Qin shook her head, looking towards the boys and said, that's not what I mean. What I mean is that the two of us girls need to move over to sleep with the boys. When Zhao Qin mentioned moving over to sleep, the boys didn't say anything in response. However, in Xie Yi's heart, he still thought about it. It was fine to move over, but could they leave a bed? Then, Zhao Qin explained her earlier suggestion in detail with logic. Gu Linger already has this feeling and also mentioned the case in the instance where teammates ignored her feeling of death. We certainly can't ignore that. Moreover, I thought carefully, this place on the Lust Plateau can be considered isolated from the world, and the instance also calls it a barren land. In reality, we all know that the poorer a place is, the higher the risk of danger. We don't know if the people here will adhere to morality, follow the law. After all, human desires are endless. Perhaps this village seems normal during the day, but bad things could happen at night. Furthermore, before we entered the village, we saw that middle-aged man who was missing many parts. I can understand what he lacked, but a missing tongue raises suspicions about whether this village has some kind of private punishment. So I suggest we sleep in the boys' house at night. However, since we are interrupting first, Gu Linger and I can just sleep on the floor. Zhao Qin said a lot, considering various aspects, even thinking of the rarely noticed point of not sleeping on a bed, which surprised Xie Yi. Besides these, Zhao Qin also considered the feelings of others. She first asked Gu Linger beside her whether she was willing to sleep on the floor. Gu Linger immediately replied, of course I'm willing. Then Zhao Qin asked the three boys if it was alright. Han Dong, Li Gao, and Xie Yi had no objections. With this matter settled, they all began to implement the plan they had previously agreed upon, first to complete the easily fulfilled wishes on the wish list to get enough food, and then start unraveling the unsolved mysteries in their hearts. They didn't touch the food on the table because they weren't very hungry, and they needed to save the little food they had. Afterward, they went to check the girls' living quarters. The environment was similar to that of the boys, equally shabby with big red quilts, the only difference being that there were only 2 steamed buns prepared on the table. When everyone saw the number of buns on the girls' table was different from the boys', their brows couldn't help but furrow. It wasn't that strange. After all, they had spent a long time in the living quarters, so maybe when they entered the village, someone reported how many boys and how many girls there were, thus preparing this food accordingly. But still, they found it odd. An extremely wrong atmosphere permeated everywhere. After looking at the girls' quarters, Zhao Qin didn't immediately move the girls' things over to the boys' side. Everyone understood. After all, acting too openly during the day wouldn't be wise, and they also thought about catching the enemy off guard by testing if Gu Linger's feelings were correct. But they couldn't alert the enemy, so they planned to wait until later, allowing the girls to secretly sleep in the boys' area. Then they would create a small mechanism on the door that only they could notice if someone opened the door again, and then check the next day to see if the door had been opened again, thus determining whether the people in the village were good or evil. Chapter 58, Barrenland, it's a bit tough now. Completion. With that thought, everyone started focusing on what to do next. They quickly found 3 tasks on the rule list that could be completed that day. They were Rule 4, Rule 7, and Rule 8. Rule 4 helped Uncle Zhang's family solve their leaking house problem, Rule 7 helped Uncle Wang's family feed the chickens in the coop, and Rule 8 helped Uncle Chen pick some jujubes from a few trees in the backyard. These 3 villagers' wishes were relatively easy, they wouldn't consume too much energy and would allow them to gain a preliminary understanding of how to help villagers obtain food. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, when everyone stepped out and faced the surrounding wooden houses that looked almost the same, they suddenly felt a bit at a loss. Their plan was to save energy and gather more clues, but it seemed they didn't know where the 3 villagers lived. Nobody was there to guide them, which was a bit troublesome. This was the ideal that was bountiful, but the reality was quite thin. However, everyone could ask from house to house, but doing so would take quite some time. As everyone thought of this, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why didn't the old man leave them a guide before he left? Did he really just say they were welcome to help with poverty alleviation? In the end, after receiving them, did he just throw them aside and ignore them? While everyone was considering the possibility of needing to change their plan, Han Dong, who had been joking and telling humorous stories inside the house, spoke up. Han Dong said he knew the way and knew where the 3 villagers we chose lived. The 4 listened in surprise when Han Dong said he knew where those 3 villagers lived. How could this be possible? They had just arrived here, how could Han Dong know? Then Han Dong picked a wooden house and simply explained to the 4 how he knew. Han Dong explained slowly, in front of every wooden house, there is a wooden sign with the name of the person living there. When the 4 heard this, they thought, even if they knew the names of the residents on the door, they still had to ask the villagers, right? After all, their problem was that they didn't know the way to get there. Then the 4 saw Han Dong smile and humbly say. His memory was pretty good, he remembered the names of the residents of the wooden houses they passed by on the way, and coincidentally, the 3 villagers they selected were along the path they walked, and, even more coincidentally, the 3 selected villagers lived in a row. Hearing Han Dong say this, the 4 were completely stunned. Zhao Qin, Gu Linger, and Li Gao widened their eyes in disbelief. Wow, is this still a human brain? He actually remembers the names of the residents along the way? Furthermore, he not only remembers the names but also knows that the 3 villagers live in a row. What an incredible memory that must be. When Xie Yi heard this, he was also astonished. My god, with such a teammate, won't I never be lost? The audience was also amazed at this point. Just based on this memory, it feels like they would succeed in whatever they do. No wonder Han Dong can be as popular as Xie Yi, this memory must be envied and desired by people in all walks of life. Incredible, even Xie Yi is shocked, is he also envious of such a powerful brain? Upstairs, stop talking nonsense, Xie Yi has that too, how could he be shocked or envious? I'm new here, and while I've seen Xie Yi's video of clearing a dungeon at 300 speed and witnessed his might, but isn't Xie Yi a bit too silent in this dungeon? It feels like he's not very proactive. Upstairs, what do you know? Xie Yi is naturally taciturn, he usually only speaks when someone makes a mistake. Now that there are no problems, Xie Yi naturally won't speak. Ah? Is that so? Strange tale. When Han Dong really brought them steadily to the houses of the 3 villagers they chose, the 4 were completely impressed. Xie Yi could now be completely certain that Han Dong was an old player of the 10th dungeon. Even without asking, based on the outstanding ability to follow the rules, one could see who was truly skilled, just the memory aspect was somewhat terrifying. Xie Yi couldn't help but wonder how many times he would need to die and restart to remember the names of the villagers along this journey. Thinking about it, at least 3 or 4 times would be necessary. The gap between them suddenly appeared. At this moment, everyone looked at the 3 wooden houses in front of them. The 3 wooden houses overall gave everyone a feeling of being worn and small. Each wooden house had an eave at the front, supported by 2 pillars, looking rather unsteady standing there all alone. The doors of the wooden house were half open, making it hard to see exactly what the situation was inside from the outside. But just by observing from outside, everyone could feel that this house didn't protect against rain on rainy days, nor did it provide warmth in winter. It was apparent that life here was tough. On top of the wooden house's roof was thick thatch, and one of the roofs was missing a piece, leaving an empty gap visible at a glance. As soon as everyone saw the roof missing a piece, they guessed that it was Uncle John's house. For Rule 4, Uncle John's house always leaks water, his son went out to work, and no one is there to repair it. His wish is for someone to fix it for free. Upon seeing this, Zhao Qin suggested, shall we go check on Uncle John's house first? Everyone had no objections and headed toward Uncle John's house, preparing to knock on the door. However, before they could knock, the person inside seemed to know they had arrived and opened the door from the dilapidated wooden house. Everyone was greeted by a man in his 50s who walked out. The man wore a thin vest that revealed 2 muscular arms and had on a pair of shorts, his dark legs were as muscular as his arms. He didn't look particularly old, giving off an illusion of still being quite young, although the middle-aged man's hair was interspersed with gray, his vitality was even better than that of the younger ones. When everyone saw the middle-aged man coming out, they did not immediately recognize him as Uncle Jiang, the villager. After all, in their impression, only those who were unsteady on their feet needed the youth to help with roof repairs, yet this person before them clearly seemed stronger than them, so they felt uncertain about his identity as Uncle Jiang. But as soon as he spotted them, he smiled heartily and said, "Ha, I didn't expect you all would come to help me first. Come in quickly. My roof hasn't been repaired for many days, but fortunately, it hasn't rained these past few days. I've been worrying every day." The village chief said that some poverty alleviation workers are coming. Come on, I've already prepared the ladder, please help me fix it quickly." Uncle Jiang showed a particularly happy smile, hurriedly welcoming them inside, his gaze first sweeping over the girls, then landing on the boys. This detail was something the group did not notice. Supplement. As the group began repairing the roof at Uncle Jiang's house, they still couldn't imagine that this was the person they needed to help. Shouldn't those in need of aid be the ones who have difficulty moving? Like the disabled middle-aged man they had seen earlier at the village entrance? They should be helping such people, not villagers who were healthier and more lively than they were. What was this situation? While repairing Uncle Jiang's house, everyone felt confused, but since they couldn't understand it either, they could only continue fixing the roof with puzzled hearts. However, a strange thing happened while they were working. As they repaired Uncle Jiang's house, he just watched from the side. Aside from warmly inviting them in at the start, he didn't do anything else. It completely felt like he was using them as free labor. At this moment, Xie Yi and Han Dong were holding up the ladder while Li Gao climbed up to make repairs, and the two girls were passing tools one by one to Li Gao from the side. Everything was normal until a dog suddenly appeared in the house. This dog came from somewhere outside. It bolted straight into the house, and after entering, it kept its nose to the ground, sniffing for something, making its way to the places they were renovating. The little dog continuously sniffed around the renovation area, as if something was hidden beneath the floorboards. The crowd didn't really pay attention to the dog's appearance and didn't think much of its behavior. They figured there might be some bones or something hidden under the floor that the dog wanted to eat. However, Uncle Jiang suddenly looked a bit uneasy, fidgeting at the side. Uncle Jiang wasn't obviously anxious. As the dog sniffed the ground, his face displayed a deep, perplexed expression. It seemed like he was pondering something, feeling that the dog shouldn't be there. The little dog circled around their renovation area, causing some interruption to their work. In the end, it was Uncle Jiang himself who carried the dog away. At the moment Uncle Jiang took the dog out, Han Dong wanted to see what the dog was sniffing, so he immediately squatted down to check. Xie Yi, seeing Han Dong checking the ground, also took a look at the floor. The cabin's floor was naturally wooden, but it was dirty, not just a small spot, the whole floor was filthy. It was dark, as if some liquid had seeped into the wood, leaving an unwashable stain. Han Dong lay down and observed for a while. Not long after, Uncle Jiang came back in through the door. When Uncle Jiang saw Han Dong lying on the ground, he broke into a chilling smile and asked, "Why are you lying on the floor?" Uncle Jiang asked cheerfully, appearing friendly, but everyone could perfectly sense from his forced smile what calm before the storm felt like. Chills raced down their spines. Fortunately, Han Dong had prepared himself. After he got up, he revealed the nail in his hand right in front of Uncle Jiang and calmly said, "The nail fell on the ground. What's wrong with picking it up?" Uncle Jiang? With Han Dong's boldness, everyone sighed in relief, while Xie Yi was almost frightened to death at that moment. There was definitely something wrong with Uncle Jiang. The floor was definitely problematic. And that suddenly appearing dog was also suspicious. After they emerged from Uncle Jiang's house, shaken but unhurt, Han Dong was still deep in thought. Xie Yi looked at a lonely steamed bun in his hand, lost in thought and disbelief. They never expected that by fixing the roof of Uncle Jiang's house, they only received a small, dark steamed bun, which was the same kind as the ones they had at their own place. Damn! The five of them worked for more than 2 hours just to earn one steamed bun. How stingy. After working so hard, we only got one bun. This place is definitely suspicious. I think so too. Ever since the dog suddenly came in and started sniffing the ground, I felt something was off. It's common knowledge that everything strange in ghost stories should be boldly speculated about. Exactly, I suspect the dark floor is covered in human blood. Whoa! Brother, that's quite an exaggerated thought, jumping straight to human blood? Why don't you guess that the floor is empty, and people are locked underneath? Damn, that guess is also bold and exaggerated. In the ghost story, the group planned to continue completing the next 2 tasks before it got dark. But they completely overestimated their own abilities. When they first went to feed Uncle Wang's chickens, everything went smoothly. This time, Uncle Wang was still a man in his 50s, looking healthier than they were. Just like Uncle Jiang, Uncle Wang warmly welcomed them into the house as soon as he saw them, briefly explained what needed to be done, and then treated them as free labor. Everyone was not surprised by Uncle Wang's 180-degree change in attitude. After all, they had already experienced it once. However, doubt still lingered in everyone's hearts. Why was the attitude of the villagers sometimes warm and sometimes cold? After thinking for a long time, they still could not make sense of it, so they could only complete the task of feeding the chickens. While feeding the chickens, no one expressed anything. After finishing, Uncle Wang gave them a steamed bun, exactly the same as the one given by Uncle Jiang. On the way to the third house, Xie Yi looked at the 2 dark buns in his hand and completely lost the desire to talk. So stingy it was. At the third house, Uncle Chen was still a middle-aged man, looking much healthier than them. Their task was to help Uncle Chen pick some dates from a couple of jujube trees in the backyard. Uncle Chen said they had to pluck all the red dates off the 2 jujube trees. Everyone looked at the 2 jujube trees. They were tall and big, and most of the red dates were more than 5 meters off the ground. No matter how much they hit the trees with sticks, they wouldn't be able to finish harvesting the red dates before dark. Faced with this situation, they didn't change their plan because there was little time to alter it. Before it got dark, they tried to collect as many as possible, but still many were left on the trees. Seeing they couldn't finish, they could only return for now, and Uncle Chen said nothing, just that they could come back tomorrow. At the end of the day, everyone truly felt what it meant to be a tool person. Before dark, they finally returned to the small house they were supposed to stay in under Han Dong's exceptional memory. Fortunately, when they returned to the house, it wasn't completely dark yet. Everyone set up the traps at the girls' place as planned, then returned to the boys' place together. After dark, it became difficult to act, but the house was only so big. There was only one table and one bed. No matter how they bumped around, they wouldn't hit anything hard. This place had no electricity, and the old man hadn't left them any candles. Suddenly, they realized that not only were they affected by food scarcity, but their movements were also hindered. Chapter 59, Barrenland, I'm cheating supplement. Something is not right this day. With no electricity and no candles, closing the door and windows made the room even darker. To prevent being overheard through the walls at night, fearing their discussion would be too loud, everyone sat on the ground and quietly talked. The night was so quiet that you could hear a needle drop, and falling into the dark was like plunging into an abyss. Sitting on the ground, they could even hear each other's breathing clearly. Just now, Gu Linger spoke what everyone was thinking. This day is all wrong, everything is wrong. Zhao Qin lowered her head, her face shrouded in darkness, making it hard to see her expression. She slowly suggested, let's summarize our questions first, then each of us can gradually share our thoughts, how about that? After Zhao Qin made this suggestion, the other four had no objections. Gu Linger first pointed out the oddity she noticed. Don't you all think this village is very quiet? Along the way, I haven't seen any women or children, just middle-aged men sitting in each wooden house watching us arrive. When Gu Linger pointed this out, everyone deeply resonated with her. This village didn't seem like an ordinary one, from finding suspicious rule lists at the entrance to encountering incomplete middle-aged men, and being led by the old man to their dwelling, the doubts had quietly started. Now, everyone recalled the memory of being led by the old man to the place where they would stay. It seemed they really hadn't seen the presence of women and children. At that time, everyone's attention was drawn to the middle-aged men looking out from each of the open doors, and with that unsettling incident happening at the village entrance, they hardly noticed the absence of women and children in the village. But how did they begin to notice it afterward? Because after a whole day, they had not seen any women or children, it naturally caught their attention. Zhao Qin, after listening to Gu Linger, agreed, this is indeed the case, but the 50th item on the wish list asks us to teach the children here. Since there is this wish, then there must be children here. No matter what, we need to investigate this clearly tomorrow. Zhao Qin's words were reasonable, and no one contradicted her. After Gu Linger raised her doubts, it was Li Gao's turn beside her. Li Gao thought for a moment, looked in the dark towards Han Dong, gently nudged his arm, and whispered, by the way, have you figured out what that dog sniffed on the floor? Han Dong shook his head at Li Gao's question. Under the gaze of everyone, the time was too short, I haven't figured it out yet. Hearing Han Dong say he hadn't figured it out, everyone understood because the time was indeed short. Thus, everyone gave up hope and prepared to discuss something else. However, before they could discuss anything else, Han Dong quietly asked them back. Don't you all know? A dog's sense of smell is about 1,000 to 10,000 times more sensitive than that of a human. This means that a dog can sniff out things like human blood, a secret room, or hidden bodies from the ground. But as a human, I might only smell unpleasant odors on the floor. So please don't put me in a difficult position. Since we are all humans, let's not make it hard for one another. I wish I were a talking dog, then I could know what that dog was sniffing on the floor. After saying this, Han Dong sighed deeply with regret. Although in the pitch-black room, the others could not see each other's faces, they could imagine from Han Dong's tone how rich his expression was. The four of them fell completely silent after Han Dong's words. Xie Yi leaned against the bed, and upon hearing Han Dong's words, couldn't help but open his eyes to look at Han Dong. He really wanted to applaud Han Dong. So funny, so very funny. However, even though Han Dong was a bit humorous, he truly spoke the dog's thoughts. Before long, Zhao Qin understood the meaning behind Han Dong's words, and her gaze sharpened as she reacted. Zhao Qin excitedly whispered, are you saying that the dark stuff on the ground where Uncle Jiang is could be human blood? And that he probably has a basement? Han Dong quickly denied Zhao Qin's distorted interpretation. No, I don't know. I'm not a dog. Zhao Qin. This time, the surroundings fell completely silent for a moment. The late-night audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, it's late at night, you're going to make me die of laughter. Zhao Qin, I don't know, I never said he was a dog, he insists on not being a dog. Ha ha, Xie Yi was almost asleep but was wide awake from Han Dong's humor. So bold. How dare you disturb our boss Xie Yi's sleep, really has guts. Xie Yi indeed almost dozed off. Mainly because it was dark and quiet all around, and the discussions of the people nearby were so small it was like the sound of flies, it was hard not to fall asleep. Fortunately, he was awakened by Han Dong in this way. After 3 seconds of silence, Zhao Qin spoke again, this time clearly not as excited as before. Let's change the topic. Let's set this aside and find a chance to look at this together tomorrow. With this, everyone could see that Zhao Qin was at a loss. Next, it was Han Dong's turn to raise doubts. Everyone knew that Han Dong had just made a fuss, and the three were afraid he would continue to make jokes about something irrelevant. However, once Han Dong finished speaking, the three's worries were completely gone, replaced by an expression of deep frustration. Because Han Dong raised 4 doubts all at once. 1. Why was the old man bringing that disabled middle-aged man when they entered the village? Why not bring a healthy person to meet them? 2. Why did the disabled middle-aged man not have a tongue? 3. Is the rule sheet real or fake? Why are the 3 villagers, despite being healthy and strong, not doing these things within their abilities themselves and instead asking for help? As soon as Han Dong brought this up, the 3 of them couldn't sleep at all. Zhao Qin felt a headache coming on after hearing this. Li Gao was even more flustered, and there was no need to mention Gu Linger. In an instant, the air was silent, and no one was discussing anything. However, at that moment, Xie Yi suddenly stood up from the ground. Wow, this startled everyone around and even the viewers in the live stream. What happened? Why did Xie Yi suddenly stand up? Wasn't Xie Yi about to fall asleep just now? I don't know. I'm still pondering the question Han Dong raised. The viewers were confused. The 4 people in the strange conversation were also bewildered. What's wrong with you? Han Dong asked with a puzzled expression when he saw Xie Yi standing up. He had noticed that Xie Yi was about to fall asleep, so he told a cold joke. Thankfully, Xie Yi was startled awake by his cold joke, otherwise, sleeping on the ground would be too chilly. But being startled awake was one thing, standing up suddenly was another. What was going on? Han Dong found it a bit hard to understand. Could it be that Xie Yi stood up because of the questions he raised? Did Xie Yi think of something, which is why he stood up? But thinking of something doesn't justify standing up so dramatically. At this moment, after standing up, Xie Yi realized that he had been too impulsive and quickly sat back down. Then he glanced at the surroundings. Realizing this, Xie Yi relaxed a bit. Luckily, gladly, there was still an hour before the binding event happens. Xie Yi's heart was constantly calming down from the shock he had just experienced. Once he relaxed, Xie Yi looked at the eyes of the other 4 in the darkness, lost in thought. How should he tell everyone about the dangerous situation coming up? To be honest, Xie Yi himself hadn't expected to return to the discussion from the previous night after dying. Indeed, Xie Yi had jumped back a full day in time. The other 4 felt puzzled when they saw Xie Yi suddenly stand and then quickly sit back down. In their minds, despite the shrewd youth rarely speaking, he hadn't done anything overly reckless. This unexpected standing up indeed caught their attention. Gu Linger, Zhao Qin, and Li Gao. For some unknown reason, they were especially concerned about this shrewd youth. Although the youth hadn't made any leader-type decisions and remained silent, perhaps his neat clothes and wise eyes led them to automatically think he had his own plans. Unlike Han Dong, who was overly cheerful, making him seem a bit less clever, yet Han Dong proved himself to be quite impressive, causing the 3 to regard him differently. The short youth, however, was calm and easygoing, giving off a sense of composure and ease, which very few could portray unless their abilities were extraordinary. This notion wasn't baseless, it stemmed from the small incidents that happened before. From the moment the short youth accepted Han Dong's postcard, one could tell. At first, when Han Dong offered the postcard, the 3 were on guard, unsure if there would be any issues with it, and didn't want to accept it since they were all strangers, who knew if the gift was good or bad. But the short youth proactively accepted Han Dong's postcard, breaking the silence of refusal that lingered over them 3. Watching the short youth take it, they felt reluctant to outright refuse. Now, looking back, they felt a bit scared. If the short youth hadn't accepted Han Dong's postcard, they might have outright rejected Han Dong in front of him. If they had rejected Han Dong, they would have missed out on an incredibly capable teammate with remarkable memory skills. Although Han Dong's personality seems generous and makes people feel he is easy to get along with, it is obvious that what Han Dong cares most about is his identity as a rapper. If they really reject Han Dong, he might hold a grudge against the 3 of them, not helping them, and instead building good relationships with the team members who received his postcard. This possibility is entirely valid. After all, Han Dong's subsequent actions showed he is a clever person. Since he is a clever person, Han Dong wouldn't give everyone a postcard without reason, it must have a purpose. Perhaps Han Dong is using whether others accept his postcard to decide which side to stand with. After all, as soon as the short youth accepted Han Dong's postcard, Han Dong didn't care if the 3 of them talked to the short youth alone, which can indeed be seen as the purpose of Han Dong sending that postcard. At that moment, the short youth directly accepted it, effectively easing the initial atmosphere of the team, preventing them from becoming estranged from Han Dong, and indeed providing strong support to the whole team, so later on, the 3 of them had a very good impression of the short youth. So now, seeing the short youth make an unexpected move that had never happened, made the 3 of them particularly concerned. At this time, Xie Yi was still organizing his words on what to say, completely not expecting that his teammates would come up with such ideas. Then, while he was racking his brains, Xie Yi heard Han Dong ask, "What's wrong? Did you find something?" Hearing Han Dong ask this, Xie Yi immediately knew how to respond. Compared to his teammates, he was aware of the subsequent developments, directly saying it would surely make people unable to understand, so it was better for him to start from the puzzling matter that everyone had, which might just rally everyone together. Thinking this way, Xie Yi prepared to answer the question Han Dong just raised reasonably. After all, he already had the answer, and making up a process was going to be easy. However, Xie Yi overthought. In fact, he only needed to say one sentence: "We can't stay indoors, it's not safe at night." Then everyone would immediately leave the house without suspicion. Because the entire village was revealing something eerie, Xie Yi had decent credibility and goodwill in their hearts, especially in Han Dong's eyes where his goodwill was the highest, and Han Dong was currently recognized as the person who contributed the most. So as long as Xie Yi said it wasn't stable, Han Dong would analyze everything. But Xie Yi didn't realize that his image in everyone's hearts was so good, especially didn't expect that just by accepting Han Dong's postcard, he would gain such care from Han Dong, which was a bit surprising. Xie Yi immediately looked towards Han Dong in the darkness and raised a point that no one mentioned before. "Do you guys remember what was written on the door before we entered the instance?" Hearing Xie Yi suddenly raise this point, the other three didn't understand what it meant, but suddenly in the darkness, Han Dong's eyes sharpened, hurriedly looking at Xie Yi, asking uncertainly, "Do you mean that the incomplete middle-aged man is also a player?" "Huh? What? This truth was so effortlessly uncovered by you?" Xie Yi was shocked to see Han Dong deduce this truth so quickly, his eyes widened in disbelief. Luckily, it was dark, otherwise, Xie Yi could not imagine how rich his facial expressions would be. Right now, Xie Yi really wanted to applaud. Indeed, smart people think differently. If the incomplete man hadn't told him he was a player, how would he know the incomplete man was also a player? Exactly. Xie Yi immediately affirmed Han Dong, his voice excited. Because Han Dong could come up with this key answer, it meant that the other party understood everything, and if the other party understood everything, it meant he didn't need to fabricate nonsense. This really made Xie Yi very happy. However, what Xie Yi didn't know was that his excited response to Han Dong's action, in the eyes of the other three, was like the resonance between two big shots. Because Han Dong and Xie Yi's thoughts matched perfectly, but Gu Linger, Zhao Qin, and Li Gao completely did not understand what they were saying. The three sitting beside them were completely dumbfounded, not understanding how Han Dong could come to the conclusion that the incomplete middle-aged man is a player just from Xie Yi saying multiple five-person copies. They were quite confused. The logic jump between them was so vast that it felt like crossing a galaxy. Chapter 60, Barren Land, has a watcher. The next chapter will explain. First, look at this chapter. The audience was even more bewildered. "Oh wow, how did you two connect? Don't leave us out. What the heck, I haven't even gotten on the bus yet. How did they drive the car into space? My internet isn't down, so why all of a sudden can't I understand what they're saying? Am I lagging? What's going on?" The audience saw Han Dong and Xie Yi responding to each other and were shocked. Although they had been warned, knowing that the big shots think faster, they didn't expect it to be this fast. So fast that they couldn't understand at all. How did Xie Yi suddenly bring up something, and then Han Dong could quickly conclude that the incomplete middle-aged man is a player? What's going on? Can't they treat us as humans too? These riddles are driving us crazy and making us anxious. Ah, it's insane, everyone's gone mad. The feelings of the other three in the horror tale were just like the audience's. Clearly, they were just discussing things they could understand, but as soon as Xie Yi sat up, it was like he had opened up some energy channels, suddenly comprehending something and then speaking to Han Dong. Han Dong, too, he was just asking Xie Yi what was wrong, feeling the same confused state as them, but after listening to Xie Yi, it was like he also opened up those channels and understood. "Oh man, you two figured it out, but could you care about the lives of others? Stop playing riddles." Li Gao couldn't hold back anymore and quickly interjected, "What are you two talking about? Don't just leave us in the dark." As soon as Li Gao asked this, Zhao Qin and Gu Linger immediately supported him. Even in the dark, they could feel how satisfied they were with Li Gao's question. Hearing Li Gao's question, Han Dong, who had figured out many things, finally realized something. Han Dong now understood completely why Xie Yi suddenly stood up. Realizing everything could make one unable to resist standing up. He used to think Xie Yi was being too dramatic, turns out, he himself was more dramatic after figuring things out. Really poor planning, really poor planning. Han Dong calmed himself down and was about to explain, but just as he was ready, he heard a voice from Xie Yi. "Should we change places to explain?" Upon hearing Xie Yi say this, Han Dong frowned slightly. "Change places? Why?" Just as he was about to ask why, Han Dong realized some things, but he was still doubtful. Even if the villagers here wanted to act against them, shouldn't they first squeeze all their value before taking action? After all, the Electric Gate Park also first made you commit fraud, exhausting your value before they went all out on you. Didn't they only complete the wishes of 3 villagers? Why were they so eager to take action? If Xie Yi knew what Han Dong was thinking right now, then Xie Yi could use the experience from last time's death reset to tell Han Dong that the villagers had already noticed something was off. The reason the villagers would act against them in an hour, without waiting for their value to be drained, was because Uncle Jiang had his eye on Gu Linger in the team. Uncle Jiang couldn't help but wait for them to complete the more than 50 tasks on their wish list, secretly heading to the girl's residence without the other villagers knowing, only to find no one in the girl's house. Originally, Uncle Jiang planned to return after seeing no one, but then he discovered the little mechanism they made on the door. Their cleverness backfired. Uncle Jiang instantly realized that the players had begun to suspect something was wrong with the villagers, and he immediately thought of the dog that suddenly appeared at noon and the blood-red floor in his house. Various details led Uncle Jiang to conclude that these players had uncovered something suspicious, so he quickly reported it to the village chief. After gathering everyone for a discussion, the village chief decided that, for safety's sake, they would bind the people tonight. Thus, Xie Yi only knew that they would be tied up in an hour. But he wasn't sure when Uncle Jiang committed the act and reported to the village chief, so Xie Yi now suggested everyone quickly move to a safe place, and then he would explain everything later. It was just uncertain whether Han Dong would agree. However, just as Xie Yi was wondering whether Han Dong would agree, Han Dong accepted Xie Yi's suggestion just seconds after it was said. Alright, let's change places and take the few remaining buns with us. Xie Yi was a bit incredulous when he saw that Han Dong agreed to his suggestion of leaving first. The other party actually agreed to leave without asking him why. Was he hearing things? On Han Dong's side, Han Dong was not asking Xie Yi why, but he knew this place was dangerous. Leaving wouldn't hurt. After all, the rule sheet they had was fake, and to find the real rule sheet, they could only go after that incomplete middle-aged man. The other 3, hearing Han Dong agree with Xie Yi's suggestion, all looked puzzled. Change places? Why? Even if we change places? Where can we go? This is the Lust Plateau, where there is very little cover. Hearing this point suddenly raised by Zhao Qin, Han Dong realized. Yes, this is the Lust Plateau, there is very little cover, and they are not familiar with the area. Even with his good memory, it was impossible to map out paths he had never walked. Han Dong fell into distress. What to do? As the 4 were troubled, Xie Yi appeared, looking bright-eyed. Follow me, I know the way. When Xie Yi said this, it instantly attracted the attention of all 4 others. You know? How is that possible? Gu Linger couldn't help but ask. However, before Xie Yi could answer, the other 3 automatically ignored Gu Linger's question. Li Gao and Zhao Qin still couldn't understand the current operation, but after a day's interaction, they trusted that the shirt-wearing young man was not a person with a bad heart. When Han Dong heard that Xie Yi knew the way, he was indeed surprised. So there was a gifted person hidden in the team. Xie Yi was truly someone who, despite keeping a low profile all along, surprised them with such a big revelation at a critical moment. It was too unexpected. Han Dong's eyes shone, his opinion of Xie Yi instantly rose to another level. Alright, you lead the way, we'll go. Han Dong immediately agreed. In the dark of night, it was especially inconvenient for the 5 people to act inside the room without any lighting tools. The 5 gathered their things and prepared to relocate. However, just as Han Dong was about to push open the big door outside, Xie Yi suddenly stopped him. Han Dong felt puzzled and, unable to understand, looked towards Xie Yi in the darkness and whispered, "What's wrong?" Xie Yi's face in the dark was extremely poor. Fortunately, it was dark, otherwise, everyone would have seen that Xie Yi's forehead was sweating heavily, his pupils filled with fear, completely lacking the ease he had earlier. It was over, there had been someone outside keeping an eye on them all along. Chapter 61, Barren Land, Completion, Difficulties upon Difficulties. That's right, Xie Yi died once more, going through the plot of being bound again. But this time it was different from the last experience. The time of being tied up and the injuries suffered were different. Xie Yi thought the main reason they were tied up was because Uncle Jiang noticed they had discovered something odd in the village and informed the village chief to order their capture. But unexpectedly, they had been watched the whole time. After leaving the main gate, the 5 of them hadn't escaped for long before villagers chased after them. This time, they weren't caught in their sleep like fish in a barrel, so Xie Yi didn't give up hope of escaping. Xie Yi wondered if they could all escape together while being pursued by the villagers. Then some ran away, some hid, and Li Gao fiercely beat the pursuing villagers. Xie Yi also took out all the weapons he had obtained from the second instance, a fruit knife, 3 scissors, and a syringe filled with an unknown substance, handed them to his companions, and decided to fight their way out. But what happened at that moment was too sudden. Having weapons didn't necessarily mean they could use them immediately, and the villagers had dealt with players who came here before, their level of skill far surpassing theirs. Even though a few villagers were stabbed by them, they suffered even more injuries. After they were all captured, the few injured villagers couldn't bear the humiliation of being stabbed and immediately chopped off the right hands of the 3 men and cut off half of their tongues. Xie Yi had never been tortured like this the first time he died. His second act of resistance met with a brutal package of hand-chopping and tongue-cutting. It really made Xie Yi wish he could just die. But being bound, Xie Yi didn't even have the power to commit suicide. He endured the pain until, finally, he couldn't hold on any longer and died. Fortunately, Xie Yi was the first to die, otherwise, his companions would have to continue suffering. At this moment, Xie Yi finally calmed down from the shock of dying and reverting, and looked at Han Dong across from him, replying, "Someone is watching us outside." Han Dong's eyes flickered in the darkness upon hearing this. The other three were shocked and puzzled. "Someone is watching us? How do you know?" This was a question the three had to ask. From the beginning, they had been confused about preparing to leave, trusting Han Dong and Xie Yi, which led them to this point. But just as they were about to leave, Xie Yi suddenly said someone was watching them. How could someone be watching them? What exactly was going on? What did Han Dong realize because of Xie Yi's words? The three now wanted to play the fool and continue being ignorant, but they couldn't do that. They had to understand the situation before they died. Why? Zhao Qin restrained her emotions and asked, "Can you explain all of this in 5 minutes?" In the dark, Zhao Qin remained calm and looked at Xie Yi and Han Dong standing by the door. "I understand you both are very clever and have found some things we haven't noticed, but please give us an explanation, okay?" Zhao Qin's tone carried a hint of pleading, and both Xie Yi and Han Dong could sense the urgency in each other's desire to know the answer. Xie Yi had previously stopped Han Dong from explaining because he was afraid it would waste too much time, as the villagers would come to capture them in an hour. But after experiencing death just now, Xie Yi knew that someone was spying outside, so they definitely couldn't act recklessly to escape. They had to think of another way to get through the current crisis. Before finding a solution, this time could be left for Han Dong to explain to the other three what was going on. From Xie Yi's perspective, he understood what was happening. After being captured by the villagers without any defenses the first time, the boys and girls were separated. The three men were taken to a place specifically designed to hold outsiders. Inside, they found several men being held, all like the maimed middle-aged men. They looked weary, their spirits not high. The three men, after being locked up, encountered the incomplete middle-aged man who had been with the old man at the village gate. The incomplete middle-aged man, seeing them arrive, closed his eyes briefly, as if mourning something. The three men saw the incomplete middle-aged man here and were puzzled, wanting to ask what was going on. The incomplete middle-aged man heard their questions and didn't hide anything, directly confessing everything. Chapter 62, Barren Land, you telling me is useful. 10 years passed. At this point, Xie Yi realized that his path ahead would be very difficult. But Xie Yi did not immediately return to death. Instead, he planned to gather all the clues before going back. Xie Yi continued to ask Su Jiu about the female player, what happened to Feng Jin, and why they came here this time. Was it you Su Jiu who replaced the rule sheet? Also, did you remember the clearance conditions when you replaced their rule sheet? The 4 questions made Su Jiu fall silent for a moment. Xie Yi had to know these things, otherwise, dying and going back would be meaningless. Su Jiu listened to Xie Yi's many questions, his eyes still dull. He felt that it was meaningless for Xie Yi to know these answers now. They were all locked up, discovered by the villagers. What significance was there anymore? There was no significance at all. Su Jiu gave Xie Yi a mad, bitter smile. It's useless. You can't escape once you come in. You can't escape. We have resisted. It's useless. It's useless. Su Jiu shouted in madness, despairing and fierce. Xie Yi closed his eyes at the sight of Su Jiu going mad. Spittle sprayed across his face. Xie Yi didn't care if it was useful or not. Xie Yi shook Su Jiu's body violently, roaring, it's useful, you tell me, it's useful. Su Jiu, shaken by Xie Yi's frantic shaking and thunderous shouting, slowly showed a moment of clarity in his dull eyes. Su Jiu looked at Xie Yi, as if seeing his former self who had not given up hope of going home. Su Jiu closed his eyes, a relieved smile appearing, as if apologizing to his former self who resisted. After a long silence, Su Jiu spoke again, telling Xie Yi everything. This instance has always been. The incorrect number of rule sheets can also be considered a hint of something being off for new players here. But this approach was very risky. The villagers were very vigilant about this. After 9 years, every time 5 players come here, the villagers are not blind, they will notice this pattern. At this point, some might ask, can't Su Jiu leave a real rule sheet for the new players? It's the same reasoning. The villagers have determined that there are 5 players each time, so they will notice there are 5 paper rule sheets. If Su Jiu replaces the rule sheet and doesn't come back with 5 sheets, the first person to suffer would be Su Jiu. Su Jiu had endured for so long, he couldn't gamble his life away. He had always wanted to go home, unable to make a true selfless contribution, he could only do his best. Su Jiu only hoped to give new players hints through the small signs of something being off. If the new players could escape, he would feel lucky. Chapter 63, Barren Land, Be Selfish Once, 10 years past too. In fact, apart from these details, Su Jiu had also made efforts in other areas. At the beginning, when Su Jiu replaced the rule sheet, the villagers did not trust him and considered locking him up once the replacement was done. But this approach did not work. Because immediately detaining Su Jiu would be very exposed. After a while, players would log in once the rule sheet appeared. If players happened to see Su Jiu being dragged away at the start, the villagers' plan to profit would not work. The villagers did not want to take the risk. Su Jiu also saw through the villagers' thoughts. After several active submissions, it gradually relaxed the other party. After 3 months of experience, Su Jiu could go out with the old man to greet players after replacing the rule sheet, successfully playing the role of Feng Jian from before. But Su Jiu was not Feng Jian. The villagers actually did not suggest that Su Jiu appear in front of the players. After all, Su Jiu was missing an eye, a right hand, had mobility issues, and only half a tongue. If new players saw him, it would leave a bad impression on their village and make them alert. But Su Jiu would not give up this opportunity no matter what. Su Jiu explained to the villagers, as long as he didn't show his tongue, the missing eye, right hand, and mobility issues could be explained as natural disabilities. Moreover, wouldn't a person born with disabilities appearing in front of the players further prove how impoverished their place was? Wouldn't it motivate the players to work harder? Wouldn't it be better for this disabled person to appear and enhance the players' sympathy? After Su Jiu said this, each villager considered whether it might be possible. In the end, Su Jiu persuaded the villagers. Su Jiu also practiced not showing his tongue. But Su Jiu never gave up the idea of showing his tongue. Because once the tongue was revealed, Su Jiu believed that smart players would immediately judge, was the missing tongue due to being unable to speak, hence cut off? Was there torture here? Su Jiu kept this crucial hint, intending to reveal it when he could see hope of returning home. Then, the arrival of Xie Yi and his group gave Su Jiu a glimpse of hope for going home. When Xie Yi heard this, he didn't quite understand why their arrival would give Su Jiu hope of returning home. Although Xie Yi had vaguely thought it might be due to his own death rewind, he thought, could it really be that coincidental? Su Jiu continued to explain. When Xie Yi heard this, he finally understood why Su Jiu's emotions were so broken, why he laughed in agony and said to him, knowing the answer is of no significance, it's useless. Indeed, putting all hope of returning home on them, and they were among the fastest caught by the villagers, it was no wonder Su Jiu would despair and break down. If it weren't for the death rewind, Xie Yi wouldn't have thought their real condition to pass the game was actually kill all the villagers. Although this task was extremely difficult, it wasn't without opportunities. Guess what Xie Yi's opportunity is? To explain, Su Jiu did not tell Xie Yi that surviving for a week would automatically pass the game. Su Jiu did not mention the second condition for passing the game. Supplementing the reason, when Xie Yi pressed for all the reasons, Su Jiu noticed the peculiarity of Xie Yi's actions, and Su Jiu was inspired by Xie Yi's emphatic shout of, "Tell me what's useful," which echoed the hope of returning home. Su Jiu reignited the hope of returning home. He felt that Xie Yi must have a way to take him home, so he concealed the second condition for passing the game. Su Jiu was selfish, he took advantage of Xie Yi.